kneel to kiss Voldemort's robe, or heed the commands of the flamboyant Dumbledore, or perhaps, without hesitation, become Harry's loyal companion? A resounding rejection of all such paths, forging my own destiny, while those who worship Merlin can go to the devil. Chapter 1. The son of a Death Eater, Alex. At dusk, candlelight flickered, the fire crackled in the hearth, and Alex sat alone in a dark blue velvet armchair, gently swaying his teacup, watching the milk swirl and form. Soft, milky halos. He was a somewhat slight boy, seemingly just recovered from an illness, his pale complexion betraying an unhealthy pallor, as if it were a silent accusation of his master's indolence. His black hair fell in waves down his shoulders, curling slightly at the ends. With a hand concealed beneath a blanket, Alex delicately rubbed his thumb against his middle finger, producing a faint snap. With a pop, a small creature emerged about 3 feet tall, with bat-like ears and enormous green eyes that resembled tennis balls. Clad in a faded pillowcase, this diminutive being bent low, nearly touching the ground with its nose. "Yes, master," it squeaked, and aside from the soft crackle, the little elf seemed almost an illusion, as if nothing else existed apart from the swaying candlelight and the crackling fire. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Harry Potter, Alex murmured as he skillfully massaged his temples, the pain in his head intensifying. In the morning, sunlight bathed a slanting 2-story house, the angle so pronounced that it nearly intruded upon the neighbor's second-floor balcony, spilling into the bedroom. Strangely, passers-by ignored this peculiarity. Even a male resident of a neighboring house chatted away on his balcony with an old friend, beads of sweat glistening on his nearly bald head. With a creak, the door opened, and a boy emerged clad in a gray jacket and jeans, with dark hair and black eyes, casually pulling a suitcase from the crooked old house. Alex walked with assured steps, his movements exuding an elegance that hinted at a unique pride. His half-closed eyes bore an air of scrutiny, occasionally flashing with a hint of derision. No gentleman could surpass his grace. No king could match his nobility. Yet, if one could glimpse his thoughts, they might conclude that the divine was indeed mad, for they did not believe in God, but in Merlin. The mere thought of Hogwarts sent Alex into a dizzy spell, the legendary school of magic and the greatest of wizards. However, the thought of growing up under the affectionate gaze of the old man who signed Dear Alexander in elegant script made Alex rub his temples in frustration. What was to be done? As he lamented his future, Alex grasped his suitcase, riding the bus slowly towards the subway station, savoring the leisurely pace of the British public transport and the subway. That was already 20 minutes late that he skillfully massaged his temples. This was the only place that felt familiar. His destination was a pub that seemed incongruous with its surroundings. A giant beer mug floated overhead, unnoticed by any passerby. "Magic," Alex muttered as he stepped into the seemingly small and shabby establishment. Inside, it was indeed as he expected, dim lighting and a cramped bar. The most striking feature was the pub owner visible upon entry. The nearly bald proprietor, resembling a deflated walnut, waved his wand, casting spells to refill the beer mugs automatically. Noticing Alex alone, he immediately began to chatter. "Child, it's not wise to wander alone. Where are your parents? If you desire a butterbeer, I must regretfully decline, unless you could spare 3 more sickles, or perhaps I could consider sherry." Ignoring the incessant babble of the balding man named Tom and the witch-devouring frog liver while perusing the Daily Prophet, Alex exclaimed, "This won't restore your youth, you madwoman," as he observed her with disdain. What a twisted wizarding world, Alex thought, realizing that massaging his temples no longer alleviated his despair. What kind of world is this? The notion of having Death Eater parents left Alex speechless. His parents were zealots devoid of self, tragically struck down by the killing curse in their battle against the Order of the Phoenix, sacrificing themselves for their Dark Lord, leaving Alex to grow up under the care of a house elf. Clinging to Potter was no longer an option. He was well aware of the truth. It was the Potters who murdered the master. Sober must raise the young master. The young master must kill Potter, erase Potter. Whenever Alex mentioned his parents, Sober would repeat his mantra in that uniquely sharp voice, turning into a lisping echo. Sober, the Potters are dead, was the first thing Alex managed to say. It was the Potters who murdered the master. Sober must raise the young master. The young master must kill Potter, erase Potter. Sober declared with unwavering determination. A relentless noise, more terrifying than Voldemort himself. "Spare me, Merlin. Let Sober be quiet." At that moment, tears streamed down Alex's face. Forget it all as he beheld Diagon Alley slowly materializing before him. Magic, Hogwarts, Harry Potter, Voldemort. Alex lifted his gaze skyward. "You cannot extinguish the blazing fire in my heart." The gloriously transmigrated Otaku, now the son of a Death Eater, Alex Stork, entered the wizarding world with that burning heart. "I will walk my own path while others tread the narrow bridge. Merlin bless you." Alex smiled brightly at that moment. After venting his worries in a rather absurd manner, Alex regained his elegance and, like a sovereign, stepped slowly through the grand gateway of the wizarding world that was Diagon Alley. Chapter 2. 11-year-old Harry Potter. A gentle breeze rustled the neatly trimmed hedges lining Privet Drive, while sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a pristine glow on the ground. Everything appeared unchanged, yet under the relentless passage of time, a decade had nearly elapsed. Harry was on the cusp of his long-awaited 11th birthday, a day that would usher him into a brand new, wondrous, and magical world. The sun climbed high above the rooftops, its warm rays bathing the garden and spilling into the house. Inside the brightly lit dwelling, the mantelpiece was adorned with photographs of the Dursley family, Dudley riding his bicycle, Dudley enjoying a carousel ride, Dudley playing on the computer with his father, and a tender moment of his mother kissing him. It seemed that this house was home to just these three individuals. However, every household on Privet Drive, every resident, was aware of the exceptional polite and affable child residing at number 4, a boy named Harry. At this moment, in the smallest bedroom of the Dursley home, indeed a bedroom, not a cupboard under the stairs, a boy was gazing at himself in the mirror, lost in self-admiration. As Harry observed his reflection in the mirror standing against the wall, he stroked his chin and remarked with delight, "I seem to have grown taller." The figure in the mirror was indeed tall for his age, towering over his 11-year-old peers by a significant margin. This was undoubtedly the result of Harry's attentive diet and daily exercise. Clad in a wrinkle-free black casual outfit, he exuded a sense of simplicity and neatness, which further accentuated his stature. His still youthful face bore a hint of maturity, perhaps due to his contemplations. Harry's appearance was not entirely typical of a Westerner. Rather, it blended the strong features of Western lineage with the soft lines characteristic of Eastern ancestry. This hybrid visage, appealing to both Eastern and Western aesthetics, was complemented by his gem-like, bright emerald green eyes, enhancing his allure. There were two distinctive features about Harry. One was his head of jet black hair. Harry certainly did not wish to sport long hair like a girl. But after countless weekly haircuts that frustrated him, an exasperated Harry had resorted to shaving his head completely. The consequence was that when he awoke the following day, he found his hair had grown back, even longer than before. Harry had scarcely experienced the sensation of a boy's short haircut, and he particularly disliked the style that fell to his shoulders. "I'm not an artist. Why should I wear such a hairstyle?" he thought. Eventually, Harry decided to cease worrying about it, only to discover that once his rapidly growing hair reached a certain length, its growth rate normalized. Thus, he ended up with hair that could rival any shampoo commercial. Harry would not adopt a goddess-like style or braids, nor would he invest much effort in managing his hair. He simply secured it with a black elastic band in the middle, while girls typically styled theirs at the top. In fact, Harry Potter features numerous characters with long hair, such as Professor Snape, Headmaster Dumbledore, and Draco Malfoy, so Harry learned not to concern himself overly with such matters. The second point pertains to the tattoo situated at the center of his forehead, a silver lotus design. This luminescent tattoo irresistibly captivates all who behold it. The striking contrast of a lightning-shaped scar on an otherwise exquisite face is jarringly incongruous, yet Harry understands that it is an indelible mark. He contemplated various methods, and ultimately devised a solution that he believed only the wisest could conceive: a tattoo. With a considerable portion of his accumulated scholarship, he adorned his forehead with a design that perfectly concealed the scar. After much deliberation, he settled on the lotus, for he had a profound appreciation for its beauty. As for the choice of silver ink, red was out of the question. He was not one to indulge in flamboyance. Black? Absolutely not. He was no disciple of the dark arts. White? Unthinkable. He had no affiliation with the Purity sect. Thus, silver could be whimsically interpreted as belonging to the Silver Lotus congregation. What did you say? I cannot hear you. Please repeat that. Still, I cannot hear you. After admiring his reflection, Harry felt undeniably dashing. He glanced at the calendar perched on his bedside, where September 1st was heavily circled in red ink. September 1st, the day Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry commences, is just over a month away, he mused, his face brimming with a suppressed thrill and exhilaration. Anyone would feel a surge of excitement at the prospect of entering a mystical world of magic, especially someone who had always dwelled in the mundane realm of muggles. Upon reflection, Harry realized that merely purchasing the essential supplies for novice wizards in Diagon Alley did not mean he would immediately enter Hogwarts. It seemed he would have to linger in the muggle world for a little over a month before the term began. This indicated that the acceptance letter from the Magical Academy would be arriving shortly. Clenching his fist, he excitedly waved it in the air before descending the staircase. As he walked down the stairs, he recalled the cupboard beneath the stairs. However, he would not allow himself to be bullied as depicted in the original narrative. When Uncle Vernon instructed him to reside in the cupboard, Harry said nothing, merely gazing at him with serene composure. Suddenly, the overhead lights flickered erratically, as if the voltage wavered, causing the kitchen utensils, doors, and windows to tremble. Dudley, in the background, was making a ruckus. Harry would never forget the transformation of Uncle Vernon's complexion, from pale to red, then to a deep shade of black. He mused that if Uncle Vernon were to study the art of face-changing, he might very well become a master in it. This outfit, while endowing an ordinary person with a certain gallantry, rendered Dudley merely comical. The rotund Dudley paraded around the house in his school uniform, puffing out his chest with a broad grin. He then halted to give a thumbs up in front of him, prompting Petunia to hastily capture the moment on camera. Uncle Vernon's voice, gravelly with emotion, declared, "This is my proudest moment." Meanwhile, Aunt Petunia, tears streaming down her face as she snapped photos, exclaimed, "My precious little boy has grown up, and he looks so handsome. I can hardly believe it." Harry nearly choked on his laughter. Thank goodness for my training. Harry struggled to suppress his laughter, desperately wishing to voice his thoughts. Thank you for curing my years of indigestion. Truly, they were the epitome of comedic professionals. Penny handed Harry a school uniform, remarking coldly that it was the attire for Stonewall High, the school he would be attending. Harry smiled as he accepted it, expressing his gratitude with a soft, "Thank you, Aunt Petunia." She merely huffed in response. Compared to another Harry, this one was far more fortunate. Although his uncle and aunt treated him poorly, they did not bully him, and at least this uniform was not a hand-me-down. The notion of Dudley bullying Harry and subjecting him to a tragic childhood was utterly far-fetched. Harry could only chuckle at that. Instead, it was Dudley who should ponder. Who in this world do you fear the most? Harry, indeed, Harry was the very person Dudley feared most. The emotional scars Harry inflicted upon Dudley during their childhood were indelible, a source of embarrassment for Harry. For how could one expect an adult to regard such tattling to teachers and parents as a mark of honor? Nevertheless, Harry felt a degree of gratitude towards his aunt and uncle for having cared for him for nearly a decade, despite the meager meals and insufficient strength that left him unremarkable. He resolved to take some of his inheritance from Gringotts to gift to Aunt Petunia, though that would be a matter for a few days hence. Stepping outside, Harry checked the mailbox for letters, only to be met with disappointment. Damn it, can't they deliver the letters any faster? He lamented, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him, unsure of whom to blame. Chapter 3. The Letter from Hogwarts. In the early morning, before dawn had fully broken, the eastern horizon glowed a fiery red while faint traces of stars still lingered above Harry's head. He continued his morning run. "It's just a letter," he muttered, yet the slight tremor in his hand as he reached for the mailbox betrayed his inner anxiety. How could he not be nervous? He had been waiting for 10 long years. Harry retrieved the letters, 3 in total. One was a postcard from Aunt Petunia's sister. Another appeared to be a bill, and the last was a letter addressed to Harry Potter himself. He quickly concealed the letter within his jacket. Glancing around, as if fearing discovery, his demeanor decidedly suspicious. Were a police officer to witness him in that moment, they would undoubtedly conclude, this is definitely a thief. Upon entering the house, Harry discarded the other 2 letters on the table, tiptoeing upstairs, entering his room, and locking the door behind him. He then flung himself onto the bed, gazing at the letter in his hands, planting a fervent kiss upon it, and erupting into a gleeful chuckle. Congratulations to Harry for winning the award for the most awkward laugh of the year. Taking a deep breath, he wondered, what now? Not yet at ease. He inhaled once more, and again, finally feeling the tumult of emotions within him begin to settle. With great care, Harry unfolded the envelope and began to read the letter aloud. To the esteemed Harry Potter. From the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Head of the Wizarding Association, and First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. As he read, a folded sheet of paper slipped from the letter, revealing a list of required supplies. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students are required to have 1. 3 plain black work robes. 2. 1 plain black pointed hat for day wear. 3. A pair of protective gloves, crafted from dragon hide or similar material. 4. A winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. Please note, all student attire must bear a name tag. Textbooks. Students are required to procure the following books. Standard Spells, Beginner, History of Magic, Theory of Magic. Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 1,000 Marvelous Herbs and Fungi, Magical Potions and Elixirs, Monsters and Their Habitats, Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense. Additional equipment, a wand. A cauldron, tin-plated, standard size number 2. A set of glass or crystal potion vials. A telescope, a brass scale. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. A special reminder for parents. First-year students are not permitted to bring flying broomsticks. As Harry gazed upon the contents of this letter, he could already sense the enigmatic and shadowy aura of the magical world. At that moment, a flurry of wings fluttered outside the glass window. Harry looked and saw an owl. Who could it be? He opened the window and retrieved a parchment tied to the owl's leg. The note read, "Dear Harry, I trust you have received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts School. I shall come to fetch you this evening to venture to Diagon Alley in London to procure your necessary supplies. Hagrid, tonight it all begins?" Harry mused, marveling at the swift unfolding of events. Nevertheless, he found it delightful. "I must hasten to pack my belongings. Indeed, it seems you comprehend my words. Can you assist me in delivering a letter to Professor McGonagall?" Harry inquired. The owl shook its head vigorously. "What does your head spinning in circles mean? Since you remain silent, I shall assume you can." Harry took a seat at the table, retrieved a blank sheet of paper, and inscribed with black ink, "Dear Miss McGonagall." After a moment's contemplation, he crumpled the letter and retrieved another sheet, writing, "Dearest, esteemed, and beloved Miss McGonagall." Pleased with this opening, Harry nodded approvingly. "What? Some say I am shameless. I appreciate the compliment." Harry felt a touch of shyness. He continued, "I have received your correspondence, and I am eager to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I believe that under your wise tutelage, I shall surely become an idealistic, moral, cultured, and disciplined individual. Yours, Harry." Upon completing the letter, Harry folded it neatly and placed it into Hagrid's owl's pouch. The owl took flight. Harry then began to tidy his room, leaving behind books he would not read again, packing clothing he could wear, and gathering cherished mementos. Ultimately, he managed to fill 2 large bundles and a suitcase with all his possessions. Harry also penned a letter to Aunt Petunia to explain his circumstances, lest she presume he had run away or been abducted, and alerted the authorities, which would certainly be amusing. During lunch, Aunt Petunia suddenly regarded Harry. "Do you have something to discuss?" Harry, lost in daydreams about the enchanting Hogwarts school, nearly exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth is happening? Is this what they call a woman's intuition?" With a resigned sigh, he pondered the situation. At that moment, he summoned his inner thespian, lifting his gaze in feigned surprise and asking, "Is everything all right? You seem a bit odd today. Oh, perhaps I am just preoccupied with my cousin Dudley's grades." Aunt Petunia replied with gritted teeth. The afternoon slipped by uneventfully. As night descended, the city's lights gradually dimmed, enveloping it in a blanket of tranquility. Most souls succumbed to slumber, with a few extraordinary individuals remaining awake, such as Harry Potter. Restlessly lying in bed, Harry found sleep elusive, merely waiting for something to unfold. Suddenly, a deep rumble filled the air, and in an instant, his room blazed to life, flickering twice before plunging back into darkness. Hastily, Harry sprang from his bed and rushed to the window, where he beheld a colossal motorcycle parked on the road before his house, occupied by a gargantuan figure. Its headlights extinguished, the immense shadow spotted Harry and waved with palpable enthusiasm. "I am no sentimentalist. Such melancholy does not suit me," Harry mused to himself, stepping away from number 4, Privet Drive with newfound resolve. Hagrid, wild and beast-like, enveloped Harry in a bear hug, exclaiming, "Oh, Harry, it's been ages. I mean, since you were a child, that is." Hagrid's broad frame made Harry feel utterly dwarfed, effectively obscuring him from view. The singular thought that occupied Harry's mind as he was enveloped in Hagrid's embrace was his determination to convince Hagrid to take a bath. The sensation was overwhelming, a mix of discomfort and nostalgia. As he finally separated from Hagrid, his pallor lightened, and he found an unexpected joy in the absence of Hagrid's peculiar odors. "I know. It's been too long, Hagrid," he managed to smile. Hagrid effortlessly hoisted Harry's heavy luggage as if it were mere feathers, placing on the motorcycle's rear seat before handing Harry a pair of goggles. "You must wear these, otherwise, the wind will make it impossible for you to keep your eyes open." "Are we flying directly to London on the motorcycle?" Harry inquired, curious, recalling that in the original tale, many letters had failed to reach him, and it was Hagrid who had personally delivered his acceptance letter before they traveled by train. "Indeed, at the motorcycle speed, we shall arrive just around dawn. With so many new students shopping for supplies, Diagon Alley will be bustling." "Oh, you're not familiar with Diagon Alley yet, are you? But I believe you will find it quite delightful." Hagrid swung himself onto the motorcycle and lifted Harry with ease, placing him on the seat. "Are you ready? It's time to go." With that, Hagrid revved the motorcycle, and they ascended into the sky, climbing higher until the city lay beneath them, before hurtling forward. Harry held his breath, exhilarated by the sensation of soaring through the air. As he gazed at the unobstructed horizon, the vast sky above, and the houses below racing past, parks, schools, rivers, his thoughts drifted into the unknown. Chapter 4, Diagon Alley. After a night of gusty winds, Harry and Hagrid arrived in the classic city of London. However, as dawn had already broken, Hagrid had no choice but to land a motorcycle and navigate the streets of London. The sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the day. Hagrid drove past bookstores, video shops, hamburger joints, and cinemas, when suddenly the motorcycle came to a halt. Harry found himself in front of a dilapidated little pub. Despite the throngs of people bustling about on the street, not a single soul paid heed to this shabby establishment, which stood in stark contrast to the neat surroundings. This pub was under a spell, causing muggles to subconsciously overlook it, while only wizards could discern its presence. Hagrid remarked casually, and Harry could not help but marvel. How impressive. This pub was quite famous. We could enter Diagon Alley through its rear entrance. Hagrid stepped inside. Harry quickly smoothed his windswept hair and adjusted his clothing, donning an intriguing smile as he entered the pub. If his memory served him correctly, Voldemort was known to appear here. With this thought, Harry's smile grew even more radiant. Voldemort, let us commence our delightful game. Inside the pub, it was undeniably filthy and dim, with the floors, tables, and pillars seemingly untouched by cleaning. In one corner, a few elderly women sipped from small glasses of liquor, while several men engaged in conversation. When Harry and Hagrid entered, the patrons turned to look. As the room darkened, Hagrid had effectively blocked the sunlight. The patrons appeared to recognize Hagrid, greeting him warmly. However, upon seeing Harry, they were struck by an odd sensation. The child bore a youthful visage, yet his emerald eyes reflected the calm of an adult, complemented by a sincere smile. It was worth noting that the pub was filled with adults, and while some children had entered with guardians, they exhibited signs of nervousness and trepidation. In stark contrast, this child seemed entirely unafraid. Moreover, he possessed long hair unfitting for one so young, and the gleaming silver mark upon his forehead drew the attention of all present. The portly pub owner could not restrain his curiosity and inquired of Hagrid, "Who is this child?" Others turned their gaze to Hagrid, intrigued by the uniqueness of the boy. Hagrid chuckled softly and responded, "I am here on Dumbledore's orders to fetch him." The name Dumbledore momentarily stunned the patrons, for he was currently the most renowned and powerful wizard. But then they realized who stood before them. Everyone sprang to their feet. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor echoed throughout the room. They gazed at Harry with a mix of excitement and disbelief, akin to fans encountering their long-admired idol, or even a cherished celebrity. The stout pub owner rushed forward, grasping Harry's hand with fervor, exclaiming, "Mr. Potter, what a surprise it is to see you." He intended to say more, but was swiftly pushed aside by another man. "Sir, hello. I am Cadori, and it is an immense honor to meet you." The portly proprietor, pushed aside, cast a mournful glance at Cedric, as if his wife had been usurped. Harry smiled and greeted, "Good day, Mr. Cedric." Cedric, on the verge of fainting from excitement, stammered, "I am utterly overwhelmed, Mr. Potter. I scarcely know how to. I am simply ecstatic. My emotions are quite." At that moment, a pale young man approached, visibly agitated. Hagrid acknowledged him, saying to Harry, "This is Professor Quirrell, one of the esteemed instructors at Hogwarts." Professor Quirrell stuttered, "Potter, it is such a delight to meet you." Harry raised an eyebrow, noting the thick scarf wrapped around Quirrell's head. Voldemort lurked nearby, yet Harry felt no trepidation. The Dark Lord was now so weakened that he could only cling to others for sustenance, perhaps even unable to overpower Hagrid. After enduring another 10 minutes of their enthusiastic chatter, Harry finally extricated himself and joined Hagrid at a secluded corner of the wall. With a grin, Hagrid remarked, "Now you understand the magnitude of your fame. Take, for instance, Jing Ke from China. Though he failed to assassinate the brutal Qin Shi Huang, he remains an eternal hero. Conversely, the Dark Lord, far more malevolent and savage than Qin Shi Huang, has been vanquished by you, Harry. Thus, it is no wonder you are held in such high esteem. Furthermore, as history unfolds, your renown shall likely burgeon, and you will inevitably become one of the most illustrious figures in history. Of course, that is a matter for the future. At present, Harry yearned to experience the wonders of Diagon Alley in Gringotts. Hagrid raised a pink umbrella, tapping 3 times on a particular brick in the wall. Then came the moment of witnessing a miracle. It was truly a marvelous scene, though it would have been even more perfect had dust not swirled about. Before them lay a winding, cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. Hagrid beamed, "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Harry gazed in astonishment and excitement at everything around him. Shops stood shoulder to shoulder, and cloaked men, women, and elders meandered through the narrow alley, occasionally engaging in conversation with shopkeepers, bargaining over prices. The enchanting world of magic unfolded before him, and being in this place felt as if the world was inherently vibrant and bustling. Wizards ambled past Harry, their conversations reaching his ears, and they were not discussing malevolent deeds in the Muggle world or concocting spells for dark purposes, but rather mundane matters like a malfunctioning dishwasher at home, the necessity to purchase new equipment for students this year, the exorbitant price of dragon scales, and a lament that the Cornish pixie rock candy had sold out. They were not the shadowy figures of folklore, but rather ordinary individuals. This sensation was delightful. A smile graced Harry's face. He relished this ambience. However, he couldn't help but feel a desire to comment on the Cornish pixie rock candy mentioned by the two young children earlier. Sunlight streamed onto a shop near Harry, where the entrance was adorned with an array of teapots. Oh, pardon, it was filled with pots. Copper pot, iron pot, tin pot, and silver pots of various models are all available. Harry inquired if these were indeed the pots he needed to purchase for his equipment. As Hagrid and Harry advanced, it truly resembled a luxurious edition of Beauty and the Beast. One shop after another came into view as Harry absorbed the novelty around him, wishing he had a couple more eyes to take it all in. My worldview had nearly been shattered. From a dimly lit store emanated peculiar sounds, a mix of whimpering and flapping, which soon transformed into squeaks. The sign read Pet Shop. Within the cage, hanging at the entrance, were numerous owls. A shop that appeared to be twice the size of an ordinary store had several boys peering through the glass window. This was the latest broomstick, the Nimbus 2000, also known as the Broomstick Emporium. There were also shops selling wizard robes, stationery, and magical materials, charms, quills, parchment, and an array of strange and wondrous items. Then they arrived at a towering, snow-white building. The bronze doors swung open, and a diminutive figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform stood at the entrance. Harry thought to himself that this was certainly a case of eccentricity mixed with wealth, and he imagined it wouldn't be long before a couple of burly men cornered him and stripped him of his garments. Hagrid explained this is a goblin. The goblins were shorter than Harry, with dark faces and disproportionately long hands and feet. Upon entering Gringotts, the goblin bowed to them. The presence of a greeter was quite astonishing. Inside, there was another door adorned with cryptic, prophetic inscriptions. To Harry, the message was clear: foolish humans, do you desire my riches? Then come to Gringotts and seize them. But let me caution you, those who invite misfortune shall find it. Chapter 5. A Trove of Gold Coins. Two goblins ushered them into a grand marble hall. The first impression was one of opulence. It was not only vast, but also bathed in a golden hue. The decor was extravagantly luxurious. Harry felt a mix of envy and disdain towards such ostentatious displays of wealth. Along one side of the hall, a long counter hosted nearly 100 goblins perched on high stools, diligently at work. They faced the center of the hall. Some weighed coins on scales. Others inspected small piles of rubies under microscopes, while some recorded accounts, all in a display of unabashed extravagance. By the way, are your parents aware of your arrogance? Harry tried to harden his gaze against the allure of wealth. Internally, he shouted, "Wealth shall not sway my heart. Away, evildoers. May the decree of the Supreme Lord prevail." What was this madness? While they were indeed boastful, they were also impressive. Goblins were not only innately capable of magic, but who knows what dragons lurking beneath might attack with mere saliva. Hence, as the inscription suggested, aside from foolish souls seeking their own demise, no one dared to commit robbery here. The hall was filled with numerous doors, with fairies and wizards bustling in and out. Hagrid and Harry made their way toward counter. "Greetings, we seek access to the vault of Mr. Harry Potter," Hagrid said, bowing his head to a fairy. The fairy strained to lift its gaze and finally caught sight of Hagrid's towering head. "Do you have the key?" it inquired. "Of course," Hagrid replied, rummaging through his oversized pocket. One item, then another, a handful, a clump, a bag, a clasp. The fairy's expression darkened with each passing moment as Hagrid continued his search, muttering, "Where is it? This key is so minuscule. Ah, but it does suit you fairies well." The fairy retorted, "Do not obstruct me." Its companion chimed in, "We're not obstructing you. Hurry along." The fairy persisted. Harry observed Hagrid's incessant fumbling and sighed, exasperated. "Brother, I am at my wit's end." He discreetly stepped away from Hagrid, deeming the situation too perilous. "I truly do not know him. Someone ought to put him out of his misery." At last, Hagrid extracted a dazzling, tiny golden key that sparkled blindingly. Harry could almost see the fairy's face light up in relief. The fairy received the key and examined it meticulously. Again and again. Hagrid, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Why the delay?" The fairy smiled faintly. "We must be diligent stewards of a wizard's wealth." It was a display of righteous indignation. Yet even a fool could discern that it harbored a desire for retribution, and if you disagreed, it would dare you to challenge it. Ah, how amusingly whimsical these fairies were. The fairy contemplated another round of scrutiny, but upon catching sight of Hagrid's fist, which was nearly 3 times the size of its own head, it cleared its throat and said sharply, "Very well, no problem." Hagrid huffed, then quietly and earnestly added, "I also possess a letter from Professor Dumbledore concerning the item in Vault 713. This time, the fairy dared not toy with Hagrid, for Dumbledore was undoubtedly the preeminent figure in the magical realm, deserving of the utmost respect. The fairy scrutinized the letter Hagrid had brought forth. "Very well, I understand," it declared, summoning another fairy named Grip Hook, instructing him to escort them to Harry Potter's vault and Vault 713. They followed Grip Hook as he opened a door within the Grand Hall. It felt as though they were stepping into 2 distinct worlds. The exterior was resplendent, while the interior was shrouded in shadows. The space was not merely a room, but a vast cavern, with interwoven tracks below and torches affixed to the walls. They boarded a small cart, and Harry speculated that it would be empty on any other day, save for today. The corridor within the cavern was long and winding, twisting and turning like a roller coaster. The scenery flashed by rapidly, and Harry felt a sudden urge to revisit the beef buns he had consumed earlier. Just as he was about to be ill, the cart came to a halt. Surrounding them were numerous stalactites and stalagmites. Harry took a deep breath to steady himself. "Could you not improve this underground railway?" he inquired of Grip Hook. "Why? Would repairs risk causing cave-in?" Grip Hook replied with a blank expression. "We lack the funds." "Ha." Harry beamed brightly at Grip Hook and said, "I bought a watch last year." As Harry pondered over the words of Hagrid, he pushed open the stone door. A thick plume of smoke billowed out, and as it dissipated, the entirety of the stone vault was revealed before him. Harry couldn't help but take a deep breath, his mouth agape in astonishment. Upon witnessing the scene within, he realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. He was utterly stunned. Wealth had come to him in abundance. His singular thought was that he had truly struck it rich. Piles of gold coins, silver bars, and mountains of bronze nuts lay before him. This was a sensation of suddenly possessing immense wealth. It was all his. Suddenly, Harry felt a twinge of jealousy towards himself. Was it truly good to be so affluent? He had always considered himself indifferent to money, yet here he was utterly overwhelmed by it. Disappointment washed over him. Nevertheless, he accepted it. Let him become even more overwhelmed by this newfound fortune. Hagrid produced a bag to collect the coins, explaining that the coins were galleons, with 17 sickles equating to 1 galleon, and 29 nuts making up a sickle. "Quite simple," he remarked. "Well, this should suffice for 2 terms." Harry silently calculated in his mind. 1 galleon was equivalent to 493 nuts, nearly 500 bronze nuts, and there was a small mountain of galleons. Excitement surged through him once more. He secured a pouch of gold coins and boarded the wretched cart again. After another exhilarating ride, Harry found himself at the lowest level, where stone doors were scarce. He approached one door, which had no key. Merely a touch of his finger caused it to slowly vanish. Goodness, was that fingerprint unlocking? How technologically advanced. Hagrid ducked inside, and through the gap, Harry glimpsed a tattered brown bag lying on the ground. Staring at the bag, Harry muttered, "How ugly." "Harry, is this truly how you regard the Philosopher's Stone?" Hagrid placed the bag into his pocket, his expression grim as he settled into the cart. A philosophical wizard once said, "Life is like a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Even knowing the next one might taste like bogey, you still have to eat it." Dazed and lightheaded, Harry and Hagrid exited Gringotts, once again basking in the warmth of the sun. There's indeed comfort in sunny places. They lingered at the entrance of Gringotts until they regained their composure before making their way towards the shops on the street. Shopping had commenced. Chapter 6. Indulgence in Wealth. Shopping, a pastime predominantly enjoyed by women, often drives them into a frenzy. The time-consuming nature and vigorous activity of this endeavor have long instilled fear in men. However, men too harbor a love for shopping, albeit with a different mindset that often prevents them from easily releasing their stress through it. Yet, when a man finds himself wealthy, shopping transforms into a delightful pursuit. Hagrid shook his head and said to Harry, "I need to stop by the Leaky Cauldron for a drink to perk me up. You go ahead to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions and purchase your uniform." He gestured towards a nearby clothing store. Harry nodded in agreement. "All right." Then he entered Madame Malkin's robes. Madame Malkin is a plump witch-clad in purple attire, her countenance radiating warmth and charm. Encountering her effortlessly evokes the image of a mother, a sentiment Harry strongly resonates with. Dear, are you here to purchase the new student robe for Hogwarts? Madame Malkin inquired with enthusiasm. Indeed, Harry replied. I never would have imagined that, had you not been devoid of the school uniform and appeared quite youthful. I might have mistaken you for a second or third-year student. The pattern on your forehead is truly exquisite, she complimented. Thank you for the kind words. Please come in. There is another Hogwarts newcomer inside, trying on robes, and perhaps you shall be sorted into the same house. Within the shop stood a pale, gaunt child atop a stool, being measured by a witch. The boy possessed an unusual mane of platinum hair that seemed to shimmer. His eyes were slightly rolled upward, and a hint of an arrogant smirk graced his lips, exuding an air of disdain towards the world. Ah, what a fateful encounter this is. Malfoy, from whom did you acquire that contemptuous demeanor, the art of inciting hatred? Harry mused to himself, stifling a chuckle at the sight of the platinum-haired boy. Indeed, he was none other than Draco Malfoy, the second most notable antagonist in the saga of Harry Potter. Malfoy was destined to be Harry's lifelong adversary. What? You mentioned Voldemort? Please, has Voldemort endured 7 years of intertwined rivalry with Harry? I think not. That is the essence of fate. Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of the illustrious Malfoy lineage, hailed from a wealthy background, belonging to one of the most renowned pure-blood wizarding families. His father, Lucius Malfoy, was a member of the Ministry of Magic's board, a born politician. His mother, Narcissa Malfoy, was a figure of legendary renown. As Harry contemplated young Malfoy, he approached him, standing beside the stool to reveal his height advantage. Malfoy cast a fleeting glance at Harry before turning away, a child still, unable to suppress the urge to engage with the peer. Striving to maintain an aloof facade, he inquired, Hey, are you going to Hogwarts? Yes, Harry replied, suppressing a grin. Suddenly, he recalled the various names circulating online for Malfoy. Draco, Little Dragon, the Great Draco, and the Arrogant One. Indeed, they fit him remarkably well. Malfoy's arrogance was palpable as he declared, My father is next door purchasing my books. And my mother has gone out to find a wand. His speech was slow and drawn out, which was rather irritating. Then I plan to drag them to see the flying broomsticks. I cannot fathom why first-year students cannot have their own brooms. I intend to compel my father to buy me one and find a way to sneak it in. Such was Malfoy's habitual refrain, consistently referring to my father. Harry remarked, I too have a fondness for flying broomsticks. After all, soaring through the skies is truly exhilarating. Malfoy appeared somewhat pleased by this, asking, Have you ever played Quidditch? Well, I'm not particularly interested in that. I simply relish the sensation of flying. Malfoy turned his head, visibly irritated. How can there be a wizard who does not appreciate Quidditch? It felt as though Harry had insulted Malfoy's beliefs. Harry, somewhat exasperated, questioned the necessity of such a reaction. Malfoy scoffed and continued, What do you think you will be sorted? I am certain I will be placed in Slytherin, as my entire family belongs there. If I were to be sorted in a Hufflepuff, I would withdraw from school. Does your arrogance not trouble you, Malfoy? Upon hearing Harry's regard for Slytherin, Malfoy's mood brightened. Ah, child, your name should be Innocence. Fortunately, Harry had traversed through time. Otherwise, he would have been utterly flustered by Malfoy's mention of Quidditch and the houses. Madame Malkin fitted Harry with a black robe, which turned out to be perfectly tailored. Due to the varying heights of the first years, our robes tend to be longer initially, and then alterations are made accordingly. I never expected your uniform to fit so well, Madame Malkin exclaimed. Harry glanced down at the robe. Black, soft, tidy, and remarkably comfortable. Thank you, madam. I truly like it. He then proceeded to purchase the remaining items on his list, including a long hat. Suddenly, Malfoy remarked, Do you see that man at the entrance? I heard he's a servant of Hogwarts and quite foolish. His name is Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, not a servant. And what gives you the right to call him foolish? At the very least, he does not speak ill of others behind their backs, Harry stated with a serious tone, enunciating each word. Although his voice was not loud, it carried an air of sternness. Malfoy regarded Harry with a blank expression. His face stiffened, and an unnatural glint passed through his eyes as he felt a semblance of his father's authority. Uncertain of his own fear, Malfoy's voice dropped. I am indeed a little man. Harry realized he had forgotten that Malfoy did not understand the term little man. He chose to respond calmly. In any case, do not speak ill of anyone behind their backs in the future. I understand. Then Malfoy abruptly retorted, Why should I listen to you? Harry took the neatly wrapped clothing and looked at Malfoy, smiling and shaking his head. He then made a sudden move, pinching Malfoy's face and giving it a firm twist. You are truly incorrigible, he declared before turning to leave. Truly, It was a matter concluded with a flick of the wrist, keeping one's merits and fame concealed. At that moment, a couple entered the shop. The man, like Malfoy, sported meticulously styled platinum hair. Lucius Malfoy observed his son's flushed face and inquired, "What is the matter with your face?" Old Malfoy regarded young Malfoy for a moment, his gaze drifting elsewhere, a contemplative expression crossing his features. Harry commenced his acquisition of other items, first visiting Flourish and Blots to procure books. The bookstore was a chaotic sight, with scant shelving. Books were piled haphazardly, reaching the ceiling. However, the variety was astounding, encompassing volumes as large as paving stones to those as small as postage stamps, some inscribed with peculiar symbols, while others remained entirely blank. Harry was captivated by a tome authored by Professor Windigit titled Curses and Counter-Curses. Now this was true magic, far superior to the Avada Kedavra curse. Harry's interest surged as he selected several intriguing tomes on spells. After purchasing the necessary books, he proceeded to acquire his school supplies. A quill, exquisite in its appearance. I'll take a dozen. Parchment of the finest quality, 10 pounds, please. Color-changing ink. How fascinating. 20 bottles will suffice. A scale, the best available. A telescope, the finest indeed. As for a cauldron, the most expensive one? No, the pure gold option is rather ostentatious. A silver one will do just fine, glimmering beautifully. Alas, I do not wish to appear overly flamboyant, yet what can I say? Wealth permits indulgence. I am affluent. I indulge. I speak on my own behalf. Chapter 7, Acquiring a Pet. I am affluent. I indulge. I speak on my own behalf. Next, he ventured into the apothecary, where the odor was utterly repugnant, more pungent than pickled vegetables. The place was a mess, selling tails, tongues, feathers, bird heads, magical potions, and hay. Harry hastily selected a tenfold quantity of standard potion powder and made a swift exit. Goodness, is this truly a place for humans? At last, he was nearing the completion of his shopping list, with only a wand and a pet remaining. He first arrived at an owl emporium. Startled by the many owls that fixated on him, Harry was taken aback. Suddenly, he noticed a larger black cage compared to the others. He inquired of the shopkeeper what it contained. Harry couldn't help but regard this merchant with newfound respect. Such commercial acumen and innovation are rare among wizards. What was the outcome? Asked the shopkeeper. My face hurts a bit, he replied. Harry, curious, asked, is there a significant drawback? Indeed, a rather substantial one. The shopkeeper lamented. Disappointed, Harry felt a surge of excitement upon learning it was an eagle, for among the owls, he found only a few that were truly beautiful. However, an eagle, there was no doubt it embodied nobility and prowess. In an era dominated by owls, using an eagle would elevate one's status. Alas, what could possibly be the drawback? Harry casually inquired as he began to select an owl. Expensive, the shopkeeper succinctly replied. Harry nearly choked on his disbelief. He then approached the eagle's cage, disdainfully asserting, expensive? I am now left with nothing but wealth. Show it to me. If I am satisfied, you shall be well rewarded. The shopkeeper, visibly conflicted, responded. Do you need me to say that it's beyond my capabilities? With a flourish, he lifted the black cloth. An eagle perched within, its gaze sharp, truly the king of the skies. It stood at Harry's thigh, its neck white, body a striking black, exuding great presence. I'll take it, Harry stated calmly. What? The shopkeeper, still in shock, could hardly comprehend. Tears filled his eyes. This eagle had been displayed for 2 days, attracting many onlookers, yet upon hearing the price, all had backed away. He had given up hope. Regardless of the tears streaming down his face, Harry pressed. How much in galleons? The shopkeeper, cautiously observing Harry's expression, replied. Well, this eagle is the first postal eagle in the wizarding world. Its lifespan is approximately 3 times that of a regular owl. It possesses great intelligence. It is quite handsome and, Harry interrupted, his patience wearing thin. Just tell me the price. The proprietor smiled sheepishly and ventured. I observe that the customer possesses an extraordinary physique, a remarkable talent, with a well-rounded head and a square jaw, truly a dragon among men. Therefore, I am inclined to offer you an exclusive discount of 10%. The owner declared with unwavering conviction, a countenance of righteousness. Go away, Harry retorted, speechless. Wait. A fixed price? How about a 9% discount, or perhaps 7%? All right, seeing your earnestness, I shall offer a final price of 6% off, the owner continued, his words flowing like honey. Harry scrutinized the owner intently, convinced he lacked any Chinese heritage, adding to his confusion. Why not propose a price of 799 galleons instead of 998 or 898? The owner trembled, as if a piece of flesh had been severed from him. It was no wonder no one purchased. Consider that an owl's price hovers around 1,015 galleons, yet this eagle's price was sevenfold that amount. Who would buy it? Except for the foolishly wealthy? A sevenfold disparity. To illustrate, you could have 7 exquisitely beautiful girlfriends, yet now you can only have one. Do you understand? Harry counted out 70 galleons from his pouch and tossed them to the owner, enlisting Hagrid to assist with the birdcage as they exited. The shopkeeper hastily stowed the galleons. Fearful that Harry might have a change of heart, Harry purchased 2 colossal ice cream cones from a snack shop, offering one to Hagrid. Curiously, he inquired, "I spent so much on a pet. Why didn't you stop me?" Hagrid took a lick, instantly consuming a third of it, mumbling, "This eagle is a rare breed." Harry quickly grasped that Hagrid's intelligence tends to plummet when it involves animals. A case in point, Hagrid once divulged the method to confront a 3-headed dog to a stranger for the sake of a dragon egg, albeit while inebriated. As Harry strolled past another pet shop, he was captivated by the delightful meows emanating from within, halting in his tracks. He had a fondness for cats, those charming creatures. Who could possibly dislike them? Toads, cats, owls. Most would choose an owl. Yet Harry felt this choice stripped away the essence of having a pet. For an owl serves more as an assistant than a companion. Thus, the opportunity to have a pet felt almost non-existent. What to do? Luckily, Hagrid was nearby. Harry looked up and asked, "Hagrid, is there a way for me to bring 2 pets to Hogwarts?" Hagrid did not outright deny him, but pondered for a moment before replying, "Ordinarily, that would be impossible, but you are an exception." Harry thought to himself, "See, this is the advantage of being handsome. You could write a letter to Professor Dumbledore. I believe he would not refuse your request," Hagrid said, his eyes twinkling beneath his wild hair. "That sounds splendid. Cats are truly adorable," Harry exclaimed. He then entered the pet shop selling cats, though Hagrid refrained from following, as he despised the sound of their meows. It was peculiar. Hagrid adored animals, even large spiders and 3-headed dogs, yet he harbored an aversion to the genuinely endearing cats. Did he have some psychological aversion to them? Perhaps Professor McGonagall's animagus form was a cat, Harry pondered darkly. Hagrid suddenly sneezed outside. It's summer. Could I possibly be catching a cold? Shortly thereafter, Harry emerged, cradling a cardboard box in his arms. Inside was a pure white kitten, its large, watery eyes a celestial blue, reminiscent of the sky and the sea. Occasionally, it let out an adorable meow, extending its tiny paw to lick and smooth its fur. It was simply enchanting, was it not? This snow-white feline was the epitome of cuteness. And as for the price, well, you all know that it suffices to say it was the absolute best. Chapter 8. Release that wand. After wandering for a while, it was already noon. The sun blazed fiercely, causing Harry's eyes to blur and his body to begin to perspire. Reluctantly, he purchased 2 ice creams to cool down. At that moment, he envied Hagrid. One could hardly miss the sight of Hagrid clad in thick garments, wearing an expression of utter calmness. "We must buy a wand quickly. I feel as though I might turn into jerky," Harry said wearily. The little kitten lay lazily in the box, emitting soft purring sounds. Harry smeared a bit of ice cream on the kitten's head to help cool it down, only to have it swiftly wipe it away with its paw and lick it off, seemingly delighted, meowing twice in response. Then he recalled the hawk in Hagrid's grasp. In such heat, covered by a dark cloth with so little space, it must be quite uncomfortable. "Hagrid, let us release the hawk." "Oh, right." Hagrid seemed to realize this for the first time and hurriedly opened the brass cage. With a swift whoosh, a shadow shot out, soaring into the sky. The wings unfurled, circling majestically over Diagon Alley. Several hawk cries resonated through the air. Many wizards, hearing such a sharp call, instinctively looked up at the magnificent bird in flight. "Young Wizard A, what is that? Is it an owl?" "Young Wizard B, are you daft? That's an eagle." "Young Wizard A, it's so cool. I want one." "Young Wizard B, well, dream on." "Young Wizard A. Young Wizard B, I've seen this eagle before. It's priced at 80 galleons. Young Wizard A, so expensive. Which wealthy fool bought it?" "Young Wizard A, let us find him and make him our friend." "Young Wizard B, sounds good." Harry listened to the conversation between the 2 children, initially entertained, but soon found himself speechless. However, observing the expressions of envy and astonishment on the faces of the wizards who had seen the eagle filled him with pride and satisfaction. "I spent so much money for this effect." Convinced that the eagle would not abandon its master, Harry decided to disregard it for the moment. Following Hagrid into a wand shop, the only one in Diagon Alley, Harry noted that this establishment was renowned throughout the wizarding world. Many illustrious figures had wielded wands crafted by this very shop throughout history. The store appeared quite ordinary, shabby and small. Yet, a worn and dirty wooden sign hanging outside hinted at its illustrious past. It read, "Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Harry was unaware of the magnitude of the brilliance surrounding him, yet he felt an unusual sense of reverence. His heart was weary, and he sensed that love would elude him henceforth. A wand shop that had stood for over 2 millennia. Could anything surpass such magnificence? Were it his own establishment, he would immediately reconstruct it in pure gold and advertise throughout the magical realm. Ollivander's Wand Shop, not merely a century-old establishment, nor even one that has existed for 5 centuries, but a venerable institution of 2,300 years. A place worthy of your trust, your choice, and your possession. Those who wield it sing its praises. What a splendid slogan. Perhaps mere mortals cannot fathom the profundity of the divine, even if he himself were the prophesied one. Upon entering the shop, a serene and mysterious atmosphere enveloped him. Suddenly, an elderly gentleman emerged from behind a wand display. His murky eyes fixed upon Harry as he gently uttered, "Welcome, Potter. Your eyes truly mirror your mother's, so bright and vivid. It feels as if it were merely yesterday when she visited to procure her first wand, 10¼ inches long, crafted from willow. Observe the craftsmanship, exquisite. Mr. Ollivander traced his finger across Harry's forehead. I deeply apologize. This was the handiwork of one of my sold wands." Harry replied courteously, "It's quite all right." Ollivander continued, "Now, let us see which wand shall choose you today. Which hand do you favor?" "My right hand," Harry responded. "Raise your arm." "Excellent." He proceeded to measure Harry. From shoulder to fingertip, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, the circumference of his head. As he measured, he elaborated. Each Ollivander wand possesses extraordinary magical properties, which lie at the very essence of their being, Mr. Potter. We utilize unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Every wand is unique, for no 2 unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are alike. Naturally, should you wield a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard, the results would not be nearly as remarkable. Ollivander retrieved a box from a shelf. "Give this a try." As Harry opened it and grasped the wand, Ollivander swiftly snatched it back. "It seems unsuitable." He then produced another. "Wait," Harry interjected. Ollivander, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" Harry thought to himself, "I don't wish to waste time choosing aimlessly like in the original tale. I would like to try the wand made from the same phoenix feather as Voldemort's," he stated earnestly. Ollivander and Hagrid were taken aback. As Ollivander searched, he muttered, "I recall it was holly wood with a phoenix feather 11 inches long." As Harry held the wand, a brilliant light erupted from its tip, illuminating the dimly lit shop. "Ah yes, this is it. Is it fate?" Ollivander placed the wand back in its box. Harry paid little mind to the old man. What a peculiar fellow. The two then exited the shop. Amidst the bustling crowd, Harry suddenly caught a faint sound. "Hermione's bookstore, is that her?" One of the members of the Crystal Palace. "What is the matter, Harry?" "Oh, nothing. Shall we go for lunch?" They then proceeded to enjoy a meal together. Hagrid had reserved a room for Harry at the Leaky Cauldron. As for money, one only needs to observe old Tom's excited demeanor upon hearing that Harry would be residing in his pub to grasp the situation. Ascending the wooden staircase, it creaked beneath his feet. The second floor housed the guest rooms, with a spacious corridor flanked by approximately 10 rooms. Upon entering his chamber, Harry found everything crafted from wood. The floor composed of broad, yellow planks, accompanied by a wooden wardrobe, bed, and walls. The room's modest height necessitated a low bed. Yet Harry felt content. He retrieved a small fish he had purchased, and immediately, a little white cat rose from the bed, sniffed the fish, and excitedly meowed before commencing its meal. As for the eagle, its whereabouts remained a mystery. He placed the items he had bought onto the floor beside the bed, flopped onto the covers, closed his eyes, and sighed with comfort, reflecting on what an intriguing day it had been. Chapter 9. Residing at the Leaky Cauldron. The following day, at the crack of dawn, Harry awoke. This marked the commencement of his official journey as a wizard, and naturally, he was filled with excitement. Moreover, he was alone. The sense of freedom was truly delightful. Harry drew back the tattered curtains to reveal a deep blue sky, then opened the wooden window, allowing a brisk breeze to sweep in. Despite it being summer, the morning chill compelled him to adjust the window slightly. He retrieved a sweater from his clothing, feeling considerably warmer. Harry lamented, "Isn't it customary for the male protagonist to awaken in bed accompanied by a stunning maiden? Where's mine?" Glancing at the bedside, he discovered a charming little white cat curled up. Alas! Harry seated himself by the window, gazing at the mingling deep blue and darkness of the sky, along with the still bright stars and moon. He moved a small wooden table to the window's edge, lit 3 candles, and opened the first page of A History of Magic, a textbook essential for his studies. The scene of the window, night, candles, historical tome, and a handsome young man was truly captivating. This book chronicled the evolution of the magical world from ancient times to the present, detailing significant historical events in a manner accessible to first-year students. At last, Harry spotted himself in a photograph, albeit as a baby. What about my portrait fee? This is a violation of my rights. He raged internally. However, considering the potential fame he could garner, he dismissed any thoughts of reporting it. After perusing the table of contents and skimming through the material, daylight broke. Yet tranquility prevailed outside. Looking down from the window, Diagon Alley appeared far less lively than the previous day, with only a few scattered shops opening their doors. Harry stretched, rubbed his eyes, and extinguished the candles with a single breath, watching 3 wisps of smoke rise. He shed his outer sweater, revealing a t-shirt underneath. Harry flopped onto the bed in a starfish position, causing the sleeping cat to bounce up in surprise. Once it discerned there was no threat, it resumed its previous activities. Harry pulled the cat snugly into his embrace, nuzzling its face with his nose, unable to suppress a laugh. I must give you a name. What shall it be? He pondered. Fortune? The cat's fur bristled in response. Huh. Your reaction is quite animated. It seems you are pleased with that name. Why are you biting me? Harry rubbed his palm. Elizabeth. Alice, no, it's too troublesome. It's really giving me a headache. He glanced at the kitten in his arms, lifting its hind legs in disappointment. It's a female. Finally, Harry settled on a name. Little Cutie. He realized he truly detested naming things due to the plethora of choices. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that the name was indeed quite charming. A sharp cry pierced the tranquility as a shadow darted like lightning. A majestic eagle perched by Harry's window. The eagle spread its left wing, meticulously preening its feathers. There's another one. Harry's head throbbed again. Naturally, when it came to naming the eagle, Harry wisely kept his distance. A peck from an eagle was certainly not a pleasant experience. What about Optimus Prime? It suits you perfectly. Not satisfied? Do you prefer Megatron? But that would make you a villain. After some haggling, Harry discovered that the eagle favored the name Hedwig. How unoriginal, he scoffed. He was rather indifferent to the name. But his eagle had shown no interest in his more flamboyant suggestions. At least he had managed to choose a name. Suddenly, Harry noticed that Hedwig had blood-stained feathers. Oh, so you dare to be selfish. The eagle looked innocent. You didn't feed me, so I had to find my own food. A terrifying thought crossed Harry's mind. Owls are known to eat mice, right? Thank goodness he hadn't bought an owl, or else it would be bringing mice into the house, which would be truly despairing. Contemplating this, Harry decided to forgive Hedwig. Come on, let us give it a try. He beamed. Little cutie, meow, little cutie. Little cutie didn't lift her head. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment. He turned to Hedwig. Flapping her wings, Hedwig flew away. Harry sighed in frustration. Not gonna play with me, huh? Then I'll transform my sorrow into appetite. He turned and went downstairs. Old Tom hadn't risen yet. Shaking his head in disbelief, Harry ventured out to indulge in a feast in the Muggle world, pondering. What should I do today? Well, I'll continue exploring Diagon Alley in the morning, and in the afternoon, I'll read in my room, especially magical potions and elixirs. I must memorize those 3 infuriating questions. Snape, let us see who truly is lower in stature, the magic or the wizard. And then tomorrow, the day after, he would study simple spells, practicing daily until proficient. Ideally, delicious, these are exquisite. Waiter, another serving of these 2 dishes. Thus began Harry's month-long journey of learning. Whether practicing magic, reading, or carrying little cutie to Diagon Alley, he often caught the attention of many shopkeepers. They noticed a boy with a composed demeanor and a silver mark patterned on his forehead, speculating it might be some sort of magic. He frequently appeared in Diagon Alley, entering and exiting every shop, occasionally cradling a pure white kitten he affectionately referred to as Little Cutie. Even when asked for his name, he would merely smile and shake his head, and after several attempts, no one bothered to inquire further. Over the course of a month, time passed slowly, and only Harry knew the extent of his mastery over magic. Yet perhaps we can glean some insights from the astonishment others felt at his rapid progress in learning spells. Of course, there were also events Harry would prefer to forget, such as the incident at the Leaky Cauldron when he attempted the summoning charm to locate a book, only for a precariously stacked pile of tomes to collapse upon him, or the time he conducted an experiment in his room, resulting in a singed face, a fire on his bed, and the disapproving glare of Old Tom, which sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 10. The Enigmatic Platform 9. Today is September 1st, with the weather exceptionally fine. Harry scrutinized the ticket in his hand, which bore the inscription King's Cross Station on the front and September 1st, 11 o'clock. Platform 9 on the reverse. Once aboard this train, Harry would be en route to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Meanwhile, countless new students, much like Harry, were filled with joy, eagerness, and anticipation. A grand estate lay ahead, where one would need to walk for 10 minutes just to reach the house from the entrance. A tall man was speaking to a child, saying, "You are a pure blood. Always remember the honor of the Malfoy family." On the streets of London, a man excitedly told his daughter, "Hermione, I believe in you. Even at the magical school, you will excel." A charming girl lifted her chin confidently and replied, "Of course." A plump woman, her face flushed with anger, shouted up the stairs, "Ron Weasley, today is your enrollment day, and you still haven't gotten up? Do you intend for me to write to Professor Dumbledore to inform him that you won't be attending Hogwarts this year?" "I'm getting dressed," came a reluctant voice accompanied by a yawn from upstairs. "If you do not come down within a minute, I shall ensure you never make it down," the woman bellowed. All right. The voice now sounded flustered. A loud thud followed, clearly the sound of something falling. Harry, burdened with numerous packages, was relieved he didn't have to worry about Hedwig, who, being an owl, naturally soared above while his little companion nestled atop one of the bundles. He paid them little mind. Donning the first-year Hogwarts uniform and wizarding robe, he admired himself in a small mirror, smoothing his long, dark hair. With a confident smile, he declared to the reflection, "Let us embark, for I am destined to become the king of the pirates." Due to the sheer volume of his belongings, Harry had to make several trips to transport them to the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. As he prepared to depart, he waved a fond farewell to old Tom, who wore a reluctant expression. "Mr. Potter, I hope to see you again soon," Tom said. "There is still an opportunity regarding my plans to renovate the pub." "Hey, don't go just yet. TCH, I'm not doing this for your sake. Such a prime location, with the south connecting to the Siang River and the north to the Arctic Witch Gorge, is a battleground for merchants. Compared to that, a golden shop is nothing but dross. It's practically a diamond store. With a few improvements, it could be a veritable gold mine," Harry muttered to himself, unwilling to concede. With the intention of assisting old Tom, Harry composed a meticulously crafted proposal specifically for the Leaky Cauldron, envisioning a complete renovation, a grand redecoration of the hall, and a series of transformations for the guest rooms. Harry had anticipated that Tom would be overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Sir, please accept my knee." Alas, it was not to be. This is indeed a sorrowful reminiscence. Ah, youth is but a radiant melancholy. Perhaps I am indeed a literary soul at heart. Harry took a taxi to King's Cross Station, arriving at 9:30. He placed his belongings onto a small trolley and, while pushing it forward, searched for Platform 9. He soon noticed that passers-by cast curious glances in his direction, and it dawned on him that he was but a child of 11, burdened with an abundance of luggage, accompanied by an adorably confident little creature trailing behind him. He appeared rather peculiar himself, clad in an eccentric black cloak, with a distinctive lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead and a mane of unruly black hair. Surely, anyone encountering such a curious child would take a second look. Had he been any other child, he might have felt rather self-conscious under the scrutiny. But who was he? A veritable ruler of the preschool realm. Thus, the fleeting stares were of no consequence. Harry purposefully scanned the station signage and soon spotted platforms 9 and 10. A smile crept across his face. He had found it. With renewed vigor, he pushed the trolley swiftly toward the space between platforms 9 and 10, contemplating the literal interpretation of. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a red brick pillar situated near platform 10, reminiscent of the one from the films. Could it be? Should he dare to test it? As he approached the stone column, a peculiar sensation washed over him. It felt as though the air itself was compressing him, and when he turned to observe, the figures around him appeared somewhat blurred. He recoiled suddenly, and the strange feeling dissipated, restoring normalcy. He exhaled deeply. This must be the place. Many were drawn by the commotion, turning to gaze at Harry, who soon found himself astonished as a black eagle swooped in from outside, circling twice before gracefully landing on his shoulder. After a brief moment of waiting, ensuring he was no longer the center of attention, Harry swiftly made his way back to the pillar. Indeed, the sensation returned, as if he were detaching from his surroundings. This time, Harry remained unperturbed, continuing to advance, while the eagle, sharing in this strange pressure, shuffled its talons closer to Harry's face. Just as he stepped through the pillar, he glanced back and faintly perceived a woman accompanied by several children approaching, all of whom had bright red hair. Then, Harry crossed over. As if breaching a membrane of water, a gust of wind greeted him, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld a scene vastly different from King's Cross Station. It was an open-air station, where a deep crimson train sat upon the tracks, with individuals ascending and descending from its carriages. The platform was teeming with people, A cacophony of voices, adults mingling with children and children with one another, a symphony of life and excitement. A myriad of sounds filled the air as several tabby cats scampered about, while an owl hooted from its cage. The steam engine billowed thick smoke around the sign marked 9, and a brass plaque on the train read Hogwarts Express. Harry beamed radiantly, his smile rivaling that of Luffy. He turned to Optimus Prime, perched on his shoulder, and said, "We must follow the train shortly." With a swift ascent, Optimus soared into the sky, carefully placing the little creature into a bag, leaving only its head exposed. Amidst the throngs of people, it was uncertain when one might be trodden upon. "Hello. Do you need assistance?" A cheerful voice chimed. Two identical figures approached Harry, one of whom inquired with a smile. Harry momentarily froze, observing their hair, and deduced they must be Fred and George, Ron's mischievous brothers. "Thanks, but no," he replied. "What are your names? You certainly do not appear to be a first year." One of them asked. Harry Potter," Harry stated, scrutinizing their faces. Indeed, their expressions were remarkable. Astonishment, excitement, and a thrill of emotion left them momentarily speechless. "Well, I shall head on up. Farewell." Harry waved to them. They exchanged glances and dashed away. Mom, you won't believe whom I just saw," one exclaimed. "It's Harry Potter, Mom," the other echoed. "Shut up. Let me speak," one protested. "Why should I?" came a defiant retort. Chapter 11. Greetings, Miss Granger. As the sun rose higher, Harry listened to Ron and George's mother issue various warnings and threats, finding it quite amusing. Upon hearing George's intention to gift their mother a Hogwarts toilet seat, he could only exclaim, "What a gem." As the temperature rose, more people boarded the train. Harry glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and the train was about to depart. He had just leaned out, trying to spot Hermione, but the crowd was overwhelming, and he could only speculate who she might be. Perhaps she had boarded the train even earlier than he. A whistle sounded, breaking Harry's reverie. The train exhaled clouds of steam and smoke. The long blast of the whistle signified the imminent departure. Hearing the train's call, children still on the platform hurriedly bid farewell to their parents, who offered a myriad of well-worn admonitions. Knowing their cherished ones would be apart for 4 to 5 months, a first for such an extended separation, some parents stood by the train, conversing with their children who had already taken their seats. Finding the sunlight glaring, Harry drew the curtains and reclined comfortably on the bench. The seat was not wooden, otherwise he would not have dared to lie down. Moreover, he was alone in the compartment. A sliding door separated him from the outside, and a wooden table occupied the center of the room, flanked by benches on either side. Opposite him lay emptiness. He stretched contentedly, awaiting the train's departure. The train whistled again, and then it jolted forward, sending Harry leaning back against the seat, accompanied by the rumbling sounds of the train. One could distinctly feel the vehicle accelerating. The train gains speed, and the wind rushes in, lifting the curtains to reveal the scenery outside. What unfolds beyond the window is a sight seldom seen within the confines of the city. Several houses swiftly retreat into the distance, soon replaced by a verdant panorama. The train tracks seem to be laid amidst a forest, flanked by towering trees that undulate gracefully, enveloped in lush greenery. In the distance, rolling mountains can be discerned. Harry gazes at the sky, where a colossal figure soars, seemingly keeping pace with the train. "Oh, why must I be alone? How dreadfully dull." Harry lets out a sigh and retrieves a plastic bag from a parcel. His little companion's ears perk up instantly, its adorable eyes fixated on Harry's hand. With one hand, Harry tousles the fur of his little friend, muttering, "All you think about is food. You can't even keep me company. I wish I could let you go hungry for a few days." Meow meow. His little companion leaps onto Harry's lap, nuzzling its head insistently against him, adorably mewing in a display of affection. "It's time for lunch," Harry announces, producing a fresh fish to feed his little friend. "You love fish so much. I wonder if you'll have fish to eat at Hogwarts. If not, it looks like you'll have to resort to, slugs." Harry gently smooths the fur of his little companion, who responds with a silent protest. Just then, the door to the compartment swings open. Harry looks up to see a boy standing at the threshold, looking rather awkward. The boy is tall and thin, appearing clumsy, with a freckled face, unruly red hair, large hands, and oversized feet. Harry, recognizing him immediately, understands that this is Ron, one of his closest friends and part of their trio. The trio? Harry muses silently, while no one can fathom his thoughts. However, the ensuing dialogue might offer some hints. "Hello, is there something I can help you with?" Harry inquires, a hint of confusion on his face. Ron, visibly nervous and somewhat stammering, replies, "Well, the compartments ahead are all full. May I sit here?" Harry glances at the seat opposite him, hesitating to respond, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, and then apologetically states, "I'm really sorry, but this spot is taken. My companion just stepped out to the restroom. I truly apologize, but there should be space available further back." Harry kindly suggests, "Thank you. I'll check in the back then." Ron acknowledges understandingly. "If you don't mind, you could share a seat with me." Harry smiles. "Oh no, that's all right. Thank you." Ron replies, blushing profusely. What is your name?" Ron asks, feeling shy. Harry offers a slight smile, extending his hand. "Harry Potter." "Oh my goodness. I can't believe my brother and I are actually meeting you," Ron exclaims, momentarily speechless with excitement. Then, realizing Harry is still holding out his hand, he quickly grasps it. "I'm Ron Weasley. It is an honor to meet you." Ron's face flushes crimson. "Likewise," Harry responds, presenting his most sincere smile. At last, Ron departed with a heart brimming with excitement. I had encountered the illustrious Harry Potter, who even greeted me and shook my hand. The lad named Ron would remain oblivious to the profound malice that had just blossomed within the countenance of that amiable giant towards him. "Oh, youth, your name is synonymous with naivety." Harry closed the door, his smile fading as he fell into deep contemplation. While caressing his beloved companion, he murmured to himself, "Is this the right course of action?" His little friend croaked twice, seemingly offering solace. Gazing at the fleeting scenery outside, Harry chuckled to himself. "What does it matter? It's done now. As long as I do not regret my choice, all shall be well." In another compartment, a girl named Hermione envisioned what Hogwarts might be like. She felt a surge of joy at having made her first wizarding friend, Neville, who shared her compartment. Eager and studious, Hermione could hardly contain her excitement upon acquiring a spellbook, aware that traditional wizards often harbored disdain for students of Muggle descent. Thus, she fretted that others would shun her. Yet, upon discovering her Muggle heritage, Neville bombarded her with inquiries about Muggles. It seemed that not all wizards despise those without magical blood. At that moment, Hermione felt a flicker of joy, albeit fleeting. Then a chubby boy entered, looking dejected. Hermione blinked her beautiful brown eyes and asked, "Did you fail to find your toad?" He nodded in affirmation. "Are you too shy to enter other compartments?" Hermione remarked incisively. Neville's round face turned crimson. Despite their recent acquaintance, she had already disowned his character. Kind-hearted, timid, insecure, and poor at communication. She should have anticipated this. With a resigned expression, Hermione declared, "Come on, I'll accompany you." A friend in need deserves assistance. How could she refrain from helping? Her inclination to assist others never led her to question such matters. "Knock, knock, hello. Have you seen?" "Thank you." Next compartment. "Hello. Have you seen a?" "Thank you." Next compartment. "You." "Thank you." As Hermione exited one compartment, 3 boys approached in the corridor. The boy with sandy hair led the way, flanked by 2 tall companions who appeared to be his entourage. Hermione stepped forward and inquired, "Have you seen a toad?" The sandy-haired boy, wearing a haughty expression, retorted, "Who are you?" Interrupting her, he sneered, "Ah, Muggle-born. Step aside and do not obstruct my path." Hermione's eyes welled with tears, her confusion palpable as she stood frozen in shock. The term Muggle was the gravest insult directed at those lacking magical lineage, akin to branding someone as a filthy beggar. A chill swept over her as she yearned to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words. Arguing with tears in her eyes would only appear unbecoming. Would it not? She forgot to breathe, her mind clouded, as if her feet no longer obeyed her will. Why must this be? Her heart wept, longing to scream and release the pent-up indignation within her. How humiliating! In response to her silent plea, the heavens heard her cries and sent forth an angel to rescue her. Indeed, in Hermione's eyes, he was nothing short of an angel. Oh dear, what have I just witnessed? I observed the arrogant little boy humiliating his female classmates. A rather frivolous voice echoed around, yet to Hermione, it felt warm and comforting, like a gentle breeze caressing her stiffened form. As for the little boy's intentions, she was utterly indifferent. A tall figure approached Hermione and Draco. She cast a glance at him and was instantly captivated by his kind and warm smile. But why was he fixated on her? The newcomer disregarded Draco entirely, choosing instead to gaze at Hermione's delicate face with his emerald green eyes. "Hello, beautiful miss. Might you share your name with me?" The boy inquired politely, his eyes never straying. "I am Hermione Granger." "Ah, then greetings, Miss Granger." The boy regarded her bright eyes with a friendly demeanor, as if they were already acquainted. Truly, how adorable. Chapter 12. The Charming Hermione. Who else could the newcomer be but Harry? In fact, Harry had already heard the commotion while Hermione was knocking on doors. He intended to introduce himself after she entered, but then Draco appeared unexpectedly, playing the role of an insufferable antagonist. Not wanting to see Hermione distressed, Harry promptly exited the room and was met with the sight of her small, tearful figure, a delicate blade of grass trembling under the fierce winds commanded by Draco. It seemed Draco was in dire need of some correction. Harry's eyes sparkled with determination. Suddenly, Draco felt a chill sweep through him, penetrating to the marrow. As he sensed familiarity in the voice of the approaching individual, he was further infuriated by Harry's dismissive demeanor. "Who are you? Are you here to assist this muggle?" Draco shouted. Harry turned around, smiling. "Isn't this the not-so-adorable little brother I encountered in Diagon Alley?" Draco's face flushed, not from embarrassment, but from anger at Harry's words. He glared at Harry, recognizing him as the same person from their previous encounter. "I am simply a naturally kind person. What of it, little boy?" Draco, whose intelligence evidently paled in comparison to Harry's, finally grasped the situation. "Who are you calling little boy? My name is Draco Malfoy, and I hail from the Malfoy lineage. Do you comprehend what Malfoy represents?" As he spoke, his initial fury dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride. With a disdainful huff, he continued, "My father." "Enough." Harry interrupted. "I am unaware of who your father is or the extent of your family's prowess, but you perpetually strut about with your nose held high. What is wrong with me calling you little boy? You and I are Malfoys," Draco insisted, having never encountered such opposition before, thus resorting to a hollow display of his identity. Harry replied, "I truly had no knowledge that the founder of the millennial Malfoy family was a half-blood. Nor did I know that the so-called pure-blood Malfoys have secretly intermarried with Muggles all along. I genuinely was not aware." Draco's face drained of color as he instinctively took 2 steps back, unable to maintain his composure. Engaging in a verbal confrontation, Malfoy was decidedly no match for his opponent. He felt acutely aware of his vulnerabilities, sensing that they were being exploited by others, and that victory was unattainable. Turning his face away, he growled, "We're leaving." With his 2 henchmen in tow, Malfoy was poised for a strategic retreat. "Wait, don't you think you're forgetting something before you go?" Harry remarked nonchalantly, positioning himself in front of Malfoy and looking down at him. "What?" The tension in the air seemed to dissipate instantly. "An apology to Miss Granger, of course." "Impossible," Malfoy incredulously replied. "Ah," Harry said with a slight furrow of his brow, fixing his gaze on Malfoy. The weight of his response causing Malfoy to feel a sudden chill of apprehension, rendering him speechless. "I'm sorry," Malfoy quickly uttered with his eyes shut tight, before striding away. "And what else?" Malfoy halted abruptly, anger flashing in his eyes. "What more do you want? An apology? Are you truly not apologizing to me?" Malfoy shot a glance at Hermione, gritting his teeth as he said, "Miss Granger, well played." Harry nodded in satisfaction, giving Malfoy's shoulder a light pat. "We're all classmates, after all. Camaraderie is essential. Don't you agree?" Malfoy swore he had never encountered such a loathsome grin. "Why are you still here? What are you waiting for?" Harry inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Malfoy froze, practically fleeing the scene, with his 2 guardians hastily trailing behind. Thank you," Hermione offered with a smile. "If that smile were to wait until your eyes dried, I believe I would appreciate it even more," Harry remarked. Hermione blushed slightly. Harry's gaze shifted to the timid figure of Neville, who stood behind her, and he thought, "He seems to be another troubled soul." "Neville, right?" Yes. Is there something you need?" Neville stammered. The girl lowered her head, obscured by her thick hair. "Shall we go?" Harry suggested, though Hermione internally protested that she was not obligated to follow Harry's lead. Her legs moved in tandem with his, inciting further frustration within herself. With a flourish, Harry opened the door and stepped inside. "Come in." Hermione peered into the room. "Is it just you?" "Indeed. Do you wish to do something to me?" Harry replied, feigning terror while crossing his arms. "Hermione, oh. She entered and took a seat across from Harry. "So, you're not planning anything peculiar?" Harry relaxed, yet there seemed to be a hint of disappointment in his tone. Hermione, with an exasperated expression, retorted, "Who wants to do anything strange to you? What do you wish to discuss?" "I simply wanted to spend a moment alone with you." "I'm leaving." "Ah, just kidding. I'm Harry Potter." "And you are?" "Didn't I just tell you?" "Which Harry Potter are you referring to?" "Isn't there only one? The one who made Voldemort weep for mercy." "Oh, so it's you? The renowned figure for modern magical events in the history of dark magic among other tomes." Hermione felt drained, devoid of shock, only experiencing the disillusionment of an idol crumbling. "Why do you wear that expression?" Harry expressed his discontent. A gentle knock resounded from the door. A woman with a warm smile and dimples pushed it open, wheeling in a small cart. "Would you care for some snacks?" she inquired. "No, thank you." "Yes, please," Harry replied, casting a surprised glance at Hermione, who was curiously eyeing the assortment of peculiar snacks within the cart. However, Upon hearing Harry's simultaneous response, she turned her gaze towards the window, as if something outside had captured her attention, and defiantly declared, "Never mind." A smile crept across Harry's face. "I believe we could use some snacks to pass the time." He rummaged through the cart, selecting an array of treats. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, cakes, licorice wands, and various oddities, accumulating a total of 1 galleon, filling the table in their compartment. The vendor closed the door and departed. How utterly despicable, how shameless, Hermione thought to herself, still fixated on the view outside. It was she who had wished to indulge in the snacks, yet now Harry was feasting before her. He must be doing this on purpose. What is this? A bag of snacks suddenly appeared before Hermione. "There is half of this for you." Harry leaned forward, observing the profile of her face. "Who said this was yours?" "Ah, I see. You wish for me to feed you, don't you? Honestly, you could have just told me." He playfully tapped her head with the snacks. "How rude. Who said you could feed me?" Hermione turned to glare at Harry, snatching the snacks from him, tearing open the bag, and without a thought for its contents. She shoved a handful into her mouth, chewing vigorously as if it were Harry himself. "How adorable," Harry remarked suddenly. Hermione froze momentarily, then chewed even harder, as if she were confronting a sworn enemy. Chapter 13. The Rescue of the Lost Lamb, Malfoy. Meow. Just when they had finished eating, it seemed mealtime was upon them once more. Harry wore an expression of exasperation, just as he was about to embrace the small creature, when, suddenly, wow, how cute. Hermione swiftly scooped up the little darling, cradling it in her arms, her face alight with delight as it nuzzled against her. "Whose cat is this? So adorable." Hermione looked at Harry suspiciously. "It can't be yours, can it?" "Haha, you're quite astute." Hermione's expression turned to one of indignation, seeming slightly envious of Harry. She began rummaging through the table, discovering a type of food suitable for cats, and joyfully began to feed the little one. While entertaining the kitten on her lap and munching on snacks, Hermione suddenly changed her expression, hastily sifting through the pile of treats, seemingly unable to find what she sought. Then, realization dawned upon her. She lifted her gaze to Harry, eyeing the star-shaped piece of bread he was consuming, wishing to say something, yet ultimately holding her tongue. With a composed demeanor, she discreetly grabbed a piece of bread, placing it in her mouth while gazing out the window, her ears turning crimson. "Were you about to say something?" Harry inquired curiously. "No," Hermione replied, not even glancing his way. "Oh, I thought you might ask if I had seen a piece of bread that had been bitten by you," Harry said with feigned seriousness. Cough, cough. Hermione choked on her food. "Earlier, I took a bite of piece of bread, and it seemed to be missing a small chunk, quite soft, as if someone had taken a bite out of it." Harry continued, pushing his luck. "Go die, Hermione." Finally, Harry's shamelessness triumphed over her. Grabbing a bag of snacks, she hurled it forcefully at Harry's face, silencing him. Her small visage resembled that of a monkey's backside, her eyes brimming with moisture. Whether from anger or embarrassment remained uncertain. She then yanked the door open with vigor and dashed out, slamming it shut with a resounding bang. "Oh, my cat, Harry!" Draco Malfoy seethed as he sat in his chair, his face a mask of fury. "Why didn't you two rush in and give him a beating?" He glared at his lackeys. "He is too tall. We're no match for him," one lackey replied. Malfoy, incensed once more, retorted, "You're all pigs. So fat and utterly useless." "I'm a pig," the other lackey mumbled softly. Malfoy, now both furious and amused, found himself at a loss for words. He wanted to berate them, but couldn't find the right thing to say. "I will exact my revenge, if he gets sorted into Slytherin," he mused, envisioning a blissful future of tormenting Harry, a sinister smile creeping upon his face. At that moment, the door was flung open, and a voice that left a profound impression on Malfoy rang out. "Little brat, have you thought of something amusing? Share it, so we can all enjoy a laugh." Malfoy felt as if a blazing fire had been doused by a sudden downpour. "What do you want?" he asked, his expression darkened, a flicker of fear in his eyes. "You're going to beat me up, are you?" "We are about to become classmates, so, of course, I am here to foster a bit of camaraderie," Harry replied with a smile, his demeanor innocuous. Malfoy longed to declare that he was not welcome here, that Harry should seek friendship elsewhere. Yet he sensed it would be futile. Moreover, he felt perpetually constrained in Harry's presence, reminiscent of how he felt before his father. "I wish to speak with your leader privately." "You may leave," Harry addressed the lackey. "No way. What if you bully our leader?" the first lackey declared. Loyalty etched on his face. Malfoy bowed his head, enveloped in resentment. "These are my subordinates. How splendid. Can't they muster a bit more honesty? Even if you're present, can you prevent me from bullying your leader?" Harry inquired. "That we cannot," the second lackey conceded after a moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. "I wish I could die," Malfoy lamented, feeling utterly despondent. Then why don't you hurry and leave? Do you think your status is on par with Malfoy? Harry said sternly. I came to speak with your leader, yet you wish to represent him. Are you not afraid that little brat might retaliate against you? With that, the lackeys hastily exited. At that moment, Malfoy surprisingly felt a sense of gratitude towards Harry. Now I truly comprehend the extent of their intellect. Little brat. I'm not called little brat. I am Malfoy. He bellowed in indignation. I thought you liked it, Harry replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Like it? Nonsense. What do you want from me? Malfoy asked directly. Well, I am in need of a little brother, and I would like to offer you this opportunity. Do not thank me. Harry said, wearing a look that communicated his goodwill. Am I out of my mind? My father is a Malfoy, a member of the esteemed pureblood family. Malfoy intended to say something about his father, but suddenly recalled Harry's words from not long ago, hastily changing his statement. Yes, it is you. The average person lacks the qualifications for such a claim, Harry remarked seriously, his demeanor becoming increasingly infuriating. Malfoy found himself at a loss for words, having never encountered anyone with such audacity. Do you know who I am? Harry inquired. Malfoy abruptly realized that he did not even know the identity of the person he sought revenge against. It was a disheartening revelation. I am Harry Potter. Isn't that enough to make you consider me your superior? Harry asserted. Malfoy was genuinely taken aback. He was quite familiar with that name, not only from the books, but also because his father often uttered it with clenched teeth, always in a negative context. Do you aspire to be my superior? Harry suddenly questioned. Would you like me to serve you tea, carry out your errands, complete your homework, and follow your every command? Harry asked in a tone brimming with temptation, resembling Orochimaru at that moment. Indeed, it was quite effective. Malfoy, unable to conceal his excitement, was already swayed. Ahem. What do you mean? Malfoy pretended to be indifferent. Let us make a wager, Harry proposed, finally revealing his ultimate intention. What do you mean? Malfoy asked, perplexed. Draco Malfoy is merely a boy who revels in boasting, values reputation, is competitive, and possesses a degree of arrogance and vanity. In Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, Draco plays a more significant role as Voldemort orders him to assassinate Professor Dumbledore. However, he ultimately proves unable to fulfill this task, despite having the opportunity to kill Dumbledore. He cannot bring himself to do so. This failure is not solely due to a lack of ability, but rather suggests that he may not be as malevolent as most, including Harry Potter, presume. Other events corroborate this notion, such as his tears in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, where he weeps for his family's safety. Regarding Draco, Dumbledore's observations are particularly apt. That boy's soul has not been irrevocably destroyed. Draco, you are not a killer. Thus, I believe fostering a friendship between them is quite commendable. Chapter 14, Hogwarts School. You should know that at Hogwarts, there are 4 houses, and at the end of each year, the House Cup is awarded to the house with the highest points. Let's compare who can earn more points for our respective houses in our first year. Those with fewer points will serve as subordinates to the ones with more. What do you say? Malfoy quickly contemplated this in his mind while responding nonchalantly. But what if we are sorted into the same house? How can we compete? Harry laughed. You need not worry about that. You are determined to be in Slytherin. Are you not? I have little expectation for Slytherin. I am far more likely to be sorted into Gryffindor. Malfoy secretly scoffed, influenced by his father. He viewed Gryffindor as a house filled with muggle-born wizards, whose students possessed nothing but reckless bravery devoid of intellect. What? Still undecided? This is a perfectly fair wager. No one can cheat, and all the teachers will serve as impartial judges. Do you still lack confidence in yourself? Are you afraid? Scared of losing? Harry seated himself, speaking with sharpness and coldness. Malfoy, suddenly stirred, retorted, What do I have to be afraid of? I'm a Malfoy. Then, he took a deep breath to calm himself, and added, I have one more condition. The loser must stand before the faculty at the House Cup celebration and loudly declare, I have lost, and henceforth, so-and-so is my superior. What do you say? He shot a provocative glance at Harry. Harry, momentarily taken aback, replied, It seems you are quite confident. If you intended to intimidate me with such a tactic, I must say you have miscalculated. Malfoy shot back. Just wait for the day you'll be on that platform. I hope you won't be unable to move. Very well, the wager is set. I shall not let you down, Harry chuckled, turning to leave. Malfoy, feeling triumphant once Harry departed, suddenly experienced a surge of intellectual superiority. Back in his compartment, boredom washed over him again. He had previously enjoyed the company of a delightful creature, but it had been taken away by Hermione. The train, he noticed, had traversed far, the dense forest now replaced by sprawling fields where numerous cattle and sheep grazed. The wind swept through the grass, creating waves across the landscape. Harry placed a package on the seat near the door and reclined, allowing himself to gaze at the azure sky and the occasional drifting clouds. Before he knew it, He drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, a girl had entered while he slept. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the door creaked open softly, and in walked a charming girl cradling a white cat. Uncertain of her intentions, she appeared somewhat disappointed to find Harry asleep on the chair. She blinked her eyes and quietly tidied up the items on the table. A sly smile crept across her face as she observed the unsuspecting Harry, and she tiptoed out, glancing back at him, taking in his hair, eyebrows, eyes, and nose. When Harry finally awoke, twilight had descended. Rubbing his eyes, he leaned against the window to gaze outside. The fields had vanished, replaced sporadically by patches of dense forest, winding streams, and dark green hills. His stomach grumbled, prompting him to search the table for something to eat, only to find a bear. He quickly deduced the culprit. That little girl, he sighed, shaking his head in resignation. The scenery grew increasingly desolate, suggesting they must be nearing Hogwarts. Outside, the corridor echoed with the sounds of excited footsteps and laughter, indicating that the students could no longer contain their anticipation. Harry stepped out, intending to explore the train, but as he shut the door behind him, he heard the sound of friendly banter erupting from behind. A voice, brimming with arrogance, echoed through the corridor. No need to inquire about your identity. Merely by observing your crimson hair, I can discern that you hail from the Weasley clan, a veritable disgrace to pure-blood lineage. With so many offspring, you can scarcely afford to raise them. Your wand and robes appear to have been previously worn by your brother, no doubt. Malfoy erupted into mocking laughter. The words drew the attention of several children in the hallway, who could not help but glance at the red-haired boy. Ron's face flushed a shade as vibrant as his hair, leaving him at a loss for words, feeling utterly belittled by Malfoy's taunts. At least that is better than being a servant to your father, the Dark Lord, Ron retorted, shame evident in his tone. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. They had yet to prepare their popcorn for such a spectacle. Finally, someone attempted to intervene, hesitating to rush in and separate the two for fear of collateral damage. Instead, they called out, "Please do not fight." Others chimed in, "The prefect is coming. Disperse quickly." Yet, to no avail, as both boys simultaneously glanced up, only to find no one approaching, and resumed their fierce exchange. Harry, benefiting from his height, observed the clash with keen interest from the periphery. That was a clever move. Stick it in his nostril, he exclaimed. The individual in front of him shot a terrified glance in his direction and hurriedly retreated. Having absorbed enough of the spectacle, Harry withdrew his wand. Yes, indeed. It was his wand. Just as he was about to cast a spell, he spotted Hermione amidst the audience, wand in hand, yet she hesitated, extending her wand several times before ultimately retreating. Harry smiled faintly and aimed his wand at Ron, who had Malfoy pinned down, contemplating the amusing prospect of capturing their current predicament. Petri Ficus Totalis, he called out softly. Instantly, both boys froze, resembling lifeless statues, unable to move. "Why are you staring at me? Someone separate them," Harry said nonchalantly. A student supporting Ron cast a fearful glance at Harry and asked, "What should we do now?" 10 minutes later, they returned to their normal states. "Oh, right," Harry said with a serious expression. "What is it?" Harry surveyed his surroundings and declared earnestly, "I am called Red Scarf." The gathered students responded with a collective, "Oh." As the crowd began to disperse, Harry pursued a girl, Hermione. He regarded her with exasperation. "Weren't you just about to use magic? Why did you hesitate?" Hermione leaned against the corridor window, exhaling deeply. "I wanted to, but I fear my spell might backfire." Harry nodded in understanding. "You must feel quite disappointed." "Indeed," she replied. "If it were me, I would be terribly disappointed, considering it was a rare opportunity to cast a spell on 2 living targets." Hermione snapped back. "Who thinks like you?" Harry, feigning astonishment, asked, "Really no one?" Hermione shifted uncomfortably, bashfully admitting, "Well, perhaps a little." Just then, Harry's attention was ensnared by a towering castle outside the window, its grandeur shrouded in the depths of the night, exuding an air of mystery. Not far from the castle lay an ominous, dark forest. "Ah, the train whistle," Harry exclaimed. "Hogwarts has arrived." Chapter 15. Where has my cat gone? As the train's whistle echoed through the air, an ominous premonition surged within Harry. A sharp, piercing sound erupted as the train's wheels abruptly halted, yet continued to glide along the tracks, sending a flurry of sparks cascading outward. Inside the carriage, due to the sudden break, Harry was uncontrollably thrust backward, and simultaneously, a slender figure toppled toward him. They both crashed heavily to the ground, and Harry instantly felt a searing pain in his back, his chest constricted as if he could scarcely draw breath. "Hermione, are you all right?" Harry inquired with concern, extending his hand in an attempt to help her up. As he reached out in front of him, he felt something soft beneath his palm. At that moment, he thought little of it, instinctively gripping and squeezing it. Hermione, sprawled atop Harry, lifted her head, her face flushed. "Your hand," in that instant. Harry realized what he had grasped, letting out an awkward chuckle. You know, there exists a force beyond control in this world. Hermione struggled to rise from Harry's side, hastily fleeing the scene. Quickly, Harry stood up. Remaining down would mean being trampled by the students disembarking. He brushed the dust off his clothes and glanced at his right hand, suddenly feeling an inexplicable joy. A voice rang out from the train. "Please place your luggage on the train. We will deliver it to your dormitories." The announcement repeated several times, and a lamp flickered to life as Hagrid appeared at the front of the line, lantern in hand. "First-year students, follow me. Watch your step and don't fall." "Harry, where are you? Come here." Harry navigated through the crowd. Many first-year students had heard Hagrid's words. "Isn't Harry Potter, the one who defeated the Dark Lord?" The crowd murmured, a ripple of excitement coursing through them. Some girls, upon spotting Harry, whispered among themselves, "He is so handsome. I wish he could be my boyfriend." Hearing this, Hermione felt a pang of displeasure. Surely, they had not perceived Harry's true nature, a lecherous, crude boy. Hagrid led the students forward. The ground was slippery as they traversed a steep slope flanked by thickets and forests. At the slope's end lay the shores of a vast lake, its dark waters appearing foreboding under the night sky, only illuminated by the reflections of lights from a majestic castle across the water. The castle, adorned with numerous spires, radiated a warm glow from its many windows. Hagrid instructed the students to board the small boats waiting by the lake's edge. Each boat can hold 4 people. Prepare to set off. Once everyone was aboard, the boats glided smoothly across the water, ripples cascading outward. Upon reaching the opposite shore, the first-year students disembarked one by one. The ground beneath them was sandy, soon transitioning to lush grass, revealing an expansive meadow before the imposing castle that loomed ahead. The closer they drew, the more they were awed by the castle's grandeur, its stone-paved grounds stretching several meters around it. Standing before the castle's grand oak doors, Hagrid raised his fist and knocked on the massive entrance. Harry observed the enormous wooden door, towering over 10 meters. It was evident that only Hagrid possessed the strength to strike it. The grand doors swung open, revealing a serious-looking witch-clad in a flowing emerald robe. She nodded at Hagrid, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall escort them to the Great Hall." Hagrid affectionately patted Harry on the head before turning to depart. "Follow me, new students," the witch beckoned as she made her way into the castle. The newcomers, visibly intimidated by her presence, kept their whispers to a minimum, dutifully trailing behind her. Harry mused that Professor McGonagall must possess the legendary aura of authority. As they traversed the hall, stretching an impressive 70 or 80 meters, it appeared that a multitude of individuals had already gathered inside. The witch guided them to a small chamber at the front of the hall. She surveyed the new students, and aside from Harry, none dared to meet her gaze. "Firstly, I extend a warm welcome to you all at Hogwarts School. I am Professor McGonagall. The welcoming feast for the new students is about to commence. However, prior to that, we must ascertain which house you belong to. The sorting ceremony will take place before the faculty and students. I trust you have acquainted yourselves with the houses through your readings. Regardless of the house you are assigned to, I hope you all strive to excel, as this is closely tied to the House Cup." Upon mentioning the sorting, murmurs inevitably arose. Yet Professor McGonagall merely furrowed her brow, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. "The sorting will commence shortly. Please remain here and prepare yourselves." Her gaze fell upon Ron and Malfoy, whose hair was disheveled and whose black robes bore traces of dirt. With that, Professor McGonagall exited, and the room was suddenly liberated, filled with a chorus of exhalations and animated discussions. A boy inquired of another, "How do we find out which house we're sorted into?" Ron replied, "It must be some kind of test." Harry, overhearing Ron's words, felt a pang of disbelief. He had 3 brothers who attended Hogwarts, and yet Ron seemed oblivious to this fundamental information. Was this what they termed incompetence? Harry's mind wandered, pondering whether Ron had ever been jilted. Yet, it was apparent that many believed this rather plausible notion. Some Muggle-born students exhibited signs of anxiety. Malfoy cast a scornful glance at one of them, and his words rendered several faces visibly strained. Harry noticed Hermione muttering to herself, and he suddenly felt an urge to laugh. Quietly, he approached her from behind, only to discover she was engrossed in a history of magic book. "What are you doing?" he whispered. She shot him a glare. "Could you please let go?" Realizing his grip, Harry replied, "Oh, my apologies." In truth, there was no actual test for sorting. It merely involved a tattered hat that, when worn, would reveal one's rightful house. Hermione, her expression one of disbelief, asked, "Really? Is it that simple?" "Indeed," Harry affirmed. Hermione then glanced over his shoulder and suddenly asked, "Where's your cat?" Confused, Harry responded, "Aren't you the one holding it?" Hermione's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. "When we entered the school, I intended to hand it to you, but it jumped to the ground, and I saw it running towards you, so I thought nothing of it." "Did it wander off somewhere else?" Harry frowned, and Hermione, interpreting his expression as anger, felt a wave of guilt wash over her. "I truly didn't mean to. I'm sorry." Seeing Hermione on the verge of tears filled Harry with remorse. He gently patted Hermione's head and, with a smile, remarked, "I was contemplating whether to venture out now, for after the welcoming feast, we might head straight to the dormitory and not have another chance to come out." Hermione, blushing, replied, "Then let us hurry outside. Perhaps there are peculiar individuals within this school who take pleasure in harming cats." Harry pondered for a moment before declining, "No need. I can manage on my own. But won't that delay the sorting ceremony?" Hermione expressed her concern. "I truly apologize." Harry gazed tenderly at Hermione and said, "You need not feel guilty. If it weighs heavily on your conscience, then perhaps you could kiss me." With gritted teeth, Hermione pinched Harry's arm with considerable force. "Is that satisfactory?" Harry smirked. "Quite satisfactory, my dear." As others continued their conversations, Harry swiftly slipped away. Chapter 16. The Most Unique Freshman. The line formed neatly as the new students followed Professor McGonagall towards the Grand Hall. Hermione surveyed her surroundings, the corridor, stone pillars, fountains, and rooms, but she could not spot Harry. "Where are you, my dear?" "It's time for dinner, meow." "Hurry and come out." The voice seemed to echo from nowhere. The students entered in an orderly fashion, only to be taken aback. The room was resplendent, and to call it merely a room was an understatement. It was vast, so expansive it resembled square. This impression was largely due to the ceiling. In ordinary buildings, upon entry, one is immediately aware of the ceiling, which can evoke a sense of confinement. However, this hall possessed no such feeling, for its ceiling soared high above, only visible when one looked up, and what one beheld was not a mere ceiling, but a celestial expanse. It felt as though one was standing beneath a starry sky. Suspended in the air were 4 banners, each representing one of the 4 houses. The hall contained only 4 exceedingly long tables, filled with upperclassmen from each house. Before each student lay a neatly arranged set of gleaming Western utensils and goblets. At the forefront of the 4 long tables stood another table designated for the faculty, akin to the seating arrangement of principals in Chinese schools during assemblies. Professor McGonagall approached the faculty table, where a stool awaited her. She placed a rather grimy, tall hat upon the stool. The hat began to sing, its melodious voice resonating throughout the hall. "You may consider me rather unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge merely by looks. If you can find a hat more splendid than I shall gladly consume myself. You may render your top hats glossy and your high hats smooth and sturdy. Yet I am the enchanted hat of Hogwarts, naturally surpassing your hats in excellence. Any secrets your minds conceal cannot escape the discerning eyes of my magical vision. Try me on, and I shall reveal to you which house you belong to. Perhaps you are suited for Gryffindor, where courage lies deep within, their bravery, spirit, and generosity set Gryffindor apart. You may belong to Hufflepuff, where the inhabitants are characterized by their integrity and loyalty. The students of Hufflepuff are steadfast and honest, undeterred by the arduous nature of labor. If you possess a discerning intellect, perhaps you shall find yourself among the wise and learned of Ravenclaw, where kindred spirits are ever present. You might also be sorted into Slytherin, where you could forge genuine friendships in pursuit of your aspirations. Do not hesitate to don me. Fear not. There is no need to panic. In my grasp, you shall find absolute security, for I am a thinking, enchanted hat." The hall erupted in fervent applause. As if to shake the very rafters, Professor McGonagall held a parchment scroll. The donning of the hat would reveal one's house. And now she began to call the names. Hermione, in a state of anxious anticipation, had assumed that the sorting would take place after some words were spoken and a meal shared. She was taken aback that it was commencing at this very moment. That rascal! Hermione could hardly comprehend the source of her agitation. Hannah Abbott, a young girl, nervously approached the sorting hat, placing it upon her head. Hufflepuff. The table erupted in cheers, signaling the arrival of Hufflepuff House. Were Harry to witness this spectacle, he might quip about the fervor ignited by a mere first year. Susan Bones. Terry Boot. With each name called, Hermione's heart raced, fearing it would be Harry Potter. What should have been a thrilling occasion felt increasingly fraught, particularly for her, who could not witness the unfolding scene. Finally, Hermione Granger. Hermione resignedly made her way to the front, seated herself, and donned the hat. Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat declared, announcing her affiliation, but Hermione felt no exhilaration. She trudged to the Gryffindor table, nearly dejected. Professor McGonagall's gaze swept to the bottom of the parchment. Reading, Harry Potter. The crowd instinctively stirred, whispering, Harry Potter? Which one is he? Could he be the one who vanquished the Dark Lord? The noise escalated. Yet no one approached the front. Had he been captured by the Dark Lord? What audacity! I have never witnessed a sorting without the candidate present. How remarkable! McGonagall realized there was no one before her and instinctively turned to glance at the elderly figure seated at the teacher's table. The old man's blue crescent spectacles gleamed, rendering him inscrutable. Suddenly, the grand doors of the hall creaked open, producing a sound so distinct that all students turned to gaze at the entrance. A figure emerged through the slight opening. Harry felt exasperated. It was not that he did not wish to push the door wide, but rather that he lacked the strength to do so. Who designed this confounded door? The attention of the entire school converged upon him, and even Harry felt somewhat overwhelmed. Stay calm, stay calm. I am destined to become the king of the pirates. Harry strode forward with confidence, his long, dark hair flowing behind him, a small kitten resting on his shoulder. His half-blood visage bore a smile, in stark contrast to the anxious expressions of the other first-year students. All eyes were drawn to Harry Potter, a living legend. Malfoy fixed his gaze intently on the goose emblazoned on his plate, muttering under his breath, "Look at you, stealing the spotlight." Beneath Harry's calm demeanor, he mused to himself, "Though my bravado pales in comparison to Li Qie, I still surpass the likes of Long, Ao Yin, and Yu Liangchen. Yes, I shall strive for more." As he approached the stool, he glanced at the Sorting Hat and frowned at its dingy state. To the astonishment of everyone present, Harry lifted the hat and slammed it down on the stool several times, sending dust flying. Professors McGonagall, Snape, Hagrid, and Dumbledore were all rendered speechless. Covering his nose, Harry waited for the dust to settle before donning the hat. "I wish to join Gryffindor, not Slytherin. Do you hear me?" he whispered. "I dare say Slytherin would suit you better," the hat retorted sharply. "Huh, if you're not afraid, I'll toss you on the bonfire. Go ahead and try." Harry replied with a friendly grin. The Sorting Hat remained silent. No one knew what Harry had said, save for Dumbledore, whose face bore a delightful smile. As Harry made his way to Gryffindor, the House's students erupted in cheers, for he was the renowned savior. Harry found Hermione and sat beside her. "What are you doing here?" Hermione snapped. Harry feigned innocence. "What have I done to offend you?" "Oomph." Hermione scoffed, having heard many girls declare that they wished for Harry to be their boyfriend. She felt a twinge of indignation for those girls. Indeed, after settling down, Harry entertained a few fans before observing the teachers. Hagrid waved at him, and Harry acknowledged him with a wave in return. "Snape, why are you glaring at me?" he thought. "And you, Lockhart, what are you grinning about? Do you think I don't see through your facade? You're no Yuzisheng. Do you know what Dumbledore will say next?" Harry suddenly remarked to Hermione with an air of mystery. Harry pretended to ponder. "I suspect he'll rise, embrace the students, and then speak cryptically about foolishness, tears, and remnants. Do you believe it?" Hermione clearly thought Harry was jesting. "If what you say is true, you would already be the most famous seer in the magical world." Hee. Harry chuckled without a word. Then Dumbledore stood up. Hermione's eyes widened, her long lashes fluttering in disbelief as she stammered, "Why you? How could you know?" Upon witnessing Dumbledore's actions mirror those Harry had described, she was at a loss for words. How could he? How could he? Harry found her astonished expression utterly endearing. "Kiss me, and I'll tell you," he murmured. "Who would want to?" Hermione turned her head away. "Ah, you are quite the tsundere," Harry teased. Who is being tsundere?" Hermione exclaimed, flustered. After Professor Dumbledore concluded his speech, an abundance of food materialized upon the table, creating a sumptuous feast that overflowed with delectable dishes. Before him lay a plate brimming with culinary delights: roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, and ketchup. Harry swallowed hard. The sheer volume of food was overwhelming for a true gourmand like him. Thus, he began to indulge, feasting to his heart's content. Chapter 17. My Hermione could not possibly be so vile. With such a plethora of food, Harry was utterly unreserved. After the meal, his belly had expanded significantly. He patted his stomach and smiled, feeling a wave of happiness wash over him. Indeed, coming to Hogwarts was the right choice, a true blessing. "You are quite the little pig," Hermione remarked derisively, gazing at Harry. Why? Because he had devoured everything in front of him and was now eyeing Hermione's plate. Once most had finished their meals, The food suddenly vanished, replaced by an array of puddings. Harry widened his eyes in dismay, finally grasping the meaning of being willing, yet unable. What a miscalculation. There were still desserts. He glanced down at his protruding belly and cast a jealous look at Hermione, who was happily indulging. Hermione's face lit up with surprise. Wow, look at all this. Ice cream, apple pie, chocolate souffle, and wine-soaked fruit pudding, strawberries, and jelly. She pointed out one by one. Oh, Harry, what's wrong? You don't look well, Hermione said with concern, while simultaneously taking a lick of her pink ice cream. Her expression radiating innocence and playfulness. She was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. Harry mustered a forced smile. I'm fine. Hermione, understanding, replied, I see. You feel like you haven't had enough dessert, right? No worries, you can have mine. I don't mind. As she spoke, she pushed a plate of cream, pudding toward Harry. Harry silently looked up, struggling to keep tears at bay. Oh heavens, why must you torment me so? Seeing Harry's discontent, Hermione couldn't help but chuckle. Humph, serves you right for not sharing. Harry could only mourn in silence, casting a sorrowful glance at the desserts before him. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Amidst Harry's disappointment, Hermione's gloating, and the excitement of the first years, the dinner finally came to an end. The desserts on the plates vanished abruptly, prompting Hermione to exclaim in disappointment. Where did it all go? Why wasn't tea finished? Harry's heart roared in frustration. Hermione was not merely disappointed about the desserts. She was disheartened that she could no longer show off in front of Harry. In truth, Hermione hadn't eaten much. She simply relished the sweetness. Harry, don't you want to try some? It's so good, she said, her eyes squinting in enjoyment. What is this? I've never seen anything like it in the Muggle world. It looks absolutely delicious. Harry suddenly recalled a Western tale, a pastor advised. Never put down your fork, for you never know if a dish you adore is yet to come. He arrived at a conclusion. He must possess a hearty appetite, for no matter how grand the feast, he would partake from beginning to end. The first-year students of Gryffindor began to engage in conversation, sharing tales of their families. Neville was introducing his relatives, recounting the series of trials he had endured to prove his magical heritage. It is truly remarkable that this child has managed to survive. Professor Dumbledore rose to his feet, and an air of solemnity enveloped the hall, silencing the chatter. Dumbledore spoke of the prohibition against casting spells in the corridors and other rules, but Harry found little interest in his words. Hermione, however, listened intently, seemingly eager to take notes, although she abandoned the idea upon noticing Harry's amused expression. Now let us sing the school song. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts impart to us knowledge. Whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees, our minds are eager to embrace intriguing concepts. For now, they are empty, filled only with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Teach us something of value. Restore to us what we have forgotten. You do your utmost, and we shall take care of the rest, striving to learn until we are but dust. This wretched song, Harry sang not a note. He merely listened to how others transformed it into a masterpiece. The first years were now being led to their dormitories by the prefect, as Dumbledore announced loudly. Harry felt a surge of excitement. He had waited far too long for this moment. Percy guided them out of the hall, through the tower, and down the stairs. After a 10-hour journey, Harry was eager to lie upon a soft bed and drift into a natural slumber. Yet, someone was unwilling to allow this. Suddenly, Percy halted, his expression darkening. Peeves, what are you doing? A transparent specter appeared before them, floating in midair. It was a small imp with wicked black eyes and a wide mouth, levitating cross-legged while brandishing a wooden stick. Ah! First years are such a delight, he shrieked, weaving through the newcomers and sending chills down their spines. The first years displayed expressions of fear. Hermione hid behind Harry, gripping his arm tightly. Do you know, my arm is quite sore, Harry said gently. Hermione's cheeks flushed, yet she did not loosen her grip. Aren't you afraid of ghosts? You weren't this frightened when you saw a nearly headless Nick in the hall, Harry remarked. Well, there were so many people in the hall, and it was so bright. Of course, I wasn't afraid, Hermione whispered in explanation. Now, they found themselves alone in a dim corridor, with pale portraits whispering on the walls, intensifying the eerie atmosphere. Peeves seemed to relish the moment, frightening the group of young lambs into trembling. Ron stammered, "Can't you use magic to get rid of that thing? Were you too busy eating just now?" Professor Dumbledore said, "We are not to use magic in the corridors, and to harm a ghost would require dark magic. How could I possibly do that?" Percy retorted angrily. "All those who obstruct my enjoyment of culinary delights and slumber are my foes." "Oh, except for the fair maidens." Harry gazed at the jubilant Peeves flying ahead, recalling a phrase, "No more, no date." "Hey, Peeves, I have something for you," Harry suddenly exclaimed. Peeves paused for a moment, then shouted, "It's the illustrious Harry Potter." He rushed over, grinning mischievously, seemingly intent on startling Harry. Standing beside Harry, Hermione saw the frightful apparition charging towards her. Her knees weakened as she nearly collapsed, prompting Harry to quickly support her. He then raised his left hand, a warm glow suddenly emanating from it. He tossed the light towards Peeves, and then, Peeves let out a blood-curdling scream, his voice so horrendous it sent chills down one's spine. He recoiled in terror, gazing fearfully at Harry, and swiftly fled through the wall. The other students were bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. A Muggle student remarked, "Was that a flashbang?" Hermione inquired, "What was that just now?" Harry, feeling utterly exhausted, leaned against Hermione, murmuring, "Dear, I long to sleep. May I tell you tomorrow?" Whether Harry intentionally leaned against Hermione or was genuinely drowsy remained a mystery. Percy, brimming with curiosity, led them to their dormitory. Fatigued, Harry hardly observed their surroundings. However, as the boys and girls parted ways, Hermione quietly whispered in his ear, "Good night." That warm sensation alleviated Harry's drowsiness slightly, and soon he found himself sprawled upon his bed, drifting off to sleep. Chapter 18. I want to engage in field combat. As dawn broke, Harry was the first to awaken, a routine ingrained in him over the years. Having prioritized sleep the previous day, he had not taken the time to observe the dormitory. Therefore, upon waking, he rose quietly, wishing not to disturb his slumbering peers. After dressing and washing up, he began to meander about the dormitory. Their abode was situated in a lofty tower, with a conical ceiling above that was entirely open. Beside his bed, there was a window close to the floor, and standing next to it, Harry could see numerous spire-topped buildings and expansive courtyards. Their dormitory housed 5 individuals, and, astonishingly, each bed was adorned with red curtains. Goodness, I am not indulging in a pink fantasy. Harry felt utterly uncomfortable. The mere thought of sitting on his bed while others gazed upon him sent shivers down his spine. He neatly folded his blanket and exited the dormitory, where a spiral staircase awaited him. Descending, he found himself in the Gryffindor common room. It was not only spacious but also exceedingly comfortable. The floor was covered in a round red carpet, with soft chairs arranged in a circle, and a fireplace graced the wall. In winter, it would surely be delightful. On the other side, there was a door leading to the girls' dormitory. How utterly reckless! The boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory were so closely situated that one could simply push open the door and enter, devoid of any matronly overseer to maintain decorum. This was a blatant disregard for the boys. As a member of the male cohort, could Harry tolerate this? Could he endure it? Could he possibly acquiesce? He could not. The fat lady in the portrait inquired. "Yesterday, I did not hear it. Moreover, I have just emerged from this very space. Do you not recall? The password." Harry, he knocked vigorously on the door, hoping someone would hear him and grant him entry. The fat lady glared at Harry, visibly irate. Yet Harry paid her no heed. "You withhold answers and expect me not to resort to trickery? How preposterous!" Surprisingly, after only 2 knocks, the door swung open. The individual who opened it wore a perplexed expression, seemingly puzzled by the identity of the one knocking on Gryffindor's door. "What are you doing outside?" Hermione exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Indeed, it was Hermione, clutching a book in her hands. Truly, she was Hermione. Harry hastily stepped inside, exclaiming, "I was out on a field adventure, just kidding. I went for a run." Little did I know that the matron at the entrance insisted I provide the password to gain entry. "I never expected you to be awake so early, engrossed in a book." Hermione swept her hair from her face, revealing her determined gaze. "When I arrived yesterday, the prefect mentioned that the password was dragon dung. By the way," she fixed her adorable eyes on Harry, "what spell did you use to send Peeves away? I don't recall seeing you wield your wand." "Well," Hermione's eyes took on a dangerous glint, though to Harry, she remained endearing. "You promised to tell me today," she reminded him, sensing her threats were ineffective, so she shifted to a more sentimental approach. Concealing her face behind the book and softly sobbing, "You are not keeping your word, you heartless person, as if I had committed some grave wrongdoing." "All right, I will tell you. Then hurry up." Hermione's expression shifted with remarkable swiftness. Although Harry knew she was merely acting, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at the spectacle. The brilliance he had witnessed last night had even startled him. To comprehend what that phenomenon was, one must consider his experiences in Diagon Alley. While contemplating magic, Harry found himself reminiscing about the spells depicted in novels, wherein magic was invoked through meditation to commune with the elements, thus unleashing formidable spells. There existed a significant disparity. Although the magic in those tales was powerful, capable of obliterating cities, the spells seemed primarily offensive. This was in stark contrast to the magic in Harry Potter. which did not predominantly focus on aggression. It appeared far more wondrous. For instance, it could animate photographs, and with a mere incantation, summon objects to one's side or open and close doors. A simple broomstick, when mounted, could effortlessly take flight. One could transmute items into entirely different forms, which, while seemingly trivial, resembled a form of creative power. The distinction could be articulated thus. The former was akin to a level 100 being, while the latter represented a level 1 deity. Despite humanity's formidable abilities, they could never rival the divine. However, Harry was intrigued to explore the veracity of elemental connections. Unexpectedly, on the third day of his meditative practice, he perceived glimmering points of light, even with his eyes closed. After numerous experiments, he discovered that the predominant light he could see was a pure white, and as he continued to meditate, he found he could sense an increasing number of them. Ultimately, he decided to name this entity the element of light. When testing it against the pesky poltergeist, he merely wished to experiment, never anticipating that it would indeed be the legendary force that counters the dark arts. It seems that Voldemort still lingers in a ghostly state. Returning to the matter at hand, Harry extended his hand, and a luminous point appeared upon it. Gradually, the point multiplied, coalescing into a larger orb of light. Hermione contemplated the phenomenon. It appeared that the initial point was not singular, but rather a multitude of smaller points converging. She prodded it with her finger, sensing a warmth emanating from it. What could this possibly be? As an academic achiever, Hermione's insatiable curiosity could no longer be contained. Harry awkwardly confessed, "I just discovered this as well and am unsure of its purpose. However, it is certainly not the magic we are familiar with. This cannot be shared with others." Can't? Hermione, though slightly exasperated, relished the feeling of trust bestowed upon her. "I understand," she replied. "Once I grasp its significance, I shall inform you. For now, we ought to attend our class." Chapter 19. The Tormented Little Lions. Do you know what it feels like to be famous? Are you aware of the sensation of having numerous admirers? Can you fathom the experience of being stared at, as if you were an extraterrestrial, by everyone who lays eyes upon you? Harry was acutely aware of these sentiments as he walked through the hall. Everyone who recognized him was engaged in hushed conversations about him, oblivious to the volume of their voices. Celebrities often lament the absence of privacy, which Harry previously dismissed as mere theatrics, yet now, as he found himself thrust into the limelight, he understood their plight all too well. As he endured the curious gazes of his classmates, he silently mused, "If given another chance, I would undoubtedly choose to be the savior once more." Indeed, who in their right mind would refuse such a role? Hermione, her expression stern and clutching her books, glared at a student who was intently observing Harry with great curiosity. "Do you not find them bothersome?" she inquired. Harry sighed. "There's little to be done. Anyone who has grown up hearing tales of my exploits would naturally be curious upon meeting me in person. However, this attention is merely fleeting. Once they realize that I am just another student like them, their fascination will gradually wane. Of course, should I inadvertently achieve something remarkable, their curiosity might elevate to admiration and reverence, ultimately propelling me into the realm of legendary wizards, much like Professor Dumbledore." Hermione feigned mockery. "You think you could ever compare to Professor Dumbledore? Who knows how long it will take for you to reach such heights?" Harry remained unfazed. "It is merely a matter of time. My inherent aura is known to all." "Ah, we have arrived," they declared as they reached the potions classroom. First-year students are required to study only 7 subjects: flying, history of magic, potions, herbology, defense against the dark arts, charms, and transfiguration. The classroom was adorned with several rows of desks, with a small blackboard at the front, resembling those found in other classrooms. On either side, wooden shelves were filled with an array of glass jars, containing animal organs submerged in liquid or peculiar plants. Harry and Hermione settled into their seats, and soon after, the other students entered, instinctively rubbing their arms in an attempt to generate warmth. The desks were arranged on either side, leaving a central aisle. A shadow loomed as a figure entered from the back, sporting slick black hair and a flowing black robe that trailed behind like rolling waves. Snape strode in, embodying the very essence of darkness. From the moment he entered, an uncomfortable atmosphere enveloped the room, silencing any chatter. Snape's cold gaze swept across the students. Under his scrutinizing stare, no one dared to lift their heads, his black eyes resembling 2 venomous serpents. He then spoke in a voice that seemed to beckon them into the world of potions. His brief introduction not only conveyed the wondrous allure of potions, but also underscored his supreme authority. With an expressionless demeanor, Snape retrieved the attendant's roll and began calling names. When he reached Harry, he paused, regarding him with a smirk that was neither fully amused nor entirely disdainful. Harry met his gaze with a smile, determined to provoke him, thinking, I refuse to believe that you can remain unaffected by my eyes, which mirror my mother's. It was evident that Snape was adept at playing mind games. His hollow voice echoed, the illustrious Harry Potter. The Slytherin newcomers erupted in laughter, with Malfoy's laughter ringing the loudest. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what would be the outcome if I were to add daffodil root powder to an infusion of mugwort? Snape inquired abruptly. Just as Snape appeared poised to mock, a calm voice interjected. Combining daffodil root and mugwort creates a potent sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Death. Professor Snape, am I correct? Harry shot a challenging glance at Snape. Snape's expression twitched as he quickly replied, If I were to ask you to find me a piece of bezoar, where would you look? Why, in the stomach of a goat, of course, Harry retorted. Snape's voice rose. Then tell me, what differentiates aconite from wolfsbane? Rage coursed through Snape, yet he suppressed it, turning to bellow at the other students. You imbeciles, do you all know this? Why aren't you writing it down? Sit down. Snape's cold tone cut through the air. Shouldn't points be awarded to Gryffindor? Snape's gaze fixed on Harry. Speaking out turn in class, 5 points from Gryffindor. The other students trembled in fear. Hermione raised her hand, but Harry quickly stopped her. Allowing Hermione to stand would only furnish Snape with further excuses. But this was merely the beginning. Seamus, your flame is too high. 1 point from Gryffindor. Ron, look at the mess you've made. 1 point from Gryffindor. And then blast. Neville's cauldron has exploded. Someone get him to the hospital wing. 5 points from Gryffindor. After class, the students of Gryffindor emerged from the classroom with heavy hearts. Hermione exclaimed in frustration. Why should he deduct so many points from Gryffindor? Slytherin has made mistakes too, and yet he chooses to ignore the excellence of your potion work. It is utterly unfair. Harry gently patted Hermione on the shoulder and said earnestly, Listen closely, my dear. To Snape, a mistake by Slytherin is no mistake at all. While any merit from Gryffindor is deemed a fault, Hermione was left in a state of turmoil. The 2 Gryffindor students behind them, upon hearing this, were instantly moved to tears. This statement quickly spread throughout Gryffindor House, becoming a guiding maxim for countless young lions. Indeed, Snape was truly formidable. Chapter 20. The idols we pursued in those years, whether it was Harry, Hermione, or other newcomers, they gradually became acquainted with every facet of Hogwarts. The teachers, the subjects, the magic, and the confounding staircases. Harry consistently garnered the praise of his instructors across all classes, earning points for Gryffindor. Apart from the first-year students of Slytherin, the newcomers from the other 3 houses had already begun to idolize Harry. In herbology, the stout which Professor Sprout boisterously commended, Mr. Potter has taken exceptional care of his mandrake, adding 3 points to Gryffindor. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick excitedly announced, in yesterday's assessment, Harry Potter correctly transcribed all 10 of the introductory spells. Due to the illustrious Potter, I shall award Gryffindor 5 points. Each time Professor Flitwick added points for Gryffindor. It felt like an immense honor. Malfoy, consumed by envy, remarked, Professor, isn't that rather excessive? He felt foolish and naive for having agreed to a wager with Harry. Nearly a month into the school year, despite his diligent efforts and earning some points for Slytherin, he could not help but feel dwarfed by Harry's brilliance. It was utterly disheartening. Was it fair for one individual to eclipse the collective efforts of all the first years? Moreover, there was a girl, Hermione, while only slightly less adept than Harry, far surpassed the rest. Was his fate truly to be sealed by his own hand? I don't want this. I miss you. Mom. As a fervent admirer of Harry, Professor Flitwick expressed his discontent. Am I not in the right? He then addressed Malfoy. Due to your disruption of class discipline, Slytherin loses 2 points. Malfoy was left in despair, thinking, oh dear, who will rescue me? The classmates were left speechless, simply gaping at Harry, collectively thinking, I initially believed he was impressive, but it seems he can be even more so. Thus, another 10 points were secured. As for history of magic, it was undoubtedly the subject Harry loathed the most. It was dull, lifeless, and devoid of vibrancy. Even Snape's potions class was not as disagreeable. Each time they entered history of magic, the students would involuntarily sigh, as if they had aged considerably. The sunlight streaming into the room seemed to slow to a crawl. In this class, a significant portion of the students languidly sprawled across their desks. Even Harry lacked the energy he typically possessed in other lessons. Hermione emerged as the most prominent figure during these sessions, as Professor Binns monotonously read from his notes, and only Hermione attentively engaged with the material, readily rising to pose questions at any point of confusion. This scenario rippled through the class like a refreshing rain to those weary of the dullness of the lecture. However, Since Harry had accompanied her since the beginning of term, she had not displayed the prickliness of a hedgehog. Instead, she radiated warmth and kindness, coupled with a dazzling intellect and a beautiful visage akin to a little princess. Consequently, she became the most beloved student after Harry. The defense against the dark arts class was nothing short of a farce, akin to the farcical nature of the South China Sea arbitration. Quirrell stuttered and often appeared flustered, and yet he aspired to teach the intricacies of dark magic. It was utterly ludicrous. Harry felt a surge of anxiety for them, as they were dancing on the edge of a knife, while he felt they were prancing atop a nuclear bomb. They were dealing with the legendary Dark Wizard. Quirrell's timid personality only made him more susceptible to the dark temptations he faced. As for Transfiguration, the formidable Professor McGonagall, a woman of unparalleled authority and the head of Gryffindor House, commanded respect that rivaled that of Snape. During their first lesson, Harry and Hermione entered the classroom. Drawing a wave of envious glances, boys envied Harry, while girls looked upon Hermione with jealousy. On the teacher's desk sat a tabby cat, and upon entering, Harry had initially intended to sit at the back with Hermione, but upon noticing the cat, he changed his mind. He took Hermione by the hand and moved toward the front, leaving Hermione puzzled since they had discussed sitting in the back. Just as she was about to speak, Harry gently shook her arm, prompting her to remain silent. Harry approached the tabby cat, bowed respectfully, and thus they settled into the front row. The rest of the class was bewildered by this behavior, save for the astute Hermione, who began to surmise the nature of the lesson. As the students filled the classroom and the teacher had yet to arrive, the students grew increasingly lively, shifting seats, tossing notes, and conversing loudly, all while the cat observed from the desk. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing this was a true display of reckless abandon. He and Hermione quietly opened their Transfiguration textbooks and diligently worked on their assignments. Suddenly, a stern woman appeared at the front of the class, catching the students off guard and filling them with dread. They collectively thought, "What have I just done? I can never show my face again." Professor McGonagall proceeded to call out the names of those who had just misbehaved, deducting points with severity. The students were consumed by a singular thought: a trap. A grave trap indeed. It turned out that Professor McGonagall was the most cunning presence within Hogwarts. Cadbury, passing notes, Gryffindor loses 2 points. Malfoy, speaking out of turn, Slytherin loses 3 points. Marshallay, changing seats, Ravenclaw loses 3 points. Ron, passing notes, Gryffindor loses 15 points. Everyone was taken aback. The deductions were truly excessive. The young lions of Gryffindor glared at Ron with expressions of indignation, as if he had committed an unforgivable act. Ron suddenly stood up, stammering, "Why am I being deducted so much for merely passing a note?" Professor McGonagall, with an impassive demeanor, replied, "Because your note was thrown in my direction." Hermione could no longer contain her laughter, but upon realizing the impropriety, she clamped her hand over her mouth, her shoulders shaking with mirth. After a brief moment of shock, the other students erupted into laughter, and Ron, flushed, sank back into his seat. Professor McGonagall shot a stern glance at Hermione, startling her. Then, turning to Harry, a rare smile broke through her serious facade. "Only Mr. Potter discerned my transfiguration. Thus Gryffindor earns an additional 20 points. The young lions breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for Harry. Although Professor McGonagall was stern, it did not diminish the students' affection for transfiguration. The first lesson involved transforming matches into needles, and after a single failure, Harry succeeded on his second attempt, once again earning points for Gryffindor. The students maintained their usual nonchalance, accustomed to such occurrences. How could we, mere fireflies, compete with the brilliance of the full moon? This truly is a lamentable tale. Under Harry's quiet guidance, Hermione soon succeeded as well, though she felt she could not compare to him, and reviewed the material several times. The classmates silently wept within. Why am I not a beautiful girl? I too desire the exclusive tutelage of His Highness Harry. Chapter 21. What purpose do these stones serve? Is it not because you, in Transfiguration class, were utterly clueless about casting spells, causing the matches to explode? Remarked the forthright Neville. At that moment, Seamus's face darkened, his hair standing on end. His already dark complexion grew even more so upon hearing Neville's words. Neville, are we not friends? Have you not heard of the unspoken understanding among good friends? Neville responded. Indeed. A large group behind them sighed dramatically, casting envious glances at the two academic stars, Harry and Hermione. Why were they so intelligent? Merlin, why do you favor them so? If Hermione could hear their thoughts, she would solemnly declare, I am not a genius. I merely dedicated the time you spent playing wizard chess, practicing prank spells, and indulging in pudding, cheese, and pie to my studies. The classmates retorted, but during our leisure, Harry also did not study. Hermione disdainfully replied, You lot, mere dregs, how dare you compare yourselves to a genius? Have you not yet awakened today? The students clutched their chests, feeling as if struck by an arrow, struggling to crawl away. Why? Life is already so arduous. Why must you expose our shortcomings? Ah, alas. Harry said to Hermione, Shall we head to the dining hall together? I refuse to accompany you. Hermione replied haughtily. Harry chuckled softly. Have you forgotten what I told you? You could never surpass me in your pride. Who was being proud? Hermione retorted, resembling a kitten whose tail had just been stepped on. Harry said, Well then, explain me why you were reluctant. Weren't we once a harmonious pair? Hermione shot him a glance, already familiar with his nonchalant demeanor, and sighed. The girls in my dormitory pester me every night, inquiring about our relationship and trying to gather news about you. It's becoming rather bothersome. Harry stroked his chin. I didn't realize I was still so charming. Hermione looked at Harry, who was basking in his own pride, wearing an expression that suggested she should have anticipated his reaction. Eventually, the two made their way to the dining hall. The appearance of the dining hall resembled that of the grand hall when they first arrived at school, with long tables arranged by house. Initially, Harry spent several days searching for the dining hall, and it was only through his charm that he managed to secure a place there. As was customary, during mealtime, a multitude of owls swooped in from outside, delivering packages to their owners, resulting in a chaotic scene. The owls did not land on the tables to drop off the parcels, but rather performed aerial drops. However, there was an exception. Someone shouted, Look, that seems to be Harry's majestic bird. Among the many owls, one stood out, significantly larger than the rest. Many recognized this unique eagle as Harry's pet. Upon spotting Harry, the eagle glided down, dangerously close to the table, causing many to instinctively recoil. The eagle dropped a black package and flew away. Hermione took a sip of her soup and curiously asked, Who would send you something? Harry placed the package, securely tied with string, before him. It was a cubic object, not particularly large, but it appeared quite heavy. Hermione's curiosity was thoroughly piqued as she inquired, What did you purchase? Upon unwrapping the package, a wooden box emerged, containing dozens of identically sized stones, each about the length of a finger and cubical in shape. Harry nodded with satisfaction. This is it. I had Tom, the owner of the leaky cauldron, help me acquire it. Don't ask me what it is or what it does. It hasn't succeeded yet, but I believe it will in a few days. Hermione could only suppress her myriad of questions. At that moment, another owl flew in, delivering a letter to Harry. He opened it to find a message from Hagrid. After reading, he showed it to Hermione. Hagrid invited them to visit him this Friday. Hermione exclaimed with delight, clearly feeling somewhat stifled. I was just considering when to see Hagrid, and now it aligns perfectly. I have a small favor I'd like to ask Hagrid. Harry added. Chapter 22. The fragrance between a maiden's lips. As the two were eating and conversing, a loud argument suddenly erupted from the left side of Harry. Ron, it's all your fault that Gryffindor lost so many points today, shouted a boy. Harry took a bite of his pie, slightly lowering his head, a faint smirk of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance, admonishing, Who have you offended now, to be grinning so obnoxiously? Cough, cough. Harry choked on the pie, his eyes rolling upward as if he were about to be suffocated. Hermione's face immediately contorted with panic, her hands flailing in confusion. This is water, she exclaimed, hurriedly pushing the cup towards Harry. Struggling to catch his breath, Harry's face had turned crimson. He grasped the cup as though it were a lifeline, eagerly gulping down the liquid. Once he finished, a sigh of relief escaped him, but he suddenly furrowed his brow and gravely stated, This cup. What's wrong? Hermione asked, startled by Harry's expression. Her face shifted from crimson to a deep shade of anger as she ominously remarked, Mr. Potter, do you wish to perish? Ha ha, just kidding. Harry wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the chilling intent emanating from her. Give me the cup. Hermione's tone was icy. Here, Harry replied, handing it over. Hermione's frustration boiled over as she snapped. Why haven't you let go yet? Innocently, Harry blinked. I have. Is it too heavy for you to? Let go, stop talking. At last, Hermione's patience waned completely. She leaned forward, tilted her head, and bit down on Harry's hand. Startled, Harry released his grip, and Hermione swiftly seized the cup. You actually bit me, Harry exclaimed, shaking his hand, revealing a neat circle of teeth marks on the back. Gently blowing on it, he noticed traces of Hermione's saliva, a reminder of their recent encounter. Realizing what she had done, Hermione blushed and stammered. What are you staring at? Nothing. Really? Harry resolved internally to avoid water for the next 3 days. What were you laughing about just now? The astute Hermione shifted the conversation. Oh, that. It seems this whole situation stemmed from that laugh. Just as Harry was about to elaborate, a nearby argument escalated. Look at how many points Gryffindor has lost since the start of the term, because of you. A boy berated Ron. Bang! Ron finally erupted, slamming his hand on the table, causing a dish of sauce to spill all over him, leaving him in a disheveled state. You always criticize me. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Haven't you been reprimanded multiple times in potions? Say that again. The boy shouted in anger. Go ahead and say it. Ron had clearly endured enough from other students, and his pent-up fury exploded. Enough. The headmaster will be here soon, urged a bespectacled diminutive student. However, they shoved him aside, unintentionally knocking him over. They exchanged glances, each blaming the other, and thus a full-scale conflict erupted. It was unclear who struck first, but soon they were grappling across the table, causing bystanders to quickly scatter as dishes clattered to the ground, shattering everywhere. Realizing their identities as wizards, they simultaneously drew their wands, pointing them at each other. As others began to sense that trouble was imminent, they hurriedly exchanged words among themselves. At that moment, a voice filled with malicious glee echoed from a distance. Hurry and fight. Who would have thought that a meal could turn into such a spectacle? You wouldn't dare, would you? The speaker could only be Draco Malfoy from Slytherin. Initially wavering, Ron and his companion resolved to stand firm. After all, how could they hold their heads high if Malfoy belittled them? Such are the naive musings of two 11-year-old boys. However, they had only just begun their journey into the world of magic, racking their brains for an offensive spell they could wield. Just then, a sharp voice rang out, separate at once. The two adversaries, locked in confrontation across the table, seemed to be struck by an unseen force, stumbling backwards a few paces, their balance faltering. Immediately following this, Hermione commanded, "Disarm." Her wand emitted two beams of light that accurately struck Ron and Malfoy's wands, sending them soaring out of reach and into the crowd. It had scarcely been 2 seconds since Hermione acted, and their classmates, who had been apprehensive moments before, had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. This abrupt conclusion left them with an absurd feeling. They were not prepared for this. Turning to Hermione, they saw her wand still raised, causing the students around her to scatter in fright. It was truly terrifying. Ron and his companion were momentarily stunned, bewildered by what had transpired, gazing at their empty hands. Where are our wands? They wondered. Although startled, their peers soon felt a surge of excitement within. This was magic. After weeks of lessons, they had grasped some magical concepts, yet had never truly understood what magic felt like or how it manifested. The scene before them ignited their spirits. So cool, isn't it? Hermione is incredible, isn't she? Magic is amazing, isn't it? At that moment, the crowd parted to reveal Harry, who stepped forward. Typically, the last one to arrive is the protagonist. Do they not know this? Well, let us begin with a little moral lesson. Harry addressed the two, who instinctively lowered their heads. Ron, have you considered that had you two engaged in a duel today, you both might have been expelled from Hogwarts? Their faces turned pale, trembling at the thought. I'll say no more. Ponder it yourselves, Harry remarked nonchalantly. A portion of Harry's wand peeked from his sleeve, aimed at the remnants of food and broken dishes on the floor. Cleanse. In an instant, the mess vanished as if a veil had been lifted. Those nearby gasped in astonishment. This spell was all too familiar, frequently employed by Snape in potions class. Yet, it seemed to belong to a higher level of magic. Let us go, Harry said to Hermione, who followed him as they gradually exited the throng. As they passed by Malfoy, Harry suddenly turned, casting a cold smirk at him. That'll teach you to speak out of turn. Malfoy, sensing something amiss, attempted to evade, but it was too late. Silencio. A beam of light struck Malfoy, casting a spell that would silence him for a day. If you seek help from a professor, well, you know what that entails. Harry grinned devilishly. Malfoy was left in despair, lamenting, "Oh, how foolish I was to speak." Chapter 23. A stone that can be eaten amidst a multitude of awestruck gazes. Harry and Hermione pushed open the doors of the dining hall and stepped outside. As they walked down the corridor, Harry remarked, "Your sense of responsibility is truly remarkable. I'm just concerned that their quarrels might inflict significant losses upon Gryffindor. I fear they might deduct 50 points from each of us. All your hard work would be in vain." Huh. Harry was surprised to learn that Hermione's primary motivation was him, chuckling as he said, "I didn't realize I held such influence. I thought your intervention stemmed from a desire to uphold Gryffindor's honor. Given your usual adherence to discipline as the model student in the eyes of our professors, who has trying to be the teacher's pet?" Hermione retorted angrily. "ISNT at you?" Harry countered. Hermione paused, realizing she had no rebuttal to his words. You are truly an exceptional girl, Harry exclaimed, looking up at her. What are you blabbering about? Hermione shouted in surprise. Harry smiled at her, choosing silence while internally reflecting. Hermione is indeed a paragon of virtue, courageous, passionate, and compassionate. Moreover, she embodies qualities cherished across various houses, a rarity indeed. She possesses the wisdom and inquisitive spirit of Ravenclaw, which stands as her greatest asset. Along with the diligence and loyalty of Hufflepuff, even Ron had reached his limit, yet Hermione alone accompanied Harry. She is also astute and cunning, traits characteristic of Slytherin. Such a girl is a rare find. One should pursue her, even if she still bears an adorably round face. As the days passed in this amusingly tense atmosphere of study, 2 days flew by. The professors at Hogwarts suddenly noticed that all first-year students appeared transformed, diligently engaging in every subject, which piqued their curiosity about what had transpired. Almost all the teachers welcomed this change, except for Professor Snape. In Potions class, Snape took pleasure in reprimanding the young Gryffindors and deducting points, relishing the sight of them trembling like sheep. The thrill he felt was akin to savoring a refreshing mug of ice-cold beer on a scorching summer day. However, he lamented that since the term began, his meticulously devised plans to torment the Golden Boy, Harry Potter, had yielded no results. Each time he sought to make Harry's life difficult, Harry would respond not with anger, but with a beaming smile and a flawless answer. Every time Snape beheld that grin, he yearned to draw his wand and render him unconscious. Though deprived of his primary target, he still found solace in the other bumbling Gryffindors. Yet, over the past 2 days, he was astonished to discover that Gryffindor students had become unexpectedly enthusiastic in Potions class. Except for Neville, the acknowledged potion novice who showed little progress. Snape could distinctly sense the earnestness of the other students, a phenomenon he found intolerable. Yet he was at a loss as to how to address it. After the morning classes concluded, the two friends set off to find Hagrid, leaving the castle and traversing the fields. Hagrid resided in a quaint wooden cottage on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where a stone crossbow and a pair of rubber boots lay before the entrance. When Harry knocked on the door, a flurry of anxious struggles and low growls echoed from within. Hagrid, it's me, Harry. Oh, just a moment, I'll be right there. Hagrid swung open the door, revealing his colossal figure, his thick mane of hair giving him the appearance of a wild man, and he greeted Harry with evident delight. Hagrid, this is my friend from Hogwarts, Hermione Granger, Harry introduced her. Welcome. I was worried Harry might not find any friends at school, Hagrid remarked to Hermione. She glanced at Harry and replied, You must be mistaken. Who doesn't know the illustrious Harry Potter? Everyone wishes to be his friend. Hagrid ushered them inside, while struggling to hold onto the collar of a massive black dog. The cottage contained but one room. Ham hung from the ceiling alongside game birds. A copper kettle simmered over the hearth, and in one corner stood a large bed, its bedding stitched together from scraps of fabric. Hermione, rather than being put off by Hagrid's humble abode, surveyed the peculiar pets within with keen interest. Hagrid poured them both a cup of hot water from the kettle he had just removed from the fire and offered them a platter of rock cakes. Harry picked up one of the cakes, but discreetly set it down again. Hermione, witnessing this, shot him an exasperated glance and whispered reproachfully, How could you do that? Harry shrugged. I'm simply being sensible. If you won't eat it, I will. Hermione silently expressed her discontent with Harry's rudeness, thus opting for the largest piece. Harry opened his mouth as if to say something, then, with a mischievous grin, chose to remain silent. He recalled how he and Ron had struggled to chew these cakes in the original story, pretending they were delightful despite their teeth almost cracking. He wondered what expression Hermione would wear shortly. With a crunch, Hermione bit into the cake, and Harry watched as her face contorted into a comical grimace. She cupped her chubby hands around her mouth, perhaps to prevent the rock cake from falling or to shield her aching teeth. Delicious, simply delicious, she mumbled, her fluffy brown hair concealing her face, preventing Hagrid from noticing her suddenly tearful eyes. What a cake this is. It's more like a stone biscuit. You regret it now, don't you? Harry gently ruffled Hermione's hair and said to Hagrid, We are not quite like you. We simply cannot chew these cakes. Hagrid looked genuinely apologetic. I'm sorry. I really enjoy these cakes, and assumed you might as well, forgetting that your teeth aren't quite as sturdy as mine. Next time, I promise to prepare something you will enjoy. Hermione gazed at Harry with teary eyes, looking quite pitiful. All right, stop eating, or you'll lose all your teeth, he said, taking the cake from her hands, to which she responded with a grateful glance. Hagrid had invited Harry over this time out of concern for any troubles he might be facing at school, wishing to have a word with him. Chapter 24. Requesting Hagrid's assistance. After Harry shared his recent circumstances with Hagrid, he presented the parcel he had received 2 days prior. Hagrid, I wish to ask you for a favor. What? Hagrid was taken aback by Harry's request, surprised that Harry needed his assistance. As Harry unwrapped the parcel, he revealed a neat array of stones, all of equal size. To be honest, I noticed when you arrived. I thought this was a pie meant for me. Hagrid admitted sheepishly. Once you assist me with this task, you can indulge in any pie you desire. What do you wish for me to do? Hagrid conjectured that Harry's request was likely related to the stones on the table, yet he was utterly perplexed about the specifics. Just as Harry was about to speak, he suddenly caught sight of Hermione's eyes sparkling with intensity as she silently mouthed, "You must not let him know." Then, in a hushed tone, she directed Hagrid's attention. That. The field between the school and Hagrid's hut. Hermione hurried ahead of Harry, her arms swinging widely, as if she wished to put considerable distance between them. Harry, chuckling helplessly behind her, pondered what had compelled him to tease Hermione, fully aware of her temperament. Such acts of mistrust would surely trouble her, even if he was merely jesting. "Hey, Hermione, you know I was just kidding. I didn't intend to upset you." Harry caught up with her, walking shoulder to shoulder. Hermione halted, asserting, "I am not angry." "Well, if you're not angry, let me tell you, I actually want Hagrid." It appeared that Hermione was genuinely upset, and Harry contemplated how he might alleviate her discontent. A forgetting charm would suffice, but perhaps it would be better to personally knead her shoulders and seek her forgiveness. What should he do? Harry dashed in front of Hermione, blocking her path. Ignoring him, she attempted to sidestep, continuing forward, yet Harry moved alongside her, obstructing her again. Hermione veered right, and Harry mirrored her. She shifted left, and so did he. When she attempted to retreat, Harry seized her arm. "What are you doing?" Hermione exclaimed in frustration, as Harry suddenly pulled her toward him and embraced her. The art of affection was in full bloom. Hermione was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend Harry's actions. Once she regained her senses, she struggled fiercely in his embrace, trying to escape his firm hold, but to no avail. Hermione sighed in resignation. "Let me go." Harry rested his chin atop her chestnut hair, inhaling the delicate fragrance of jasmine, and gently took a couple of breaths before asking, "Are you still angry?" "I am certainly upset," Hermione retaliated, striking Harry's torso with her fists. "How dare you do such a thing without my consent?" "Do not be angry. I merely requested Hagrid to craft a toy for me, wizard chess," Harry explained to Hermione. She looked up, momentarily forgetting her predicament, and couldn't help but inquire, "Wizard chess? Isn't that easily obtainable? Why do you need Hagrid to create a set for you?" "What I desire is not the Western version of wizard chess, but Chinese chess. Such a thing is not available in the magical realm." "Chinese chess? Is it the game played by the two elderly men I saw in Chinatown?" "Precisely. Then why didn't you tell me?" Hermione furrowed her brow. "I initially intended to wait until the chess set was completed before teaching you how to play," Harry replied. "You should really loosen your grip. My arm is being painfully constricted." Only upon hearing Hermione's words did Harry realize he was holding her too tightly, and he swiftly released her. Hermione rubbed her shoulder and moved ahead. Harry was left bewildered, sensing Hermione's lingering irritation without understanding the reason behind it. He had completely forgotten which imbecile had embraced Hermione moments ago. Hogwarts, Great Hall. Malfoy sat at the dining table with a sullen expression. It could be said that every time he attended classes with Gryffindor students, his mood soured, and even in Harry's absence, his spirits plummeted. The mere recollection of being cursed by Harry a few days prior, rendering him mute for an entire day, drove him to the brink of madness. Yet he felt powerless against him. At that moment, Malfoy's lackey, Goyle, hurried over lamenting, "Malfoy, I just saw the announcement in the Slytherin common room stating that next Thursday we will have flying lessons with Gryffindor. I absolutely dread being in their company." Upon hearing this, Malfoy's expression darkened immediately, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he burst into laughter. Chapter 25. Yearning to soar higher. Goyle gaped in astonishment at Malfoy's unexpected, foolish laughter. To him, it seemed Malfoy had been rendered senseless by the dreadful news. He vigorously waved his hand in front of Malfoy's face, exclaiming in despair, "Oh, Malfoy, no." Malfoy blinked, noticing that the other students in the hall were now drawn to Goyle's loud outburst. He shot Goyle an embarrassed glare and quickly made his exit from the awkward scene. Goyle, wiping his tears, followed closely behind. As they stepped outside, laughter erupted from the dining hall. Hearing the uproarious laughter behind him, Malfoy felt utterly humiliated and quickened his pace. "Hey, Malfoy, wait for me," Goyle called out as he struggled to keep up. Running was quite a challenge for him as a portly fellow. This world often seemed to harbor malice towards those of his stature. Perhaps, in the grand design of creation, the divine had a particular disdain for the overweight. "What do you want?" Malfoy asked impatiently. Goyle, panting, replied, I thought you hadn't finished speaking when suddenly you looked at me as if I were your father's murderer. Goyle, startled by Malfoy's expression, hesitated to continue. Why were you so pleased to hear that we would be having flying lessons with Gryffindor? Goyle asked, puzzled. Everyone in Slytherin knew how intensely Malfoy despised Harry and every student from Gryffindor, and Goyle was all too aware of this. One night, while using the restroom, Malfoy had unexpectedly spoken, and at first, Goyle thought he was addressing him, only to realize that he was cursing Harry. Thus, witnessing Malfoy's sudden laughter, Goyle, with his limited intellect, could only conclude that Malfoy must have been driven mad by rage. Initially, Malfoy had no intention of engaging with Goyle, yet upon hearing his inquiry, he could not suppress a self-satisfied smile. He proudly declared, in other subjects, we may not measure up to Harry, as he consistently steals the limelight. However, in flying class, that will not be the case. You see, I began learning to ride a broomstick 2 years ago. No matter how clever Harry is, he simply cannot excel in flying class. Can he really master the broomstick on his very first attempt? Perhaps, with a mind filled with books, he will fare worse than a muggle at this endeavor. Just wait until the moment when his face reflects his embarrassment. Delighted by this thought, Malfoy chuckled, envisioning the instant of Harry's humiliation. Goyle contemplated interjecting, but Harry is a genius. However, realizing the repercussions of such a statement and harboring doubts about Harry's ability to excel in everything, he opted for silence. Malfoy calculated the time left, lamenting, today is only Friday. We have 6 days until flying class. 6 days to witness Harry's blunders. How slow the wait is. Energized, Malfoy had never anticipated a lesson alongside Gryffindor with such eagerness. He pondered how he might articulate Harry's shortcomings at that moment, determined to devise a meticulous plan so as not to squander this splendid opportunity. He envisioned Harry mounting the broomstick only to tumble off, his expression one of sheer confusion and dismay. At that moment, he would soar gracefully above Harry, looking down with a smile and mockingly proclaiming, "Oh, isn't this the illustrious Harry Potter? How is it that you cannot even manage something as simple as riding a broomstick? It seems your fame amounts to little." Harry would undoubtedly bow his head like a clown, too ashamed to lift it. Capturing such a moment on film would be perfect. This plan was simply exquisite. Unbeknownst to Harry, Malfoy was concocting schemes to witness his embarrassment and unleash his pent-up frustrations. Nonetheless, the impending flying lesson had ignited excitement among the students of both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Flying was undeniably a thrilling topic, not only in its own right, but also due to its close association with Quidditch, the most beloved sport in the wizarding world. Indeed, it is evident how immensely popular flying and Quidditch are. Since the beginning of the term, numerous first years have boasted to their peers about their experiences riding broomsticks at home. And whenever such topics arise, eager listeners are sure to lean in, without fail. However, after hearing such tales a few times, Harry could only shake his head in disbelief and pull Hermione, who was keen to continue listening, away. While I do not oppose your attempts to capture your classmates' attention and indulge in modest bragging, do ensure that your tales hold some semblance of truth. Simo claimed that he could ride a flying broomstick since childhood, soaring through the wilderness all day long. I find it hard to believe that your parents were indifferent to your well-being. Ron asserted he had secretly taught himself to ride a flying broomstick, recounting an incident where he almost collided with an aircraft. Malfoy, being the epitome of arrogance, boasted with utmost grandeur. Whenever the topic of flying arose, he would adopt an air of superiority, expounding on the origins of flight and the highlights of various Quidditch matches, vehemently criticizing Hogwarts' rule that prohibited first-year students from joining the Quidditch team, as if the faculty were blind to the potential of their future Quidditch star. Ultimately, he would regale others with tales of his most perilous escapades, claiming to have narrowly avoided a helicopter. Truly, one must question the credibility of such boasts. Ron has merely encountered a single aircraft, yet Malfoy elevates his narrative to the level of a helicopter. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that those who have never experienced riding a flying broomstick are immensely curious about the flying exploits of others. Such individuals are not few. Muggle students have never laid eyes on a broomstick, and in many wizarding families, parents, concerned for their children's safety, restrict their access to such perilous items, rendering them not much different from Muggles in terms of flying experience. Therefore, when news of the upcoming flying lessons circulated, it became the predominant topic of conversation among students. Whether in the dining hall, while completing assignments, or even during classes, the first years were eager to envision themselves soaring freely through the skies. However, the flying lesson schedules for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had yet to be established, leaving them enviously gazing at the students from Gryffindor and Slytherin. Chapter 26, A Spiritual Breakthrough. As night fell in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, the students, wearied from a full day of study, quickly succumbed to slumber. This could also be attributed to their excitement about the flying lessons scheduled for the following day. Harry was quite content with this, as since he had seen the announcement in the Gryffindor common room the previous week, the first years had been incessantly chattering, even late into the night. This relentless noise had deprived Harry of the opportunity to meditate for 5 days, as he could not practice meditation in front of his dormitory mates, despite the fact that they would not mistake it for some peculiar form of exercise. Typically, he would only meditate when his companions were asleep. However, at last, he found himself with time to spare. Harry glanced around to ensure everyone was asleep, then carefully threw aside his thin blanket and sat up. He assumed a cross-legged position reminiscent of Taoist practices. Lacking a mentor to guide him, all of this was entirely his own decision. Yet, he felt no discomfort in this posture. Rather, upon concluding each meditation session, he not only sensed an increase in his mastery of the light element, but also enjoyed a remarkable clarity of mind throughout the day. This clarity was undoubtedly the reason he could easily retain 80 to 90% of the material he read. His remarkable gift of photographic memory undoubtedly incited a pang of envy within Hermione. For someone like her, a true scholar, the act of reading and studying had long since become second nature. Thus, the allure of such an ability was apparent. After days of meditation, Harry discerned that he encountered no obstacles, and he resolved to share his meditative techniques with Hermione. However, he harbored doubts about whether she could perceive the presence of elemental forces. His own mastery of the light element might stem from innate talent or the inherent strength of his soul. Even in the realm of fiction, not everyone could become a wizard, could they? During today's meditation, Harry experienced a peculiar sensation, akin to reaching a plateau in his training, poised for a breakthrough. Elated, he reflected that daily meditation served as an exercise for his mental fortitude. Naturally endowed with a robust soul, he believed that his unique approach to meditation could potentially enhance his spiritual strength. Recognizing this, he steadied his excited heart, continuing to close his eyes, focusing his mind on the tiny points of light surrounding him. His consciousness felt like a hand, gently caressing the light element. As he meditated, he could sense a distance of several dozen meters. Yet, when he attempted to extend his reach further, he encountered a sense of limitation, unable to encompass everything. However, today, as his mental acuity peaked, he did not cease but pressed on. Suddenly, it felt as though he had breached a translucent membrane, and a wave of immense comfort washed over him. In that moment, he felt weightless, as if his body had vanished, akin to his soul being submerged in a warm spring. He vowed that this sensation was undoubtedly the most exquisite in existence. Were his classmates to witness his expression at that moment, they would surely be perplexed by the peculiar smile adorning his face. In that instant, Harry glimpsed a more intricate world, vibrant with colors, where myriad points of light danced like fireflies. The white lights, reminiscent of familial warmth, gravitated towards him, revealing a brilliance that was bright yet gentle on the eyes. Yet this extraordinary sensation was fleeting. Harry's mental capacity had expanded significantly, doubling to an impressive 50 meters. Unbeknownst to him, this phenomenon was termed vision infused with will, a state that only those with truly formidable mental strength could achieve under optimal conditions. Had someone stood before Harry at that moment, gazing into his eyes, they might have succumbed to the overwhelming force of his consciousness. Though the external manifestation of his mental energy lasted merely an instant, others would still perceive his transformation, notably through the newfound clarity and brightness of his eyes, an embodiment of the adage that the eyes are the windows to the soul. At that juncture, Harry was far from sleepy. His breakthrough invigorated him, banishing any notion of drowsiness. Glancing at the clock on his bedside, he noted that it was only 1 o'clock in the morning. Harry stood in front of the glass window, feeling the cool breeze for a moment. He gazed up at the profound night sky, which was remarkably bright, adorned with a flowing band of the Milky Way. Oh, the Milky Way! Harry's eyes glimmered with nostalgia, for such a luminous night sky would scarcely be seen decades hence. Thus, one of his greatest joys upon arriving in this world was to gaze at the star-studded heavens on clear nights, where humanity appeared so insignificant beneath the vastness of the cosmos. This juxtaposition of grandeur and insignificance filled Harry with a sense of reverence for the universe. Wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye, he murmured, "Ah, youth, did I forget to take my potion today?" He adjusted the window slightly and, after a moment's contemplation, opted not to retire to bed. Instead, he retrieved a third-year spellbook, pushed open the dormitory door, and stepped outside. Descending the staircase, though illuminated by torches, the dimness still prevailed. Harry softly and reverently intoned, "Omnipotent God of light, Harry Potter, please bestow upon me the power of illumination." In response, a radiant white sphere, half a meter in diameter, appeared beside him, casting the winding staircase in brilliant light. Upon reaching the Gryffindor common room, Harry could not shake the eerie atmosphere. He found himself regretting his decision to venture out. Wouldn't counting sheep suffice to lull him to sleep? Why must he endure solitude in such a foreboding setting? The silence was oppressive. Even the flickering flames of the torches created an illusion of shadows lurking behind him. The longer Harry remained, the greater his inner trepidation grew. It was no wonder that people could instill fear in one another. Harry noticed a sheet of white paper and a quill on the table in the common room. A thought crossed his mind, though it might be unfair to Hermione. He doubted she would mind. He took a piece of paper and, with the quill, penned a note. "Hermione, I am waiting for you in the Gryffindor common room." Harry. Below it, he drew the Olympic rings, a secret only shared between him and Hermione. Once, out of sheer boredom, he had doodled circles in Hermione's book and, ignoring her protests, had transformed them into an Olympic emblem. Thus, upon seeing this symbol, Hermione would know it was from him. Harry folded the paper into a crane, gave it a tap with his wand, and instantly, the crane came to life, soaring through the girls' dormitory door. Meanwhile, Hermione was lost in a dream, attending an astronomy class, where students were observing Orion as per the professor's instructions. Stealing a glance at Harry beside her, she caught his eye, and he grinned at her. Hermione's face flushed crimson. Yet Harry approached her silently. "What are you doing?" Hermione asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Suddenly, Harry raised his hand and playfully tapped her head twice, quite forcefully. Bewildered, Hermione was about to speak when he tapped her again with equal vigor, jolting her awake. "I can't believe I dreamed of Harry. Of all people. Why him?" Hermione muttered softly. Yet, the dream felt so vivid, her head still throbbed slightly. Suddenly, her forehead was tapped twice again, and upon looking up, she discovered a paper crane fluttering above her. A messenger crane. This was magic reserved for third-year students. Hermione, puzzled about who might have sent her this message, began to faintly suspect the truth. Upon unfolding the paper crane and discovering its new content, Hermione wore an expression of exasperation, lamenting the current time. Nevertheless, she resolved to meet Harry. After rising from her bed, she contemplated changing her attire, yet deemed it unnecessary, thus descending in her vibrant red pajamas. Chapter 27. What a stroke of fate. Hermione tiptoed out of the girls' dormitory and entered the Gryffindor common room, where she found Harry scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance. Startled by the sound of the door creaking open, emerging from the shadows, Hermione recalled her recent dream of him, her cheeks flushing slightly, though thankfully, the dim lighting concealed her blush from Harry. At such a late hour, what could he possibly be doing awake? Hermione covered her mouth with a delicate hand, stifling a yawn. In that moment, she epitomized languor. Her flimsy pink pajamas, unkempt, bore creases from her hasty departure, and her feet were adorned with frog-shaped slippers. Her naturally tousled hair had become even more disheveled, and her eyes still bore the remnants of sleep, as if she had yet to fully awaken. As she approached Harry, she suddenly gasped, losing her balance and tumbling forward, having tripped over the red carpet beneath her feet. Like anyone in her predicament, Hermione tightly shut her eyes, as if that would prevent the impending mishap. However, the anticipated pain never arrived. Instead, she found herself cradled in a warm embrace. Harry, noticing Hermione's unsteady gait, had intended to caution her about the carpet, but dismissed the thought, thinking it merely a rug that could not possibly cause a fall. Nonetheless, he was quick to react, rushing forward to catch her just as she began to topple. Embracing such a petite and endearing girl, one whom he held affection for, Harry found himself instinctively tightening his hold rather than merely steadying her, an unconscious action, not a deliberate choice. As Hermione composed herself, smoothing her attire and placing her hands on her lap as if seeking solace, she murmured, just now, this marks the third time. Lowering her gaze, Harry could not discern her expression, yet a chill ran down his spine, sensing an ominous aura. Harry chuckled nervously. Well, that truly is a stroke of fate. Wouldn't you agree? His awkward laughter filled the air. The notion of being embraced as a child might be trivial, he thought. Trivial? Hermione's voice resonated like an echo from the abyss. I'll show you what trivial means. She seized a book from the table and hurled it at Harry without mercy. Startled, he leapt to his feet to evade her wrath. You dare dodge. Hermione charged at him, launching a flurry of playful punches and kicks. Harry could only circle around the chairs in a frantic dash, with Hermione in hot pursuit. After a lively bout, they finally ceased their antics. More accurately, Hermione halted her chase, for as a delicate girl, she could not possibly outrun Harry. Breathing heavily, she leaned against a chair and plopped down, casting a fierce glare at him. Seeing that Hermione had ceased her pursuit, Harry exhaled in relief and settled into a seat 2 chairs away from her. Ahem, I sought you out for a matter of importance. What business could possibly warn an audience at this hour? Harry, of course, would not speak the truth. Instead, he said, it's about the kind of energy I showed you when school first started. I wish to share with you how to harness it, as such matters are better suited for the evening. The naive Hermione was indeed captivated by Harry's words, her earlier emotions dissipating like mist. With an insatiable curiosity gleaming in her eyes, she fixed her gaze upon Harry and inquired, what exactly is it, and how can one control such a thing? Harry began earnestly to convey his thoughts to Hermione. Upon hearing him, her large eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, indicating that she was utterly enchanted. She pondered swiftly, are you suggesting that there are many such elements around us, perceivable only through mental focus? Harry affirmed yes, though I cannot be certain that everyone can perceive the existence of these elements. Hermione, lifting her chin, confidently declared, I am certain I can discover the elements. Harry couldn't help but smile. Such confidence was a rarity for Hermione. Is it truly as simple as merely imagining it? Hermione found the notion somewhat implausible. If all I need to do is close my eyes and envision the elements around me, how is it that no one else has discovered them? That should work, right? Harry hesitated, uncertain if his method would be applicable to others, yet he reasoned that it was worth a try. Without further hesitation, Hermione closed her eyes, first calming her mind as Harry had instructed. Her serious and earnest demeanor, though charmingly childish, was amusing enough that Harry felt an urge to pinch her cheeks. Harry's gaze remained fixed on Hermione. Although she was still a child, it was evident she would grow into a stunning beauty. After a while of keeping her eyes shut, Hermione felt no different. Although Harry had mentioned success would not come easily, her brow furrowed in frustration. As she opened her eyes, she noticed Harry intently watching her. Had he been gazing at her all this time while she had her eyes closed? Caught in a flurry of emotions, joy, shyness, and irritation, Hermione found herself at a loss for words. Harry, noticing her awakening, quickly shifted his attention, exclaiming, what a splendid day it is today. Hermione nearly burst into laughter at his antics. She resumed her meditation while Harry returned to his book, and the spacious common room fell into a serene silence. Unbeknownst to them, Harry eventually dozed off, while Hermione continued her silent contemplation. When Harry awoke with a yawn, he was momentarily disoriented, recalling why he was in the common room. Turning to look, he found Hermione still seated, deep in her meditation. Hermione, he tentatively called out. Upon opening her eyes, her weary expression revealed that she had not slept at all, and she dejectedly remarked, I was not successful. Harry replied, it was not expected that you would achieve success today. Just look at how drained you appear now. Hermione felt her head growing heavy. It seemed a rest was essential if she were to regain her energy. Reluctantly, she resolved to take Harry's advice and rest. Chapter 28. Riding the Flying Broomstick. The sky today is clear, adorned with fluffy white clouds against a brilliant blue backdrop. As Harry partakes in his breakfast, the absence of Hermione by his side seems to embolden a group of girls who eagerly surround him, vying for his attention. This sudden influx of admirers weighs heavily upon Harry. He has never felt such discomfort, even during the initial days of the term. Every gesture he makes is scrutinized, accompanied by gentle inquiries that only amplify the intensity of their gazes, which seem to melt him away. Of course, they refrain from crossing any boundaries, mindful that any sign of annoyance from Harry could ruin their enjoyment. They present themselves with the poise of young ladies, sitting upright, smiling demurely, savoring their meals slowly, their gazes varying from gentle to bold, all fixed on Harry. This throng of admirers is both a source of pleasure and a form of torment. This morning, Neville received a memory orb from his grandmother. When touched, if the orb turns red, it signifies that the owner has forgotten something important, a curious phenomenon that piques the interest of those around him. However, in a twist of irony, when Neville encounters the orb, it indeed turns red. Yet he cannot recall what it is he has forgotten. Amidst their playful banter, Draco Malfoy attempts to seize Neville's memory orb, but as he does so, he instinctively glances at Harry. Anticipating Malfoy's intentions, Harry merely smiles at him, effectively quashing the scheme with that simple gesture. Malfoy, feeling a twinge of trepidation, approaches Harry's table with a facade of arrogance, remarking, I hope you don't fall off your broom during flying lessons today, Potter. Harry replies with a grin. When did Draco Malfoy of Slytherin start caring for others? Just a friendly reminder. It seems Gryffindor's points currently surpass those of Slytherin. You do remember what the loser has to do, don't you? Harry's words pierce through Malfoy like an arrow, causing him to shudder. With a scoff reminiscent of a scorned villain, he departs. After a brief nap of over an hour, Hermione finally feels a bit more refreshed. Before class, she laments to Harry, "Why isn't there a spell to invigorate one's energy?" Her cheeks are flushed, still glistening with droplets from having washed her face before hurrying to class. While spells may not be a cure-all, Professor Snape's potions likely possess such effects, albeit with inevitable side effects. "This is breakfast I brought for you. Hurry and eat before Professor McGonagall arrives," Harry says, presenting her with 3 slices of toast and a succulent chicken leg. Hermione gasps in delight, having braced herself for a morning of hunger. She quietly chews on the bread, grateful that they are seated at the front, away from prying eyes. As she secretly indulges in the food, her heart swells, and she feels a twinge of emotion as she watches Harry shield her from view. The chicken leg still emanated warmth, and as Hermione began to indulge, the tantalizing aroma of the savory meat wafted throughout the classroom, prompting her classmates to turn and seek out the culprit of such audacity, though to no avail. Upon Professor McGonagall's entrance, her nose twitched slightly. She approached the podium, surveying the room before her gaze ultimately settled upon Hermione. With great effort, Hermione straightened her posture and fixed her gaze ahead, revealing no trace of guilt. "Miss Granger, do remember to wipe the grease from your mouth after your meals," McGonagall pointedly remarked, unmasking the identity of the classroom's dining offender. Laughter erupted from the students below, with Draco Malfoy intentionally guffawing the loudest. Hermione's complexion, already a vibrant shade of red, now seemed to shimmer with embarrassment. Consequently, for her indiscretion of eating in class, Professor McGonagall deducted 5 points from Gryffindor. After class, the students surged out of the classroom, racing towards the castle's exterior, their spirits high with jubilant cheers. The gentle breeze of the day accompanied them as they trod upon the grassy expanse, the blades swaying like rippling waves into the distance. At the castle's entrance, Hagrid's quaint hut and the dark trees bordering the forbidden forest were clearly visible. The flying lesson was to be conducted by Madame Hooch, who sported a short tuft of gray hair and piercing yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle's. Her speech was rapid and incisive, somewhat akin to Professor Snape, though her voice possessed a melodic quality far surpassing his staccato cadence. The brooms on the ground appeared somewhat worn, arranged in 2 lines, with Gryffindor and Slytherin facing one another. After instructing the students on how to command their brooms, Madame Hooch let out a sharp whistle, and the brooms soared into the air with a continuous hum. Harry called out just once, and his broom obediently leapt into his grasp. He clutched it tightly, filled with an eager anticipation to experience the sensation of flight. However, not everyone could emulate Harry's ease. Malfoy, observing Harry's nonchalance, felt a surge of irritation. This did not signify anything, he vowed to himself, for soon he would surely make a fool of Harry. Contrary to their portrayal in the original text, Hermione and Neville managed to grasp their brooms by the 3rd call. Ron, shouting at the top of his lungs from the sidelines, found his efforts yielding little result. Madame Hooch then commenced her lesson on flying techniques. Be mindful not to grip the broom too tightly out of nervousness, lest it soar uncontrollably upward. Conversely, do not hold it too loosely, as you will lack the necessary control. Now, I want you to attempt to take flight, but do so slowly and at a modest height. Upon hearing their instructor's words, the students did not immediately leap onto their flying brooms. Instead, they exchanged glances, waiting for one another to take the initial plunge. Harry grasped his broom, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he could effortlessly command it. He whistled, twirling the broom in his hands, yet he did not mount it. Malfoy, witnessing this, surmised that Harry must lack confidence or perhaps suffer from acrophobia. Internally, he reveled, mounting his own broom and pushing off forcefully with his feet, lifting his body off the ground. He was airborne. However, given his anxious demeanor and lack of speed, it was evident that his claims of evading helicopters were likely exaggerated. Chapter 29. Harry takes flight. Malfoy deftly maneuvered his broomstick high in the sky, instantly captivating the attention of all the students. As he noticed the envious gazes of dozens of his peers, a sense of inner satisfaction swelled within him. Indeed, this feeling was simply exquisite. It became clear to him why Harry always sought to showcase himself. This was the reason. Harry innocently protested, "Have I?" To which Malfoy retorted, "Do you dare to deny it?" Just as Malfoy had envisioned, he perched atop his broom, looking down on Harry with a sense of superiority. However, contrary to his expectations, Harry displayed no sign of discomfort. This infuriated Malfoy, who had anticipated witnessing Harry's embarrassment over his inability to fly. Why, then, did Harry appear so at ease? Seemingly unbothered by the prospect of mounting a broom? Was his composure as formidable as the Great Wall of China? As Harry grasped the broom, preparing to ascend and experience the exhilaration of flight, he caught sight of Malfoy's grim expression, which piqued his curiosity. What had he done to provoke such a look? Harry suspected that Malfoy was merely unhinged. Otherwise, what could explain his apparent animosity? Suppressing his anger, Malfoy resolved to reveal his true colors to everyone. No matter how well he disguised his intentions, it would ultimately prove futile. He forced a haughty grin, his demeanor exuding arrogance, and cleared his throat, donning a facade of insincere cheerfulness. Just as he was about to proclaim something grandiose, his words faltered, for all eyes turned skyward in astonishment. He glanced up to witness a plump boy plummeting from the heavens. Once Malfoy took to the air, many of the onlookers were stirred to action. Neville, the rotund boy, was the first to respond. With a push from his feet, he soared into the sky on his broomstick. However, he was far from the composed figure he had imagined. As he left the ground, the absence of support beneath him filled him with dread. The wind howled past him, and with no buildings in sight. Only the vast expanse of sky surrounded him. In a moment of panic, Neville committed the error Mrs. Hooch had warned against. He gripped the broom tightly, which caused it to ascend uncontrollably. The spectators below gasped as they watched Neville cling desperately to his broom, rising higher and higher. Inadvertently glancing downward, Neville saw the world transform into mere black dots, and he could behold Hogwarts, the plains, and a forbidden forest from above. The ground felt impossibly distant, and as his face paled, he opened his mouth to scream, releasing his grip. He slid down the broom, plummeting to the earth, with his back facing down. Neville flailed his small hands in a futile attempt to grasp something, his plight tragic and heartrending. Some timid students had already shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending calamity. Malfoy looked upward, and suddenly, something dark caught the corner of his eye as a fierce wind swept past his face. He peered down to find that Harry's figure had vanished. Could it be? Upon noticing Neville's descent, Harry's gaze shifted to see Madame Hooch rushing toward the nearest student. But would there be enough time? Harry had little time left to ponder. With a curse, he placed the broom on the ground, leaped onto it, and propelled himself forward with the force of an arrow released from its bow. The howling winds roared. The black cloak rustled ominously, and the gentle breeze felt like a blade against Harry's face, causing him to squint. His expression was one of steely determination as he focused on the rapidly descending Neville. At this moment, Harry was moving at his utmost speed. Many students merely caught a glimpse of a dark figure soaring into the sky, unable to discern who it was. Harry was on the verge of reaching Neville, the two figures seemingly destined to collide at astonishing velocity. However, Harry had anticipated this. He could not simply catch Neville, for such an impact would likely leave both of them severely injured. Just as they were about to intersect, Harry transformed into a black lightning bolt capable of bending, seamlessly shifting from a straight line to an arc, his movements fluid and devoid of awkwardness. He maneuvered to Neville's upper right, forcefully tilting the head of his broom to accelerate toward Neville, meaning that both he and Neville were plummeting toward the ground. Neville was descending, while Harry was ascending. Accelerate. Accelerate. Harry's broom was now vertical, the distance between him and Neville diminishing, with Neville drawing ever closer to the ground. He could only hope to catch him in time. The spectators held their breath, as if the sound of their breathing could disrupt Harry's daring rescue, their eyes glued to this perilous yet exhilarating scene. Harry narrowly evaded Neville's tears, thinking to himself, "Must you be so disgusting while I'm trying to save you?" Fortunately, Neville had not been sniffling lately. Otherwise, it would have been quite nauseating. 10 meters, 9 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. At last, Harry closed in on Neville. He reached out, grasping Neville firmly, lifting him up as the broom swept past him, securing him onto the broom. Gripping the top of the broom tightly, he pulled upwards with all his might. Harry's broom successfully altered its course. However, due to inertia, it continued its descent toward the ground, skidding violently along the surface. The rear branches of the broom suffering significant abrasion. Yet, they were saved, were they not? Harry, with Neville dangling like a strand of pasta from the broom, leisurely spun in the air, a posture that belied a novice. He gradually reduced his speed and descended slowly to the ground. Unbeknownst to Harry, in a certain corner of the castle, a figure stood by a desk, gazing through the glass window with palpable excitement. In fact, when chubby Neville had fallen from the broom, she had already risen, wand in hand, and noticed a swift figure racing toward Neville, compelling her to watch closely. For she had been tormented by a question for days. This figure sparked a thought within her. If this person were a Gryffindor student, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for Merlin. However, the outcome left her astounded. She had merely hoped for something satisfactory, yet the reality exceeded her wildest expectations. As Merlin once famously said, "I only wished for a tree, yet was granted an entire forest." This individual was extraordinary. No, they were exceptional. Capable of harnessing the swiftest speed in an instant, exhibiting calmness, wisdom, fluidity in maneuvering, remarkable agility, and unparalleled courage. Professor McGonagall, recognizing the remarkable skill of riding a broom at such a tender age, was undoubtedly the most exceptional individual he had ever encountered, unmatched by any other. Chapter 30. I am no ingenious maiden. Upon witnessing Harry's graceful descent, Professor McGonagall wasted no time and promptly exited her office to meet him at the castle's entrance. Intending to discuss the prospect of joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team, she had not even contemplated the possibility of Harry declining her offer. For joining the Quidditch team was a cherished aspiration of every student. Who would dare refuse such an opportunity? The reality of the situation would soon unfold. From the moment Harry soared into the sky, the astonished gasps of his classmates resonated, their heads turning in unison as Harry and his broom glided through the air. When Harry landed gracefully, accompanied by Neville, an eruption of cheers erupted, and the crowd rushed towards the still wobbly Harry, clamoring with excitement. "Harry, you were amazing. How did you do that, Harry? Can you teach me? Harry, you looked so cool just now. Have you ridden a broom before?" That dive was exhilarating. They jostled and spoke rapidly, each eager to capture Harry's attention, their faces alight with thrill. As if it were not Harry who had just ascended to the heavens to perform a daring rescue, but rather themselves. Hermione stood at the periphery of the throng, her face pale, biting her lip anxiously, evidently irate. Harry quickly deduced the reason. It seemed he would need to offer some assurances. "Silence, silence." Madame Hooch squeezed through the crowd, her authoritative voice commanding attention, and the students hastily dispersed. With her keen gaze fixed on Harry, she declared, "Harry Potter, you have violated the regulations of the flying lesson by soaring to a height of 100 feet, resulting in a deduction of 10 points for Gryffindor." "What? Professor, how can this be? Harry just saved Neville. This is utterly unfair." The young lions erupted in protest, having anticipated that Madame Hooch would reward Harry, only to be met with the opposite outcome, a bitter pill to swallow. With a stern countenance, Madame Hooch cast a sharp glance at the Gryffindor students. Initially, a few held her gaze, but one by one, they succumbed to her piercing stare and lowered their heads. A raucous laughter erupted from Draco Malfoy, mocking loudly. And soon the Slytherin students joined in derision. Madame Hooch furrowed her brow and shot them an irritated look, but refrained from further comment, turning back to Harry. "However, your valiant act in saving Neville warrants an additional 30 points for Gryffindor." The crestfallen young lions paused, seemingly unable to process the news, exchanging glances until they confirmed they had heard correctly, and then erupted into jubilant cheers once more. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students were left speechless, akin to ducks with their throats grasped, sputtering in disbelief. Madame Hooch inquired with concern, "Are you all uninjured?" "I'm fine," Harry replied with a smile. With a voice shrouded in ambiguity, he uttered, "Professor, I am fine, but I wish to take a moment to rest." This sentiment was not lost on Madame Hooch, who, recognizing his condition, thought to herself, "If you can still take flight in such a state, I shall eat my hat live." Supporting Neville, she guided him to sit upon the grass, whereupon he plopped down, visibly improved in complexion. "Students, take heed. We must not encounter another incident like Neville's," Madame Hooch proclaimed with authority. As the students resumed their flying, the lesson from Neville's experience lingered in their minds, and they ascended cautiously, gradually gaining speed, yielding notably better results. Observing this scene, Madame Hooch pondered silently. Perhaps it would be wise to have a decoy when instructing new students in the future. Meanwhile, Harry, dragging his broomstick, its bristles worn down a half, looked up at Malfoy and inquired, "Oh, Malfoy, it seemed like you had something to say to me just now. What is it you wish to convey?" Several classmates nearby turned their attention to Malfoy, one of whom exclaimed, "I heard that too." "Mind your own business," Malfoy thought, wishing to shout at the student. "How dare they bully me like this? Should I continue mocking your inability to ride a broomstick? Do you truly believe I am that foolish? If I were to utter such words, it would be a slap in the face, and a self-inflicted one at that." With a twisted expression, Malfoy chuckled disdainfully. "Did I? I seem to have forgotten." Harry tilted his head slightly. "Well, if you've forgotten, do let me know when you remember." "Prince Harry is indeed gracious," a girl whispered to her companion. "Indeed, But you, my dear, are merely daydreaming. Another girl retorted without hesitation. Malfoy's face contorted further, his expression souring. What graciousness! Where is the script we agreed upon? Why is this not playing out as planned? My dear Hermione, who has dared to vex you? Hermione blushed momentarily, aware of his ploy to shift the topic, resolutely refusing to fall for it. She replied with sarcasm, what can I say? It is no surprise. The renowned Harry Potter, a once-in-a-lifetime flying prodigy. Harry could not suppress his laughter. What is so amusing? You are clearly reckless, and yet you remain oblivious to your faults. Hermione's face transformed into a pout. Hermione, you are truly endearing, Harry remarked as he playfully tousled her fluffy hair. Fear not, I shall not allow myself to be harmed. I am no hapless maiden. I'm not worried about you. Hermione retorted, lowering her head and sprinting away, broomstick clutched tightly. Harry observed her retreating figure, noting the flush of her ears. Incantations. In the third installment, Illumination. Lumos, Harry, Ron. Ridiculous, Lupin, Neville, Parvati, Seamus, Dean, Ron. Impervious, Hermione. I solemnly swear I have not done good. Fred, George, Harry. Prank completed, Harry. Severing charm. Descendium, Harry. Apparition, Hermione. The Fidelius charm. Fidelius char, Dumbledore, James, Lily. The Patronus charm. Expecto Patronum. Lupin, Harry. The extinguishing charm. Nox. Harry, Ron. The disarming charm. Expelliarmus. Black, Lupin, Harry, Ron, Hermione. The bandaging spell. Aranea exumai. Lupin. The unlocking charm. Alohomora. Hermione. A total of 12 new spells. Chapter 32. All You're Doing. When Madame Hooch whistled for them to gather, she announced the end of the lesson and instructed them to leave their broomsticks behind. They all sighed in unison, feeling unsatisfied as they had not fully enjoyed their time. Observing their discontented expressions, Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, personal heroism is a beloved theme in Western cultures. During lunch, Hermione curiously inquired, what did Professor McGonagall say to you in flying class today? You seemed quite pensive afterward. Was it that obvious? Harry replied, resting his head on the table in defeat. Hermione nodded vigorously, her hair bobbing with emotion. Well, Professor McGonagall asked me to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. What? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, as if she had received earth-shattering news. Harry had been troubled by this matter, but seeing Hermione's typically composed demeanor transform into such a surprised and endearing expression lifted his spirits somewhat. Hermione, both excited and incredulous, said, how can this be? You're still a first year, by the rules. She struggled to articulate her thoughts. Harry, with a hint of pride, responded, what can I say? My excellence necessitates exceptions. Hermione rolled her eyes. If that is the case, what is there to fret about? If others find out you've joined the Quidditch team as a first year, they will be utterly envious. But I declined, Harry said nonchalantly. Hermione was taken aback, her eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans. What did you say? You declined? I must have misheard. No, you heard correctly. Hermione erupted. Are you foolish? You turned down such a wonderful opportunity. She crumpled the bread in her hand, as if her indignation warranted such an action. The large dining hall fell silent, stunned by Hermione's outburst. Other students exchanged bewildered glances, startled by her sudden display of emotion. Realizing the volume of her voice, Hermione lowered her head, and after a moment, the hall resumed its previous hushed murmurs. She glared at Harry, attributing all her frustration to him. Then what does that expression mean? Suddenly enlightened, she regarded Harry with disdain. TSK, TSK. You're not regretting your decision and wishing to join the team, are you? Not at all, Harry replied, feeling exasperated. Did Hermione truly perceive him in such a light? I merely felt sorry for Professor McGonagall, so I told her I would think it over. Hermione chuckled. From the looks of you now, it seems you're just deceiving Professor McGonagall, isn't it? Indeed, I find myself at a loss as to how to proceed. If you are disinclined, it would be prudent to inform her post-haste that you shall not be joining the team. Hermione is utterly exasperated. Harry rolled his eyes and remarked, it is easy for you to say. Allow me to pose a question. If your parents were to announce that they might bestow upon you £10,000 in a week's time, would you be elated? Of course, I would be delighted. Hermione's eyes sparkled with golden anticipation. However, if the very next day they were to retract that promise, how would you feel? Hermione stammered. Thus, do you now grasp the turmoil within my heart? Upon articulating this, Harry felt a surprising sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, Merlin was right. Sharing one's burdens lightens the load. Hermione, too, found herself in a quandary, and ultimately, their conversation concluded with her gritting her teeth and exclaiming, you brought this upon yourself. After their meal, Harry took a deep breath and suggested to Hermione, "The items I requested Hagrid to prepare should be ready. Let's go have a look." As they exited, they passed the long table, where many were indeed discussing Harry's valiant deeds. Were this to occur in China, he might be branded as a rule-breaker seeking the limelight. As for acts of bravery, well, let us defer that conversation for later. Upon stepping outside the school, the sight of the expansive green meadows uplifted their spirits considerably. Before even knocking, they heard Fong, Hagrid's dog, begin to bark. "Oh, quiet down, Fong. Who could it be?" Hagrid's booming voice could be heard from afar. As the door swung open, Hagrid, with a look of sheer delight, enveloped Harry in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Welcome, Harry. I seem to smell the aroma of pies. Your nose is indeed more perceptive than Fong's." Harry had left 10 pies for Hagrid at noon, but he felt it was only enough to fill Hagrid's gaps. He handed Hagrid the bag containing the pastries, saying, "There are several flavors. I wasn't sure what you would prefer, so I took a bit of each." Hagrid tore open the bag with gusto and stuffed a pie in his mouth, mumbling, "Delicious. Far superior to my own baking. Oh, by the way," Hagrid continued while eating, "you've come for that chess set, haven't you? I have it ready. Do take a look." Hagrid crouched down and retrieved a wooden box from beneath his bed. The box was square at the bottom, quite sizable, occupying half the table's surface. It was rather short, roughly 2 fingers in height. He placed it on the table, separating the lid from the base, and, as Hagrid lifted the lid, only the bottom remained. I consulted the original text and found no mention of this. I based it on the actual curriculum in England. However, I am left wondering what they engage in every Sunday. The original text does not clarify whether they attend study sessions, visit the library, or simply remain in the common room. If anyone knows, please enlighten me. Spells. The 4th book too. Reviving charm. Revive, revive. Mr. Diggory, Dumbledore. Vanishing spell. Evanesco. Mr. Diggory. Repairing charm. Reparo, Hermione. Soul binding curse. Soul depart. Barty Crouch Jr., Voldemort. The heart-piercing curse. Piercing the heart and scraping the bones. Young Crouch. Crumb, Voldemort. Quickly enlarge. Young Crouch. Rapidly diminish. Young Crouch. The killing curse. Avada Kedavra. Young Crouch. Wormtail, Voldemort. The poison curse. Searing heat. Harry. The poison curse. Massive fangs. Dinsajo, Malfoy. Orchid's bloom. Mr. Ollivander. A flock of birds. Mr. Ollivander. The splitting spell. Shattering into pieces. Defendo, Harry. The banishing spell. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and others. The weakening curse. Harry. The obstacle spell. Fraught with hindrances. Identa, Harry. The shattering spell. Reduced to dust. Harry. The direction spell. Show me the way. Harry. The armored spell. The Patronus charm. Conjuring a guardian. Expecto Patronum. Harry. Ridiculous. Oh so ridiculous. Ridiculous, Harry. The disarming spell. Disarm your weapons. Expelliarmus, Harry. The binding spell. Hermione. The poison curse. Hair-raising curse. Harry. The poison curse. Weak legs. George. 30 new spells. Chapter 33. As clever as I. Upon removing the box's lid, a base was revealed. The base bore lines, resembling a chessboard, upon which lay a multitude of stone figures. There were soldiers wielding long spears, representing pawns and soldiers. There were cannons with round mouths and 2 large wheels. There were knights standing beside their commanders, with broad swords at their waists. There were powerful, majestic horses. There were siege chariots. Truly, this was a reflection of Chinese chess. Merely observing these statues evokes the atmosphere of war. Wizard chess is the most popular intellectual game among wizards, appealing to everyone from elderly sorcerers in their 80s to young children of 8. Within Hogwarts, in the dining hall, library, and common room, students could be seen playing wizard chess at almost any time and place. Harry, feeling bored, had played wizard chess with Seamus a few times. Always feeling somewhat uncomfortable, perhaps due to the cultural differences between East and West. He then serendipitously thought of creating a magical chess set based on the principles of Chinese chess, not the flat, printed kind, but rather the vivid stone figures before him. Gazing at these lifelike statues, Harry was utterly satisfied. Harry exclaimed, "This is splendid, far exceeding my expectations." Upon hearing Harry's words, Hagrid burst into hearty laughter. For the simple-minded Hagrid, receiving praise from others was a source of great joy. "Goodbye, Hagrid," Hermione waved, bidding farewell to him as well. "Harry, goodbye. Don't forget to visit me often." "Understood." As Harry was about to step out, he suddenly halted and said, "Oh, by the way, Hagrid, do you know much about magical creatures?" "What is the matter, Harry?" Hagrid stuffed the last biscuit into his mouth. "I encountered a peculiar creature in the library, and despite sifting through all the books on magical creatures, I couldn't find any information about it, so I wanted to ask if you might know," Harry explained. Hagrid's eyes lit up with excitement at once. Magical creatures embody his ideals and passions. His greatest delight lies in discovering and engaging with all manner of peculiar beings. At the mention of a creature by Harry that bore no record, adrenaline surged through him. Eagerly, he inquired, "What manner of creature is it?" Hermione, unable to fathom Harry's meaning, was about to ask for clarification when Harry suddenly tugged at her hand, exchanging a knowing glance. Harry cast a skeptical glance at Hagrid, his expression tinged with mild disbelief. "Never mind. I suspect even you are unaware of it. If I were to divulge this information, it would only lead to sleepless nights and restless days for you, thereby making me a great sinner." With that, Harry feigned a departure. Hagrid, piqued by Harry's words, was consumed by curiosity regarding the creature and quickly retorted, "Impossible. There exists no magical creature. I do not know." "Really? What if you do not recognize it?" Harry revealed a hint of mischief. Hagrid, oblivious to any underlying implications, confidently asserted, "If I have not encountered the creature you speak of, I shall present you with a rare pet." "Forget the pet. If you don't know, what will you promise me?" Harry scrutinized Hagrid from head to toe. Hagrid felt uneasy under Harry's gaze. "How about you promise to take a bath?" Hagrid and Hermione were bewildered by this request. Yet Hagrid's expression grew troubled at the thought of bathing, deeming it too cumbersome. "Well, just tell me what the creature is." Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over all. Then, Harry recited a riddle known even in the Muggle world. "Ahem, within the pages of certain spellbook I perused, there exists a creature that, upon its birth, possesses 4 legs. As it matures, it stands on 2, and in its old age, it walks with 3. Harry gazed at Hagrid with an earnest longing for an answer. "So, do you know?" Hagrid pondered deeply, alternating between gazing up and down, finally scratching his head awkwardly. "I truly do not know this one." "Let us act as if we were putting on a show," Harry replied, disappointment evident in his tone. "See, you do not know either, so do not forget your promise regarding the bath." Hagrid, contemplating how to dissuade Harry from bathing, was met with Harry's crestfallen expression, which rendered him unable to voice his reluctance. Hagrid swallowed hard and, with great difficulty, conceded, "All right." Success. Harry internally celebrated with a V sign. Persuading Hagrid to bathe was no small feat, thank goodness for my superior intellect. "Then we shall take our leave," Harry said, beaming. "If you discover the answer, do share it with me," Hagrid remarked, clearly invested in the question. "Should I learn it? Farewell for now." Hermione smiled at Harry. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked. "What do you think? After all this effort, it was merely to persuade Hagrid to wash." "Initially, I assumed you wanted Hagrid to procure a dragon egg for you," Hermione chuckled. Harry sighed. This tactic was unnecessary. "Do you think Hagrid would readily agree to bathe? If you knew how long it has been since he last did so, you'd understand. I feel an itch all over." When speaking of dragon eggs, Harry recalled a certain matter. Someone had traded a dragon egg for information on how the 3-headed dog on the 4th floor had been subdued. Originally, it was Draco Malfoy who had challenged Harry, which led to Harry, Ron, and Hermione discovering the 3-headed dog guarding the Philosopher's Stone, thus setting off a chain of subsequent events. However, today there was no confrontation in the skies between Harry and Malfoy, and naturally, Malfoy would not challenge Harry. It seemed that Harry would have to take the initiative. "What did you say? Someone is giving Hagrid a dragon egg? How is that possible?" "You know how precious dragon eggs are," Hermione exclaimed, startled by Harry's words. "We will find out soon enough," Harry replied, leaving unspoken thoughts hanging in the air. As a sudden idea flickered in his mind, though it was merely a notion for now. If he truly wished to pursue it, he would need to consider its feasibility. But there was no doubt it was rather audacious. Hermione shyly remarked, "But I don't know how to play." "Don't worry, I'll teach you. It's quite simple," Harry assured her. At that moment, neither Harry nor Hermione were aware that a true chess opponent capable of playing wizard's chess with Harry was about to appear. Chapter 34. Playing chess with Hermione upon returning to school, Harry found the dining hall and common room excessively noisy, so he retreated to the library. The library was vast, filled with thousands of bookshelves and intersected by hundreds of narrow corridors. Before entering the library, there was a grand hall with a high ceiling and ample space, adorned with long tables and benches reminiscent of the dining hall, but even more expansive, serving as a place for students to study and complete their assignments. However, at present, there were not many people present. Harry and Hermione chose a spot to sit, and Harry opened the chess box, arranging the pieces. They appeared almost lifelike, moving about in their designated positions. As soon as the pieces were set, the warriors stood solemnly. The king unsheathed his sword with a flourish, proclaiming loudly, "My blade has long thirsted for battle." Boom! The 5 pawns raised their spears high and plunged down with a force reminiscent of 1,000 charging horses, causing the chessboard to tremble as they shouted battle. The atmosphere was extraordinary. Across from them, the opposing king stood resolute, his hair bristling with defiance. Sword pointed at his king, exuding an air of menace. With your blood, I shall cleanse my throne. The soldiers advanced, taking a stance as they yelled kill. Horses reared, neighing fiercely, adding to the chaos. Harry, oh. Hermione, oh. Truth be told, from the moment the king uttered that line, Harry was left in a daze. What was happening? Although he was aware that wizards' chess pieces could speak, this was utterly bewildering. Hermione felt similarly. While she did not share the boys' fervor for wizards' chess, she had played enough times to be taken aback by such a dramatic display from the pieces. Is chess really like this? Harry stammered. All right, let me teach you how to play. The rules of chess are far simpler than those of wizard chess. You can grasp it after just one game. With a few straightforward explanations, Harry conveyed the rules of chess to Hermione. Now let us begin. Harry rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation. It has been years since I played chess, and this wizard's chess resembles nothing less than orchestrating a genuine war. Hermione hesitated for a moment before tentatively stating knight. Move left 2. The knight on Hermione's right shifted restlessly before leaping vigorously to the position she had designated. Unable to restrain her excitement, Hermione exclaimed in delight. Harry responded. Pawn advance 1. The pawn on the left stepped forward, positioning itself at the boundary of the Chew River. Rook, retreat 5. The rook surged forward, colliding fiercely with Hermione's knight, sending it flying. As Hermione surveyed the board, she declared, cannon, strike the elephant by bypassing the pawn. One of her cannons pivoted, aiming at Harry's elephant. With a tremor, it unleashed a fiery blast, launching the elephant in a straight line, rolling into its former place. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each taking turns to capture. You claim my elephant, I assault your pawn. You devour my knight, I advance your cannon. Since it was Hermione's first experience with the game, Harry frequently had to remind her of the proper moves, prolonging the match. However, by the end of their first game, Hermione had become familiar with the strategies. They played 2 more matches, and this time, the duration was significantly reduced. Hermione grew increasingly adept, yet regrettably, she concluded all 3 matches with defeat, which was to be expected. Puffed up with determination, Hermione declared, let's play 1 more round. I'm certain I will win this time. Harry chuckled. I would love to continue, but we have class soon. Does our beloved Hermione wish to skip class? Startled, Hermione glanced at the high clock, realizing they had been engrossed in their game for over an hour, with only half an hour remaining before class. How did time fly so quickly? Hermione exclaimed. Harry replied, let us not dwell on that. Could you please take the chess set to the common room? Curiously, Hermione asked, what about you? Aren't you coming to class? Harry responded, I have something to attend to. I must stop by the library. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Hermione said, lifting the box and departing the hall. Harry rose, surveying the room, now devoid of any company. He lingered for a moment, gazing up at the ceiling before making his way towards the library. His destination was indeed the library. Upon reaching the entrance, he found himself in a corridor. One side leading towards Hermione, while the other remained untouched by footsteps. Harry peered around, ensuring he did not encounter the aged caretaker, Filch, and his stray cat. He proceeded down the corridor, noting that the rooms on both the first and second floors appeared to be in use for storage. Upon locating the staircase, he ascended. The third and fourth floors were largely filled with empty classrooms and piles of discarded items. Harry examined each room meticulously, but found no sign of the conspicuous mirror. He then ascended to the 5th floor. This building comprised only 5 levels, and if Harry could not find it here, it might not exist within these walls. If he wished to locate the Mirror of Ariste, the task would indeed become arduous. Given the vastness of Hogwarts, Harry had little time to explore every room. The 5th floor, it seemed, had not seen visitors in quite some time, as a layer of dust coated the floor. After pushing open several doors on the 5th floor and inspecting them closely, he was met with the disappointing realization that there was no trace of the magical mirror. Is it possible that the location of the magic mirror differs from that in the original text? Chapter 35. The Beautiful Lucien. Harry, undeterred, commenced his exploration anew from the 5th floor, diligently scrutinizing each dilapidated chamber. This time, his search was far more thorough, akin to rifling through every drawer. He was well aware of several mouse nests and ant colonies scattered about. One room housed a collection of battered suit of armors, and to be frank, Harry was quite reluctant to enter. However, within this forsaken, eerie chamber, a multitude of tarnished statues stood, their armor cloaked in dust and marred by scratches, surrounded by an oppressive silence that made the sound of a pin drop seem thunderous. As Harry stepped inside, an involuntary chill coursed through him, as if he could feel a pair of eyes beneath those helmets watching him. Goodness, how unnerving. Did the author harbor a grudge against me, compelling me to venture here? Chuckling to himself, Harry attempted to bolster his spirits. In such moments, he found it beneficial to employ the technique of distraction, and singing was the simplest and most effective method. Regardless of the tune, he decided to sing aloud. Merlin once advised his companions while vanquishing a formidable beast, no matter how profound the darkness ahead, just press onward. Thus, Harry began to sing with gusto, flying high, soaring high, flying through the skies. Lo and behold, it proved quite effective. Harry felt his inner turmoil subside, and with renewed courage, he glanced at those statues, yet ultimately decided against it. He meandered about the room, but found no sign of the magic mirror. Reluctantly, he descended the stairs to begin his search on the next floor. The fourth and third floors passed swiftly, as there were numerous empty classrooms. Upon reaching the second floor, as he turned a corner, he inadvertently collided with a shadowy figure. Taken aback, he stumbled back several steps, while the cloaked figure remained utterly unmoved. The illustrious Mr. Potter. Shirking class to loiter here alone, what brings you to this desolate place? A cold voice resonated, sending a shiver akin to a frigid serpent slithering up his arm. The unmistakable voice belonged to none other than Professor Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House. Upon hearing Snape's voice, Harry's face froze. Just how unfortunate could he be to encounter this formidable figure at such a moment? Quickly, he plastered on a smile. "Ah, Professor Snape, I just had a rather unpleasant encounter with Peeves, who dared to spit at me. The illustrious Harry Potter. Can you believe it? Of course, that was intolerable. Even if that could be overlooked, another remark made by Peeves was utterly unacceptable. I declare that I was a student of Hogwarts' most formidable professor, Snape himself, and demanded an apology." Snape's expression twitched slightly. Harry, filled with indignation, continued, "And you know what?" He laughed heartily, claiming he could take on 10 Snape-like wizards. Snape's face twitched again. Thus, I resolved to pursue him, intending to impart a lesson he would never forget, to make him understand why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Unexpectedly, the mischievous poltergeist zipped about like a witch on a flying broom, racing with astonishing speed, rivaling even the legendary Lucian. "Ah, Professor, you are unaware of who Lucian is. He is a remarkably swift figure akin to a beautiful warrior. I cannot keep pace with the poltergeist. He darted to the library, and I followed him there. He then ascended to the second floor, and I pursued him there as well. He continued to the third floor, and I trailed him once more." Harry's excitement grew, his expressions vivid and animated, as he became increasingly engrossed in his own elaborate narrative. "Enough," Snape bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, his fury palpable. His countenance had grown exceedingly dark. "The poltergeist can even spit. And you, Harry Potter, can you be any more absurd? You proclaim yourself the illustrious Harry Potter, yet remain unfazed. I must admit, I have underestimated you. Can you be any more shameless? Lucian, a beautiful warrior? What nonsense is this? Are you reciting a tongue twister with your incessant mention of floors? In my day, I ruled Hogwarts with tongue twisters while you were yet to be born." Such words, these sharp jabs, akin to stars in the realm of satire, shone brightly, yet regrettably, they could never be uttered. They remained trapped within the depths of Snape's soul in the darkest recesses, where the world could never glimpse the brilliance that nearly burst forth. Upon witnessing Snape's expression, Harry instantly adopted a serious demeanor, as if the previous exuberance had never belonged to him. Snape, observing Harry's rapid change, felt a faint pang of sorrow. "Now immediately go to class." Snape's brow furrowed, his dark eyes fixed intently on Harry, his voice a hoarse whisper tinged with his peculiar accent. Should any other student encounter Snape in such a state, they would likely be paralyzed with fear. Harry, however, remained unperturbed. "Yes, Professor, I was unaware of your presence here. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Snape held several large glass jars containing unknown herbs, suggesting he had come to the storage room on the second floor to retrieve supplies. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Mr. Potter, you haven't forgotten that this afternoon is potions class, have you?" Harry thought to himself, "I truly deserve this fate. Ha ha ha. Well then, Professor, I shall be on my way." With that, Harry dashed off. Snape lowered his head, his greasy hair obscuring his eyes. "I truly wish not to see you at all. Today, during potions class." Draco Malfoy sensed something amiss, which left him scratching his head in confusion. Snape was as stern as ever. Gryffindor was targeted as usual. Neville made the foolish mistakes typical of his nature. and Harry remained as insufferable as before. What indeed was out of place? Chapter 36, An Unusual Snape. In truth, it was not only Malfoy who felt this peculiar sensation, the entire class shared it. Only after class concluded did they realize what was amiss. Today, Professor Snape had not exchanged a single word with Harry. This was utterly unimaginable. At the outset, everyone faced this situation with a sense of discomfort, pondering just how much Professor Snape loathed Harry. However, they gradually became accustomed to it. Even in the absence of direct inquiries directed at Harry, his name would frequently resurface, often in the context of comparisons. For instance, Miss Granger, had you taken notice that you were seated next to the illustrious Harry Potter, you would not have made the egregious error of adding an extra 0.5 ounces of powdered bull's head. Or, Neville, you imbecile, if you possessed even a fraction of the brilliance of the renowned Harry Potter, you would not have mistaken the powdered root of the Quibbler for the powdered root of the Wiggenweld. In instances of criticism, the phrase the illustrious Harry Potter would inevitably arise, serving as a sarcastic remark in potions class, whereas it might be seen as a compliment in other subjects. Today, Professor Snape seemed to deliberately overlook Harry, as his name was not mentioned even once. This strange dissonance was the source of the unease among the students. As Hermione and Harry exited the chilly dungeon, she remarked, "Do you not feel that Professor Snape is acting oddly today?" Harry replied, "What seems amiss? Is it wrong that he did not set out to torment me today?" Hermione conceded, "I suppose you have a point. It appears everyone has grown accustomed to Professor Snape's demeanor." Harry surmised that perhaps today he was reminiscing about Lily. "Hermione, do you not think that Professor Snape holds a particular animosity towards me? It seems he harbors a distinct hatred," Harry expressed. "How could that be?" Hermione furrowed her brow, insisting that he must be mistaken. Yet, Ron, Seamus, and even Neville had all shared their perceptions of Snape's unfriendly attitude towards Harry. "I sense there must be a reason for this," Harry pondered. As Hermione contemplated, she asserted earnestly, "Though I am unaware of the reasons. You must understand that Headmaster Dumbledore would never permit a professor who might endanger students to remain at Hogwarts." "Why do you gaze at me so? Is there something on my face?" Harry queried Hermione, not out of disdain for Snape, but due to Ron's prior belief that Snape was not a good person. However, during their conversation, Hermione spoke with unwavering certainty, assuring him that Snape could never harm him. She articulated a simple yet piercing truth. Dumbledore would not allow such a professor to exist within the school. One must commend Hermione's acumen, for she had already discerned the truth. Little did they know how many would, 6 years hence, exclaim in disbelief, "I was truly blind." Nevertheless, Harry remained steadfast in his convictions. Even upon realizing that Professor Snape did not seek to steal the Philosopher's Stone and that he had not cursed Harry's broom, he recalled how Snape had selflessly thrown himself over Harry when Lupin transformed into a werewolf, time and again. This misunderstanding endured until the very moment of Snape's demise. When he uttered the heart-wrenching words, "Look into my eyes," he was not gazing at Harry. Rather, he was looking into the gentle green eyes reminiscent of his beloved. Harry found himself momentarily lost in thought as he recalled the man who had succumbed to darkness. With a playful chuckle, he remarked, "It seems you've gotten a bit dirty. Could it be that you've accidentally smeared yourself with squid ink?" Hermione gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze, fervently wiping the spot on her face that Harry had pointed out. "Is it clean now?" she inquired shyly, glancing at him, her face now ablaze with color. Harry felt a pang of sympathy. "Not quite. Let me help you with that." Hermione softly acquiesced, lifting her head to reveal her smooth neck. As Harry surveyed Hermione, who had tilted her head back slightly with her eyes nearly closed, he admired her cascading hair, pearly white teeth, delicate brows, a petite and well-defined nose, and her small, ruby-red lips contrasting beautifully against her fair skin. Hermione, feeling somewhat awkward, urged, "Please hurry," with a swallow born from a mix of shyness and nervousness. She couldn't help but gulp. Harry smiled gently as his slender fingers glided slowly across Hermione's face. "Oh, that tickles. Please hurry and clean it off," she said in a rush, feeling uncomfortable but unable to articulate why. It seemed that in this vulnerable moment, she regretted her lack of defenses. Nevertheless, having already agreed to his assistance, she felt it would be impolite to refuse him now. She found herself in a state of indecision, longing for a reason to turn down Harry's offer. "Understood," Harry replied casually. He leaned closer to Hermione, his breath brushing against her neck, causing her heart to tighten unexpectedly. Observing her tightly shut eyes and her small hands clutching the books against her chest, he sensed that they provided her with some semblance of comfort. Lowering his head slightly, he pressed his lips to the spot on Hermione's face that she had just wiped. It was soft and warm, making him reluctant to pull away, almost tempted to bite down to see if sweetness could be drawn forth. Hermione's heart raced wildly, and her head swirled in a dizzying haze. Without needing a mirror, she was acutely aware of how flushed her face had become. "Hermione, you may open your eyes now," came Harry's teasing voice. Startled, she opened her eyes to find Harry grinning mischievously. "Why do you?" Hermione felt a mix of indignation and a hint of delight. Harry took her hand, his voice filled with innocence as he said, "I went to great lengths to help you clean your face. Shouldn't you express some gratitude?" Despite her tumultuous feelings, Hermione couldn't help but feel speechless. She wiped her face, sensing that the spot where Harry had kissed her still bore a trace of warmth. And the tingling sensation lingered in her heart, refusing to fade. "Let us hurry to Professor Sprout's greenhouse. I wonder how the mushrooms we planted 2 days ago are growing," Harry exclaimed, pulling Hermione along as they dashed down the corridor towards the back of the castle. Hermione found herself following his lead, despite her desire to engage in playful banter with him. However, the smile that danced at the corners of her lips was impossible to conceal. Chapter 37, The Boy's Tale. 20 years ago, at number 19, Spinner's End, stood an unremarkable brick house where a pale-skinned 10-year-old boy resided. The surroundings were cold and dreary, but they paled in comparison to the darkness of the boy's childhood, shaped by his family and lineage. His father, a chronic alcoholic with a volatile temperament and a propensity for domestic violence, frequently subjected the boy and his mother to abuse. While his father was an ordinary muggle, his mother hailed from a lineage of pure-blood wizards. Domestic turmoil, tears, and darkness were the recurring themes of his childhood. His fragile psyche became tainted with despair. Consequently, his demeanor transformed into one of indifference, insecurity, introversion, and chilliness. He began to find solace in the shadows, developing an affinity for darkness. Then, he encountered the specter of his life. On a sunlit afternoon, he beheld a girl dancing in a whirl of joy, her radiant smile warming the air around her. This image was etched in his memory, destined to remain forever. A grand, lush tree stood nearby, vibrant and green, as the little girl coaxed blossoms to bloom, petals swirling around her like a gentle embrace. He felt an undeniable kinship with her, yet he dared not emerge, retreating instead to the underbrush that concealed his pallid visage, silently observing her. His profound shyness and timidity held him captive. After days of preparation, when the girl returned to swing once more, he stepped forth from his hiding place. Unbeknownst to others, he summoned immense courage, his heart racing with trepidation. He longed to approach the girl with the dazzling smile, but was paralyzed by fear, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Fortunately, the girl did not flee at the sight of him. However, when her sister discovered his identity as a wizard, her face contorted in terror, seemingly filled with loathing as she attempted to whisk her sister away. In a moment of anger, he hurled a curse at her. They departed, leaving him despondently seated on the grass. Yet, to his elation, the girl reappeared. They conversed, played, frolicked, and laughed together. Upon learning of the boy's troubled home life, the girl gazed at him with the most beautiful eyes in the world, offering him solace. He became enraptured by her gentle green gaze, unaware of what love truly meant at that moment. Yet, he found himself enamored with the color green. It was a world meant for two. They shared half a year together, and if the boy's life was a realm of darkness, there existed within it a small patch of vibrant, blooming grass, beneath a towering tree, complete with a swaying swing. There, 2 young figures reclined side by side on the soft grass, adorned with innocent smiles as they gazed upon the azure sky. At the age of 11, he received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Despite having yearned to escape his family countless times, he was reluctant to go. However, his heart soared with joy when he discovered that the girl had also received her letter, and they jubilantly clasped hands, bouncing with excitement. They entered Hogwarts together. But disappointment washed over him as he was sorted into Slytherin while she was placed in Gryffindor. Upon joining Slytherin, he learned of its wretched reputation, realizing that few were willing to associate with its students. Yet, the girl remained unaffected by others' opinions, steadfastly choosing to befriend him regardless. The friendship between the two remains unwavering. The boy longed to express his desire for the girl to keep her distance, yet he refrained from uttering those words, for he could scarcely fathom such a scenario. The girl was exceptional, possessing undeniable charm, and her academic performance across all subjects was stellar. She was adored by every teacher in the school. This was something the boy had anticipated all along, particularly in potions class. She garnered the teacher's praise time and again, a subject she cherished above all. However, unbeknownst to anyone, the boy's talent in potion making surpassed all, yet he chose not to boast. both due to his unassuming nature and his wish not to overshadow the girl's brilliance. In their first year, the boy had mastered spells meant for 7th graders. He also concocted numerous amusing prank spells that circulated throughout the school, though no one realized they were his creations. Gradually, the boy developed a disdain for a certain individual named James, the school's star student, and they were as different as night and day. Yet, this was not the root of his animosity. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that the girl had befriended him. The boy warned the girl of James's arrogance, and while they had their quarrels, their bond remained intact. In the 3rd year, he witnessed the girl's Patronus, an elegant and noble silver stag, its dazzling light forever etched in his heart. He fell in love with the color silver, for it was the girl's hue. 3 years passed, and they had entered their 4th year. The boy's aversion to James and his entourage, Sirius and Lupin, deepened. He sought to uncover their secrets, yet Sirius deceived him, luring him to the shrieking shack in an attempt to frighten him. On that fateful full moon night, he went, only to find Lupin transforming into a wolf, nearly costing him his life. Ironically, it was James, whom he loathed most, who saved him, an act that only fueled his anger. In their 5th year, they faced the OWLS examinations. James and his friends publicly humiliated him, leaving him suspended upside down, helpless and flailing as onlookers laughed at his misfortune. The girl appeared, rescuing him from his plight. The boy's hatred for James intensified, not only for the embarrassment he had caused him, but also for doing so in front of the girl he adored. When she attempted to console him, he, in a fit of shame and anger, uttered the words mud blood, severing their bond irreparably. Fear and regret consumed him. How could he have uttered such a thing? Apologies fell on deaf ears. He had wounded the girl too deeply. Their paths diverged further. He became enamored with Voldemort, eventually joining the Death Eater's ranks. By 7th year, he was 18 and graduated, officially becoming a Death Eater. At 20, he sought employment at Hogwarts and overheard Sybil Trelawney's prophecy, which he relayed to Voldemort, never anticipating that the woman foretold was the one he cherished most. On his knees before Voldemort, he pleaded for the girl's forgiveness. But Voldemort refused. In Dumbledore's office, the boy implored the headmaster to save her. The wise elder inquired, "What can you do for me?" "Everything," he replied without hesitation. Yet, this could not save the girl. Upon hearing the tragic news of her murder, he wept bitterly, lamenting, "I would rather it had been me." His remaining days would be ensnared in guilt and remorse, an inescapable torment, for he had caused the demise of his most cherished one. When the elder implored the boy to protect the child of the girl, he acquiesced, solely because it was the offspring of the woman he adored, with those enchanting eyes. He immersed himself in darkness, bearing all the stigma, a solitary guardian of that fervent love for eternity. This is a tale of a boy, a tale of man. The boy's name was Severus Snape, and the girl's name was Lily Evans. Chapter 38, The Poverty Alleviation Plan. This morning, as Harry dined in the restaurant, a flurry of airborne debris once again graced the scene. A large parcel, delivered by 6 owls, was unceremoniously dropped onto Harry's table, garnering considerable attention. Though the lack of intent from Harry to open it rendered it inconsequential, Harry glanced around, and indeed Professor McGonagall, seated at the teacher's desk, smiled and nodded in his direction. A throbbing pain began to manifest in Harry's head. Professor McGonagall had undoubtedly studied Chinese culture. Not only was she familiar with the tales of water margin, but she also mastered the stratagem of striking first from the 36 stratagems. Harry tossed the broomstick wrapped in brown paper under the table and handed the accompanying letter to Hermione. She promptly tore open the envelope and, upon reading it, exclaimed in astonishment, "It's a Firebolt 2000. So what will you choose?" Hermione inquired, well aware of Harry's thoughts. With a gleam in her eye, she excitedly added, "It's about to snow. I can't wait to see how Hogwarts transforms under a blanket of snow." Indeed, the mention of snow invigorated Harry, who found himself envisioning the scene of white draping over Hogwarts and the surrounding mountains. Unbeknownst to them, time had swiftly passed, and it was already late October. The climatic transitions in England differed significantly from those in China. In China, this period hardly constituted late autumn, as it was typically only by the end of October that such a designation was appropriate. However, in England, winter had officially commenced, though the telltale signs of snow were yet to be seen. The chill in the air and the dropping temperatures whispered of the impending stillness of winter. Harry found it increasingly difficult to rise each morning, for laziness and cold were formidable adversaries. Occasionally, during his morning runs, he would catch sight of the lawn outside the castle, blanketed in a shimmering frost. An owl descended, bearing a letter. Curious, Harry opened it, initially assuming it to be from Hagrid, only to discover it was a note of gratitude from Neville's grandmother. In her letter, She expressed her heartfelt thanks for Harry having saved her grandson a few days prior and hoped he would look after Neville at school. Harry's heart felt heavy. Neville, too, was the son of a hero. His parents had bravely perished in the fight against Voldemort, yet it was Voldemort's choices that had thrust Harry into the role of savior. Of course, this was also due to the love-infused curse cast by Harry's mother. However, upon contemplating the solitary elder and child remaining in Neville's home, Harry felt an urgent compulsion to take action. After perusing the letter, he glanced toward Neville, who had undoubtedly just spotted his family's owl, fixated upon Harry. When Neville noticed Harry's gaze, the bashful boy turned his head away, blushing. Should he express his gratitude, or should he let his parents intervene? Truth be told, Harry had long desired to assist Neville since their encounter on the train. Yet, he pondered for an extended period, unsure of how to offer his help, and even uncertain of what kind of assistance Neville required. Unlike Malfoy, whose need was merely for discipline, Neville's heart was far too sensitive for such measures. Just moments ago, however, an ingenious idea struck Harry's mind, a plan of exceptional brilliance. He resolved to bestow upon this scheme a fitting title, the Poverty Alleviation Initiative. Harry discreetly shared his thoughts with Hermione. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved her fork in the air, exclaiming, "Marvelous! An absolutely perfect plan. It just might work." Harry, with a hint of arrogance, tilted his head back, oblivious to whose plan it truly was. In the afternoon, Harry made his way to the library. He intended to borrow books on third-year herbology and astronomy, while returning several previously borrowed volumes. Harry's reading was not merely about memorizing content. Otherwise, given his line-by-line memory, he would have lost track of how many books he had read. When Hermione learned that Harry was borrowing more books, she expressed her envy, declaring him to be the most intelligent student Hogwarts had ever seen, having self-studied all the coursework up to third year in just 2 months. Yet, Harry replied, "Not necessarily. There is still a formidable scholar at Hogwarts." Hermione, skeptical, inquired who it was. Harry merely hinted that she would soon witness indisputable evidence. Harry was not particularly confident about mastering seventh-year subjects by the end of his first year, but he acknowledged that Snape could indeed achieve such feats. While Harry excelled in potions, he recognized the vast chasm between his skills and those of Snape. At the very least, he knew he could never replicate the intricate steps required to improve potion formulations. Perhaps that was true talent, a genuine genius in potions. Thus, Snape could be classified among the technical virtuosos, sequestered alone in a dimly lit basement, analyzing potion effects, meticulously pouring powders into the simmering cauldron, and watching the bubbles burst, releasing enchanting aromas. Was this not the very essence of technical expert? When Madame Pants, the librarian, spotted Harry, she immediately surmised his purpose and complimented him, saying, "I never anticipated you would finish the previous books so swiftly." Harry smiled and replied, "I simply resonate with Merlin's words. I have no surplus time. I merely allocate the hours others spend on wizard's chess to reading." Madame Pants nodded in agreement, stating, "You are absolutely correct." Merlin's success stemmed not from innate talent, but from his diligence. She recorded the titles of the books Harry was borrowing on parchment. Harry politely took his leave. As Harry was about to leave the long table, he suddenly noticed a girl. As he walked to a certain spot, he, the girl, and the setting sun aligned perfectly, capturing his peripheral vision. When Harry instinctively turned his head to look, he was immediately mesmerized by her delicate figure, unable to divert his gaze. Although he had yet to see her face, he was already enchanted by her serene demeanor. The girl sat upright and quietly immersed in the world of her book, as if separated from the outside world. The golden sunlight bathed her in a soft glow, rendering her both ethereal and mysterious. Her hair seemed to scatter like rays of sunshine, almost tinted with gold. Adjusting his position slightly, Harry endeavored to get a clearer view of her. The girl possessed hair darker than ebony, with neatly trimmed bangs that accentuated her refined and gentle appearance. Her heart-shaped face was adorned with a pair of crystal-clear eyes, her lips resembling the velvety petals of a rose, luscious and inviting. Her skin radiated a rosy hue with a delicate fairness, and the 2 dimples at the corners of her mouth added a sweet charm. She was a girl who would score full marks from any angle. Chapter 39 introduced a girl named Zhang Xiao. Harry had previously believed no one at Hogwarts could surpass Hermione in beauty. After all, Hermione was the princess of Gryffindor. Even the stunning sisters, Parvati and Lavender, paled in comparison. Yet here stood a girl who rivaled Hermione in every regard, both in appearance and grace. More importantly, she was an Asian girl. Her long black hair and dark eyes were constant reminders of this. Upon seeing her visage, an unexpected warmth surged within Harry. a peculiar sensation that was both bittersweet and joyful. However, he had never encountered an Oriental face before, and in that moment, he suddenly recognized the skin tone he was most familiar with, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Unbeknownst to him, he had strolled right to the girl's side, unnoticed by her, and he refrained from interrupting her reverie. At last, the girl paused, blinking to rest her weary eyes, and gently closed her book. This sudden movement shattered the enchanting atmosphere that had enveloped them. It was then that she became aware of the tall boy standing nearby. She seemed to sense something new while reading, but could it really be him? She lifted her gaze, curiosity piqued as she looked at the boy. He stood like a pine tree, tall and straight, with flowing hair that shimmered like black jade. His handsome face bore a striking combination of Western strength and Eastern gentleness, and his thin lips perpetually held a smile. Most captivating were his eyes, which seemed to speak volumes. His bright emerald gaze sparkled with an inner light. In the dimming twilight, his eyes shone like luminous pearls, enchanting and irresistible. The girl found no fault in him whatsoever. Surely, he must be a boy adored by many girls, she thought. Harry and the girl were oblivious to the remarkable similarity in their perceptions of one another. Upon first laying eyes on the boy, the girl felt an immediate sense of familiarity, for his appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a mixed-race individual. Yet, upon noticing the silver markings on his forehead, she realized that this could not be true, as she recognized the boy's identity, none other than the illustrious Harry Potter, the great savior. Due to their enrollment in different houses and years, their paths seldom crossed, with disparate subjects and classroom locations rendering encounters quite rare. Naturally, curiosity was inevitable. She had often pondered what Harry Potter might be like. However, she could never bring herself to venture into the first-year area simply to observe him, as she deemed it impolite. After all, Harry Potter was not a monkey in a zoo, but merely an 11-year-old boy. Even though he had vanquished Voldemort, it did not alter the fact that he was still a child, and surely, being the center of such attention could not be comfortable. Yet upon truly seeing Harry, she realized her previous assumptions were mistaken, for those calm, bright eyes revealed a maturity beyond his years. The girl suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had she known earlier that Harry Potter was such a person, she would have eagerly sought to observe him, perhaps even pinch his adorable cheeks, confident that someone with such a mature gaze would not mind such trivialities. "Are you Harry Potter?" she inquired softly, though she already knew the answer. After all, every conversation requires a beginning. "Yes, and you?" Harry replied, captivated by her beautiful visage. Shyly, she introduced herself. "I am Zhang Xiao, from Ravenclaw, hailing from China." Harry was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Xiao, was this a jest? Why was she here now? Sensing Harry's unusual reaction, Zhang Xiao questioned, "Is something wrong? Is there anything peculiar about my name?" Harry gasped, his fists clenched, his face flushed with excitement as he eagerly asked, "Are you truly Zhang Xiao, from China?" Concerned for his well-being, Zhang Xiao nodded affirmatively. Unable to contain himself, Harry began to dance with joy, only to suddenly realize the girl before him. In a moment of exuberance, he enveloped her in a tight embrace. Startled by Harry's sudden action, Zhang Xiao reassured herself that perhaps this was merely a rather eccentric way for the English to express their delight in meeting someone new. Finding Harry's embrace not overly intrusive, she allowed herself to nestle against his warm chest, experiencing an unexpected sense of comfort. This was the first time a boy, aside from her father, had held her, causing her heart to flutter. Once Harry's mind and blood cooled, he realized he was still holding Zhang Xiao, and his heart plummeted into despair. How unfortunate to leave such a dreadful first impression. However, instead of witnessing Zhang Xiao angrily break free from his embrace to deliver a sound slap to his face, he found her quietly resting against him. Indeed, Zhang Xiao exudes an aura of tranquil serenity. Her eyes are gently closed, and a faint smile graces her lips, as though she is lost in delightful reverie. Harry tenderly caresses Zhang Xiao's dark tresses, a wave of affection swelling within him, prompting him to embrace her even tighter. Chapter 40. Zhang Xiao's Diary. As twilight descends, the two remain entwined in each other's arms for quite some time. Zhang Xiao's eyelashes flutter, and she opens her eyes, only to be startled by the scene before her. She gasps and hurriedly pushes Harry away, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stammers an apology. In a flurry, she gathers the books from the table and rushes out. "It seems the one who ought to apologize is me." Harry parts his lips, yet refrains from calling after Zhang Xiao. What more could he say? Observing her bashful demeanor, he realizes that stopping her would only heighten their awkwardness. With a light heart, Harry whistles as he saunters out, swaying slightly. At the very least, he now knows that Zhang Qiu is indeed at Hogwarts. He raises his hands, as if still able to catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. He silently resolves to embrace this school uniform while he sleeps tonight. Hermione, concealing herself behind a book, stifles a yawn. I must rest, or rising tomorrow will prove difficult. What about you? Will you continue reading? Unbeknownst to her, her presence in the common room is not merely for solitude, but to catch a glimpse of Harry. She waves her book and bids then good night. Harry replies with a grin. Shall we exchange a good night kiss, my dear? Hermione playfully nudges him, her face aflame as she lowers her gaze. Uncertain whether it is the flickering torchlight or something else, she hastens toward the girls' dormitory, slamming the door behind her and leaning against it, her hand resting over her heart to calm its erratic beating. Harry's words leave her flustered, yet a sense of anticipation lingers within her. She instinctively touches the spot on her cheek that Harry had kissed days prior, only to withdraw her hand as if shocked. Hermione exhales slowly, shaking her head in an attempt to dispel the whirlwind of thoughts clouding her mind. Yet, she remains oblivious to the very nature of her musings. Step by step, she ascends the spiral staircase, furrowing her brow as she recalls the faint, pleasant scent she detected on Harry earlier. Was it Madame Pomfrey's perfume? In the Ravenclaw second-year girls' dormitory, Zhang Qiu suddenly sits upright, asserting her well-being. I'm fine, she declares. Really? But your face seems awfully flushed. Her friend inquires, puzzled. Zhang Qiu awkwardly insists. I assure you, I'm perfectly all right. If anything were amiss, I would have gone to St. Mungo's already. Once the others have settled down, Zhang Qiu retrieves a beautifully crafted notebook and carefully lays it open on the table, beginning to document the day's events. This is Zhang Qiu's diary, and how charming it is for a girl to pen her thoughts. She normally harbors no qualms about writing in front of her classmates, yet today, an inexplicable shyness envelopes her, prompting her to rise discreetly. She produces a muggle pen, and her elegant script dances across the page. What she writes is not in English, but in Chinese characters. Though merely 12 years of age, her calligraphy exhibits remarkable finesse. When her classmates first encountered her elegant square characters, they praised her artistry, clamoring to take her as their mentor, which left her in a state of amusement. Zhang Qiu, clad in a delicate yellow nightgown, was bent over her desk, diligently practicing her calligraphy, her flowing hair partially veiling her charming visage. In the afternoon, I came across Harry Potter and found him to be quite different from my imaginings, yet undeniably as remarkable as the legends portrayed. Although my knowledge of him was limited to that moment, my initial impression was striking. Curiously, I initially assumed he had Chinese ancestry, as his features were quite misleading. To my astonishment, I found myself falling asleep beside him. Not merely sleeping, but enveloped in a sense of infatuation that rendered me blissfully oblivious to the passage of time. Nestled in his embrace was a warmth that inexplicably evoked memories of my mother's arms, my hometown, and the pristine river of my childhood. Under the blue sky and white clouds, Zhang Qiu closed her diary and tucked it beneath her lovely pillow. However, sleep eluded her that night. Every time she closed her eyes, the image of two figures standing together in twilight filled her mind. Meanwhile, Harry lay peacefully asleep in his school uniform, lost in dreams. Chapter 41. Joining the Quidditch team. The weather today was even colder than yesterday. A layer of mist had formed on the window upon waking. Despite the barriers of windows and walls, the chill crept in, and everyone but Harry lay snugly in their warm beds, dreaming sweetly. Ron even mumbled in his sleep, perhaps dreaming of delectable treats. The air felt heavy with cold, and Harry found it increasingly difficult to breathe as he ran. He called out to his friends, urging them to rise for breakfast. Someone mumbled in protest, "It's so cold, let me sleep a bit longer." Hearing the word cold, they all stirred like sluggish worms, wrapping themselves even more tightly in their blankets. Harry sighed, methodically retrieving his wand. Snowball. For snowballs suddenly materialized, landing in their cozy beds, rolling into their collars. Harry, being considerate, gently closed the door, careful not to disturb his peacefully slumbering companions. No need to thank me. I'm called Red Scarf. Hermione was comfortably seated in the common room, close to the warm fireplace, startled by the ghastly cries from the boys' dormitory. Within the boys' dorm, students from various houses were visibly tense, murmuring amongst themselves. I suspect this uproar stems from a magical creature, one asserted confidently, capturing the attention of the others. What does that scream have to do with a magical creature? One questioned skeptically. The speaker, as if anticipating such doubt, smiled mysteriously because, you see, the books say that creature has a peculiar fondness for men-s. Well, you know. The others exchanged knowing glances, understanding dawned upon them. Yet, Their expressions soon turned pale. What? There's such a creature in the dormitory? How are we supposed to sleep? After the crowd hastily rushed out of the dormitory, the informant muttered to himself, how can anyone believe such foolishness? He shook his head, considering it of little consequence to him. However, the terror of rumors is unfathomable. Within mere minutes, the tale had spread far and wide, transformed through various interpretations. While Harry was having breakfast, he inadvertently overheard someone say, "Did you hear? A major incident occurred in the first-year boys' dormitory." "What?" The other person replied, feigning eagerness. The first speaker whispered, "I heard that aside from Harry Potter, who went out for a morning run, all the other boys were exposed." "What?" The listener seemed incredulous, yet could not suppress his excitement for the gossip. "You shouldn't doubt it. I heard from someone who claimed to have seen several boys with pallid faces running out of their rooms with their trousers in hand." Harry nearly burst into laughter upon hearing such absurdity. He quickly finished his meal and exited, as he was on his way to meet Professor McGonagall to convey his decision. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon entering, Harry found Professor McGonagall seated at her desk, her black-framed glasses perched on her nose. There was a hint of tension and urgency in her tone. "I have decided to join the Quidditch team," Harry declared earnestly. "Excellent." Professor McGonagall rose, her face beaming with pride. "Your father would surely be proud, for he too was an exceptional seeker." In a lighter tone, she added, "I had expected you to decline my offer, but to my surprise, you accepted." Naturally, Harry refrained from revealing that it was a girl he'd encountered the previous day who had swayed his decision. Unexpectedly, Professor McGonagall led Harry directly to the classroom of Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. She introduced, "This is Harry, a first year. The seeker I mentioned to you a few days ago. Harry, this is your team captain, Wood." Wood, a robust fifth-year student, exuded an air of authority. "Fantastic. At last. We have a seeker," he exclaimed. After McGonagall introduced Harry, she departed, leaving Wood to inform Harry of their training schedule. They agreed to commence training the following day before returning to their respective classes. When Hermione learned at dinner that Harry had suddenly decided to join the team, she was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what had prompted his change of heart. That evening, in the boys' dormitory, Harry retrieved the broomstick from beneath his bed, still wrapped in its brown paper. With deft movements, he untied the strings, and a beautifully crafted broomstick rolled onto his bed. "Wow!" came an astonished exclamation from the side. Naturally, it was Ron, the most fervent Quidditch enthusiast in their dormitory. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at the broomstick, hesitantly asking Harry, "May I touch it?" Harry chuckled. "Of course." Ron eagerly picked up the broomstick, examining it closely. It was indeed a striking broom, featuring elegant lines and a glossy finish, its handle made of mahogany, with a long tail crafted from perfectly straight twigs. Ron tossed and turned, the words Nimbus 2000 gleaming in gold at the tip of the broomstick. His eyes widened in amazement as he stuttered, "This is, astonishingly, the most expensive and fastest flying broomstick currently available on the market." Upon hearing Ron's words, Neville and Molly drew closer, initiating a delightful gathering to appraise the treasure. Harry, reclining on his bed, found it quite amusing to observe the group of children huddled together, animatedly discussing their discovery, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Spells of Magic and Defense. Spell 1. Full Body Bind Curse. English name, Petri Ficus Totalis. This spell renders the victim immobile, akin to a stone. Spell 2. Disarming Charm. English name, Expelliarmus. This causes the opponent's weapons, such as wands, daggers, etc., to soar into the air, leaving them disarmed. Spell 3. Locking Spell. English name, Colloportus. Used by Harry and his friends to seal the door of the Department of Mysteries in the Order of the Phoenix. It effectively immobilizes simple-minded foes, akin to being bound by a skipping rope. Spell 4. Finite Incantatum. English name, Finite Incantatum. If your companion has been cursed by your foe with a spell like the Full Body Bind Curse, you might try this. If successful, your friend will regain their vitality, though insufficient magical power may lead to unintended consequences. Spell 5. Apparition Spell. English name, Apparitium. Spell 6. Ridiculous. English name, Ridiculous. This spell is employed against boggarts. One must first envision the boggart in a form that induces laughter, and coupled with the ridiculous charm, a hearty laugh will render the boggart powerless. Chapter 42. A fortunate week today, the boys' dormitory awoke unusually early, likely influenced by the rumors circulating yesterday. Since rising, the portly Neville had been acting rather peculiar, haunted by the significant smile Harry had given him the night prior, which kept him on edge. As Harry enjoyed his breakfast, he couldn't help but admire Hermione. As Merlin had foretold, The sight of beauty during a meal indeed enhances one's appetite. Harry shamelessly misinterpreted the lovely scenery, believing that should Merlin witness his actions, he would surely consider Harry as an ally. Merlin would certainly be aghast. Hermione, unable to endure Harry's fervent gaze any longer, thought to herself, "Why didn't I choose another spot? The dining hall is so spacious." With an eye roll, she remarked, "Harry, have you finished staring yet?" Harry replied with a smile, "How could I ever tire of it? A lifetime would hardly suffice." He chuckled inwardly at Hermione's flustered expression, relishing in the playful teasing of a young girl. After a considerable pause, Hermione finally asked, "When do you plan to commence your scheme?" "What are we waiting for?" "It begins today," he replied. "Have you consulted the professors?" She inquired. "Not yet, but it's not too late," he answered casually. Hermione, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Just days ago, you shared your plan with me. Yet there has been no action taken thus far. How can you be so certain that the professor will acquiesce to your request?" Harry replied, "This does not contravene any school regulations. It is merely a trivial matter. Besides, the professor, considering my intentions for my fellow students, is unlikely to refuse." Hermione questioned, "But will this truly work?" Harry responded earnestly, "I believe this is the best course of action. Neville's character is too timid. He struggles with articulation and self-expression, and he lacks confidence. Only through this approach can we nurture his self-assurance. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that such a transformation cannot occur overnight. It merely plants a seed within him, which will gradually instill bravery and confidence. Even if I did not take this initiative, I am convinced that Neville will eventually become an exceptional wizard. My actions merely accelerate that process." Hermione inquired, "Is that truly your belief?" Harry nodded with a smile, recalling how Neville had bravely stood against Voldemort when all others presumed Harry to be deceased. Ultimately, it was Neville who drew the sword of Gryffindor and vanquished the basilisk. Harry first approached Professor Flitwick, articulating his intentions. Flitwick, visibly thrilled, exclaimed, "I never anticipated that I would have the opportunity to assist the illustrious Harry Potter. It is indeed an honor." Harry was momentarily taken aback, having prepared a more elaborate discourse that now seemed unnecessary. During the charms class that day, an unexpected event unfolded. Neville's performance elicited no surprise. He consistently faltered when questioned. Malfoy, witnessing Neville's demeanor, scoffed derisively. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Professor Flitwick, as if struck by a windfall of 1,000,000 galleons, exuberantly declared, "Mr. Longbottom has made significant progress since our last encounter." He tantalizingly paused before continuing, thus, "I have decided to award Gryffindor an additional 10 points. A wave of astonishment rippled through the room. It was unprecedented to award points for mere improvement. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, then lowered their heads in disbelief. Surely, if points were to be awarded, a more compelling rationale should be offered? Flitwick raised an eyebrow. "Now let us cheer for Mr. Longbottom." He initiated the applause, and the students exchanged bewildered glances before reluctantly joining in. The Gryffindor Lions, however, were unconcerned with Flitwick's reasoning. They simply relished the additional points for their house. Malfoy, incensed, slammed his book onto the desk and glared furiously at a certain dazed Slytherin who was clapping along. Professor Flitwick, discreetly casting a glance at Harry, appeared to seek validation, but Harry feigned ignorance. Harry observed that Neville initially appeared stunned and flustered, his face reddening from Seamus's praise. Yet, those fleeting seconds during which the entire class regarded him with astonishment ignited within Neville a peculiar sentiment. A distinct spark illuminated his typically timid gaze, and the head that usually hung low seemed to rise ever so slightly. Harry scrutinized Neville intently, naturally noticing a subtle change. It seemed that his efforts were indeed bearing fruit. Now, aside from Harry and Hermione, no one was aware of the intriguing events that were about to unfold concerning Neville. The potions class was merely the beginning. Subsequently, as if under relentless bombardment, it appeared that all the teachers had suddenly discovered that Neville possessed talents that could rival even those of Harry, transforming him into their prized pupil, cherished as if he were delicate treasure. In astronomy class, Professor Sinistra commended Neville for his considerable effort on the assigned task, awarding Gryffindor 5 points. In herbology, Professor Sprout praised Neville for his meticulous care in cultivating the mandrake, granting Gryffindor an additional 3 points. During history of magic, Professor Binns continued to drone on in his monotonous voice, and just when everyone presumed he might be an exception to the trend, he unexpectedly remarked before class ended, "Is there a Neville present in our midst?" The classmates collectively fainted. How could he not know that? Surely, he would not further commend Neville. Yet Professor Binns slowly declared, "Because Neville did not fall asleep in class, Gryffindor earns 5 points." The students reacted with astonishment. In Transfiguration, even the normally stern Professor McGonagall rarely displayed a smile. Adjusting her spectacles as she said, "Due to Mr. Longbottom's exemplary performance, Gryffindor receives 3 points." The onlookers were numbed. Why was Neville so fortunate when his contributions seemed rather ordinary? They unabashedly extolled Neville in class, causing Gryffindor's points to swell significantly. This, of course, stirred speculation and envy among the students. Some observant classmates noted that despite Harry's consistent demeanor, he had contributed almost nothing to Gryffindor's score in recent days. However, they failed to connect these two peculiar occurrences. This strange situation persisted for an entire week. Chapter 43. The Professors Who Were Outwitted. During this week, Harry had prepared a genuine surprise for Neville. If the other teachers had been enough to alter Neville's character, then Harry's grand gift would undoubtedly leave a profound impact on Neville's tender psyche. This grand gift, of course, was none other than Severus Snape. Who could possibly terrify Neville more than the man who perpetually berated him and never offered him a kind word? Who, if not that dark, imposing figure? In the dimly lit basement, Severus Snape's office exuded an air of foreboding. Clad in his flowing black robes, he seemed to meld into the shadows, raising his head slightly with an air of haughty indifference. His complexion was pallid, and his icy gaze, coupled with a sardonic smile, betrayed his disdain for Harry. Yet what infuriated him internally was that the boy before him appeared oblivious, as though blinded to the animosity directed at him, maintaining a respectful smile throughout. Could he truly be so blind? Did he not perceive my ongoing disdain for him? With a silent, irritated breath, Snape disdainfully inquired, "The illustrious Harry Potter, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Harry smiled and said, "I would like to ask the professor for a favor." Snape exaggeratedly replied, "Oh, how fortunate that you anticipated my response. Alas, I am not that fool-flittic. You should leave this instant. The very thought of you lingering here, even for a moment, constricts my breathing." Had the original Harry heard such words, he would have undoubtedly been reduced to tears. However, Harry truly acknowledged the professor's remarkable talent for sarcasm. He remained motionless, as if he had not heard the professor's dismissal, rendering himself temporarily deaf. Snape, unable to contain his irritation, retorted, "You had better provide me with a compelling reason." Harry displayed a triumphant smile, a reaction he had long anticipated. He said, "I would like to request that you award points to Gryffindor for Neville's performance in potions class." Snape, as if he had heard the greatest jest, scoffed. "Points for that imbecile's performance? Are you not aware of how many cauldrons he has exploded in potions class?" Even Harry, with his thick skin, felt his face flush. For Snape spoke the truth. He awkwardly chuckled. "That is precisely why I am seeking your assistance, Professor. Besides, since the beginning of the term, I have performed admirably. Yet you have not awarded me a single point. Surely, a few of Neville's points could be exchanged for mine?" Snape's face twitched in the shadows, though Harry could not be certain. Without uttering a word, Snape simply closed his eyes, and the office fell silent. Suddenly, Harry found himself bored, contemplating that if someone were to point a wand at him, be it Hermione, Dumbledore, or even Voldemort, Snape would undoubtedly draw his wand and cast the killing curse without hesitation. Observing the professor in such a state, Harry turned and exited the dungeon, gently closing the door behind him. Only then did Snape open his eyes, darker than the shadows themselves, lost in thought. Upon leaving the dungeon, he found Hermione standing outside, poised and waiting for him. She remarked, "What made you think of Professor Snape? Regardless of which teacher you ask, he would never agree to such a request. It is a stroke of luck that he did not offer you a flimsy excuse to punish you." Hermione's words were not to be taken lightly. 2 days prior, at the entrance of a library, Hermione blushed as she handed a book to Harry. Confused, he asked, "What is this?" Hermione feigned nonchalance, saying, "Did you not suddenly express a desire to join the Quidditch team? I thought you might not know much about Quidditch, so I borrowed this book for you. It contains a wealth of information on the subject, and I recently finished reading it. I believe it will be quite beneficial to you." Harry turned the book over to reveal Quidditch Through the Ages, featuring a figure soaring on a broomstick on the cover. "Thank you," Harry said, affectionately ruffling Hermione's hair. However, unbeknownst to Harry, the truth was quite different. Among the girls, many had a passion for Quidditch, and Hermione had overheard her dorm mates discussing this very book, prompting her to visit the library in search of it. In the vast ocean of books, despite being meticulously categorized, Hermione spent over an hour searching for this particular volume. She had no intention of sharing this with Harry, as she did not wish for his gratitude. Nonetheless, Harry's ignorance of the matter did not alter his feelings for Hermione. Their gazes intertwined, brimming with tenderness. What a poetic scene it was. Yet, as Merlin wisely proclaimed, the heavens may bring unexpected storms, and humans may face tragic moments. It seemed that fate could no longer tolerate their display of affection. Had they forgotten that the Chishi festival had already passed? Suddenly, a pair of dark hands emerged, shattering this idyllic atmosphere. The maliciousness of these hands could rival that of the Jade Emperor, who disrupted the love between the three holy mothers and Lu Yanchong, or even the Queen Mother of the West, who thwarted the romance of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Severus Snape appeared silently beside them, snatching away Quidditch through the ages, and with a sardonic smile, declared, "Hogwarts rules prohibit taking books out of the library. Did you not know? Gryffindor has lost 5 points due to your foolishness." He did not afford Harry and Hermione a chance to speak, huffing disdainfully as he departed, his dark robes trailing behind him like crashing waves. Harry and Hermione exchanged a resigned smile. Such a regulation did not exist. Moreover, if he had truly witnessed the incident, he would have known that this book was borrowed by Hermione. It could only be said that he merely wished to express his disdain for Harry. Returning to the subject at hand, Harry confidently proclaimed, "That is not necessarily the case." Hermione responded, "Did Professor Snape actually agree? I cannot believe it." "Well, he did not say anything," Harry replied. "Then he must have declined you," Hermione asserted with conviction. Harry smiled slightly. "I believe he will certainly agree. If you don't believe me, let's make a wager." Hermione hesitated, biting her lip. "You're not deceiving me, are you? The professor said nothing?" Harry swore by Merlin. "Very well," Hermione resolved. "But what shall we wager?" she inquired. Chapter 44. Victory. Harry pondered for a moment, a mischievous grin forming as he leaned close to Hermione. Whispering softly, as she listened, her face flushed deeper with an overwhelming sense of warmth. After a moment's contemplation, she bit her lip and agreed. Regardless of what he proposed, based on her understanding of Professor Snape, she was certain she would prevail. Thus, she reassured herself, even if he made such a request, it would be inconsequential. Hermione then stated, "If I win, you must give me your little darling." Harry paused, then envisioned his inevitable victory and agreed with a smile. The poor little darling was blissfully unaware that she had already been sold by her beloved owner. Meow. At that moment, both were confident in their impending triumph. The outcome remained to be seen. That evening, a fierce wind howled outside. The little kitten darted up onto Harry's bed. In the span of 2 months, the adorable creature had grown considerably. Ever since Harry took her to the Hogwarts kitchen at the beginning of the school year, she had come to regard it as her home, utterly enchanted by the abundance of fresh fish that rendered her oblivious to everything else. Harry yearned to take the little darling to class with him. However, it was implausible for her to remain calm in the classroom, and her vocalizations were indeed disruptive, preventing any moment of quiet. Thus, when Hermione expressed her desire for his little companion, he found himself hesitating, for she was a natural pillow and a warm comfort. After braving the elements outside, the kitten's coat gleamed with a lustrous sheen, and her fur had grown exceedingly soft, making her delightful to touch. As Harry caressed her, she emitted a soothing, murmuring sound, akin to a lullaby, and soon he succumbed to slumber. In the early morning, the chill was more pronounced. Harry fought against his laziness and quickly donned the icy robe that roused his senses. At that moment, it felt like a nightmare, banishing all remnants of sleep. Reluctantly, he released the warmth of the little kitten, who was now curled up snugly in the blankets. Observing Harry striding into class with an air of confidence only intensified Hermione's self-doubt. Professor Snape, as usual, harbored a particular disdain for Harry, which somewhat reassured Hermione. With Snape's attitude towards Harry, there was no way he would grant him any favors. Neville had indeed undergone a significant transformation. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and one could discern a newfound spirit within him. Though only a few days had passed, it felt as if he had been reborn, for he no longer bowed his head in timorousness when conversing with others. The class passed swiftly, and when the bell rang, Hermione finally felt a sense of relief. However, unexpected twists often arise. Snape donned an unmistakably irritated expression and, in a hollow voice, called out, "Longbottom." Neville's face paled as he trembled, standing to reply, "Yes, Professor." The professor scowled, his shadowy gaze fixed upon him, and his expression, a mask of indifference, could intimidate a multitude of students. He mockingly remarked, "Mr. Longbottom, remarkably, has not blown up his cauldron today." The room erupted in laughter, except for Hermione, who wore an expression of discomfort. To everyone's astonishment, the professor suddenly declared, "1 point to Gryffindor," and with that, he strode out of the dungeon as if it contained the most repugnant elements imaginable. The students inside were left in a state of bewilderment. Was 1 point truly so insignificant? No, it was astonishingly considerable. Since the start of the term, they had only witnessed Professor Snape deducting points from Gryffindor, When had he ever awarded them? Despite Harry's exemplary performance in potions, he was consistently met with scorn rather than praise, which was one of the reasons Draco and his band of Slytherins relished the subject. Yet now, a miracle had transpired, even if it was just 1 point. Moreover, the one who earned it was none other than the most bumbling student in potions class, Neville. The friends could only gasp in disbelief, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Malfoy wore an expression reminiscent of someone in distress. Thus, the potions class was in a state of uproar. As for Harry, he was undoubtedly the most delighted. Neville? He appeared to be in a daze. Harry grinned and remarked, Hermione, abeti sabet. Hermione replied, I concede, but when I choose to wager is entirely up to me. Humph. She departed swiftly, though her hurried demeanor suggested a hint of panic. Harry mused, so you possess such a talent. My dear, your master has expended tremendous effort to safeguard you. Chapter 45. The eve of the upcoming Halloween. Harry had commenced Quidditch training a week prior. While flying skills are paramount for a Quidditch player, mastering the intricacies of the game from the air presents an entirely different challenge. Moreover, the coordination and tactical synergy among players necessitate collaborative training. Harry's training sessions were scheduled for every evening post 7 o'clock, minimizing the impact on his studies. On the first day, Captain would accompany Harry to the pitch, elucidating the mechanics and rules of Quidditch while familiarizing him with the various balls locked within their box. Having been accustomed to basketball, football, and table tennis for years, Harry found the transition to this novel sport somewhat disorienting. After all, in the Muggle realm, sports typically revolve around a singular ball. In a Quidditch match, there are 4 balls of 3 distinct types. The largest is known as the quaffle, which Harry perceived to be roughly the size of a basketball. Scoring a goal with it earns 10 points. The next size down is the bludger, of which there are 2, and they seek to knock into the nearest Quidditch player. The smallest is the golden snitch, comparable in size to a walnut, resplendent in gold, adorned with delicate gossamer wings. Capturing it yields 150 points and concludes the match. Each team comprises 7 players, 1 keeper, who guards the hoop akin to a basketball net, preventing the opposing team from scoring with the quaffle, 2 beaters who soar through the skies, directing the bludgers towards rival players, 3 chasers, whose objective is to score with the quaffle, and 1 seeker, tasked with locating the swift golden snitch before the opposing seeker can claim it. Fortuitously, Harry was the sole seeker on his team, meaning he only needed to grasp the rules without delving into excessive detail, as they bore little relevance to his role. Harry's innate flying prowess was truly remarkable. Following Wood's personal demonstration, Harry swiftly ascended to new heights, dazzling all with his aerial acrobatics, leaving Wood utterly astonished. This reassured him completely. A few days later, when the entire team gathered for practice, Harry's abilities earned their unanimous admiration. They collectively believed that Harry possessed the potential to represent England in the World Cup, perhaps even earning the title of the youngest seeker in history. Harry merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. As time flows, Harry's performance in Quidditch training continues to improve, and the first match of Quidditch at Hogwarts is rapidly approaching. Within the school, 3 Quidditch matches are held each semester. In the first half of the term, the 4 houses compete in pairs to determine 2 victors, who will then face each other in the second half of the term to establish the ultimate champion. Gryffindor's opponent is none other than Slytherin. This evening, Harry's training proceeds as usual. As a seeker, his most vital attributes are his keen eyesight and speed. Thus, his training predominantly focuses on these aspects. Today, Wood introduced a novel approach. Upon arriving at the pitch, he carried a black backpack, which, when opened, revealed a collection of golf balls. With a grin, he declared, "This will be your training for today." As Harry soared into the sky, Wood produced his wand and pointed it at one of the golf balls, which shot away at remarkable speed, its trajectory gentle yet swift. It would soon descend, making it a challenge to retrieve it before it touched the ground. However, this was merely the case a few days prior. Now, Harry effortlessly dived, reaching his maximum speed and grasping the ball with ease. "Is that all?" Harry inquired. Wood, tilting his head back, exclaimed, "Not so fast. This is just the beginning." Gradually, Wood increased the number of golf balls soaring into the air, not only dispersing them in all directions, but also transforming their colors into a vibrant array, complicating Harry's ability to discern their positions within a short time. While collecting the balls in midair, he also had to remain vigilant for those nearing the ground and for any that blended with the surrounding environment. This required focus, yet not distraction. Wood managed to control up to 8 balls simultaneously, and when Harry caught the final ball, it was nearly at the moment of its descent, accompanied by a handful of grass. After the training concluded, Wood gave Harry a thumbs up, fully aware of the challenge posed by such exercises. Initially, He would have been astounded if Harry had managed to catch 4 balls in one go. He never anticipated Harry would achieve such a feat. This remarkable ability is attributed to Harry's formidable spirit, which allowed him to maintain intense concentration far longer than most could. Upon hearing that training had ended, Harry felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, and his head swelled with fatigue, causing him to stand on the grass for a considerable time before regaining his composure. This was a manifestation of mental exhaustion. However, the true celebration awaited on the evening of October 31st. Halloween, as it is known, is a night filled with festivities, where people engage in activities such as carving pumpkins and donning costumes. The phrase trick or treat echoes through the air, marking this day. Everyone enjoys a holiday, reuniting with family, and an atmosphere reminiscent of the new year prevails everywhere. Christmas Eve falls on December 24th. On this night, children eagerly anticipate the arrival of the next day, for it is on this evening that Santa Claus delivers presents. Chapter 46, Halloween. The rich aroma of the season inspires them to overcome their lethargy and conquer all obstacles. On this day, during Charms class, Professor Flitwick commenced the lesson on the levitation charm, with pairs of students working together. In the original narrative, Hermione and Ron were assigned to the same group. However, Hermione's exceptional performance, coupled with her pointing out Ron's mistakes, incited Ron's embarrassment and led him to mock Hermione behind her back. This resulted in Hermione retreating to the girls' restroom in tears. Currently, during classes, Harry and Hermione generally sit together, and even when the need arises for group work, the teacher often ensures they are paired. The levitation charm is considered the most challenging for first-year students. It involves a lengthy incantation, precise pronunciation, and the deft movement of one's wand. Just the other day, during Quidditch practice, Wood, in his 5th year, employed the levitation charm to send a ball soaring. By amplifying his magical energy and swiftly waving his wand, he achieved an impressive speed for the small ball. The newly initiated students, however, could not replicate such feats. They began by attempting to control a feather, coaxing it to rise slowly, and had no capacity to manage multiple objects simultaneously. Observing their earnest focus on Professor Flitwick's demonstration and their cautious attempts, Harry stifled a laugh. He imagined that years later, when they reflected on their present struggles with what would become an exceedingly simple charm, they would find it amusing. As they commenced their practice, excitement bubbled over as they waved their wands at the white feather. Why isn't it moving? Are you daft? I didn't hear you utter the incantation. Impossible. I just remembered I was silently reciting it. Why isn't mine moving at all? Mind your wand movements. You should know that by now. In any case, most of them shouted numerous incantations, yet the feather remained utterly still before them. Only a select few managed to get their feathers to quiver momentarily before they stilled again, which was enough to send them into a jubilant frenzy. Their partners, filled with envy yet acknowledging their efforts, remarked, "It's the wind." With an ostensibly casual flick of his wand, Harry pronounced, "Wingardium Leviosa." The feather shot upwards, not floating gently as demonstrated by the teacher, but soaring rapidly to the ceiling, landing in a corner without descending. Hermione, determined not to be outdone, skillfully controlled her feather, which danced precisely 4 feet above the classroom floor, mirroring the professor's demonstration flawlessly. "This is what we aim to achieve," the classmates silently cheered. They had long ceased to emulate Harry, who, with his impressive height, seemed unattainable to them. Unsurprisingly, Professor Flitwick awarded points to Gryffindor for Harry and Hermione's achievements. The sight of their success ignited a fervent desire among their peers to master the charm instantly. Thus, the incantations resumed in a steady stream. Wingardium Leviosa, Wingardium Leviosa, Wingardium Levio, Wingardium Levio, Wingardium Levi, Wingardium Leviticus. Wingardium. Bang! A discordant noise erupted unexpectedly. Everyone turned to see Seamus, covered in soot, his hair smoking, gazing blankly. Even Ron, seated beside him, was affected. Seamus's feather had exploded. No wonder Ron expressed his desire to avoid being associated with someone as perilous as Seamus. Indeed, it is unsettling to be in the company of such danger. After class, scarcely half of the students managed to make their feathers flutter. Upon exiting the classroom, they seemed bewitched, murmuring the incantation Wingardium Leviosa and unconsciously waving their hands. During the afternoon lessons, few could truly focus, their minds preoccupied with the festivities of the evening, with the exception of Hermione. Hermione was quite displeased with the situation. She intended to converse with Harry, but before she could utter a word, Harry initiated a discussion about the delectable dishes that might grace the banquet that night. At lunch, Harry hastily consumed a few bites in response to Hermione's astonished gaze before departing the dining hall. "Do you have something urgent to attend to?" Hermione inquired with concern. Harry wiped his mouth with a napkin, replying, "It's nothing of great importance. I can manage it myself. You take your time with your meal." Over an hour later, Harry found Hermione engrossed in her studies at the library. "What's the matter?" Hermione exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Harry's complexion appeared slightly pale. Beads of perspiration adorned his brow, and his eyes seemed vacant, as though he had endured some grave ordeal, his body lacking proper recuperation. He took out a book to shield his face and sat beside Hermione, who then noticed his labored breathing. "I can see that something is indeed wrong. You must go to St. Mungo's hospital immediately," she insisted, rising to assist him. "I'm fine." Harry weakly smiled, grasping her hand to pull her back down. "Do not worry. I merely overexerted myself with too many spells," he assured her. Hermione, still unconvinced, questioned, "Are you truly all right?" "I am fine," Harry replied emphatically. "What spells did you cast to end up like this?" "Ah, you'll find out soon enough," Harry chuckled. Hermione could only look at him with dissatisfaction. She hadn't anticipated that casting merely a few dozen spells would leave him in such a weakened state, especially since the quantity of each spell was not limited to just one. Harry was completely unaware of the difficulty involved in casting so many spells at once for an adult wizard, even if they were merely simple incantations from the 4th year and below. However, one could not fault Harry, for he had only just begun to delve into 4th year material, and attempting to cast more powerful magic was beyond his reach. Yet, he felt confident that the over 100 jinxes he had unleashed in the 4th floor corridor could indeed affect Quirrell. Had he not thought of this too late, he would have acquired the Half-Blood Prince's Potions textbook earlier, which contained a particularly potent spell. Harry's overconfidence in his recuperative abilities meant he could not attend classes all afternoon, forcing him to remain in the library, his first instance of skipping class since the term began, though he was grateful for Hermione's company. Of course, her incessant chatter was inevitable. The two spent the entire afternoon in the grand library, and once school was dismissed, Harry felt well enough to rise and depart with Hermione. As they entered the dining hall, students gazed in astonishment at the vividly adorned room, embellished with a myriad of decorations. The students streamed into the hall, exchanging lively conversations and indulging in delectable cuisine. The restaurant was imbued with a joyful and bustling atmosphere. Chapter 48, A Visit to Quirrell. At noon, news spread that Professor Quirrell had been injured during his confrontation with the troll the previous night, prompting a cheer from the crowd. However, a sharp glare from Professor McGonagall silenced them instantly. It appeared that the students harbored little affection for Quirrell. It was hardly surprising, aside from his questionable character and abilities. The overwhelming stench of garlic that enveloped him was enough to deter anyone from approaching him. Ron muttered, "Goodness, thank Merlin. We won't have to endure that nauseating garlic odor any longer. It's a pity his hospital stay is so brief." Many nodded in agreement. "Ron," Professor McGonagall suddenly interjected, clearly having overheard him. Hermione chimed in, "Professor McGonagall, what will happen to our defense against the dark arts class this week?" It was then that the rest of the students realized the implications of the situation. The audacious Seamus suggested, "Why not turn it into a flying lesson?" Harry merely sighed. McGonagall chose to disregard his comment and addressed the Gryffindor students. "I am in discussions with Professor Dumbledore to find a substitute teacher for your defense against the dark arts class." A collective sigh of disappointment resonated through the room. After leaving the hall, Harry spotted Professors Snape and McGonagall in a secluded stairwell. Snape proclaimed, "I am willing to take over the defense against the dark arts class. I hope you will support my request in front of Dumbledore." McGonagall replied, "I believe Professor Flitwick would also be a suitable candidate for the position." Once McGonagall departed, Snape's expression darkened. Harry stifled a laugh, thinking, "Oh, Professor, your job search is proving quite challenging, but endure it." Even Leonardo DiCaprio had to persevere for 20 years before becoming an Oscar-winning actor. It was suggested that the students visit Professor Quirrell at St. Mungo's Hospital that evening. Observing their exuberance, as if they were preparing for a celebration rather than a visit to a sick teacher, Harry couldn't help but chuckle. He was, of course, delighted as well. When someone asked if he would join, he beamed, of course. When an enemy is injured, the most appropriate response is to appear before him and sprinkle salt in his wounds. The sight of his discomposure will surely be entertaining. Harry felt that such a moment was indeed warranted. However, Hermione appeared somewhat discontented. "How can you be so cheerful when we are supposed to be visiting our teacher?" Harry replied with a grin. "Wouldn't you be happy knowing the classroom wouldn't reek of garlic for a while?" Hermione hesitated. "Well, not exactly." Upon arriving at the hospital, the group was quite boisterous. Madame Pomfrey emerged and reprimanded them sternly. Quirrell lay alone in his room. It seemed Madame Pomfrey was considerate of the other patients. After all, sharing a room with Quirrell, even for a minor ailment, could easily transform into a serious condition due to the peculiar odor that surrounded him. The scarf around Quirrell's head remained tightly wrapped, and it seemed that even if his skin were to be stripped away, he would still refuse to remove it. Quirrell's complexion was ashen, one of his legs encased in plaster, suspended from the headboard, swathed in white cloth. Upon seeing so many students come to visit him, his face lit up with excitement, and he stammered, "Thank you all for visiting me. I am truly overjoyed." As he spoke, his voice quivered, and many students shivered, goosebumps prickling their skin. They suddenly began to regret their visit, for even witnessing Quirrell's pitiable state seemed scarcely worth the trouble. Alas, this fellow was quite the actor. Harry observed Quirrell, weeping and mumbling with a smile plastered across his face, embodying a wretched figure, and he felt compelled to award him full marks. The Weasley twins had also arrived. George squeezed to the front with a grin, declaring, "We had prepared some gifts for you, but Professor Pomfrey wouldn't allow us to bring anything in except for this." Holding aloft his offering, a large string of garlic cloves, which he had crafted into a necklace, George jested, "Professor Quirrell, I imagine you have a fondness for garlic. But in the hospital, you might find it hard to come by, so I specifically asked the house elf in the kitchen for it. I hope you like it." Quirrell, overwhelmed with emotion, could barely choke out, "Thank you, this is undoubtedly the best gift I have ever received." George let out a loud whistle, proudly boasting to Fred, "What do you think? My gift is splendid. Isn't it?" Harry, with concern etched on his face, urged Professor Quirrell, "You must recuperate swiftly. You still have to teach us powerful magic, so that if we encounter a troll, we won't end up as badly injured as you." Hermione, Neville, Ron, and Seamus stifled their laughter, their faces flushing red. Quirrell's cheeks turned a deep shade of embarrassment. Harry continued, "Not just trolls, but also dark wizards like Voldemort. Only with your strength can we defeat such scoundrels. Wouldn't you agree, Professor?" Quirrell trembled, nodding his head in a sobbing manner. Harry chuckled. So the professor also thinks Voldemort is a scoundrel. After a while, everyone left the hospital, and Harry stretched lazily, unable to confront Voldemort just yet. He thought to first vex them. Just as he had insulted Voldemort, Harry felt a faint ripple of soul energy emanating from Quirrell, though it quickly receded. Compared to his own, it resembled a flickering candle flame, frail and dim. Even in the face of contempt, Quirrell seemed like a turtle retreating into its shell, too afraid to show its head. Harry was eager to know just how furious he truly was. Night enveloped the world. St. Mungo's Hospital, a pitch-black ward. On the floor lay a heap of ashes, remnants of George's gift, which Quirrell had ignited in a fit of rage the moment they exited the hospital. This was the second occurrence of such a scene. The first had transpired the previous day when he sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He had never found the opportunity before, so he unleashed the troll into the school, intending to distract the other teachers from his actions temporarily. It had been a resounding success. Chilo felt an overwhelming sense of joy. However, the reality diverged sharply from his expectations. He ascended to the 4th floor, only to be ensnared by a rather childish enchantment. As he navigated through a multitude of vexatious spells to reach the wooden door, preparing to breach it with a spell, he was unexpectedly struck by a stone statue that suddenly swung an axe at him. He narrowly evaded the blow, but not without sustaining a grievous injury to his foot, resulting in the loss of several toes. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching and, in a desperate bid to mask his pain, ignited the remnants of his toes. Watching in horror as a part of himself turned to ash. To further conceal his injury, he had a feign being wounded by a giant. Today, that imbecile George had even gifted him garlic. He was filled with a desire to transform him into a slimy slug, yet he refrained, for he was the cowardly, timid, and stuttering Chilo. Chapter 49. The competition begins. Chilo knelt on his bed, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, genuinely out of fear. "Master, you know that this afternoon—" "That was not what I intended to say," he uttered with trepidation. He sensed his master's presence and felt an intense hatred towards Harry. "Silence," a hoarse voice suddenly commanded. "Chilo." "Yes, master," Chilo replied humbly. "I have granted you too many opportunities, yet you have failed to accomplish a single task." The raspy voice echoed hauntingly in the solitary room. Chilo's heart sank with dread as he shivered. "Master, it is not that I do not wish to fulfill your commands. Whether it be stealing the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts or Hogwarts, both are exceedingly challenging. Without a proper opportunity, success is unattainable. Snape and Dumbledore are always watching me." Voldemort declared, "Since the Philosopher's Stone is temporarily out of reach, procure for me some unicorn blood." Chilo shuddered, "But master, unicorn blood is cursed. Isn't there a more suitable alternative?" Voldemort retorted angrily. "I understand, master." The conversation faded into the shadows. Winter had truly arrived. After November, the weather grew increasingly frigid. The mountains surrounding the school were shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed in frost, and the lake's surface was as cold and hard as quenched steel. Each morning, the ground was adorned with frost. From the upper windows, one could see Hagrid, wrapped in a long coat of mole fur, donned with rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver skin boots, de-icing the Quidditch pitch. In such bitter weather, Harry had to persist with Quidditch training, a most arduous task. Fortunately, after numerous requests from Harry to Professor McGonagall, she consented to a condition, allowing him to ride his broomstick over Hogwarts during non-class hours. Upon learning of Harry's special privilege, Wood and the others were envious, unanimously beseeching Professor McGonagall for the same treatment. The outcome, however, was that they were collectively reprimanded by Professor McGonagall, her face a thunderous shade, and punished to clean the trophy room 10 times without the use of magic. Nevertheless, the atmosphere grew increasingly electrified, for the Quidditch match was imminent. The only drawback was that Quirrell had been discharged from the hospital, and everyone would once again have to endure the nauseating odor that lingered in the classroom. A new day dawned, heralding the arrival of the Quidditch match. The weather was cold and dry. Harry sat in the dining hall, spreading sauce on a tantalizingly aromatic sausage, spearing it with a fork while listening to the chatter of those around him, all engrossed in a common topic. Many were passionately debating who would emerge victorious today, with the cheers for Slytherin resonating most prominently. Hermione, munching on a slice of bread slathered with strawberry jam, curiously inquired, "Aren't you the least bit nervous?" Harry took a sip of juice and replied nonchalantly, "What is there to be nervous about?" Hermione countered, "But this is your first Quidditch match, and you're playing Seeker. What if you lose?" Harry chuckled. "Merlin said that only those who care get anxious. I view it merely as a delightful game. The outcome is of little consequence, though winning would indeed be splendid." At 11 o'clock, teachers and students alike gathered in the stands of the Quidditch pitch, seated in neat rows. In the backstage changing room, Wood was delivering a pre-match pep talk. Harry perceived his words to be something along the lines of, "Comrades, the situation is perilous. Our adversaries are formidable. But we shall not falter, for as long as we stand united." Wood turned to Harry and asked, "Are you nervous, Harry?" Harry smiled slightly and shook his head. Wood replied, "That is excellent to hear. You should know when I first played, I could barely stand." Laughter erupted, lightening the pre-match tension. "Come, let us take the field." Clad in brilliant red uniforms and wielding their broomsticks, they made their way out. As they emerged from the dim backstage, the bright light instinctively caused them to squint. Then, Harry was met with a deafening roar of cheers. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a venue reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum. However, the ground beneath his feet was a good 20 meters away from the tiered seats, marking a significant difference from the Colosseum. The arena was circular, and from such a distance, the figures in the higher seats were merely shadows. Harry could only discern the locations of the various houses. This explained why many students were equipped with telescopes. Once the match commenced, the seekers would soar even further away, and without a telescope, the thrilling contest would remain unseen. Harry's gaze fell upon Gryffindor's section, where he clearly spotted a large banner being held aloft by a row of students, swaying from side to side. It proclaimed, "Harry Potter for the win." This was the rallying cry of Gryffindor, and as one of their most distinguished members, it was only natural for them to cheer for him. Although Harry felt indifferent about the match, witnessing the collective enthusiasm of over 700 people stirred something within him. He understood why so many yearned to stand on the dazzling stage, be they singers or actors. They reveled in the spotlight and the multitude of flashing lights, savoring the intoxicating sensation that accompanied such adoration. Malfoy peered through his telescope, his expression twisted with disdain as he beheld Harry's triumphant smile. Commentator Jordan announced, "Here comes the Slytherin team, clad in their customary green attire. I recall suggesting they alter their color last year." Professor McGonagall interjected, "Jordan, my apologies, Professor. I simply cannot restrain myself." The team stood together, mounting their broomsticks. Madame Hooch took her place at the center, her demeanor serious, as she proclaimed, "In this match, I expect fairness and integrity. No foul shall be tolerated." She cast a pointed glance at the Slytherin captain, as if issuing a warning. Marcus, with a sardonic smile, provocatively eyed the Gryffindor players, his mockery intensifying upon spotting Harry. "Try not to wet your pants when you fall from your broom, little one," he guffawed, eliciting grim expressions from Wood and his teammates. "Shut your mouth, Marcus," George retorted angrily. Harry merely smiled, finding the situation amusing. "Isn't it rather entertaining? However, it does highlight the laxity of Quidditch rules. Such conduct will be unacceptable in the Muggle world." Thus, Madame Hooch could only silence him with a stern glare. To preempt any potential conflict, she seized her silver whistle and blew it forcefully, launching the quaffle into the air. The players simultaneously propelled themselves off the ground, soaring into the sky. Students raised their arms, their cheers resonating throughout the stadium. The match had commenced. Chapter 51. Amusing rules at that moment, Hagrid arrived, settling into the Gryffindor section, squeezing into a seat offered by 4 classmates. He grumbled, "I can't believe that upon my arrival, I witnessed such antics from Slytherin students." He leaned closer to Hermione, whispering, "I've familiarized myself with the rules of your world. They're splendid. It's a pity the Ministry lacks the desire to learn from Muggles." Hermione was preoccupied, contemplating how to craft a compelling message for those in charge. Jordan, indeed a fervent lad, disregarded Professor McGonagall's presence, seizing the megaphone to loudly condemn Slytherin's despicable actions. He boldly declared he had bestowed a new epithet upon Flint: murderer. Remarkably, Professor McGonagall refrained from silencing him, her lips trembling with indignation. As the match progressed, the audience's outcry diminished, for the game must persist. The golden snitch, naturally elusive, darted out of sight, yet Harry displayed neither regret nor anger. Once airborne, he was joined by Wood and the others. Wood patted Harry's shoulder, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right? Any injuries?" "No need to worry. I'm perfectly fine," Harry nodded reassuringly. George remarked, "Slytherin is nothing but a bunch of ruffians. Be cautious when you spot the snitch again, but rest assured we will prevent such occurrences from happening again." Harry murmured in acknowledgement, lost in his thoughts. At the moment of Harry's mishap, what should have been a jubilant occasion for Slytherin House was overshadowed by the divergent thoughts of 2 individuals, Snape and Malfoy. As Snape witnessed Harry plummeting at an alarming speed, he instinctively drew his wand, yearning to rise and rescue him. Yet he stifled the impulse to cast a spell, remaining motionless. This restraint stemmed from his and Dumbledore's suspicions regarding the presence of Death Eaters within Hogwarts. His entire facade was meticulously crafted to gain Voldemort's trust, should the Dark Lord re-emerge, allowing him to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Fortunately, Harry emerged unscathed, and the tension on Snape's face dissipated as he turned his gaze, dark and brooding, toward Flint. He felt an overwhelming desire to unleash a blasting curse upon him. Flint was reveling in celebration with his teammates, interpreting the cacophony of curses directed at him as cheers. A grotesque smile plastered across his face. Suddenly, an unsettling chill crept upon him from behind, causing him to freeze. Akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike, its tongue flickering menacingly. He dared not turn to face it. This sensation arrived abruptly and vanished just as swiftly. Once the piercing gaze retreated, Flint was horrified to discover a damp patch forming on his back. Malfoy, witnessing Harry's disarray, felt a strong urge to stand and shout, much like everyone else around him. However, when he opened his mouth, words eluded him, and even his celebratory thoughts evaporated. For reasons unknown, he refrained from mocking Harry at that moment. This was not his intention. A myriad of memories involving Harry flooded his mind, leaving him in a state of confusion, the cause of which remained elusive. Surrounded by the uproar of cheers, he felt acutely out of place. Seated in the Ravenclaw stands, Zhang Xiu's heart tightened with worry for Harry. "Zhang Xiu, you're squeezing my hand too tightly," exclaimed a classmate who had been gripped firmly in her excitement. The student shook off her hand, revealing white imprints from Zhang Xiu's grip. "You're so anxious about Harry," her friend teased with a laugh. "Oh, come on, don't say that," Zhang Xiu quickly retorted. "Haha, it's not just you who likes Harry. But if you chase after him, we may lose all hope," her friend joked. Zhang Xiu playfully reached out to tickle her companion, and they tumbled into a light-hearted scuffle. After her initial encounter with Harry, Zhang Xiu returned to the same spot numerous times, yet regrettably, she never caught sight of him again. Behind the Ravenclaw seating area, the boys of their house sat with solemnity, intently observing the match while occasionally stealing glances at the charming Zhang Xiu, only to hastily avert their eyes, pretending as if nothing had transpired before repeating the cycle. Madame Hooch awarded Gryffindor a penalty shot, which would successfully converted, eliciting a chorus of cheers. The Slytherins, naturally, were not in high spirits, yet they upheld the adage of losing gracefully. They maintained the image of villains, their malicious gazes fixated upon Harry and his companions. There was an air of threat, a warning, and utter disdain. The match continued. The recent events had infused the atmosphere with a subtle scent of gunpowder, intensifying the rivalry between the 2 teams. Figures darted across the sky, swooping and soaring with remarkable speed. Occasionally, Jordan would announce which house had scored again. From time to time, A player would unfortunate enough to be struck by a wandering ball would spin dizzily in the air like a drunken man before regaining composure and rejoining the fray. Harry and Slytherin's seeker, Higgins, remained airborne, with Higgins regarding Harry with complete contempt. Having encountered such a situation, Harry had not uttered a single protest. Higgins had already deemed him a coward, thinking, what is there to fear about someone like that? However, reflecting on the moment he had considered Harry to be a remarkably skilled seeker, he felt an overwhelming sense of anger, believing himself to have been deceived. Thus, he envisioned the moment he would capture the golden snitch, striding over to Harry with an air of arrogance, raising the snitch before him, allowing Harry to behold it clearly, while simultaneously informing him that he would never have the chance to touch the golden snitch. He wondered if Harry might shed tears then. Imagining such a scene brought Higgins great satisfaction. Harry looked at Higgins with a puzzled expression, disgusted by a smug grin, wishing to smash that face, which resembled a withered flower. His mind was preoccupied with the rules of Quidditch. Just like Flint's recent actions, which had gone unpunished, Madame Hooch had merely scolded him. Harry knew that this was not favoritism, but rather a flaw in the rules, the unspoken regulations of Quidditch. Even collisions between players that resulted in injuries bore no consequences, as there were no explicit rules against such actions. Conversely, such occurrences were commonplace in matches of all scales. Even if the referees deemed it wrong and the spectators expressed their indignation, it ultimately proved futile. They all understood that such behavior was inappropriate, but failed to contemplate the reasons behind it or consider alternative actions. It had become a long-standing habit. Thus, Harry found the situation both amusing and intriguing. Chapter 52, Mastering the Field. Below, the arena was rife with fierce competition as players from Gryffindor and Slytherin pursued one another, the score gradually widening in favor of Slytherin. Though Gryffindor's players matched Slytherin in skill, the latter employed underhanded tactics without a hint of remorse. Each time they witnessed the frustrated and powerless expressions of the Gryffindor team, they would erupt in laughter. High above, Harry observed it all. While others believed Harry was searching for the golden snitch, he was, in fact, focused on the brazen antics of the Slytherins soaring across the field. His attention was entirely captivated by Slytherin, leaving little room for the pursuit of the snitch. He was there to play, not to be ensnared by others' deceit. Quidditch? Let be. The quaffle was sent hurtling to one side. Quick-witted would dash towards it, with Flint swiftly pursuing, both of them neck and neck, jostling and refusing to yield. Suddenly, Flint flashed a sinister grin at Wood, a malicious intent etched upon his face. Sensing impending trouble, Wood attempted to distance himself from Flint. Yet before he could act, Flint collided with him forcefully. Wood was sent sprawling to the side, while Flint seized the quaffle, charging ahead towards the 3 goalposts of Gryffindor. He had already devised his next move. He would not attempt to score, but instead, he would hurl the ball at the Gryffindor keeper, intending to knock him out of the way, allowing his teammates to immediately catch the quaffle and shoot for the goal. Without the bothersome keeper, the game would be far more thrilling. He had no doubt about the seamless coordination with his teammates, having executed similar strategies numerous times before. 10 seconds earlier, Harry had watched the quaffle being pushed away amidst the scuffle, observing Wood and Flint's simultaneous actions, and noticing Flint's underhanded tactics. As Flint prepared to score, Harry sprang into action. He had been fixated on Flint for quite some time, but previously, Flint had always been lost among the crowd, denying Harry the opportunity to act. Although Harry believed he ranked 3rd in flying prowess at Hogwarts, no one dared to claim the 1st or 2nd position. His singular focus was on acceleration, ignoring everything else. However, if he inadvertently collided with one of his own teammates, it would spell disaster. What did he intend to do? Naturally, seek revenge. Harry adjusted the handle of his broomstick downward, initiating a free fall. With his head pointed towards the ground, he accelerated under his own control, the wind whipping against his face. His long hair trailing behind him, resembling a comet, hurtling towards the earth with unwavering determination. Harry's speed reached its zenith. He did not relent, charging forward. Even when Flint had struck him earlier, Flint had merely skidded to a halt, using his inertia to shove Harry aside. Had he not decelerated, the collision would have been catastrophic for both. Yet Harry had no intention of allowing that. As he descended, an unexpected thought crossed Harry's mind. Have you heard of the technique that descends from the heavens? The two were drawing ever closer when Flint suddenly sensed a shadow looming above him. He looked up to find Harry's handsome face and his cold, unyielding eyes, denying him any chance of fear. The two collided. There was no earth-shattering impact, only a momentary pause in Harry's speed. At the instant of their contact, Flint appeared to endure immense damage, his eyes bulging like a startled frog, his body curling in on itself. Yet, Harry maintained his position, still pressing downward on his broom. resembling a valiant martyr. Boom! They hit the ground. Though the surface was cushioned with sand, the violent impact Harry experienced in the air, followed by his harsh landing on the sandy terrain, inflicted unbearable pain that overwhelmed him. He emitted a tortured groan, his body curling up like a shrimp tossed into a pot of boiling oil, sweat pouring from his brow, his complexion pale, even more so than Snape's. The audience in the stadium rose to their feet in unison, not in anger at Harry for his actions, but rather in sheer astonishment at the event itself. Yet, there was something even more shocking. Is this enough? Harry pondered, of course not. This was precisely what he had anticipated from the very beginning. While the crowd was still grappling with their astonishment, Harry showed no hesitation. As he collided with Flint on the ground, he instantly soared into the air once more. Then, he dove again. Once is hardly sufficient. Wouldn't you agree, Flint? Surely you must be in great pain. How could I bear to witness your suffering? Allow me to assist you in ending this anguish. Remember, I am known as the Red Scarf. Flint's body seemed to crumble, and as he beheld Harry descending once more, darkness enveloped his vision, and he fell unconscious. The spectators were utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape, expressions of bewilderment etched upon their faces. Initially, they were simply shocked by Harry's actions, yet they understood that he was enacting revenge. Moreover, due to the notorious reputation of Slytherin, no one felt compelled to defend Flint. When they witnessed Harry descending from above for the second time, their minds were in disarray, uncertain of how to react, resulting in an eerie silence enveloping the arena. Some began to take action. Naturally, it was the staff from St. Mungo's. Madame Pomfrey arrived with 2 attendants and assessed Flint's condition. He had merely fainted. She instructed the others to carry him away and turned to Harry, inquiring about his own well-being. Harry had sustained 2 collisions himself, yet he had a shield of flesh to protect him. Although he experienced some discomfort, it remained within his threshold of tolerance. Thus, he declined the offer to be treated at St. Mungo's. On the field, the Slytherin players were seething with rage, glaring at Harry with fierce intensity, wishing to charge at him. However, Harry remained composed, fully aware that it was too late to turn back. They protested to Madame Hooch, yet she merely reprimanded Harry briefly and penalized Gryffindor with a free kick. The Slytherin players were understandably dissatisfied, for their captain had been sent to the hospital, and the punishment seemed disproportionately lenient. However, Madame Hooch calmly responded, "My penalties for both sides are identical. Do you believe my punishment is too lenient?" They could only grit their teeth and swallow their indignation. Wood and the others soon realized that there was another side to Harry. During previous training sessions, he had always been polite. They had never expected him to engage in such behavior. Though their feelings were tinged with confusion, excitement was undeniably present. The match continued. Higgins glared at Harry, realizing he had underestimated him. Yet the desire to teach Harry a lesson lingered in his mind. Wait, what was he planning to do? Wells found himself at the bottom, contemplating the departure of the captain and the unfavorable position of his team, pondering how to reverse their misfortunes. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Watch out!" In that instant, he followed in Flint's footsteps. Bang! He fell heavily onto the sand, his eyes clouded with confusion, unable to comprehend what had transpired until he glimpsed Harry soaring through the air, the sharp pain radiating throughout his body, serving as a stark reminder of reality. A free kick was inevitable. Yet, Slytherin had lost another player, and resuming the match felt like an insurmountable challenge. Even conceding 10 points seemed a considerable gain under the circumstances. Harry ascended into the sky, a sense of fulfillment swelling within him. This was the essence of the game. Chapter 53, Supernatural. Although no one believed Harry intended to challenge the entire Slytherin team, a sense of vigilance enveloped them. Harry fixed his gaze on opponent and charged forward once more. When a surprise attack failed, he opted for sheer force. However, the adversary was prepared. At the moment of collision, he evaded, then insidiously matched Harry's pace, side by side. Given his build, a direct clash would favor him. The spectators recognized his intent, their concern for Harry palpable. He swayed outward, then lunged forcefully at Harry. Yet, Harry had vanished. As his opponent flew outward to gather momentum, Harry descended, slipping beneath him, and seized the opportunity to propel upward, his shoulder thrusting upward with great force. The Slytherin reserve plummeted from his broomstick, flailing in panic, but helplessly watched the sky recede from him. Suddenly, he caught sight of Harry approaching. Was Harry coming to his rescue? Yet gratitude was far from his mind. He maliciously thought of seizing Harry and dragging him down. What he did not anticipate was that Harry was indeed coming closer, but instead of an outstretched hand, it was a foot that approached. Harry matched his speed, raising his right foot, and with a forceful stomp, he struck down as the terror in his opponent's eyes widened. Stomp! Bang! The fallen figure resembled a crushed flower, evoking a sense of sorrow. Dust erupted around them. Subsequently, Madame Pomfrey whisked him away for treatment. Madame Hooch blew the whistle once more, her anger palpable, while the Slytherin players were seething with rage, their fury reaching a boiling point. Out of 7 players on the Slytherin team, 3 had already been sent to the hospital, leaving only 4, and with only 2 seekers remaining alongside the keeper. The prospect of continuing seemed excessively unfair. Wood and his teammates never anticipated the match would devolve into such chaos, finding themselves somewhat sympathetic towards the Slytherins. They truly did not wish to bully them. Ironically, when Harry knocked the 3rd player down, many in the crowd erupted in cheers, as if Harry's actions stirred them more than scoring a goal would. Indeed, Merlin's words rang true. Within everyone lies a formidable beast. The 2 remaining Slytherin players exchanged determined glances, resolutely deciding they must take Harry down. Thus, as the match commenced, they charged directly at Harry, disregarding the ball entirely. Thus, a scene unfolded on the field. 2 Slytherins clad in green chased after Harry in midair, while the Gryffindors incessantly propelled the quaffle into the Slytherin hoops. Although there was a goalkeeper present, one might wonder what good that would do. The Slytherin keeper leaped and dove, striving to thwart the goals. Yet he was beset by a group of individuals casting malevolent glances in his direction. No matter how skilled he was, he lacked the ability to be in multiple places at once. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. George, spitting words in excitement, could only exclaim, "Gryffindor scores. Gryffindor scores again. Gryffindor has scored once more." Bored, George soared in the sky, pondering, should we assist Harry? P.S. all alone. Fred, with a flick of his broom, passed the bat to Wood, retorting, "Do you think Harry needs our assistance?" After a moment of contemplation, George recalled their practice sessions with Harry and shook his head. "No, he does not." Higgins observed the keeper being toyed with, swallowing hard, unsure of what to do. Assist the keeper? What good would that do alone? Helping those 2 seemed futile as well. This match was destined for defeat. Hence, his primary task should be to locate the golden snitch and conclude the game, as that was the sole path to victory. If delayed any longer, even a score of 150 points might not suffice for a win. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, a buzzing sound resonated in his ear. The golden snitch reappeared, nearly bringing Higgins to tears with joy. The tiny golden ball danced before his eyes. He reached out, but the ball darted away. He pursued it, quickening his pace as the snitch accelerated, teasing him as if in playful jest. Only the glimmer of the snitch remained in Higgins's vision. He was determined to seize it. He chased the elusive figure, carving arcs through the sky. This should have captured the crowd's attention. However, a loud thud echoed twice, sounds that were all too familiar to the audience. 2 figures in green tumbled to the ground. A wave of cheers erupted, for this collision was far more entertaining than a mere goal, save for the Slytherins. Several girls flushed crimson, their hearts racing, casting alluring glances at Harry. The field was devoid of competition. One might ask, who could rival him now? Harry soared high, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, enchanting all below with his solitary figure. A wave of loneliness surged within him, an unparalleled solitude. Life akin to snow. Harry spotted Higgins in pursuit of the golden snitch. Finally, it has emerged. Harry approached Higgins and suddenly called out to George, "George, the bat." "All right." George quickly grasped the situation. As the 2 drew closer, George tossed the bat to Harry. Charging forward, Harry noticed Higgins' startled expression upon seeing him wielding the bat. As if to say, surely, he wouldn't strike me, would he? It is inconceivable that anyone would intentionally harm another with a wooden stick on the playing field. Otherwise, it would cease to be Quidditch. He must be frightened, afraid that I might seize the golden snitch, and thus attempting to intimidate me. I am too clever for that. You cannot scare me. Higgins, filled with unwavering confidence, advanced fearlessly. I am destined to become a hero. Once I capture the golden snitch, I shall have saved Slytherin, and all the girls will admire me. Higgins thought blissfully. Harry found it peculiar that Higgins could still laugh in such a moment. Could he be mentally unstable? Regardless, he was uncertain if his baseball skills had diminished. The 2 collided head-on, with a small golden ball at the center. Harry raised his bat, and in that fleeting moment, swung with all his might. A resounding thud echoed. Harry saw the golden snitch crash into his nose, breaking his nasal bone, and blood gushed forth. Merely witnessing this scene made Harry's own nose throb with pain. "Young man, I truly did not mean to," Higgins exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, oblivious to the descent of his own body. "Mother, it hurts terribly. Surely, it will be fine, right?" Harry thought anxiously. After all, he had once lost his own bones, but under Madame Pomfrey's skilled care, they had regrown. Perhaps this was Higgins's chance to acquire a prominent nose, something many would envy. Would Higgins express gratitude towards me? Even if he harbored resentment, it mattered not. I am a member of the Red Scarf. How could I refrain from doing good deeds due to someone else's misunderstanding? Suddenly, a classmate let out a howl, and many boys eagerly followed suit. It seemed they had deemed Harry the Wolf King. The golden snitch had been knocked senseless by Harry's strike, swaying precariously, and Harry effortlessly seized it. The crowd erupted in cheers. This was undoubtedly the most thrilling Quidditch match. Harry glanced at the last Slytherin player on the field, the goalkeeper clutching his nose. George announced, "This match is won by Gryffindor." Wow. The Gryffindor team leapt in jubilation, waving their banners. Harry felt a tinge of regret for not achieving a Grand Slam. Chapter 54. The match concludes. The Gryffindor players soared through the sky, greeted by a thunderous roar from below. Each was filled with nostalgia, reflecting on how long it had been since they had triumphed over Slytherin, especially in such a dominating manner. They all recognized that it was due to Harry's efforts. George chuckled, "Harry, you truly are the savior of Gryffindor." The others nodded in agreement, smiling. "With Harry among us, we shall be invincible. For Harry is the most audacious of us all." Harry shot them a glance and remarked, "Are you harboring any unkind thoughts?" They broke into a sweat, fervently shaking their heads, chuckling nervously, "Of course not." At that moment, Harry's broom suddenly jolted, nearly throwing him off. It began to rise and fall erratically, swerving left and right like a frenzied bull in a bull ring, the force of its wild movements impacting Harry significantly. A realization struck him amidst the chaos. He glanced at Quirrell seated at the faculty table, who was fixated on Harry with unwavering eyes. This was a curse from the dark arts. Fortunately, Quirrell was not directly casting magic on Harry, for Harry lacked the ability to confront him at that moment. Of course, Quirrell did not possess the audacity to do so either, as it would be too easily detected by the headmaster. This particular curse functioned by seizing control of the broom through mental force, rendering it unresponsive to Harry's commands. If it were the original Harry, he would have been unable to counter such a spell. However, he was different now. His mental strength was formidable. Harry extended his consciousness to the broom and indeed sensed an ominous presence, which was influencing the broom's actions, preventing it from obeying his control. He felt that malevolent force ebbing away like a receding tide. In an instant, the broom settled into tranquility. Amidst the cheers and shouts from below, Harry faintly heard a weak, anguished groan, akin to a pebble falling into the ocean, creating ripples but attracting no one's attention. A cold smile crept across Harry's face. It served him right. Snape, with his lips pursed, wore an expression of confusion on his deathly pale visage. As the first to notice the anomaly with Harry's broom, he understood that someone had cast dark magic upon it. Yet just as he was about to assist Harry, he found the broom returning to normal. Was there someone else aiding Harry, or was it something else? In those fleeting seconds, no one perceived the irregularity. They all assumed that Harry was merely performing difficult maneuvers out of excitement, as many players had done in the past to express their exhilaration after a victory. Hagrid looked at Harry with puzzlement, unable to comprehend what had just transpired, but upon seeing Harry calm down, he tucked away his curiosity. With expressions of regret, this Quidditch match came to a close. However, Harry's remarkable feat was just beginning to take on a legendary quality, destined to be recounted in whispers. As students gradually departed the field, the arena felt desolate, a stark contrast to the earlier vibrancy, inevitably evoking a tinge of melancholy. Wood and his companions had already taken to the skies on their brooms. What would he say to him? Would he ask why he wasn't in the library? Would he inquire if he still remembered him? Zhang Xiu's mind raced as she endeavored to envision how to greet him, longing to initiate a conversation that would delight them both. Hermione rushed to Harry, her hair tousled from squeezing through the crowd. Brimming with excitement, she exclaimed, "Congratulations! The youngest seeker in Hogwarts history." In contrast to Harry's calm demeanor, it seemed she was the one basking in the limelight of victory. Harry, appearing thoughtful, then broke into a beaming smile. "Indeed, your congratulations bring me greater joy than winning the match itself." At this moment, how could Hermione withstand such sweet nothings? She felt dizzy and lost her bearings. Harry reached out and gently stroked Hermione's hair. Startled, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Harry replied, "Don't move." Hermione retorted, "Why should I listen to you?" Yet, despite her words, her feet remained firmly planted in place. A sheen of sweat glistened on Hermione's flushed face, her hair clinging to her skin, a testament to her prolonged cheering for Harry. Harry tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, his fingers inadvertently tracing her brow and gliding down to her cheek. Hermione, too shy to breathe, lowered her head in silence. Though Harry's touch sent tingles across her skin, she dared not speak, enduring the sensation in quietude. Harry gazed at the adorable Hermione, feeling a surge of wicked thoughts, but upon witnessing her bashful demeanor, he quickly suppressed those impure ideas. He silently recited a calming mantra. 1 equals 1, 2 equals 2, 3 equals 3, 4 equals 4, 5 equals 5. It proved effective. Harry released a quiet sigh, proud of his aspirations to become the Pirate King. She was still young. He would wait. Perhaps 5 years, or 4, maybe 3, or even 2. No, those thoughts were resurfacing again. He resumed his mantra. 1 equals 1, 2 equals 2, 3 equals 3, 4 equals 4, 5 equals 5. Lowering his hand, he suddenly felt the sensation of being watched. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of a dark mane disappearing from view. Who could it be? Perhaps a devoted admirer? Hermione adopted a serious expression, meeting Harry's gaze, yet recalling the ambiguous atmosphere between them. Her eyes instinctively darted aside. You asked me about Professor Snape, and I believe your intuition is not misplaced, Harry remarked. What? Hermione rolled her eyes. It's about the attitude Snape has towards you, as you once mentioned. Harry, taken aback, inquired, and what of it? Hermione glanced around, tiptoed, and whispered, I believe Professor Snape intends to harm you. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated Hermione would voice such concerns. Amused, he responded, impossible. Have you forgotten what you said? Hermione was incensed by Harry's nonchalant demeanor. Do you think I am unaware? But today I witnessed Snape casting a spell on your broomstick. After saying this, she looked at Harry with a sense of triumph, expecting him to be alarmed. Instead, he merely appeared surprised, devoid of any panic. This left her feeling as though she had struck a blow into a cotton ball. Harry was genuinely astonished. He had never expected Hermione to witness the moment Snape saved him, leading to such a misunderstanding. Their perspectives on Snape had completely reversed. Harry felt no need to conceal the truth, stating, You have misunderstood Professor Snape. How have I misunderstood? Hermione retorted, indignant, feeling that her concern for Harry had gone unappreciated. Harry chuckled and said, When my broom went out of control, Snape indeed cast a spell. However, he was not trying to harm me, but rather to save me. I believe I cannot be mistaken. Upon hearing Harry's words, Hermione dismissed her doubts about Snape, yet still incredulously remarked, Professor Snape saved you? How utterly astonishing. It is no wonder Hermione displayed such a reaction, as Snape's demeanor towards Harry had always been evident. Anyone would find such a statement difficult to accept. She then expressed her growing concern, asking, Who exactly wishes to harm you? I have known this for quite some time, Harry replied calmly. Hermione, taken aback, responded, What are you saying? We must inform Dumbledore at once. Harry sighed, gently restraining Hermione, and said, Not so fast. If we tell the headmaster now, then the dragon egg, the mirror of Ariste, and the Philosopher's Stone would all be lost, wouldn't they? Besides, watching Quirrell and Voldemort act foolishly each day is quite entertaining. It is better to keep Voldemort in his spectral state, unable to recruit followers, rather than allowing him to roam free. By keeping him within Hogwarts, within my sight, I can gather information without risk. More importantly, only by ensuring he remains within a magical school can I utilize him to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. As Merlin once said, the yellow bird captures the mantis, while the hunter lies in wait. This is Harry's plan, yet Hermione failed to grasp it. She insisted, But there are those within Hogwarts who wish to harm you. If you won't go, then I shall. Harry felt overwhelmed and regretted sharing this information with her. Let her misunderstand Snape. After all, Snape would not suffer from it, so why bother explaining? It was merely a matter of annoyance. Harry firmly held Hermione back, stating, Trust me, I will not be in danger. I am not a fool. I would not willingly place myself in peril. Hermione questioned, You truly will not be in danger? Harry nodded emphatically. Indeed, more genuine than pearls. Yet Hermione remained unconvinced, insisting, I still worry. I shall inform the headmaster. Seeing Harry's anxious and helpless expression, Hermione chuckled. I was just teasing you, but you must tell me who that person is. Harry hesitated, for if he revealed Quirrell's intentions to harm him, who knew whether Hermione might impulsively rush to confront Quirrell. However, seeing the determination in Hermione's eyes, he sighed and said, I can tell you, but you must promise to act as if you have not heard this. Do not do anything, understand? Hermione eagerly agreed. All right, and no further questions. Harry relented. It is Professor Quirrell. Indeed, Hermione appeared bewildered. In her mind, Quirrell was merely a coward, weak and stuttering. She could hardly fathom that he would wish to harm Harry. However, Hermione firmly believed in Harry's words, for he had long cultivated an impression of knowing everything yet revealing nothing. Whenever Hermione inquired about certain matters, Harry would invariably respond, "You will understand in due time." This left her feeling helpless and exasperated. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hermione asked, "But why does Professor Quirrell act in such a manner?" Harry gazed at her with a semblance of a smile, and Hermione instantly recalled her earlier statement. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, "If you choose not to speak, then so be it." Harry replied earnestly, "You must not exhibit any unusual behavior in front of Quirrell, nor should you seek to uncover his secrets. It is perilous." Although Hermione feigned indifference, she could not ignore the flicker of joy in her heart at Harry's evident concern for her well-being. That evening, the dining hall buzzed with a distinctive atmosphere. The Gryffindor students were exuberantly celebrating a hard-won victory, while Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw shared a sense of camaraderie. Having endured years of oppression from Slytherin, they indulged in copious amounts of juice and hearty chicken legs, reveling in their collective joy. In stark contrast, the Slytherin members appeared sullen and aloof, their demeanor forbidding. Despite the banquet spread before them, they could scarcely muster an appetite, particularly under the shadow of Gryffindor's merriment, as if clouds of despair loomed over their hearts. Had it not been for Professors Snape and McGonagall seated at the head of the table, a conflict might have erupted. "Harry, your performance today was exceptional. Is that even a question? Harry is undoubtedly the finest among us in Gryffindor. I wonder if the Slytherin players will bear any scars from this." Laughter and compliments filled the air, and while Harry maintained a facade of indifference, Hermione, attuned to his true feelings, recognized that he preferred to quietly savor his meal, unbothered by the surrounding chaos. Yet, witnessing Harry's discomfort, which he could not articulate, softened her resentment. She took solace in the fact that this was her quiet reprisal for his secrets. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted as Flint and Higgins stormed in. Though regrettably, they lacked the charm of their friend, the little pony, and the dramatic flair of slow motion. Instead of approaching the Slytherin table, they headed toward Gryffindor, igniting a wave of anxiety. Surely, they weren't here to challenge Harry to a duel? George and the others swiftly rose to block the aisle. "What?" With a grim expression, inquired Flint. "What do you intend to do? If you wish to fight, let us postpone it until tomorrow." Internally, he lamented his lack of a wand, hoping the professors would swiftly intervene should a confrontation ensue. Flint, still nursing his stomach, rubbed it with one hand and declared, "I have no intention of brawling with a bunch of dimwits. I came to meet the illustrious Harry. Now move aside." His words undoubtedly incensed everyone present. Harry sighed inwardly. Even if it were the truth, some things ought to remain unspoken. Knowing full well that the opponent lacks intellect, one still dares to utter such words. Your own intelligence cannot be particularly high either, especially in the face of collective ridicule. After Flint spoke, he immediately regretted his words. Yet the thought of apologizing was utterly out of the question. The members of Gryffindor, upon hearing his statement, could not simply remain indifferent. But drawing their wands to teach him a lesson was far too severe a consequence. Thus, both parties found themselves locked in a stalemate, exchanging glances filled with animosity. At that moment, a voice resonated like a celestial melody. "Flint, what brings you to me?" Both Flint and Wood exhaled in relief upon hearing it. However, Flint soon wished he could slap himself. After all, this individual was his adversary, and he had no reason to feel grateful. A group approached Harry, and from behind Flint emerged a figure, Higgins. Higgins presented a rather comical sight, with a circle of white cloth wound around his head, concealing his nose and revealing only his small eyes and jagged teeth. He pointed a finger at Harry's nose, threateningly declaring, "Watch your nose," though intended as a menacing threat. The broken state of his nose rendered his voice akin to that of someone suffering from severe cold. Coupled with his current appearance, it elicited a few stifled giggles from the onlookers. It became apparent that he had come to issue a dire warning, and Harry understood immediately. With a slight smile, he brushed Higgins's finger away and replied, "I appreciate your concern, but even so, I shan't engage with you in that manner. You might as well seek Flint." No one anticipated that Harry would utter such words. Higgins nearly spat blood in disbelief. Was he genuinely concerned? No, he was threatening. 6 individuals reduced to a mere joke by a single first-year student. If they did not restore some semblance of authority, they would become the laughingstock of Hogwarts. They only needed Harry to display a hint of fear for their mission to be deemed successful. Yet the unexpected occurred. At a loss for words, they stood there in awkward silence. Harry, with a friendly reminder, said, "Have you finished? You may leave now." Oblivious, they turned around, feeling the weight of countless gazes upon them, as if they were being scorched by flames, yearning to disappear in an instant. How utterly embarrassing. Chapter 56. A Flurry of Snowflakes. That evening in the Gryffindor common room, The fire blazed brightly, and voices filled the air. The flames in the fireplace cast a warm glow, making the room feel cozy. It was a celebration for Gryffindor. Harry, while marveling at the delightful atmosphere of a foreign environment where such revelry was possible even in the dormitory, did not share the same jubilant spirit that thrilled the others. They understood Harry well enough not to urge him to partake in the festivities longer. Upon entering the spiral staircase, a chill enveloped him, starkly contrasting with the warmth of the common room and the cacophony emanating from behind a door, as if he had stepped into an entirely different realm. Harry ascended the staircase swiftly and entered his room. The adorable cat lifted its head, gazing at Harry as he stepped through the door. Feeling quite fatigued, he removed his clothing and quickly dove into bed, startled by the icy sheets that elicited a sharp intake of breath. Shivering slightly, he pulled the little cat into his embrace, finally feeling a semblance of warmth. The adorable creature was startled by Harry's abrupt movements, letting out a few soft mews. As he opened his bleary eyes, a new day dawned. Harry yawned widely, stretching his arms out from beneath the covers and indulging in a languorous stretch. The weather was frigid, prompting Harry to don his winter school uniform, which consisted of a crisp white shirt beneath a plush teal-blue sweater, topped with a long black winter robe. He retrieved his Nimbus 2000 from beneath the bed and descended the stairs. Upon exiting the tower, Harry mounted his broomstick and soared into the sky, a cherished ritual of his, gliding leisurely above Hogwarts each morning, gazing down below, flying past Hagrid's hut, skimming by the Whomping Willow, and venturing towards the distant mountains. He spotted a lake frozen solid, pondering when the snow would finally fall. Suspended in midair, Harry inhaled deeply. The brisk weather invigorated him, but soon his fingers began to feel cold. Breathing out, the frost melted into droplets, revealing the landscape within. Gently, he cracked open the window, allowing the biting wind to rush in, a stark contrast to the warmth of slumber that enveloped his friends. Dean loud a soft complaint. "It's cold." Harry produced a letter from his pocket and tossed it inside with a mischievous grin before hastily taking flight. Moments later. A thunderous roar echoed. "Don't hide in there without a sound. I know you're home. If you can sleep in, you can open the door. Open up. Don't hide in there. I know you're home." As Harry listened to his own recorded song while flying, he found himself in fits of laughter. Upon entering, he was met with the forlorn gazes of his friends. Neville lamented, "I feel terrible. You must take responsibility." Ron echoed, "Me too." Dean and Seamus chimed in, "Me too." To which Harry retorted, "Responsibility for what?" He hurled his broomstick at them and vanished in a flash. A sharp crack resonated through the air as a house elf appeared unexpectedly, small in stature, carrying a plate brimming with tiny fish. With utmost respect, the elf presented the dish to Harry, who could instantly smell the fishy aroma and excitedly rushed over to devour the offering. "Thank you," he said. The elf, overwhelmed by emotion, wept tears of joy, exclaiming, "The great Harry Potter has thanked me." For the elf, such praise from its master was the most treasured gift. This scene had become commonplace. It seemed that for quite some time, the kitchen's little elves had been delivering food to Harry's beloved pet daily. Observing Harry's adorable creature meandering about the dining hall had stirred the affections of countless girls who regretted their choices, wondering why they hadn't opted for a charming kitten instead of an owl. The little elf, feeling somewhat embarrassed, confessed, "In our struggle for the privilege of delivering food to Harry, we resort to force daily." Harry replied, "Oh, is that so?" The obedient elf promptly vanished. Although he was uncertain of other sentiments regarding such a life, Harry perceived that his days in the magical realm were infinitely more exhilarating than those in the Muggle world. The enigmatic Hogwarts and the wondrous magic enraptured him completely. Each day, though filled with tension, was undeniably fulfilling. Harry felt himself progressing with each passing moment. Unbeknownst to him, time sped by swiftly. A month had elapsed since the Quidditch match in November. The rumors that had once spread like wildfire due to Harry's words were now scarcely mentioned. It was not that they had been forgotten, but rather that everyone had come to accept them as truth. Flint and Higgins were indeed good friends. Since then, whenever they spotted Harry from afar, they would steer clear of him. That evening, the surroundings were illuminated. Harry and Hermione made their way through the crowd towards the Gryffindor dormitory. At such temperatures, speaking would cause the breath to crystallize. The night air rendered the mist even more conspicuous. Harry observed several younger students, seemingly amused by the sight, exhaling long columns of white vapor. Hermione was also indulging in this somewhat childish activity. As Harry walked, he suddenly halted, prompting Hermione to inquire, "What's wrong?" He gazed upward at the pitch-black sky, where tiny white specks seemed to flicker. A smile broke across his face as he looked down at Hermione, declaring, "It's snowing." Captivated by Harry's unintentional, radiant smile, Hermione's voice rose in surprise. It's snowing? Her exclamation caused a ripple of excitement and confusion among the crowd, as they all looked up, instinctively repeating, "It's snowing?" Harry extended his hand, a pristine snowflake landing softly in his warm palm, bringing with it a refreshing chill before slowly melting away. Chapter 57. Who Remains at School for Christmas. The following day, the world outside was blanketed in white. Harry awoke to the sound of jubilant cheers. Turning his head, he saw Neville, Ron, and the others, all dressed in pajamas, standing by the window, marveling at the snowfall with exuberance, seemingly oblivious to the cold. Harry gazed out at the horizon, where an expanse of white stretched before him. After a moment, his eyes began to blur. The snowfall was immense. Hogwarts had awakened from its slumber to find itself draped in several feet of snow, with the lake's surface frozen solid. Harry spotted the Weasley twins, bundled in thick clothing, joyfully playing in the snow. They had enchanted a few snowballs to chase after Quirrell, striking him on the back of the head, just beneath his scarf. Harry's jaw dropped as he contemplated the current state of Voldemort. Surely he was experiencing a tumult of emotions, daze, shock, and perhaps even fury. Who was he? The legendary Dark Lord, whose shadow had loomed over the wizarding world for a decade, who had ruled an era and incited innumerable wars, plunging countless wizards into death and flames. His name instills fear in all who hear it. Time and again he has faced death, and countless times has he been assassinated. Yet he has always managed to escape the clutches of demise. His adversaries, however, have met their end. Yet, even in the face of the most perilous encounter, nothing could incite his wrath more than the incident of today. He was struck in the face by two insignificant pests, whom he would ordinarily disregard, armed with nothing but snowballs. What infuriated him further was the necessity to endure such indignity. In that fleeting moment, his animosity towards the Weasley twins eclipsed even his hatred for Harry. In Quirrell's office, upon entering, an enraged roar erupted from his throat. "I shall see them dead, dead." Quirrell knelt, exclaiming, "How dare they offend the great master? It is unforgivable. My lord, please allow me to bide my time. Once we have secured the Philosopher's Stone, I will ensure their demise. This is the price of their insolence towards you." Voldemort rasped, "No, oh no, leave them to me. I shall extract their hearts and let the serpents consume them, allowing them to experience the torment of 1,000 snakes devouring their very essence." "Yes, my lord," Quirrell acquiesced. As Harry listened to the exchange between the two in the Great Hall, he became acutely aware that the year was drawing to a close. Vacation. What a delightful word. Another boy assured, "Don't worry, I'll bring you back plenty of souvenirs." "Arigato," the boy added. Harry diverted his gaze from the pair of childhood friends and softly remarked, "Time flies so quickly." Hermione, sitting beside him, inquired, "What do you mean time flies?" "I mean, time," Harry replied, slightly lifting his head with a faint smile. Traversing through Platform 9, boarding the Hogwarts Express, the scenery along the way. Professor McGonagall's stern expression upon our first meeting, entering the Great Hall, donning the sorting hat. Each moment is still vivid, as if it occurred merely yesterday. She smiled back, her laughter innocent. "Of course, there is you. What about me? Half a term already. I've spent 1/20th of my life with you," Harry teased with a mischievous grin. I want to talk to you." Everyone was eagerly anticipating the holiday. Although the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall burned with roaring fires, the corridors, swept by chilling drafts, had turned bitterly cold, and the classroom windows rattled against the onslaught of the frigid wind. The worst of it was that Professor Snape's classes were held in the dungeons, truly a nightmare. Their breath formed clouds of white mist before them, forcing them to huddle close to their steaming cauldrons for warmth. Before one class, Malfoy commenced his customary attack on Harry, this time armed with a seemingly valid reason. Coincidentally, he was well aware of it. However, it was indeed childish. Harry observed Malfoy, who instinctively stepped back, his face flushing with embarrassment at his own cowardice. As Harry spoke, his classmates began to realize that in the struggle against Voldemort, Harry had lost his parents. He was without a home. However, due to Harry's ever-cheerful demeanor and his inherent radiance, many overlooked this aspect. Now, as they reminisce, countless girls gaze upon Harry's smiling visage, their compassion overflowing. Neville shuddered. His experiences were so reminiscent of Harry's, yet his parents remained alive. Why could Harry endure such harrowing experiences, facing everything with a smile, while he could not? Deep within, Neville resolved to learn from Harry. Hermione felt a swell of emotion, wishing to grasp Harry's hand, even though she was uncertain of the impact it would have. Seamus chimed in, expressing, "Me too, my brother idolizes you." Thus, Harry became the center of attention, eagerly sought after by all. Witnessing such concern from his peers, though merely children, warmed Harry's heart. It dawned on him that he had quite the amiable disposition. Nonetheless, Harry graciously declined their kind gestures. Malfoy, taken aback by Harry's brotherly smile, felt a chill creep up his spine. That evening, in the Ravenclaw second-year girls' dormitory, a classmate curiously inquired, Zhang Xiao, "Why are you staying at school this year?" Zhang Xiao responded with a gentle smile, "My parents are abroad on business this year, so I cannot be with them." "Oh, I see. Won't you be bored?" she replied. Zhang Xiao laughed, saying, "I'll be in the library the whole time. How could I possibly be bored?" God's sight. I figured as much. Besides, we can always correspond through owls, right? Another girl added with a chuckle, "Our owls are truly unfortunate. They must fly in the snow." One girl wistfully mused, "If only we had an eagle like Harry Potter to deliver our messages." Zhang Xiao's dark eyes flickered. Harry Potter? Why did their brief encounter leave such a profound impression on her? That day, she felt an unexpected pang of jealousy. That girl, named Hermione, must have a close relationship with him. Chapter 58. Methods of Dragon Taming. It felt as though time slowed as it approached the end. Many students were counting the days until the holiday with their fingers. A classmate beside him sighed in exasperation, "Please, don't say it's the last time. Even if it were the time before last, or the one before that, it's still 6 days. You just counted this morning, and no less than 10 times. "Oh, is that so?" he replied with an embarrassed smile. The two heaved a sigh in unison. How slow it is. In the great hall, Harry was diligently poring over a book borrowed from the library, with several others scattered haphazardly on the table. When Hermione approached, she glanced at the titles. The Species of Dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, From Egg to Rebirth, A Guide to Raising Dragons for Leisure and Profit, and Indulging the Dragon. She inquired, puzzled, "I've noticed you've been immersed in various dragon-related texts lately. Why is that?" Harry closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. "I am searching for methods to ensure a young dragon recognizes a human as its master. The reason behind this, of course, is that Hagrid is soon to possess a dragon egg." Hagrid had cared for numerous pets, yet a dragon was unequivocally forbidden. The Ministry of Magic had stringent regulations in place. Consequently, the inevitable outcome was that Hagrid would have to part with the dragon. However, if Harry could earn the little dragon's allegiance, even if it were sent away, it would remain his pet once it matured. What could be more exhilarating than possessing a dragon as a companion? Hermione inquired, "Have you found it?" "I have," Harry replied, his tone lacking enthusiasm. "Then why are you still looking?" Hermione questioned, bewildered. Harry leaned on the table, muttering, "Page 348 of From Egg to Phoenix. Look for yourself." Hermione picked up the book and turned to the page Harry mentioned. Indeed, she discovered a method, but as she continued reading, she understood why Harry had dismissed it. The text provided only a cursory overview and lacked detail. It was evident that this was a dark form of magic requiring peculiar potions. In the worst-case scenario, the little dragon might dissolve into blood within the egg. Hermione closed the book, exclaiming, "I truly don't understand why you're pursuing this." "I know. You'll say I'll understand in due time, right?" Harry offered an awkward smile. Hermione rolled her eyes and pointed to another book. "And what is the purpose of this one?" On the table lay a book unrelated to dragons, the only one of its kind, substantial in size, featuring a terrifying creature on the cover. Its title, Read the Habits of the Three-Headed Dog. Though merely an illustration, the creature's menacing visage and its enormous, bell-like eyes deterred Hermione from gazing directly at it. Seeing Hermione's fearful expression, Harry could only lament that such a fearsome creature was unlikely to be favored by any girl. "I wish to discover whether the legendary three-headed dog possesses a habit of falling asleep upon hearing music." "How could that possibly be? It is the hellish three-headed dog. After all, I wonder where you heard such a rumor." "Not necessarily. Perhaps some three-headed dogs are indeed like that." Hermione chuckled. "Then show me one of those three-headed dogs." Suddenly, Harry's expression shifted dramatically. He smiled ominously, his voice ethereal. "I heard from the ghosts at school that within a dark chamber at Hogwarts resides a colossal three-headed hellhound. Its eyes glowing red. Each night, when all is quiet, it emerges in search of prey, devouring at least 5 students a day. It is exceedingly ferocious. Yet it obeys its master, for as soon as its master sings, it falls silent." Harry warned ominously. Hermione trembled at Harry's words, tightly closing her eyes as though a ferocious three-headed dog were crouching before her. Laughter echoed in her ears. Feeling embarrassed by her fearful reaction to Harry's tale, she grabbed a book and hurled it at him, exclaiming, "You wretched creature," before hastily departing from the place that had caused her such humiliation. After perusing the books, Harry had to concede that his initial fantasies had been overly optimistic. He had no means of establishing any mysterious bond with the young dragon. The sole method to cultivate intimacy with a dragon lies in nurturing it. Only through prolonged interaction can a dragon come to trust a human. Yet, time is a luxury that Harry does not possess. The thought of relinquishing his efforts fills him with discontent, for this is no ordinary creature. It is a dragon. As Harry made his way to the library to return a book, he pondered whether there might be another way. The corridor was chilled by a biting wind, the snowflakes swirling around him, when suddenly, Harry noticed a movement in the snowy courtyard. Initially suspecting it to be a mere illusion, he scrutinized further. Indeed, a mound of snow was shifting rapidly. Harry's eyes widened in realization that it was a small creature, its pure white coat rendering it indistinguishable from the snow at first glance. The little one was frolicking in the snow, chasing its own tail, rolling and spinning, leaving a trail of snowflakes in its wake. Its cerulean eyes sparkled with an innocent gleam, standing out against the vast expanse of white. Harry stepped through the snow to approach the little creature. Upon hearing his footsteps, it became alert, rising to its feet. Recognizing Harry, it shook off the snow covering its fur, mewed softly, and dashed to his feet, nuzzling against his leg. Overwhelmed by its adorableness, Harry scooped the little one into his arms, gently tapping its head, and chuckled, "Back to your charming antics, I see." The small creature purred obediently, finding a comfortable position nestled within Harry's embrace. Thus, Harry carried the little one along the way, unaware of how many kind-hearted girls were drawn to the sight of the cat in his arms. Upon entering the library, Harry informed Madame Pants of his intention to return a book. Once she recorded the transaction, he took the books and proceeded to the rows of shelves, returning each tome to its rightful place. Suddenly, he caught sight of a figure. She stood quietly before a bookshelf, her gaze following her fingers as they traced the spines of the volumes, intently searching for a book of her desire, oblivious to the world around her. Though Harry was standing right beside her, she was entirely unaware of his presence, reminiscent of their first encounter. Seeing Zhang Qiu again stirred a sense of delight within Harry. He felt a familiarity with her, yet it was merely a personal sentiment. In reality, they were strangers with little interaction. Their only notable encounter had been when Harry had held Zhang Qiu. Thus, he found himself at a loss for how to greet her. Fortunately, Zhang Qiu noticed him first. She offered a smile that was neither overly familiar nor aloof, greeting Harry with, "Hi, Harry." Although Zhang Qiu did not exhibit overtly distant behavior, her demeanor, akin to that of a stranger, fostered a sense of distance. It echoed a sentiment once expressed by Merlin. The most heart-wrenching words between lovers are not "I hate you," but rather "I do not know you." This subtle estrangement caused Harry some unease. His intuition warned him that if he wished to forge a closer friendship with Zhang Qiu, he must dismantle the barrier she had deliberately erected. With a sudden shift in strategy, Harry feigned exaggerated indignation and exclaimed, "How dare you? You should refer to me as the illustrious Harry Potter." A soft chuckle escaped Zhang Qiu's lips, only to be quickly replaced by a facade of composure, attempting to mask the laughter that sparkled in her eyes. Upon witnessing Zhang Qiu's smile, Harry felt a sense of relief wash over him. Though he had no tangible reason for it, he sensed a subtle shift in her demeanor. With the initial awkwardness dissipated, he inquired, "What book are you searching for? I can assist you." "Sure," Zhang Qiu replied, her smile radiant. "I am in search of a book on the history of magic." Titled The Migration Journey of Medieval Wizards, Harry gazed at Zhang Qiu in astonishment, mixed with a hint of admiration. Zhang Qiu, confused by his scrutiny, shyly asked, "Is there something on my face?" She brushed her hand across her cheeks. No girl is indifferent to her appearance in the eyes of others, whether from the east or the west. Harry chuckled lightly. "No, your face is immaculate, cleaner than the snow outside." Flattery was second nature to Harry. Zhang Qiu quickly turned away, continuing her search for books, trying to conceal the blush on her cheeks. "Why are you staring?" she asked, bewildered. "Really? I have always found the history of magic fascinating," she added. "Perhaps individual preferences differ, but indeed, reading more about magical history is quite beneficial. History serves as a mirror to understand rise and fall, and people as a mirror to discern gains and losses." Zhang Qiu exclaimed in surprise, "You can speak Chinese?" And so fluently. Indeed, Harry's last remark had been in Chinese, merely a spontaneous expression. He nodded and replied in the same tone. "My Mandarin is even more proficient than yours." Zhang Qiu was taken aback. In this magical school, where feelings of solitude often lingered, encountering someone who spoke her language ignited a surge of excitement within her that words could scarcely convey. Yet, she hesitated, asking, "You don't only know a few phrases, do you?" A hint of melancholy enveloped Harry. As a Chinese person, being asked if one speaks Chinese evokes a complex array of emotions. "Of course not. My proficiency in Chinese has long surpassed level 99. I can recite the entirety of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, and I could recite the 300 Tang poems by the age of 2. I am well acquainted with the 4 great classical novels. Zhang Xiu was somewhat bewildered by Harry's declaration. Then shall we converse in Chinese? She proposed. Certainly, Harry replied, delighted, as it had been a while since he had spoken in Chinese. Thus, they began to converse, occasionally drawing puzzled glances from passing students who could not comprehend their words. Each time this occurred, Zhang Xiu felt a sense of secret delight, as if they were engaged in a clandestine act, a feeling that was not uncomfortable but rather warm and comforting. They exchanged smiles, a silent understanding blossoming between them. Oh no, we haven't found the book yet, Zhang Xiu suddenly exclaimed. Without a word, Harry turned and walked away, retrieving a book with a black cover from 2 shelves away and presenting it to Zhang Xiu. It was precisely the book she sought. How did you know it was there? Zhang Xiu asked curiously. Harry retorted. Is there a rule that only Zhang Xiu is allowed to read this book? Just kidding. I've read it before, which is why I know its location. The two fell into silence, as Zhang Xiu's book had been found, and naturally, she would have to leave. Yet, neither of them wished to broach the subject. At that moment, the adorable little creature seemed to grasp its master's sentiments. It rose from Harry's embrace and leapt into Zhang Xiu's arms. Startled, Zhang Xiu quickly caught the little darling to prevent it from falling. Truly, this little charmer had a way with the ladies, as Zhang Xiu was instantly captivated. She gently caressed the little creature, showering it with affection, while it blissfully nuzzled against her, causing her to giggle with delight. Harry gritted his teeth, pondering whether such antics were befitting of a female cat. He remarked, "It seems my little darling has taken quite a liking to you. Would you mind looking after it for a while? Of course, do you need anything?" Zhang Xiu asked, lifting her gaze to meet Harry's. With one arm cradling the little one, and her other hand sweeping her hair back with her pinky, she executed a gesture that bore an unexpected allure for her age. Harry paused for a moment, then chuckled, "I wish to explore this tower." "All right, I shall wait for you here." After bidding farewell, Harry ascended to the abandoned upper floor, determined to seek the elusive heiress mirror. He had never relinquished the search. Every few days, he would scour a building, yet to no avail. He had previously combed through the very structure housing the library, and today was merely a routine inspection, climbing floor by floor until he reached the 5th. Harry absent-mindedly pushed open a door and was instantly taken aback by the sight before him. In this forsaken classroom, numerous desks and chairs were stacked against the walls, along with an overturned wastebasket. Yet, on the wall directly facing him rested an object that seemed out of place, as if someone had temporarily placed it there due to a lack of space. It was a grand mirror, soaring to the ceiling, adorned with an opulent golden frame, supported by claw-like feet. At the top, an inscription read, Aristro of the Cafruat Angwohis. This was the heiress mirror. Had he not been concerned about alerting those below, Harry would have nearly cried out in joy. At the most unexpected moment, the mirror had materialized before him, an indescribable thrill coursing through him. Clenching his fists tightly, he sought to calm his racing heart. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, he approached the mirror, curious about what reflections of desire it would reveal when he stood before it. As he drew closer, he saw his own reflection appear in the expansive glass. Harry fixated on the heiress mirror, eager to discern the nature of his desires. Suddenly, his expression froze, his eyes narrowing as if they were about to devour. Damn it, it hurts. In the chill of this wintry season, tears welled in Harry's eyes as he recalled a lyric. The north wind blows, and the snowflakes drift. Chapter 60, Dumbledore and the Pudding. The mirror was utterly vacant. No, to be precise, it merely reflected the handsome and gallant figure of Harry, without revealing any other imagery. It truly was nothing more than a mirror. Harry couldn't believe it. Surely, he must be positioning himself incorrectly. He poked and prodded, made faces at the mirror, and chanted spells he barely understood. "Oh, mirror, mirror, you are the most beautiful mirror in the world. Reveal yourself." Demacia. Ultimately, Harry surrendered. Standing there in a dejected state, his head hanging low, when he lifted his gaze, the reflection of Harry in the mirror mirrored his actions. It was indeed a fine mirror, exquisitely crafted, gleaming, and capable of reflecting one's form. However, this was not what he sought. This was decidedly not the mirror of Ariste. It was likely a mere imitation. Harry, stroking his chin, struck a pose of feigned expertise. He contemplated the authenticity of the mirror. In truth, verification was quite simple. He dashed downstairs and into the library. Zhang Xiu was standing by the shelves, cradling a small creature, when she suddenly spotted Harry rushing toward her. Before she could react, he seized her hand and pulled her along. Thud! The book in her grasp tumbled to the floor. "Harry, wait for the book," Zhang Qiu exclaimed. But Harry continued unabated. "We can discuss it later." With one arm cradling the small creature and the other being tugged by Harry, she felt a sense of elopement. They hurried to the door of a classroom on the 5th floor. Zhang Qiu gasped for breath. "What are you doing?" In his mind, Harry thought, "You are my little test subject now. You have no say in this matter." "I wish to show you something extraordinary," Harry replied. "What is it?" He gestured toward the adjacent classroom door. "In here. This." "Yes, let's take a look." Zhang Qiu gently pushed the door open, discovering an unused classroom long forgotten. Her attention was soon drawn to the large mirror standing against the wall. She felt an irresistible urge to approach it. Suddenly, her breath hitched, and disbelief flickered in her eyes. "Harry, come quick, I." Harry stood right behind her, and, as she turned to shout, she nearly collided with him, causing Harry to feel a tickling sensation on his neck from her breath. Realizing how close they were, Zhang Qiu hastily took a couple of steps back, lowering her gaze. Embarrassed to meet Harry's eyes, after a moment, she said, "I saw my parents in the mirror. It's truly magical." She gazed once more at the mirror of Ariste, and a faint smile graced her lips. Observing Zhang Qiu's expression, Harry began to comprehend why it was said that people could become entranced by this mirror. It reflects the deepest desires of one's heart. Who could resist such temptation? The gentle and serene Zhang Qiu beheld only familial love, and even that was profoundly moving. If another were to glimpse the manifestation of their innermost desires, would it not be even more unbearable? Although Harry believed that Zhang Qiu would not be ensnared by the mirror of Ariste, he slowly spoke. "This mirror is known as the Mirror of Ariste, a magical artifact imbued with formidable power. It allows one to behold their deepest longing. However, it does not impart wisdom nor reveal the truth. Individuals may easily squander their time before it, becoming obsessed with what they see, even driven to madness. For they remain unaware of whether the reflections are real or attainable. The inscription atop the mirror, when inverted, transforms into desire. Just as you mentioned, it reveals what you wish to see. The inscription, if viewed upside down, states, 'What I show is not your face, but the yearning of your heart.' Is that not so?" Harry observed the sparkle in Zhang Qiu's clear eyes, devoid of any obsession. With a wry smile, Harry remarked, "I had forgotten you are a student of Ravenclaw. How could you not be familiar with the illustrious mirror of Ariste?" Zhang Qiu mischievously blinked. "So, what did you see in this mirror?" she inquired, her curiosity evident. "I only saw myself," Harry replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and an elderly man entered, clad in a long robe and a floor-length purple cloak, his crescent-shaped glasses framing bright blue eyes that sparkled with wisdom. This was a sagacious elder, the guardian of the school, known as Albus Dumbledore. His name resonated with unparalleled honor. Anyone who beheld him could not help but feel a sense of admiration. However, he was currently engaged in a rather undignified act, licking a bowl of pudding, with remnants adorning his beard. Harry scrutinized Dumbledore closely. This was their second encounter at the school, the first being during the opening ceremony from a considerable distance. Dumbledore was typically elusive, leaving Harry with little opportunity to observe him. Dumbledore, in turn, regarded Harry with eyes that had not dulled with age. The two exchanged a moment of silent scrutiny. Harry realized he felt no trepidation in Dumbledore's presence, perhaps beguiled by the harmless visage of the elderly man. Harry broke the silence. "I never imagined Professor Dumbledore would eavesdrop on a conversation between a couple." Dumbledore appeared taken aback. "What are you babbling about?" Zhang Qiu's face flushed crimson as she gave Harry a sharp kick. Harry winced, grinning through the pain. Dumbledore took another lick of pudding and chuckled. "It was not my intention to eavesdrop. You summoned me." Harry was puzzled until he noticed a faint line painted at the door, realizing it to be a subtle alarm charm. Dumbledore's eyes glimmered with admiration and a hint of profound relaxation. "Did you truly only see your own reflection?" "Indeed," Harry affirmed. He approached the mirror, caressing its surface, and mused softly. The happiest person in the world can use the mirror of Ariste as a mere reflection, which means that what he sees within is merely his own visage. I have always been skeptical of this notion, for no one has ever achieved it. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Zhang Qiu gasped in surprise, her mouth agape, an endearing sight. Harry remarked, "How could I be happy? My parents are gone. I have no relatives, no home, and my possessions barely suffice." Dumbledore gazed intently at Harry, stating, "Happiness is determined by one's inner thoughts. Whether one is happy or not solely depends on one's perspective, unrelated to external circumstances." Merlin once proclaimed, "A true warrior, even when standing amidst flames, feels only warmth." Harry jested, "That must be because Merlin never stood in flames himself." Zhang Xiu giggled at Harry's quip, covering her mouth tightly. Dumbledore chuckled as well and unexpectedly declared, "Due to your knowledge and exemplary conduct, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 50 points. Chapter 61, The Touch. Harry was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. He pulled Zhang Xiu beside him, grinning at Dumbledore. "What about Zhang Xiu?" Dumbledore replied, "Naturally. She shall receive an extra 20 points." Zhang Xiu graciously expressed her gratitude. Harry, dissatisfied, exclaimed, "That still leaves 30 points to go." Zhang Xiu playfully pinched Harry's flesh from behind, gently twisting. Harry gritted his teeth, casting a sidelong glance, while Zhang Xiu wore a smile, her demeanor betraying nothing of her mischievous torment. Harry thought to himself, "You're in first year, I'll take the 15th. He reached out, grasping her at the waist. Although clad in wizarding robes, he could still feel the delightful curve of her figure. Unable to resist, he playfully squeezed twice more. Zhang Xiu stiffened, momentarily immobilized, her hand that had been pinching Harry slipping away. Dumbledore stroked his long beard, stating, "Let those 30 points serve as a reward for your discovery of the Mirror of Erist." Harry scoffed slightly, thinking, "Do you think this is a game where the one who finds something gets a prize?" Nevertheless, as it bore no ill consequence for him, he decided not to dwell on it. The gem hourglass. The 4 enormous hourglasses represented the points of the 4 houses, with the colored gems within fluctuating according to the professor's rewards and penalties. It was evident that Gryffindor currently held the lead, and thus every time a Gryffindor student passed by, they walked with their heads held high. A cacophony of gems clashing resonated, lingering for quite some time, leaving those beside the hourglass astonished. What had Gryffindor done to earn such a significant increase in points? The Ravenclaw students felt somewhat reassured. Although their gains were modest, they were still points earned. First place was beyond their aspirations. With Harry in the mix, who could rival them? As long as they were not in last place, that sufficed. Harry and Zhang Xiu remained blissfully unaware of the considerable stir Dumbledore's actions had caused outside. He seemed oblivious to Zhang Xiu's unusual behavior, whether intentionally or forgetfully. Even after Zhang Xiu withdrew her hand, Harry's remained in place. Harry inquired of Dumbledore, "When do you intend to use this mirror? Might I borrow it for a couple of days?" Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "I regret to inform you, Harry, that it serves a significant purpose. I was indeed planning to utilize it myself, and now that you've discovered it, it is even less likely that I would leave it here." His tone suggested that Harry might attempt to abscond with it, to which Harry responded with disdain. Harry had merely jested, for the Mirror of Erist was far too precious. Its centuries of existence, its status as a powerful magical artifact, and its extraordinary abilities made it a coveted treasure among wizards. Were it to be auctioned, the final bid would surely reach astronomical figures, far beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. "You cannot be serious," Harry exclaimed incredulously. Seeing such an expression on Harry's face seemed to amuse Dumbledore. He winked playfully. "What do you think?" Harry took a deep breath. Others might be unaware, but he certainly was not. By the end of the following year, Dumbledore would destroy the Philosopher's Stone, rendering the Mirror of Erist devoid of purpose. After all, Dumbledore had acquired the mirror solely to provide the most secure hiding place for the stone. With the stone's demise, the mirror would become redundant. Naturally, Harry would not witness the professor's destruction of the stone. Harry smiled mysteriously. "My birthday is on July 31st. Do not forget." Professor Dumbledore remarked, "From your demeanor, it seems you already consider the mirror to be yours." Harry replied, "I merely feel a strong connection to this mirror." Dumbledore said, "Very well. Should there come a time when the mirror is no longer needed, I shall gift it to you." Although Dumbledore spoke thus, he himself held little belief in his words. For he knew that as long as Voldemort remained alive, the Philosopher's Stone would never be at peace, and the Mirror of Erist would continue to fulfill its intended role. Zhang Xiu had seemingly disregarded the intrusive hand, perhaps having grown accustomed to it. She inquired curiously, "Professor, this mirror reveals one's deepest desires. What did you see within it?" "Ah, I beheld an abundance of woolen socks, for my own are perpetually insufficient," Dumbledore replied with a tranquil gaze, concealing the true nature of his thoughts. The two exited the empty classroom together. Zhang Xiu could no longer endure. "Have you had enough of your hand wandering? What are you doing?" she exclaimed as Harry turned his back to her. He twisted his head around, a look of apology on his face. "I'm sorry. If you feel wronged, perhaps you could touch my backside instead." Zhang Xiu facepalmed. Harry remarked, "I knew you were a good person." Zhang Xiu asked, "Do you genuinely believe what Dumbledore said?" "Of course it's true. Who is he? He is Dumbledore. If he says he will give me the mirror, then he undoubtedly will, Harry asserted. Zhang Xiu realized she had fallen prey to others' opinions, believing Harry Potter to be a boy of flawless virtue, and questioned her own judgment. I was referring to the woolen socks. Oh, is that so? It goes without saying that it must be false. How do you know? Zhang Xiu retorted. Do you have one as well? Of course. What is it? The incident of me wetting the bed when I was 3. You can go to hell. Zhang Xiu articulated slowly. I am quite serious. Harry grasped Zhang Xiu's delicate fingers, his gaze tender as flowing water, reflecting the calm depths of her dark eyes, and spoke softly. Then let me tell you, I have loved. Zhang Xiu gazed into those emerald eyes, her lashes fluttering, as if she were on the brink of being entranced. Their faces inched closer together. Just as they were about to kiss, a chilling breeze swept in through the window, momentarily cooling their ardor. Zhang Xiu opened her eyes and pushed Harry away, feeling a fiery heat enveloping her, as if she had not breathed in ages, gasping for air. Both felt a tinge of awkwardness, uncertain of what to say next. Harry cleared his throat a couple of times and suggested, let us continue our previous discussion. Zhang Xiu smiled, eager to dispel the unnatural tension. Sure. Hearing Harry's words, she nodded in agreement. Chapter 62. The Person in the Mirror. Harry continued. So it's a pursuit of immense power, yet it is well known that Professor Dumbledore's mastery of dark magic is not inferior to Voldemort's. At this, Harry glanced at Zhang Xiu. She responded, I am a bona fide muggle, not a wizard raised on tales of Voldemort. His name holds no significance for me. Harry smiled slightly, saying in any case, Dumbledore is undoubtedly powerful, yet I have never seen him use such power for malevolent purposes. Pursuing more power seems rather unreasonable. As their conversation unfolded, the earlier awkwardness gradually dissipated, and they both immersed themselves in the exploration of the topic. Zhang Xiu reminded, let's not forget, there is one very important matter we have yet to discuss. Harry understood what Zhang Xiu was alluding to and replied with a smile. This is, in fact, the only thing I believe he might have perceived. After all, no one can escape the grip of this matter. Is human nature. In the abandoned classroom housing the mirror of Ariste, Professor Dumbledore faced the mirror, his usually serene eyes now brimming with endless longing and regret. The glass was fogged, not by the chill of the outside air condensing within, but by his tears, Dumbledore's tears. His voice quivered like that of a lone wolf, struggling to suppress the tumult of his emotions. Ariana, a cat, sat on the floor, gazing at the countless fish reflected in the mirror, its eyes sparkling and drool dripping incessantly. In these final days, students appeared increasingly distracted. The professors were at a loss, yet fortunately, Harry and Hermione, the diligent students, provided a small source of comfort. Harry's demeanor was such that even during the holidays, he chose to remain at school, finding little excitement in the break. As for Hermione, have you ever witnessed a top student not studying diligently? The grand hall of the school suddenly became quite popular. Although both the hall and the common room were warmed by fires during the frigid winter, students still preferred the comfort of their house common rooms. However, all of this was altered by Harry. He too had been perplexed by this dilemma, and between the two options, he chose the hall, naturally positioning himself far from the entrance. Later, he pondered whether his light element could evoke warmth, and thus he concentrated a sphere of luminous energy around him. To his surprise, it proved remarkably effective. His body felt pleasantly warm, and the bright yet gentle glow was ideal for reading. Upon finishing his book and rising to depart, he discovered that a large circle of people had gathered around him, drawn in by his presence. Noticing Harry's intention to leave, they expressed their reluctance, saying, Harry, what kind of magic is this? Harry replied, it's a little spell I devised myself, primarily for illumination. Wow, that's impressive. No wonder you are Harry Potter. Can you teach it to us? What are you saying? Every new spell created by a wizard is quite precious. How could it be taught so easily? Harry smiled slightly. Actually, there's no harm in sharing this spell with you. He then proceeded to instruct his classmates on the incantation and the wand movements required. Grateful, they expressed their thanks. Though I haven't fully mastered this spell myself, it has a significant chance of failure, so you all must practice diligently. Harry smiled as he departed. Of course, this magical spell was entirely fictitious, with the incantation being a mere fabrication by Harry. He could not reveal the truth about the light element to others, as it would undermine the very foundations of the magical world. Moreover, even if he did share it, success was not guaranteed. Hermione had failed in her daily meditations, and Harry had eventually convinced her to give up. There was a possibility that they would merely believe Harry was deceiving them, unwilling to divulge the true nature of his creation. Furthermore, Harry was confident that even if he shared this false spell, they would suspect its authenticity after repeated failures. Harry held little regard for such petty minds. When Harry re-entered the hall, he was no longer content with the status quo. He gathered a substantial amount of luminous energy and elevated it to the center of the hall, where it hung like an enormous light bulb. The milky glow illuminated the hall, effectively warming the room. This incident spread by word of mouth, and within a morning, it became common knowledge throughout the school. Professor Snape, with an expression of triumph, declared 10 points deducted from Gryffindor for Harry Potter's use of magic in the hall. Without allowing Harry a chance to defend himself, he turned and walked away. "Professor, this is not magic," Hermione exclaimed from behind. Snape halted, turned, and with a cold smile, said, "Miss Granger, are you instructing me?" Hermione was momentarily speechless. With a flick of his long robes, Snape departed. However, Harry noticed that Snape did not leave the hall, but instead took a seat at the teacher's table. Summoning a house elf from the kitchen to prepare him a steaming cup of coffee, a hint of a satisfied smile flickering at the corner of Snape's mouth. Harry could only respond with silence. Then Professor McGonagall arrived, seemingly quite pleased with the ambience of the Great Hall. Professor Sprout approached Harry and remarked, "This spell is marvelous. I have been quite anxious about the temperature in the greenhouse for tonight. You know, if we were to ignite a fire in there, it could easily scorch the leaves of the plants." "So?" Harry asked, perplexed. "You shall cast this spell in the greenhouse every night." "All right, I understand," Harry replied, holding the key to the greenhouse in silence. Hermione stifled a laugh nearby. The Great Hall was somewhat chaotic, with none other than Dumbledore himself making an appearance. Indulging in a cream cake, he turned to Harry and said, "It seems I might as well relocate my office here. It is far more comfortable than my headmaster's chamber." Many students gazed at Harry with envy. Dumbledore was a living legend, an idol to all, yet his relationship with Harry was distinctly unique. They were acutely aware that they could not compare themselves to him. Chapter 63, the final day. As the last day arrived, Harry could feel the temperature of the school rising, fueled by the students' fervent spirits. The night prior, Harry had struggled to find rest, as the 4 occupants of his dormitory discussed their plans for the winter holiday until nearly dawn. This left Harry bewildered, for the 4 of them were notorious sloths, usually collapsing into slumber at the mere touch of their beds. Where did this sudden energy come from? Eventually, Harry could endure no longer, as their excitement escalated into a cacophony of animated chatter and gestures. They even attempted to pull the drowsy Harry into their exuberance. "Thus," Harry exclaimed, silencing charm. Instantly, silence enveloped the room, allowing him to hear the gentle whisper of snowflakes falling outside, finally granting him the peace for a restful slumber. Dean, Ron, Neville, and Seamus exchanged resigned glances, mouths agape yet unable to utter a word, and reluctantly nestled into their blankets, contemplating, where did we leave off? We must continue our discussion tomorrow. Without a doubt, today was the most exhilarating day since the start of the term. However, among the Gryffindors, there was a slight blemish on their excitement. Malfoy watched his beloved Professor Snape wreak havoc in class with an air of formidable authority. Had the circumstances permitted, he would have erupted into laughter, releasing the pent-up frustration he had long suppressed. Harry had quieted down. Did he not notice how Snape's gaze was fixated on him? Who would dare provoke his wrath? Anyone who was undoubtedly a fool, and it was wise to keep such individuals at a distance. Even the astute Gryffindor, Harry, found himself penalized 5 points for a trivial infraction. A mere hair's breadth. In class, Professor Snape instructed everyone to brew a particular potion. As expected, Harry was the first to complete the task. His concoction mirrored exactly what Professor Snape had described, in color, process, and aroma, all evidencing a flawless potion. Yet, Snape approached Harry, suddenly erupting in furious exclamation, "Potter, look at the mess you have created." To be candid, Harry was utterly bewildered at that moment. Typically, Snape would disdainfully snort and saunter past. So why was he engaging with me today? Instinctively, Harry blurted out, "I haven't done anything." Snape's fury intensified in response to Harry's retort. "Are you not aware of the significant consequences of adding hair to this potion?" "I didn't add any hair." Snape's countenance darkened further. "Look at your long hair, nearly cascading into the cauldron, and you still dare to deny it." Harry absent-mindedly touched his lustrous black locks. Envied by all the girls at Hogwarts, rendered speechless. "Remember, from now on, tie that wretched hair back in my class," Professor Snape declared with evident disdain. Harry, displaying remarkable intelligence, refrained from objecting and merely nodded. Students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff speculated that it was due to the formidable duo of Harry and Hermione from Gryffindor that threatened to disrupt Slytherin's 7-year reign over the House Cup, prompting Snape to suppress Gryffindor and Harry. Yet, why was it that Professor Snape consistently targeted Harry and not Hermione? You're quite foolish. Hermione is a girl. Do you truly believe that Snape would care whether Hermione is male or female? You make a valid point. Draco Malfoy finally exhaled in relief. The previously insurmountable gap in scores had left him in despair. The mere thought of his wager with Harry stirred a desire within him to ask his father for a transfer. As for pretending the bet had never occurred, Malfoy would never entertain such an idea. Despite the absence of witnesses, he was unwilling to shy away, as it was a matter of pride for their pure blood lineage, a pride that surpassed the humiliation of being Harry's lackey. Fortunately, today, Professor Snape had offered him a glimmer of hope. As Harry exited the potions classroom, he encountered a massive fir tree obstructing the corridor ahead. Noticing the large feet protruding from beneath the tree and hearing the distinctive wheezing sounds, he deduced that Hagrid was behind it. The tree, freshly cut, was blanketed in white snow, which began to tumble as Hagrid moved. "Hey, Hagrid," Hermione greeted him. Upon hearing their voices, Hagrid shifted the enormous tree aside, revealing his tousled hair and broad grin. "Harry, Hermione, long time no see. We just saw each other last week. If you want pie, just say so," Harry teased. Hagrid, unperturbed, let out a hearty laugh that sent snow cascading from the eaves. "When do you have vacation?" he inquired. "Don't you know? It's today," Hermione replied. "Well, make sure to enjoy yourselves at home," Hagrid said sincerely. "I'm taking this to the Great Hall. Would you like to join me? You wouldn't believe how beautifully the hall has been decorated in just a few hours." Sensing Hermione's interest, Harry seized the opportunity, saying, "All right, let's go take a look." Upon entering the Great Hall, Hermione could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, "It's so beautiful. This decoration must be 100 times more splendid than my home." Once Hagrid positioned the colossal fir tree correctly, there stood a total of 12 similarly sized fir trees within the hall. The auditorium appeared resplendent and grand, adorned with cascading floral ribbons crafted from holly and mistletoe. Within the room stood 12 towering Christmas trees, some bedecked with sparkling icicles, while others flickered with the glow of numerous candles. Professor Flitwick, with a flourish of his wand, conjured a stream of golden bubbles, delicately suspending them upon the branches of a newly arrived tree, as if the tree itself were aglow. The hall radiated brilliance. The enchantment of the 12 Christmas trees captivated Harry, who nearly had to pull Hermione away. Chapter 64. The Moment of Parting. The afternoon swiftly slipped away, marking the conclusion of the first semester. The winter break was on the horizon. First-year students raced eagerly towards the dormitories, despite the myriad wonders of Hogwarts. They had not seen their parents for 4 long months, a sentiment that was entirely understandable, for they were but 11-year-old youths. This was their first prolonged separation from their families. The older students, however, exhibited a more composed demeanor as they laughed and chatted on their way to the common rooms, their discussions diverging from those of the younger students, for they had acquired the independence to make plans with friends for the holiday. Though Harry felt no sorrow over his lack of family, witnessing his classmates' eager expressions left him somewhat forlorn. He pondered whether to embark on a journey around the world during the break, but the thought of traveling alone only intensified his sense of solitude, leading him to dismiss the idea. Standing in the dormitory, he watched as his friends rummaged through their belongings. Suddenly, a dark object hurtled towards him, and Harry nimbly dodged it, only to be met with a look of dismay. "Which idiot threw my underwear at me?" he exclaimed, and the room fell silent. His friends followed his gaze to the floor, where indeed lay a pair of undergarments. They exchanged glances and chorused, "That is certainly not mine." Admitting ownership would surely spell disaster. Fuming, Harry pointed his wand, and the offending item instantly disintegrated into ashes. The 4 friends shivered, their movements slowing, realizing it was best not to provoke Harry's ire further. Harry perched on the edge of his bed and inquired, "Ron, didn't you mention your parents were visiting your brother Charlie this year, leaving you and Fred and George behind at school?" Ron nodded. Before long, they had packed their belongings, and Harry observed them struggling under the weight of their numerous bags with a bemused expression. "Can't you all use magic?" he chided. "I truly wonder what you've been up to this semester." "Oh, right," they exclaimed in realization. They then employed the levitation charm, causing their luggage to float behind them as they descended the stairs. The room suddenly felt empty, and Harry sighed, finding himself alone. It was rather dull. He soon followed suit, intending to see Hermione off. Within the schoolyard, throngs of students moved about, a multitude of suitcases floating in the air. Hermione, resembling a petite princess, radiated brilliance amidst the crowd, standing beside the fountain and occasionally glancing around. Upon catching sight of Harry, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, her sweet countenance rendering many hearts utterly captivated. After approximately half an hour, The courtyard became bustling with people, and Hagrid's imposing figure emerged before them. He spoke in a low voice, "Follow me." The grand door of Hogwarts creaked open slowly, although they had ventured through it numerous times during their broomstick lessons. Witnessing it open this time evoked an entirely different sentiment. A procession of several hundred students flowed out of Hogwarts, retracing their steps along the path they had come. They traversed stone steps, crossed snow-covered meadows, and stepped onto a surface of gravel and pebbles, eventually arriving at the dock beneath the castle. Numerous small boats lined the shore, and at Hagrid's command, the students boarded the vessels, which set sail, first navigating through a dark tunnel, then emerging from a concealed opening. As they looked up, they beheld the ivy-clad cliffs rising majestically, and before long, they found themselves in the midst of the Black Lake, gazing upon Hogwarts. The towering castle stood proudly on the hillside, its spires piercing the sky, with windows twinkling under the starlit canopy. As the students realized they were genuinely departing from Hogwarts, a profound sense of reluctance welled up within them, reminiscent of the emotions they had felt half a year prior when leaving home. Scenes from the past 4 months flickered vividly in their minds, and they had come to understand just how deeply they cherished this remarkable academy. Disembarking from the boat, they followed a narrow path flanked by towering trees, shrouded in darkness. Upon reaching the end of the path, they were greeted by a sudden openness. Arriving at the platform where they awaited the train, Hermione wore a hesitant expression, seemingly grappling with a decision. "What's wrong?" Harry inquired, noting her unusual silence throughout the journey. "It's nothing," Hermione replied despondently, scolding herself inwardly. "Hermione, why are you so timid? You are about to part ways with Harry for quite some time. If you want to say something, don't hesitate." At last, a glimmer of light appeared in the distance. It was the headlight of the Hogwarts Express. The sound of the train grew louder. Choo, choo. The shrill screech of brakes echoed as the train gradually slowed, coming to a perfect stop at the platform. Students surged onto the train like a swarm of bees. However, Hermione remained still, unaffected by the rush of others passing by. "Harry," she called. Harry looked at her, puzzled. Facing him, Hermione saw the confusion etched on his face, yet she found herself too shy to voice her thoughts. "It's nothing really, I just suddenly—" She was jostled from behind by a passerby, stumbling into Harry. He instinctively caught her, and once she regained her footing, he did not release her. "If you have something to say, hurry up," Harry whispered close to her ear. Hermione leaned against Harry, unable to lift her gaze, and whispered in a voice smaller than a mosquito's. "Let us make a bet, you and I." Harry, supporting Hermione's frame, chuckled softly. "I thought you had forgotten." "Well, let us proceed quickly." Chapter 65. The First Touch. As Harry spoke, Hermione felt an overwhelming urge to bury her head in the snow. Summoning her courage, she instructed, "You must turn your face away and close your eyes." Harry, somewhat dissatisfied, remarked, "Why just a kiss on the cheek?" As he continued, Hermione felt tears welling up, prompting her to quickly interject, all right. True to her request, Harry turned his face to the side. Hermione, still anxious, insisted, "You absolutely must not open your eyes. I understand. If you don't hurry, the train will depart." Looking around, Hermione noticed that the students on their side had already rushed to the other side, crowding onto the train, which conveniently shielded them from detection. Gazing at Harry's handsome face, her heart raced as she slowly rose onto her tiptoes, pressing her soft lips against his cheek. To her surprise, Harry abruptly turned his head, and their lips brushed against one another, sending a jolt through her like a flash of lightning. Though it was night, Harry caught sight of her cheeks gradually turning crimson. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a gentle smile, Harry pulled Hermione closer into his embrace, their bodies aligning closely. He could even discern the fine hairs on her face and catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance, his breath quickening as their lips gradually met. Unable to restrain himself, Harry shivered slightly, noticing the astonishment in her eyes. Hermione's lips parted slightly, revealing a glimmer of her moist tongue, a blend of innocence and allure. Her endearing expression compelled Harry to lower his head, capturing her lips and tenderly entwining his tongue with hers. They became ensnared in a tender embrace. The train's whistle abruptly interrupted their kiss, jolting Hermione back to reality, as if she suddenly comprehended the gravity of what had just transpired. Stammering, she uttered, "I." But before she could finish, she grabbed her belongings and fled. As the train departed, Hermione found herself alone in a compartment, her hands covering her flushed face. She felt as though she had lost something profoundly significant, yet simultaneously, a warm sensation filled her heart, leaving her gaze bewildered. After struggling with her emotions for a moment, she leaned out of the window, looking back, but saw no one. Only darkness consumed the space behind her. When Harry noticed Hermione, Harry's dazed expression following their kiss. A surge of impulsive desire overcame him, leading him to audaciously steal a girl's first kiss. "Harry, let us go," Hagrid said after the train vanished from sight. "All right." Harry nodded. Two figures, one large and one small, walked steadily across the snowy ground. The silent night echoed with the crunch of snow beneath their feet and their synchronized breaths. Yet, within the vast great hall, only a handful of people occupied the seats, creating an air of desolation. Such a holiday felt less fulfilling than none at all. Harry gazed at the teachers seated at the staff table, and to his surprise, Dumbledore was present. Typically, at this hour, the students from the four houses would be creating a cacophony in the great hall, with the occasional minor skirmish breaking out. Initially, Harry found this raucous atmosphere quite disheartening, but in the absence of that familiar buzzing, replaced instead by a tranquil silence he had long yearned for, he realized that he was not as elated as he had envisioned. Instead, he felt a sense of ennui and lethargy, his spirits dwindling. He couldn't help but mock himself for being so foolish. Harry made his way to the Gryffindor common room, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of the lively scene within, flames crackling in the hearth, surrounded by a number of his classmates. Hermione was among them, engrossed in a book, while others chatted, played wizard-esque chess, or simply daydreamed, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As Harry reached the end of the corridor, he suddenly recalled the password. Rubbing his head, he exclaimed, "My lady, you look exquisite." "Little one." The fat lady beamed kindly, swinging the door open to let him in. Once inside the common room, he found it deserted. The fire in the hearth was nearly extinguished, casting a dim light over the room, an environment Harry detested. Almost instinctively, he summoned the element of light, filling the space with a pure, radiant glow. He exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief. Yet, as he glanced at the two doors, a troubling thought crossed his mind. What if a shadow lurked behind them? Would someone stand at the foot of his bed while he slept? The more he pondered, the more unsettling the notion became, prompting him to dismiss these thoughts. Indeed, it is often our own fears that haunt us the most. Merlin's assertion that humans are social creatures rang true. Solitude could drive anyone to madness. Reluctant to return to the dormitory, where he felt he could not endure the darkness, Harry fled once more. "Harry, where are you going?" the fat lady inquired from her portrait. "Oh, I'm going to sleep at Hagrid's tonight," he replied, vanishing from sight. Knock. Knock, knock. Hagrid opened the door, peering out at Harry. "Harry, it's rather late. What brings you here?" Seeing Hagrid made Harry feel an overwhelming sense of ease. "Huh, can I come to see you if I have no pressing matters?" He would never admit to being afraid alone. "Of course not," he said as he stepped inside, adding, "Hagrid, I plan to sleep here tonight." Hagrid, puzzled, responded, "Why aren't you resting in the student dormitory?" "Oh, I was feeling quite bored and couldn't sleep. So I thought I'd come over for a chat," Harry replied, sounding entirely sincere. "Very well, but there's only one bed." "Simple enough. Blanket, fly here." A thick blanket soared into Harry's arms. "Now just find me a wooden board," he instructed. Hagrid's eyes glimmered with a deep-seated envy as he observed Harry's display of magic, drifting momentarily towards a pink umbrella resting by the head of the bed. Before long, Harry had made up the bed and lay down, contentedly murmuring, "Hagrid, don't turn off the light." "All right." Although Hagrid did not comprehend the situation, he refrained from inquiring about it, considering it a trivial matter. The urgent meows of a cat echoed at the door. Harry's ears perked up, and he swiftly rolled out of bed to open the door. A gust of cold wind enveloped him, causing him to shiver. The little creature, having crouched at the entrance, slipped inside as soon as the door creaked open. Hagrid produced a fried fish, offering it to the little one while saying, "Your cat occasionally comes here seeking food." Once the meal was devoured, the cat licked its tiny paws and turned a burrow into Harry's warm bed. Harry joined the cozy confines of the blankets and gently patted the cat's head, saying, "Sleep now. We shall play tomorrow." Chapter 66. Arrangements for the Winter Holidays. In the early morning, Harry was awakened by the tremors caused by Hagrid's movements within the room. He opened his eyes to find the sky outside still cloaked in a profound darkness. Sleepily, he asked, "Why are you up so early?" Hagrid was busy tending to his stove, seemingly boiling water. Turning his head, Hagrid grinned broadly. "I thought I was being quiet. I usually rise at this hour. If you wish to sleep a bit longer, feel free." Harry sighed in resignation. Well, it's not that early anyway. He had always considered his wake-up time quite early. Yet in comparison to Hagrid, he felt somewhat lacking. He contemplated asking whether Hagrid felt cold, but upon observing his thick fur and ample layers of fat, he swallowed the question. After rising, Harry tidied his bed. Hagrid had already brought the water to a boil, pouring it into a small kettle, from which a delightful aroma soon wafted through the air. Harry poured himself a cup, savoring the sweet taste. Hagrid had not always been so refined. Everything had changed due to Harry's influence. When he and Hermione first arrived, Hagrid would brew tea from a peculiar-smelling root, which Harry found unbearable and subsequently discarded, replacing it with a generous supply of tea leaves commonly used in wizarding households. Now, Hagrid had developed a fondness for this new brew. The warmth of the hot tea enveloped Harry, banishing the morning chill. Although the ground at school had been exposed from yesterday's holiday foot traffic, fresh snow had fallen overnight, burying the deep footprints beneath its blanket. Delicate white snowflakes danced through the air, settling onto Harry's hair, creating a striking contrast. Upon entering the dormitory, Harry carelessly tossed his sheets onto the bed instead of neatly arranging them. He then seized his Firebolt 2000 and ventured outside to play. In the softly falling snow, the thrill of flying seemed even more exhilarating. Perched atop his broom, with the hood of his cloak snugly in place, he soared forward, gazing around at the expanse of white, devoid of any signs of life. As he flew, he suddenly recalled the legendary mistress of the harem, Marissa Kirasame, who often rode her broom, gliding through Jinsokyo, effortlessly enchanting several girls along the way. Now that was the true essence of a romantic. As he gazed down from above the school, he suddenly spotted a girl whose silhouette strikingly resembled that of Zhang Xiao. Intrigued, he halted his descent. The girl below was heading to the dining hall for breakfast, and the more he looked, the more convinced he became that it was indeed Zhang Xiao. He swooped down and called out, "Zhang Xiao?" Zhang Xiao was walking along the corridor when a voice startled her, pulling her from a reverie. Turning around, she was taken aback to find Harry standing there. He, too, was surprised, not expecting Zhang Xiao to be remaining at the school. A smile blossomed on both their faces upon recognizing one another. "Merlin, are you truly compelling me to embrace a harem?" Today, the dining hall was even more sparsely populated than usual, with only a handful of individuals present. Most likely, the others were still ensconced in their warm beds, relishing the luxury of not having to rise early for classes, especially in the biting chill of winter. Harry and Zhang Xiao sat facing each other. Harry felt completely at ease, as he had shared similar moments with Hermione over the past few months. However, Zhang Xiao felt a touch of awkwardness throughout her life. She had never sat so closely to a boy during a meal. Each time she glanced up, she was met with Harry's face, so near and in her experience. Such proximity was reserved for those with whom one shared a deep bond. Yet, noticing that Harry seemed unfazed by their closeness, she gradually relaxed. Sipping on a savory broth, Harry inquired, "Why didn't you join us for dinner last night?" There had been only a few dozen people present, and had Zhang Xiao attended, he surely would have noticed her, which explained his disbelief at seeing her today. Zhang Xiao swallowed her food before responding, "I wasn't hungry last night, so I went to bed early." She felt a twinge of embarrassment, aware that this might give the impression of laziness. "My parents are currently not in England. Even if they were to come and pick me up, they wouldn't be able to look after me. Rather than that, it's better for me to stay at school where it feels safer." Harry detected a faint hint of dissatisfaction towards her parents in Zhang Xiao's words. She believed she was no longer a child and could care for herself, yet her parents viewed her as someone incapable of managing on her own, fostering a sense of frustration within her. This sentiment stemmed from every child's desire for parental validation rather than doubt. "Oh, I don't like that house. It hardly feels like home to me. It's merely a place where I reside, devoid of familial warmth," Harry remarked. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring that up," Zhang Xiao replied. Harry chuckled. "I don't mind at all. Why apologize?" After finishing their meal, he asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Zhang Xiao, biting her silver spoon in contemplation, soon realized it was an inappropriate gesture and quickly set it down. Sticking out her tongue playfully, Harry found her mischievous demeanor utterly charming. "I'm not quite sure yet. I suppose I will spend most of the month in the library," she said. Harry was momentarily speechless, feeling as though he were witnessing a beautiful maiden sacrificing her youth to the solitary glow of a lamp, resigning herself to a life of study. To squander such vibrant years in the pursuit of knowledge seemed an immense tragedy. "Can't you indulge in some leisure? This is winter break, not merely a time for studying." "Your words are indeed captivating. Perhaps this is a habit I cultivated during my primary school years." "Did you attend elementary school in China?" "Indeed, the notorious Chinese education system." "No. You must play well. I shall oversee your endeavors." Zhang Xiao smiled softly and inquired, "Pray tell, what games can we indulge in within the school premises?" Harry found himself momentarily bewildered. "Yes, what indeed can one play at school?" He replied nonchalantly, "I don't care. We could venture to the forbidden fourth floor or dash into the forbidden forest. After all, one cannot simply read endlessly." Zhang Xiao chuckled. Professor Dumbledore is still seated at the faculty table. He is no eavesdropper. He cannot hear us. The two converse for quite some time, yet failed to determine their plans for the winter holidays. Ultimately, they resolved only what they would do that morning: play chess. Chapter 67. This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince. Zhang Qiu gazed in astonishment at the chess set Harry had arranged on the table. Where did you acquire this chess set? As he positioned the pieces, Harry replied, I had Hagrid assist me in crafting it. Now that it is set up, you don't know how to play, right? Of course, and undoubtedly far better than you, Zhang Qiu asserted with a confidence that starkly contrasted her usual composure. She cast a cool glance at Harry that left him momentarily stunned. Zhang Qiu made the first move. With a commanding gesture, the cannon advanced slowly to the center of the board. The leading cannon. Harry was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Zhang Qiu's understanding of chess extended beyond mere rules. In his games with Hermione, she would move pieces as she pleased, only learning Harry's opening strategies after numerous defeats. Have you studied chess? Harry could not help but ask. No, but my father taught me. He is quite formidable, having once been a member of the National Chess Academy. Are you intimidated? A pang of anxiety gripped Harry. He was not a seasoned chess player, merely relying on his intuition to predict the latter stages of the game. If he faced an adult with even a modicum of chess knowledge, his chances of victory would be slim. Thus, despite Zhang Qiu's youth, if she had absorbed much from her father, their skills could very well be evenly matched. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Harry's forehead. Losing would be a considerable embarrassment. Afraid? I, Harry Potter, have never feared anyone since my birth. You had best pray that your defeat is not too humiliating. With a huff, the two began earnest play. The chessboard transformed into a true battlefield, each move depicting a clash of strategies. The valiant rooks, gallant knights, and undaunted pawns clashed in a cacophony of battle. Time swiftly passed, and only when the bell tolled did they lift their gazes. After sitting for an entire morning, Harry's body felt somewhat stiff. He stood, stretching comfortably, and remarked, So have you conceded? Zhang Qiu responded with a hint of defiance. Perhaps I shall win this game. Come, let's continue. Harry observed Zhang Qiu's expression, reminiscent of a young girl yearning for a sweet treat, and smiled gently. To be candid, he was genuinely concerned about the possibility of defeat. Fortunately, Zhang Qiu had not fully grasped the strategies entrusted to her by his father. Zhang Qiu, you are getting mischievous again, Harry teased, winking at her. Zhang Qiu, blushing fiercely at Harry's antics, retorted, Who, pray tell, is being mischievous? You might recall that there was a certain little beauty who, despite her imminent loss, insisted on retracting 5 moves. 5 moves, mind you. It certainly was not I. Zhang Qiu resolved to play the trickster to the fullest. Despite the sting of numerous defeats weighing on her heart, she felt a sweet warmth at Harry's compliment about her beauty, though she would never allow it to show on her face. Surprisingly, the entire morning flew by, leaving them with the sensation of having accomplished little. As Zhang Qiu packed the chess pieces into their box, the scene resembled that of a gentle wife. Harry remarked, Merlin once said that time flies when one is with their beloved. Surely, this is what you meant to convey? Zhang Qiu playfully tossed a piece at Harry, retorting, You are the one who wishes to say that. Harry deftly caught it and placed it back on the board. It felt as though they had just finished breakfast and were already due for lunch. If the month continued at this languid pace, it would surely become unbearably dull. Harry sighed. Zhang Qiu nodded in agreement. While she did not mind reading continuously, she would not turn down an opportunity for a more vibrant life. With a sudden clap of his hands, Harry exclaimed, Oh, I still need to retrieve that book. Zhang Qiu inquired, What book? Harry smiled mysteriously. We shall dine first, and you will know by afternoon. Zhang Qiu nodded, albeit with a furrowed brow. All right. If Hermione were to witness Harry's demeanor, she would undoubtedly declare, that infuriating smile. Zhang Qiu's cheeks flushed as she glanced around nervously, whispering, Why are you using my spoon? Harry scooped a mouthful of pumpkin soup with her spoon, savoring it before pulling it from his mouth and stating, Oh, this? It fell on the floor. His tone was nonchalant, as if it were a matter of course. But there's a clean set of utensils right beside you. Zhang Qiu protested. I find them unsatisfactory, Harry defended. Zhang Qiu felt faint. She threatened, I must inform you. I have AIDS. Harry chuckled softly, taking another sip of soup, unfazed. Well then, we shall share. Zhang Qiu decided it was best to avoid further discussion on this topic, for no matter how one viewed it, she would be the one at a disadvantage. After their meal, she asked, What book are you referring to? Is it not in the library? Indeed, just follow me, Harry replied, casting a glance at the impassive Snape before exiting the hall. Are we heading to the basement? Zhang Qiu remarked, recognizing the familiar path. Yes, he affirmed. Were it not for the need to retrieve Snape's potions notes, Harry would not have ventured out at this hour. It felt as though his ears might freeze off. However, gazing at the thick blanket of snow covering the courtyard, Harry held his hands before his mouth, exhaling a couple of puffs of breath, suggesting, "Zhang Xiu, let us build a snowman tomorrow morning." "Splendid." Zhang Xiu eagerly responded to the proposal. The two made their way to the dimly lit basement, which was even colder than outside, due to several broken windows allowing the frigid wind to sweep in. Upon entering the dimly lit basement, with jars filled with various animal organs, Zhang Xiu instinctively moved closer to Harry. He proceeded directly to a dusty corner cabinet, its glass surface sticky and obscured, filled with a plethora of tattered textbooks. As Harry opened the glass door, a musty odor enveloped them. Zhang Xiu coughed twice. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, it's just that the smell is quite unbearable," Zhang Xiu replied, covering her nose. "Is the book you seek in here?" "I'll join you. Which book are you looking for?" "A potions notebook containing the owner's personal insights. It should be titled Half-Blood Prince." "Half-Blood Prince?" It sounds like a rather ambiguous character. "You're quite astute." "Haha." With a flick of his wand, Harry arranged the books on the floor. They both crouched down to search, and due to the darkness, Harry had to use lumos for illumination. As he perused through half the books, he opened one titled Advanced Potion Making. His first impression was one of filth. Many of the pages were stained with ink, though fortunately, the annotations were still legible. Almost every page was filled with dense notes. At the bottom of one page, Harry noticed a minuscule inscription. "This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince." Chapter 68, The First Day. Observing Harry's intense focus on a particular book, Zhang Xiu inquired, "Have you found it?" Harry smiled back at her, "Yes." "No need to search further. Let us head to the library to study this book in detail." He pointed his wand, and all the books were magically returned to the cabinet before he closed the door, leaving with Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu flipped through the book and remarked, "Are you sure this is the one? It's so filthy." "I'm certain it's this book, though I cannot fathom why it is so dirty. Perhaps previous students mishandled it in the cabinet and spilled ink. Let us not dwell on that. Let us quickly examine the contents." Zhang Xiu opened the book, where the owner had scribbled and doodled extensively in tiny handwriting, requiring her full attention to decipher the text. The owner had crossed out certain ingredients in the recipes and provided annotations explaining why those materials were unnecessary or suggesting alternatives that would yield better results. Some pages appeared to contain spells the owner had devised. Zhang Xiu exclaimed, "If the modifications to the potions here are authentic, then this individual must be a true potion genius, capable of simplifying formulas that have persisted through the ages. Such talent is remarkable. And considering he was likely just a student while using this book, I'm genuinely curious about who the Half-Blood Prince is. It seems our winter break will be filled with intriguing endeavors." "What do you mean?" "We can experiment with each of the modified potions recorded in this book. But these are taught in the 6th year of potion making. It's all right. It's merely an experiment. There is no risk involved. Besides, with our intelligence, we might succeed more easily than anticipated." Zhang Xiu disregarded Harry's last remark and stated, "But we lack the ingredients. Why not simply approach Professor Potions?" Harry suggested casually. Zhang Xiu replied, "Do you think I am unaware that Professor Snape harbors a profound dislike for you? If you expect him to provide us with materials, it will be far more prudent for us to procure them ourselves from Diagon Alley." "Not necessarily," Harry countered. "Perhaps, seeing our fervent passion for potion making, he might be inclined to allow us free access to his supplies. I refuse to believe such a fortunate scenario could ever occur." "Well, we shall see. But for now, let us copy this potion's notes. This book is in a dreadful state." Harry retrieved 3 notebooks and 3 quills, casting a simple copying charm. The quills began to write autonomously, inscribing lines of text onto the pristine pages at a speed surpassing that of human handwriting. Whenever the ink ran low, they would automatically dip themselves into the inkwell before resuming their task. Harry was keen to understand the mechanics behind this phenomenon, how a mere incantation could yield such results. Yet, after staring at the quills for a considerable time, he found himself perplexed and ultimately resigned to abandon the inquiry. "In the end, I desire results. The process is of little concern." Zhang Xiu inquired, 3 copies. Who are they for?" "One for you, one for me, and, one for that girl named Hermione, right?" Zhang Xiu's tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Yes, indeed." "Oh." Zhang Xiu blinked, feigning understanding, which sent a chill down Harry's spine. As the notes were being copied, the two of them perused their books. After over an hour, the 3 copies were completed simultaneously. Harry handed one to Zhang Xiu, and they both began to delve into the potion notes. The more Harry studied, the more he was awed by Snape's expertise. For instance, extracting juice from a sleeping bean is typically done by slicing it, yet Professor Snape posited that pressing it would yield a greater quantity. This notion, seemingly straightforward, had seldom been attempted, as most believed that pressing such a dry bean would produce no juice at all, making slicing the more logical choice. Moreover, the preparation of the living death potion presented itself as a complex endeavor. The instructions were intricate, yet the annotations indicated that after stirring counterclockwise 7 times, one should then stir clockwise. By repeating this process, a flawless potion could soon be achieved. There were numerous enhancements of this nature, and Harry resolved to examine them in detail when conducting experiments. His immediate goal was to master the spells concocted by Snape himself, particularly the Sectum Sempra. This spell, emphasized in Snape's notes for its formidable power against adversaries, piqued Harry's curiosity immensely. He closely scrutinized the incantation's release method. With wand in hand, he focused intently, uttering Sectum Sempra. A barrage of golden slashes erupted from his wand, slicing through the air. It was akin to a knife cleaving through tofu. As the long table was effortlessly severed into several segments, Harry reached out to touch the cut, which bore the smoothness of a machine's edge. This was merely a demonstration of Harry's casual attempt. Had he channeled greater magical energy, the spell's potency would have been even more formidable. As Harry pondered over the matter, Zhang Xiu rose from her seat, book in hand, preparing to depart. "Where are you going?" Harry inquired, puzzled. "I certainly do not wish to incur the professor's wrath for damaging school property," Zhang Xiu replied as she walked away. Upon spotting the desk, which could be deemed irreparably broken, Harry quickly called out, "Wait for me." Not long after their departure, a man clad in a long black robe, his face shrouded in shadows, entered the room. He was immediately drawn to the fragmented desk, approaching it to gently caress its edges before striding away towards the basement. Zhang Xiu and Harry hurried to the great hall and, after a brief wait, realized that no one had come to seek them out, which brought them a sense of relief. "It seems no one has witnessed us in our act of destruction." "Well, rather your act," Zhang Xiu remarked. "Did you just employ the spell noted in the potions textbook?" She inquired with keen interest. As wizards, none could remain indifferent to such potent magic. "Indeed, it was a disarming charm. You could give it a try," Harry encouraged. "Are you attempting to drag me into this as well?" Zhang Xiu retorted. "Worry not. I shall restore it to its former glory. If restoration truly works on objects marred by magic, why would you need to flee?" Harry chided. "You know, if a girl is too clever, she may find herself unliked." Zhang Xiu ignored him, her focus intently fixed on the Half-Blood Prince's notes. Time swiftly passed, and evening descended. After indulging in a hearty dinner, the two strolled along a narrow path worn through the snow in the courtyard. Harry, Weevee arrived. They reached the Gryffindor dormitory. "I want to be staying in the dormitory. I've been sleeping in Hagrid's hut these days," Harry confessed. "Why is that?" Zhang Xiu asked. Harry chuckled awkwardly. "Because I'm the only one left in my dormitory, and I'm frightened being alone. Don't you find that amusing?" Harry expected Zhang Xiu to mock him, but instead, she merely responded with a soft "oh." "Not at all," Zhang Xiu said, her demeanor slightly uneasy, as if she wished to express something but held back. They walked a few more steps until they reached the Ravenclaw Tower. "Good night," Harry bid farewell. "MHM," Zhang Xiu nodded, heading down the corridor. "Don't forget, we're building a snowman tomorrow," Harry called after her as he made his way to Hagrid's hut. "Harry," Zhang Xiu suddenly called out, her voice trembling, revealing a fragility. Harry turned, and in the darkness, Zhang Xiu's silhouette appeared blurred. "Good night," she simply uttered before retreating into the common room. Zhang Xiu gripped her wand tightly as she entered the dormitory, slipping into bed without even changing her clothes. It was an eerily quiet chamber, unsettling in its silence. Like Harry's, this dormitory now housed only a single occupant. The stillness and darkness were not solely Harry's fears. They permeated the atmosphere. Chapter 69. Building Snowmen and Exploring the School. In the early morning, Harry awoke in Hagrid's small wooden hut. Recollecting the day spent with Zhang Xiu, he felt a sense of joy. With snow blanketing both the schoolyard and the outside world, Harry had dismissed the idea of running several days prior. Afterward, Harry ventured into the herb greenhouse located behind the school to assess the situation. He had begun, as instructed by the professor, to warm the plants with his so-called illumination spell since yesterday. Inside the greenhouse, everything appeared to be thriving, seemingly having grown a little more. Today there was no snow, and the sky bore a dull, white hue. Although the sun was absent, gazing upward was still quite dazzling. Harry idly entertained the little creature. A voice echoed from a distance. Zhang Xiu had arrived. She was not in her school uniform, as the holiday had commenced. She wore light blue jeans and a knee-length red down jacket, complemented by black ankle boots. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, topped with a grayish-white knitted hat. However, Zhang Xiao had not donned any warm gloves, so as she joyfully hopped over, she placed her small hands before her mouth, using her breath to warm them. Harry observed the lively and youthful Zhang Xiao, who looked distinctly different from her usual black-clad attire. The wretched school uniform, Harry thought to himself. Yet, reflecting on the uniforms from a certain country, he felt a sense of relief. Regrettably, there was no spell to swiftly conjure a perfect snowman, nor were there magical tools for such tasks. However, if such spells existed, Harry might have to reconsider their use. After all, the joy of building a snowman lay in rolling snowballs while rubbing one's cold, red hands together, accompanied by laughter and the occasional snowball fight. Before long, Harry had fashioned the body of the snowman, while Zhang Xiao, despite feeling her snowman's head lacked roundness and remaking it several times, resolutely refused Harry's assistance. Harry used the levitation charm to carefully position Zhang Xiao's snowball atop a larger one. They then began to add embellishments, placing 2 large red dates, procured from the kitchen, atop the snowman's head. Instantly, with the addition of eyes, the snowman seemed to come to life, followed by a long yellow carrot for a nose and a curved sausage that formed its silly smile. Zhang Xiao, while inserting 2 brooms into the snowman's body, nervously remarked, "Do you think Professor Hooch will really mind us using flying brooms for this?" Harry reassured her, "Rest assured, Professor Hooch has taken leave from the school. She will absolutely not see this." Zhang Xiao sighed in relief. As a conscientious student, she would never have engaged in such antics without the guidance of a mischievous accomplice. The two made minor adjustments to make the snowman appear more rounded and smooth. Stepping back, Harry and Zhang Xiao admired their creation. Quite splendid, Harry thought, feeling satisfied with their work. However, after scrutinizing the snowman, Zhang Xiao wore a contemplative expression before suddenly focusing on Harry. She reached out, wrapping her arms around his neck. Caught off guard, Harry stammered, What are you doing? This is inappropriate." It turned out Harry had overthought it. Zhang Xiao removed a thick scarf from around Harry's neck and walked over to the snowman, wrapping it around its neck with a satisfied nod. Harry was on the verge of tears, feeling the cold wind relentlessly seeping down his collar, causing him to shiver. This was the latest model from the renowned wizarding brand, Dr. Lamp, crafted from pure wool, boasting 100% cold resistance and made through a meticulous process devoid of any preservatives. Zhang Xiao, observing the adorably naive snowman, nodded in satisfaction. She did not overlook the great contributor, Harry Potter. She tiptoed, her eyes darting as she helped Harry adjust his collar, wrapping it around his neck. Then, pulling him away from gazing longingly at the snowman, she said, "Stop staring. Do you really want a scarf full of snowflakes?" In retaliation, Harry scooped up a handful of snow and playfully stuffed it into Zhang Qiu's clothes, bursting into laughter as he ran off. "Harry!" Zhang Qiu shrieked, jumping up and down to shake the snow from her garments before gritting her teeth and chasing after him. The two spent the entire morning in the library, delving into the notes of the Half-Blood Prince. Had it not been for Harry pulling Zhang Qiu away, she would have been steadfastly engrossed in her studies until evening. "What are we doing?" Zhang Qiu reluctantly left the library. "Are you planning to study like this until school starts?" "Wrong. I will continue studying like this even after school begins." Just as Harry was about to lecture her on the importance of balancing work and play, he noticed her irresistible smile and realized he had been outsmarted. "Let us explore Hogwarts thoroughly during this winter break. It has been so long since I've had a proper tour of the school," Harry suggested. "All right," Zhang Qiu agreed, though unbeknownst to Harry. She was already quite familiar with Hogwarts, a fact she chose to keep to herself. Hogwarts was vast, a realization Harry had upon starting school. But it wasn't until today, walking through its grounds, that he truly grasped its expansive scale. Towering turrets, numerous classrooms, endless staircases, and winding corridors. Harry and Zhang Qiu wandered through the chilly, enigmatic castle, only covering a fraction of the entire school by the end of the afternoon. They encountered an array of peculiar objects and magical tools with various enchanting functions. Although Zhang Qiu was well acquainted with the school's layout, she had never explored it so thoroughly. Both felt utterly fatigued, their steps heavy as they dined in the nearly empty hall, which despite its sparse occupancy, was adorned beautifully, preventing it from feeling desolate. After some contemplation, Harry concluded that a trip to Diagon Alley was necessary for the following day, as he had a considerable list of items to procure. Chapter 70, returning to London and re-entering Diagon Alley. They traveled to London aboard the Hogwarts Express, which was sparsely populated at this hour, with few souls lingering outside. Thick, untouched snow blanketed the ground, transforming the trees' foliage into a sea of white, creating an ethereal connection between them. Although the snowy landscape was delightful, Prolonged gazing began to strain Harry's eyes. Thus, after a brief respite at the window to refresh himself with the cold air, he settled back into his seat. Suddenly, the train came to a halt. Harry donned a black cloak, pulling the hood over his head, rendering himself completely concealed, even his shoes hidden beneath the voluminous fabric. Were it night, he would glide through the shadows like a specter. There was, however, a rationale behind Harry's actions. Although the magical world's media had fervently reported on his existence at the commencement of the school year, the fervor had since diminished. Nonetheless, the air of mystery surrounding him still captivated many. In a few years, as the public grows accustomed to Harry Potter's frequent appearances across various media, he would be able to traverse the wizarding world with ease. Additionally, Harry remained wary of the Death Eaters. While Voldemort's minions were still unaware that their illustrious master had returned and was orchestrating grand schemes, one could never predict when a mad dog might leap forth, brandishing a wand and casting an unforgivable curse upon him. For the sake of his own safety, Harry found it necessary to exercise caution. This was compounded by his own relative weakness. While he possessed some confidence in his magical control, he was acutely aware of his ignorance when it came to combat. Yet, he had devised a plan to address this vulnerability. What it entailed would remain a matter for another time. As the train came to a halt, King's Cross Station unfolded before him. The surrounding architecture remained unchanged, yet Harry felt a profound sense of transformation within himself. After a moment of melancholy reflection, he chastised himself. Damn it, I'm only 11 this year, on the cusp of youth's bloom. What am I doing, pretending to be so profound? With that, he strode away from the station. In the face of the taxi driver's bewildered gaze, Harry handed over a banknote and said, "Keep the change," before hastily exiting the vehicle. Unbeknownst to the departing driver, he was silently blessed by a child as he walked away. Harry pushed open a dilapidated door invisible to muggles, its grimy glass seemingly untouched by cleaning for decades. The floor inside was covered with a layer of snow, now discolored from countless footsteps. As he noticed patches of green peeking through, it dawned on him that the floor of the leaky cauldron was not black, but rather a shade of green. The tavern exuded no warmth, dominated by shadows, and Harry surveyed the greasy tables, feeling a slight unease in his stomach. Old Tom was absent from the bar, and only a few patrons lingered in the corners. Silently, Harry made his way to the rear courtyard. Standing before the wall in the courtyard, he extended his hand from the dark sleeve of his cloak, and with his wand, he tapped 3 times on a brick. The entire wall began to tremble and recede, revealing a hidden passageway. Once more, Harry found himself on the winding, narrow street that was Diagon Alley. It was a stark contrast to the world outside. Today, the alley buzzed with activity. Even the heavy snowfall and frigid temperatures could not dampen the enthusiasm of the wizards bustling in and out of the shops. Harry first made his way to Gringotts. As the year drew to a close, numerous patrons were engaged in various transactions within the bank. As before, Harry presented his key to a goblin, who then led him to his vault. Pushing open one of the many doors, Harry beheld the vast underground cavern once more. Though his face paled slightly, he found himself reluctantly taking a seat in the mine cart, which was already occupied by the goblin. With a sudden whoosh, the small cart surged forward, far more exhilarating than any roller coaster. The wind whipped past, causing Harry to turn his head away. The cart sped ahead, and Harry couldn't shake the worry that they might be thrown off the tracks. When they finally came to a halt, Harry leaned against the stone wall and remarked, "Why don't you install a few doors down here? It would certainly make entering and exiting much more convenient." The goblin retorted with a rather brusque tone, "For security's sake. Doors would introduce a great deal of insecurity." Upon unlocking the door, Harry was once again greeted by the sight of heaps of gold coins, silver bars, and bronze nuts. This time, he was mentally prepared and did not feel the shock of the previous occasion, though joy and excitement still bubbled within him. It was no wonder the wealthy claimed that the greatest pleasure came from witnessing one's own fortune. However, as he gazed at the cavern illuminated by the golden sheen of the coins, a thought flickered in Harry's mind. There exists an ancient saying among goblins: only spent galleons count as galleons. Storing such vast wealth in a vault, rather than allowing it to circulate, seemed as futile as having none at all. As he pondered this notion, it crystallized into a viable idea within mere moments. Harry stepped into the cavern, filling a sturdy cloth bag with coins. He then turned to the goblin and inquired, "Could you assist me in tallying the amount of money in the vault?" The goblin, seemingly taken aback by this request, paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. "Certainly." Chapter 71. So much wealth. After confirming that Harry had withdrawn the necessary galleons, the goblin's gaze fixated on the vast treasures within the cavern. Harry could hardly shake the suspicion that the goblin was flaunting its large eyes at him. The goblin extended its hand, and suddenly, a wave-like sound rippled through the air. The piles of galleons, sickles, and nuts vanished without a trace. Only a peculiar wisp of blue smoke lingered, indicating that a transfiguration spell had been employed here. Harry felt a twinge of envy. Goblins possessed an innate ability to wield spatial magic, a skill that even the most diligent wizards could scarcely hope to master. Your coins have been transferred to Gringotts' counting chamber. Shall we proceed to take a look? Could you use apparition to take me there? Harry asked. The goblin bluntly replied, no. Then let us go, Harry said. In front of a row of identical doors, the guiding goblin accurately pushed open one of them. Inside was not the modest room Harry had envisioned, filled with his coins and weighing tools, devoid of other goblins. Instead, the reality was far more astonishing. A spacious hall with gleaming floors, where numerous goblins busily attended to their tasks at various workstations. A fairy, resembling a craftsman, donned a single eyepiece and meticulously scraped some powder from a piece of natural silver or with a long, slender knife, commencing his research. Another fairy, holding a gray leather scroll, dipped a long quill into ink, diligently recording a heap of accounts spread across the table. What could Harry say, aside from marveling at the vast expanse of Gringotts? In a corner of the hall lay a mound of Harry's gold coins, and a fairy, seemingly emerging from nowhere, pushed forth a large wooden contraption, akin to a haphazard assembly of wooden planks. After much contemplation, Harry discerned that it appeared to be an enormous balance scale. This scale, layered and employing multiple lever principles, appeared bulky and cumbersome, yet it was, in fact, a remarkably precise instrument for measuring mass. The fairy first utilized a palm-sized scale to measure the mass of approximately 20 gold galleons, calculating the average weight. Subsequently, with the aid of the levitation charm, he transferred a portion of the coins from the floor to the large measuring apparatus, which featured a small sliding weight at the bottom. A gentle nudge of this weight would cause the balance to oscillate. Once the scale stabilized, the fairy, after conducting some calculations, recorded a figure, repeating the process until a significant portion of the coins had been accounted for. He then applied the same method to calculate the values of silver sickles and bronze nuts. With his ledger in hand, the fairy looked up at Harry and declared, Sir, according to my calculations, you possess a total of 691, 283 galleons, 138, 240 sickles, and 135, 997 nuts. Harry felt somewhat bewildered. His perception of his gold had always been that of a mere pile, never considering the staggering impact of such quantification or the sheer magnitude of his wealth. This truly amounted to a fortune, over 700,000 galleons, alongside 140,000 sickles and nuts. In contrast, an ordinary wizarding family typically earned around 500 galleons a month. Harry quickly computed in his mind the enormity of his fortune. The fairy nodded, Very well, sir. As Harry exited Gringotts, the cold wind, mingled with snowflakes, brushed against his face, invigorating him. With such a sum, how should he spend it? According to the exchange rate, 1 galleon equated to 5 pounds, approximately 50 Chinese yuan. If merely considering galleons, Harry's wealth did not seem excessive. However, when converted to yuan, it soared to 35 million. If calculated solely in nuts, the figure would likely reach astronomical heights, given that 497 nuts comprised a single galleon. I recall encountering a statement online from J.K. Rowling, asserting that the Malfoy family's total wealth, when calculated in dollars, should amount to over 100 million. Quite the disparity, yet one can hardly be surprised. After all, they are an ancient pure-blood family, Harry mused. He then blended into the throng of Diagon Alley, snowflakes swirling behind him. Purchasing gifts is often a time-consuming, laborious, costly, and energy-draining endeavor. However, Harry harbored no such apprehensions. For him, the task was remarkably straightforward. For his classmates hailing from wizarding families, acquiring some commonplace items from the Muggle world would undoubtedly elicit their utmost joy during the Christmas season. Conversely, for those from the Muggle realm, Harry was convinced that Diagon Alley held an abundance of bizarre and delightful treasures to surprise them. Chapter 72. Acquiring Christmas Gifts Navigating Through the Bustling Crowd. He entered a shop whimsically named Oddities, frequented predominantly by students, brimming with peculiar items that easily captivated the attention of the young. As Harry pushed open the glass door, a white skull tumbled down from above, adorned with a tangled mass of unruly hair. Welcome. The skull grinned, its mouth agape. Before Harry could fully comprehend its words, startled, he instinctively struck it. With a thud, the hairy skull was sent flying like a ball, crashing against the wall, where a faint groan could be heard. It dawned on Harry that this was the shop's unique method of greeting customers. A portly man rushed over, retrieving the skull and casting a reproachful glance at Harry. "Ha! My apologies," Harry offered sheepishly. "It's quite all right. This scenario has unfolded countless times before." The shopkeeper waved his hand dismissively. Harry felt a pang of sympathy for the skull. The shop, with its glass-fronted cabinet along one wall facing Diagon Alley, was adorned with an assortment of items of varying sizes. Some were as large as 2 coat hangers, while others were no bigger than a child's fist. All were meticulously packaged, their odd appearances making it impossible to ascertain their purposes. Inside, 2 towering shelves overflowed with an unorganized collection of goods, crammed together without any semblance of categorization. Despite the chaos, the shop thrived in popularity, currently hosting a dozen young men and women perusing the wares. Harry selected a few intriguing items, believing his Muggle classmates would appreciate them, and made his purchases. As he exited, he noticed the shopkeeper employing a levitation charm, carefully hanging the skull with black hair at the entrance. Shaking his head in bemusement, he departed, intending to leave Diagon Alley and venture into the Muggle world to procure Christmas gifts for Neville and his other wizarding friends. Yet, he suddenly recalled that he possessed not a single pound. Reluctantly, he diverted to Gringotts to exchange for pounds, where he was attended by the same goblin, Grip Hook, who had previously escorted him to his vault 6 months prior. Gringotts was known for its efficiency, despite the goblin's less than attractive demeanor. Often exuding an air of coldness that suggested a no-entry policy, their work ethic was impeccable. In no time, Harry exchanged 2,000 galleons for a sum of 10,000 pounds from his savings. 10,000 pounds is by no means a trifling sum, particularly for a 12-year-old boy venturing out into the world. Presently, the average worker in the UK earns merely a few £100s each month. Initially, Harry had no intention of exchanging such a substantial amount, as the pound is seldom utilized in the wizarding realm. However, contemplating future excursions into the Muggle world, he decided to convert a greater sum. Upon leaving Diagon Alley, Harry entered London through the Leaky Cauldron. The moment he stepped out, a gust of wind, mingled with snowflakes, struck him, causing an involuntary shiver. This was a stark contrast to Diagon Alley, a narrow and elongated street lined with ancient, towering buildings. The throngs of people today had rendered the alley bustling, and Harry noted the thick layer of snow underfoot and the dropping temperature. However, the streets of London were quite different. They were expansive and interconnected. The harsh winds surged around him, compelling Harry to pull up his hood as the relentless gusts threatened to dislodge it. In the Muggle world, he found a measure of solace, free from the constant dread of lurking Death Eaters. At a bustling intersection, the ground bore the imprints of hooves, wheels, and carriages. A large department store stood at a right angle, its entrance teeming with patrons. Harry looked up and saw a classic wooden door adorned with a golden sign reading John Lewis, a renowned British department store celebrated for its advertising prowess. Even in his previous life, Harry had heard of this establishment. Grasping the brass door handle, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside, the warmth of the heating system enveloped him, creating an illusion of being scorched by fire as he transitioned from the frigid outdoors. Here, he encountered numerous brand counters. After inquiring with a sales assistant, he made his way to the children's section on the second floor. He purchased a football, a basketball, a badminton set, and a tennis racket, gifts intended for the classmates whose names he could recall. As for those he knew less well, he felt at a loss. He reminisced about the time Dean had told Ron about the sports in the Muggle world, and Ron's astonishment upon learning that a football was a stationary object. "You mean your ball doesn't team move?" Just as they were amazed by the moving figures in wizarding photographs, the Muggles were equally intrigued and perplexed by the stillness of their own images. Thus, Harry was confident that his Christmas gifts would be extraordinary. Chapter 73, Gifts. Harry found himself in a quandary regarding what to purchase for Hermione and Cho-Chang. While ordinary gifts could convey good wishes, Harry yearned to offer something truly special, something that would not simply be devoured or discarded like food, nor relegated to a shelf like a book once read. As a result, Harry wandered several laps around the vast department store, only to concede that the sole section that truly captivated him was the women's jewelry area. After all, what girl would not adore such embellishments? Necklaces seemed too mature, while rings were utterly nonsensical. After much deliberation, Harry's gaze fell upon a particular bracelet displayed in a glass case. Its circular form was crafted from silver metal, adorned with intricate hollow patterns, and featured a short pendant chain terminating in an inverted arrow. Turning to the saleswoman, Harry requested, "Could you please take it out for me? I would like to have a look." The saleswoman, a young woman with chestnut hair, regarded Harry with an understanding smile, blinking playfully. "Is this for your girlfriend, little one?" The term little one was indeed fitting, for Harry was merely 11 years old. Despite his serious demeanor, a hint of innocence shone through. Without a trace of embarrassment, Harry nodded. The saleswoman, slightly disappointed by his lack of shyness, had not anticipated such boldness from the young boy. She retrieved the bracelet and remarked, "Although you wish to gift this to your girlfriend, I fear you might not be able to afford it." "Why not?" Harry inquired, genuinely puzzled. Yet, he was confident that the money he possessed was sufficient. "How much does it cost?" The saleswoman, taken aback by Harry's calmness, thought to herself, "Let's see what expression he makes when I reveal the price. This bracelet, you see, is adorned with 7 diamonds, and it costs £2,400, she declared. To be frank, that price was indeed quite steep. However, Harry remained oblivious. He was aware that he had £20,000 on him, and this was merely $2,400, allowing him to purchase 8. With that in mind, he questioned, "Then what is there to hesitate about?" "I'll take 2. Please wrap them up." Her eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say?" "You must have misheard. I did not say £24. Then, realizing a deeper implication, she pondered, "You don't have 2 girlfriends, do you?" Harry neither nodded nor shook his head. "I understand. It's £4,800, right?" The saleswoman, bewildered, began to place the cold bracelets in boxes, seemingly still processing the situation, her murmurs reflecting her disbelief. How is this possible? She then envied him, thinking, "If only my boyfriend would gift me such a treasure, I would be utterly delighted." Just then, Harry added, "Oh, please fetch me another one." 3 beautifully packaged boxes were arranged on the counter, and Harry produced £7,200, completing the transaction. "Happy Christmas. This is a gift for you," he said, pushing one of the boxes toward her. Her eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief flooding her thoughts. Could he possibly be interested in me? But he is so young. That shouldn't be a significant issue. Yet, it seems he already has 2 girlfriends. Should I accept? As she lost herself in speculation, Harry had already departed from the department store. Purchasing gifts for an unfamiliar girl was merely a casual act for him. He perceived the envy and yearning in her eyes. Since it bore no consequence for him and would fulfill one of her wishes, why not comply? After disembarking the train and meandering around for a while, noon was fast approaching. Harry decided to visit a Western restaurant for lunch, despite carrying an awkwardly large bundle. He entered the tranquil establishment without encountering the unpleasant demeanor of the waitstaff often depicted in novels. Just as Harry was on the verge of exasperation, the train finally came to a halt. Standing on the moderately sized platform, he watched as the train continued its journey, then stomped his foot and turned toward the school. Unlike his initial arrival at the start of term, he bypassed the narrow paths, the boat across the lake, and the cliffs. Instead, he unwrapped the newly acquired broomstick, mounted it, and soared toward the castle with his burdens. Before he even touched the ground, he spotted the charming snowman he had crafted with Zhang Xiao the previous day while passing through a courtyard. He guided the broom to descend at the Gryffindor common room before entering his dormitory. The bright windows were frosted over, and Harry exerted considerable effort to lift one, allowing a chill breeze to rush in. Grasping a whistle designed to summon Optimus Prime, he leaned out the window, scanning the surroundings, which revealed most of the buildings cloaked in a serene silence. The school grounds were blanketed in white, with the bluish-gray structures adorned with snowy caps, evoking a sense of Hogwarts rising majestically from the winter landscape. Harry inhaled a couple of breaths of the crisp air, placed the whistle to his lips, and blew twice. Soon, a shadow appeared in the sky. Optimus swooped to the window, his claws gripping the ledge, his sharp eyes fixed on Harry. Harry secured a bundle of gifts to its leg and patted its wing, urging it to depart. Had an owl been entrusted with the delivery, it would have necessitated multiple trips, yet for Optimus, it was effortless. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared into the sky, becoming a mere speck. Chapter 74. Meeting Professor Snape. However, delivering the gifts personally the next day would diminish the surprise of Zhang Xiao uncovering the present from Harry amidst a pile of Christmas gifts upon waking. How delightful it would be to master the disillusionment charm. He could simply drop the gifts at Zhang Xiao's dormitory. Yet, contemplating the potential mischief such a skill might enable filled him with a sense of wickedness. Yes, I am a gentleman. I am a good person. As he made his way to the Great Hall, he encountered Professor Snape at a corner. The professor cast a stoic glance at Harry before continuing on his way. Upon entering the Great Hall, Harry indeed spotted Zhang Xiao's graceful figure. Just as he was about to approach her, he halted, observing her interaction with a boy who had walked up to her. The boy seemed uncertain about where to place his hands, and Harry could only surmise that he must be blushing furiously. Zhang Xiao lifted her gaze, and they exchanged a few words before the boy departed. Seemingly fleeing the scene in haste, Zhang Xiao continued to lower her head, immersed in the world of her book, impervious to any distractions. Harry gently pulled out a chair and sat beside her. Although Zhang Qiu did not lift her gaze, Harry was certain that she had recognized him during his moments of inattention. Otherwise, she would have already begun to shoo others away. The scenario of boys approaching Zhang Qiu to greet her had occurred several times. While Harry acknowledged their audacity, he wished they would employ a more imaginative opening line than the cliched, "Is this seat taken?" If they did so, he would be inclined to commend their intelligence rather than deem it lacking. "You haven't been here since morning, have you?" Harry inquired. "Well, that's good." He was perusing Snape's potion textbook, captivated by the concise techniques for potion making, which stirred a longing in him to try them out immediately. These methods were far simpler than the step-by-step instructions outlined in the book. Harry was determined to act upon his thoughts. Though he relished reading, he found it challenging to concentrate when surrounded by others, and with the holidays upon him, tranquility eluded him. Thus, when the idea of concocting a potion sprang to mind, he readily used this as justification to stand up. Zhang Qiu glanced at him, puzzled. "Didn't we agree to ask Professor Snape for some herbs to brew potions?" "I'm going now," he declared. "But the professor is unlikely to oblige, considering we are only first and second years. He will surely think we are causing trouble." Zhang Qiu cautioned. "Do not worry. I am quite confident," Harry reassured her. Seeing Harry's determination, Zhang Qiu closed her book with a resigned expression. "Then let us go find him together." She reasoned that even if the professor harbored disdain for Harry, the presence of others might temper his demeanor. In the dim and cold dungeon, Snape's office was shrouded in shadows. Snape leaned back in his chair, his right hand resting on the wooden desk, illuminated by an indistinct light that faintly highlighted his pallid face and gaunt hands. In a hoarse voice that chilled the air, he inquired, "What is it?" This was Zhang Qiu's first encounter with Snape in such a context, far more intimidating than in the classroom. She felt every hair on her body stand on end, and Snape's piercing gaze made her feel as though she were being threatened by a venomous serpent, prompting her to instinctively move closer to Harry. Harry positioned himself to shield Zhang Qiu partially. "You can frighten me, but you shall not intimidate my girlfriend," he remarked casually. "Professor, I found a book in the cupboard of our potion classroom." Upon uttering this, Zhang Qiu was instantly taken aback. She had not anticipated Harry's candor. If they were to approach Snape with such a flimsy excuse, he would undoubtedly suspect them of mockery. After all, the story seemed rather implausible. A basement filled with old books, one containing superior potion-making methods, the origin of which remained a mystery. Yet she failed to notice that upon hearing the initial words, Snape's hand trembled momentarily before he composed himself, wearing a mask of indifference. Harry, however, continued to speak. "That book pertains to advanced potion-making. Its previous owner was a person known as the Half-Blood Prince. Professor, please do not be alarmed. Despite the ominous connotation of that name, this book is certainly not a guide to dark magic." Snape's countenance darkened further in the shadows. "I have observed numerous enhancements to potion making within its pages, and I wish to experiment with these methods to ascertain their validity. However, I lack the necessary herbs, and I kindly seek your assistance in procuring some ingredients. Of course, any guidance you could provide would be most appreciated." Zhang Qiu discreetly tugged at Harry's sleeve, but Harry remained oblivious, pressing on. "I can see your skepticism written all over your face. You must think I am deceiving you. Yet, I believe the accounts within this book are likely authentic, for the Half-Blood Prince also devised some spells, which I tested and found to be genuine. Just consider it. Would someone capable of inventing new magic carelessly scribble in a book to mislead future generations? Especially a spell as formidable as the disarming charm. When the teacher asked me why I don't use a watermelon knife to cut melons, I replied that I can perform the disarming charm." His tone was rapid and unwavering. Zhang Qiu was taken aback. This was unabashed teasing, and it was directed at none other than a formidable figure. She anticipated the professor's furious outburst, yet it did not materialize. The professor remained composed, his thoughts inscrutable. Harry stepped forward, placing a grimy book upon the desk, saying, "Professor, this is the book I found." Snape did not bother to examine it, but instead fixed his gaze upon Harry, waiting expectantly, and calmly stated, "You may come to me for any potion ingredients you require in the future." What? Zhang Qiu was utterly bewildered. At that moment, her confusion surpassed her astonishment. How could this be happening? Harry smiled. "Thank you, Professor. I plan to brew the Hell's Potion tomorrow. May I take 2 portions of herbs now?" "The herbs are in the cabinet by the wall. Help yourself," Snape replied coldly. Harry noted the materials required for the resurrection potion and soon returned with them. "Professor, we shall take our leave now." Harry grasped the still-dazed Zhang Qiu's hand and exited the office. Snape's eyes flickered, his mind racing with contemplation. He then retrieved his wand, murmured an incantation, incendio. With a bang, a burst of flames erupted from the book, reducing it to ashes. Thus, the legend of the Half-Blood Prince was extinguished. Chapter 75. Where to Brew Potions. This was remarkably smooth. When did Professor Snape become so agreeable? Not only Harry, but even a Slytherin would not expect any kindness. Observing the calm demeanor of Harry ahead, it was evident that he was entirely unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Zhang Xiao, ever astute, was equally perplexed. "Harry, what on earth is going on?" she inquired, her large, dark eyes filled with confusion. Harry replied, "Isn't the answer quite apparent? It merely seems that you have not considered that perspective." Zhang Xiao remarked, "I do not comprehend the meaning of your words." Harry replied, "Do you not think it rather unusual for someone to hand over the Half-Blood Prince's book to Professor Snape?" "That is indeed certain," Zhang Xiao responded. "Why would one not present it to a teacher? Every individual harbors self-interest, though it may be an exaggeration to label this as such. If a student were to stumble upon a tome filled with unique magical knowledge, it is unlikely they would simply relinquish it. They would surely ponder it for themselves, correct? Even if it were to be handed to a teacher, it would likely occur only after considerable time. So why did I not hesitate at all before giving it to Professor Snape?" Zhang Xiao, not lacking in intelligence, pondered deeply and began to understand why Harry was so confident that Professor Snape would not dismiss their actions as foolishness. Why Harry had immediately divulged the matter of the book to Snape, and why Snape had acquiesced to Harry's audacious request. Yet, this reality was somewhat difficult for her to accept. She had not contemplated it in that light. "Is Snape truly the Half-Blood Prince?" Zhang Xiao exclaimed. Though she had already come to that conclusion, the indescribable astonishment within her yearned to hear the truth spoken aloud. "Indeed," Harry nodded. Then, an intriguing question arose. "But how did you come to know this?" Zhang Xiao inquired. "It relies upon my unparalleled wisdom and a dash of 99% inspiration. Eliminate all impossibilities. And you arrive at this conclusion," Harry quipped. Regardless, Zhang Xiao held little interest in the matter and chose not to dwell further. Had it been Hermione, given her disposition, she would not have rested until Harry concocted a plausible rationale. Zhang Xiao mused, "I had not realized how proficient Professor Snape was in potions and charms, especially considering that he created these things during his student days. Surely he must be even more formidable now. Why then does he not disclose this? It would surely enhance his reputation." Indeed, wizards of such caliber are held in high esteem within the magical realm, akin to scientists in the Muggle world. Publicizing one's achievements could yield both acclaim and wealth. Before defeating Voldemort, for instance, Professor Dumbledore was already a venerated wizard, renowned for discovering 12 uses of dragon's blood. Thus, if Snape had made significant strides in potion-making and spellcasting, it would indeed be a wise choice to share his findings. Though Harry did not fully grasp the reasons, he could surmise a general idea. It was likely a result of Snape's temperament. He was reclusive and insecure, yet he was aware of his own brilliance. He disdained the need to showcase himself. Yet there lay an ingrained pride within him. Following the death of Harry's mother, it was perhaps even less likely that he would entertain such thoughts. As Harry and Zhang Xiao conversed, they made their way to the potions classroom located in the dungeons. The ambience of the basement was dismal. Cold winds howled, rattling the glass. Harry could only console himself with the thought that summer would soon arrive. Harry was reluctant to conduct experiments in such a remote location, as each visit required traversing several courtyards, and on such a frigid day, he had no desire to expose himself to the biting cold and snow. After much contemplation, he suddenly recalled an ideal place, quiet, spacious, and devoid of clutter. It was the classroom where Professor Dumbledore had placed the magical mirror. However, due to its prolonged disuse, the abandoned desks were covered in a thick layer of dust. Yet, for a wizard, this was hardly an obstacle. Nevertheless, there existed a location that more aptly suited Harry's objectives, the room of requirement. Harry could only dream of having a dedicated chamber for potion-making, replete with scales, cauldrons, and all the equipment necessary for concocting magical potions, not to mention an endless supply of ingredients. However, there was a catch. Harry was unaware of the room's location, which created an awkward predicament. In Chapter 76, The Speculation of the Room of Requirement, Harry found himself completely in the dark regarding its whereabouts. Although he was intrigued by it, the past few months had been consumed by his search for the Mirror of Erist, leaving him no time to seek out the Room of Requirement. He could have harnessed the room's potential to aid in locating the mirror. What a blunder! Harry chastised himself. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized a crucial point he had overlooked. He was not an inexperienced wizard, naively believing that the Room of Requirement could fulfill every desire. While magic is indeed wondrous, such an all-powerful existence was likely unrealistic. If it were truly omnipotent, the Room of Requirement would undoubtedly be the most formidable entity in the Harry Potter universe. Voldemort would not have sought the Philosopher's Stone or unicorn blood, but rather the room itself. Everyone would be vying for its capabilities. Professor Dumbledore would wish to resurrect his sister, Professor Snape would yearn to bring back his beloved, and Voldemort would desire the power to dominate the world. Meanwhile, Harry simply wished to discover the means to defeat Voldemort. How could one navigate such a convoluted scenario? In Harry's view, the wishes that the room could fulfill should not encompass items imbued with immense magical power, such as the Mirror of Erist. After all, the mirror was already a legendary artifact, its energy far exceeding what the room could accommodate. However, if he were to ascertain the precise location of the mirror, he can indeed find it. For instance, if the mirror were situated in his dormitory, then the Room of Requirement would effectively become his dormitory. Yet, if his wish was to find the mirror's location, the room might not respond. This was significantly tied to the nature of the wish. Of course, all of this was merely Harry's speculation, but he firmly believed it was close to the truth. With the Mirror of Erist now in the possession of the headmaster, further contemplation seemed futile. Nevertheless, he resolved to focus on locating the Room of Requirement. Zhang Xiao and Harry moved the various pots and pans to the abandoned classroom above the library. With a simple cleaning charm, the dust and debris vanished without a trace. The two arranged the clustered desks neatly along the sides of the room, instantly transforming the space into a clean and orderly environment. Then, the boiler was set up, and the remaining items were arranged. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. The alchemical work would have to wait until tomorrow. The two individuals closed the door and descended the stairs. Harry, having spent the morning in Diagon Alley purchasing gifts and being occupied for a considerable time in the afternoon, felt genuinely fatigued. He lacked the energy even for dinner. As he departed, he touched the gift he had prepared for Zhang Xiao, but refrained from taking it out. The essence of a Christmas gift lies in its element of surprise. Presenting it to her now would diminish its significance. It would be far better to hand it to her personally the following day. Goodbye. Zhang Xiao waved her hand in farewell to Harry. In the early morning, Harry awoke to the resounding thuds emitted by Hagrid. Hiding under the covers, he glanced toward the window. The outside world was merely dimly illuminated, a result of the snow blanketing the ground. Harry grumbled, "Hagrid, what on earth are you doing?" "I am not pleased at all," he shouted back. Why, he wondered, does one feel the chill of the bed upon awakening in winter? Thankfully, he had his beloved cat to provide him with some warmth. He held the little creature tightly, wrapping himself up snugly. Hagrid's hearty laughter boomed. "I apologize for waking you. I'm preparing the feast for tonight." Harry attempted to comfort himself in his sleep once more, but as his thoughts became clearer, he realized that slumber would elude him. In truth, the warmth from his blankets had dissipated, leaving him too cold to remain in bed. After getting up, Harry washed his face with hot water. He opened the door to find only a hint of deep blue in the sky, with darkness still prevailing. Hagrid was nearby, though still indistinct. However, he noticed two unknown creatures lying in the snow, while Hagrid was chopping at them with an axe, blood splattering the ground. Hagrid explained, "These are two wild boar beasts. The little dwarves in the kitchen said they couldn't team manage, so they asked for my assistance." With that, he swung the axe again, severing a leg. Now that he was awake, what should he do? Stand idly by and watch Hagrid? A flash of inspiration crossed Harry's mind, and a smile crept upon his lips. He devised a plan to ensure that Zhang Xiao would see her Christmas gift upon waking. "Hagrid, I have something to attend to at school," he announced before dashing off. Hagrid, unaware if he had heard, continued chopping as the beasts were slowly dismembered. Chapter 77. Sneaking into the girls' dormitory with an invisibility cloak. The plan Harry concocted relied on a certain prop, the invisibility cloak. Whether he could deliver the gift to Zhang Xiao's dormitory depended on whether he currently possessed this item. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the invisibility cloak should be in Harry's own dormitory now. The fat lady was still asleep, and Harry did not rouse her. Alohomora, the door swung open, and Harry slipped inside. Upon pushing the door open, he could not contain his astonishment. The room was filled with a plethora of gifts. His bed was completely overwhelmed. Could it be that these were his roommate's gifts? Harry speculated, casually picking up several elegantly wrapped boxes from the floor. The names mentioned above include both familiar and unfamiliar ones. However, it is indisputable that these are all gifts addressed to Harry Potter. Though he feels an overwhelming sense of joy and surprise, eager to unwrap the packages and discover their contents, he is apprehensive about the possibility of Zhang Xiao waking up soon, which would complicate matters. Thus, he decides to postpone his excitement for a later time. Harry dives into the pile of gifts, rummaging through them for 10 minutes until he finds a paper package without a signature. The gift feels soft in his hands, reminiscent of a garment. Holding his breath, he slowly unwraps it. It flows like a pool of mercury, glistening with a silvery sheen, coalescing into a dazzling pile that feels weightless in his grasp. It is breathtaking. This is indeed the invisibility cloak. My long-held wish, a desire shared by countless men, is finally within reach, not for the girl's bathhouse, of course, but rather for the bank. Ahem. Harry gives the cloak a shake. It is quite large. He is certain that even an adult could be concealed within it. For someone of his size, it could likely accommodate 3 children. With everything prepared, Harry clutches the cloak and rushes outside, where the day has brightened. Time is of the essence. After orienting himself, Harry dashes towards the Ravenclaw dormitory. The guardian at the entrance of the first floor remains unseen, presumably off in search of a place to rest. This is fortuitous. Now, cloaked in invisibility, Harry points his wand at the door. Alohomora! The door creaks open, revealing an interior akin to that of Gryffindor's. This allows Harry to easily ascertain the location of the girls' dormitory behind one of the doors. However, he quickly finds himself at a loss. He has no idea which dormitory Zhang Xiu occupies. Harry meticulously sifts through his memories, hoping to find a clue from their conversations. Ultimately, he concedes defeat. After all, it is highly unlikely that any girl would casually disclose her dormitory, saying, "I reside in such and such dormitory." It appears he must search each room one by one. As he pushes open one of the dormitory doors, an inexplicable wave of excitement washes over him, particularly considering he is in a state of invisibility. The room is empty, and Harry steadies himself before continuing onward. Occasionally, he encounters garments of a more risque nature hanging in some rooms, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. As the saying goes, every bachelor over 30 becomes a wizard. Coupled with his past lives, Harry has indeed surpassed 30. He touches his nose. Thankfully, there is no blood. Cleric, be ready to heal me at any moment. After opening several doors, Harry discovers that they are all vacant. The thought of Zhang Xiu being alone tugs at his heartstrings. At that moment, a sliver of soft yellow light seeps from beneath one door, yet Harry pays it no heed. Zhang Xiu had awakened early that day. However, upon waking, she remained in bed, gripping her wand beneath her pillow, gazing out at the sky, tinged with a hint of red, quietly awaiting dawn. She hesitated to turn on the light, feeling an unsettling vulnerability in exposing herself to the illumination. Just as boredom began to set in, she faintly heard the sound of a door closing. At first, she thought she had misheard. The more uncertain she became, the more she concentrated on listening. Creak. Thud. The door opened and closed again. Zhang Xiu's heart tightened. She was certain she had not misheard. The sounds grew louder, drawing nearer. This compelled her to retreat beneath the covers, not daring to poke her head out, for she distinctly remembered that the girls' dormitory was nearly empty. How could there be such an array of eerie noises? Confusion swirled in her mind. Ultimately, she quietly switched on the light, perhaps seeking a semblance of comfort, or perhaps hoping to signal to the person outside that the room was illuminated, prompting them to retreat. In any case, Zhang Xiu heard the heavy footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. Then they abruptly ceased. Cowering beneath her blanket, she peered through a gap and saw the door swing open. There was no one at the threshold. Zhang Xiu felt the hair on her neck stand on end. Chapter 78. Zhang Xiu Yur. Zhang Xiu observed as the doorknob gradually returned to its resting position, as if released by an unseen hand. If there had been someone there, it would have seemed entirely ordinary. Yet in this empty scene, an overwhelming sense of terror took hold. The gentle footfalls resonated, striking fear into the heart of the 12-year-old girl. Zhang Xiu sensed an invisible presence gradually approaching her. A ghost? A spirit? How could such things exist? Why had the professors at Hogwarts not detected this? What should she do now? Crouched beneath her covers, she clenched her small hands tightly. She brushed against her wand, which instilled her with courage. Her resolve solidified. She would take the initiative. Harry was startled. Having encountered no one before, he had relaxed, lacking the cautious demeanor usually associated with opening the door. Thus, when he pushed the door open and was met with the illumination within, he was immediately taken aback. Surely, no one had awakened. Harry dared not move, hoping the occupant would believe the door had swung open due to the wind. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the only bed occupied remained utterly still. He sighed in relief. The occupant had not yet stirred. As for the light left on, it was likely forgotten from the night before. Was this person Zhang Xiu? The solution was simple. There were numerous Christmas gifts by her bedside. A glance would reveal whether they belonged to Zhang Xiao. If they did, he could place the gift he had prepared for her among them. Harry stealthily approached the edge of the bed. However, he could never have anticipated the sudden twist of events that would follow. As Harry bent down to pick up a gift for inspection, the blanket on the bed was violently thrown aside. Startled, Harry stumbled backward, only to see a figure rise from the bed, seemingly aiming something at him. In critical moments, the mind races. Harry quickly surmised that the girl had likely discovered him and appeared ready to cast a spell against him. Alarmed, he grasped his wand tightly and conjured a spell. Simultaneously, a delicate voice rang out, Petri Ficus Totalis. Protego. As the quilt had yet to descend, a beam of light surged directly towards Harry. Yet, akin to striking a mirror, it abruptly reflected outward. With a crash, the light struck a vase on the table, shattering it into pieces. However, a voice rendered her momentarily dazed. Do not act rashly. Zhang Xiao, it is I, Harry, an urgent voice interjected. Then Zhang Xiao beheld what appeared to be mere air before her, which suddenly rippled like water. Harry's figure emerged, from head to toe, revealing itself. The two locked eyes. Amidst this eerie silence, a singular thought occupied Harry's mind. This is undeniably awkward. Zhang Xiao, in shock, gazed at Harry with a bewildered, vacant expression, stammering, you. Words failed to organize themselves. Ah, ha. Harry chuckled nervously, his eyes darting about, pondering how to break the peculiar tension. What situation this was? Under the cover of night, he had stealthily ventured into a girl's room, only to be caught by the girl herself. Sigh. No one would believe him if he claimed otherwise. Zhang Xiao stood upon her bed, and, as Harry looked at her, he realized, to his surprise, how adorable she appeared in her pink, fluffy pajamas. Her long, black hair, unkempt and tousled, was not unappealing. Rather, it lent her a charming gentlehood. On her typically serene face, she displayed an unusually intricate expression, the image of a young girl in full bloom. Zhang Xiao glared at Harry, who was brazenly staring at her. Harry hastily turned his gaze away, desperately seeking the right words to dispel the strangeness of the moment. Suddenly, something on the floor by Zhang Xiao's bed captivated Harry's attention. It was a white garment, likely dropped when she had tossed aside the quilt moments ago. An idea struck him, perhaps a foolish one. Without engaging his brain, he blurted out, pointing at the item on the floor, Zhang Xiao, you dropped something. It's on the floor. You're. At that utterance, the world fell silent. Zhang Xiao, with a vacant expression, turned her head robotically to the spot Harry was indicating. Then she stood still, reminiscent of the calm before a volcanic eruption. My heavens, what have I just said? Harry stammered, Zhang Xiao, no, I. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted. Harry's eardrums felt the impact. Zhang Xiao's face flushed crimson, as if it might ignite. Get out! Get out! You must leave. Her voice quivered with the onset of tears. All right, I'm going, Harry exclaimed, bolting for the door. With a resounding thud, Harry swiftly closed the door behind him. Zhang Xiao collapsed on her bed, burying her face deep within the quilt, softly whimpering. Outside the door, Harry leaned against the wall, a hint of melancholy gracing his handsome features. Today, I must have had my wits knocked out of me. Chapter 79. Merry Christmas, Potter. The morning in the Great Hall. Harry carefully sliced the roasted steak, and even before tasting it, the enticing aroma wafted to his nostrils, causing him to swallow hard. Typically, Harry would have already begun to devour it with elegance and fervor, perhaps even contemplating a second or third serving. Yet today, he found himself devoid of appetite. Opposite him sat Zhang Xiao, her expression indifferent as she consumed her meal. Zhang Xiao, here's the situation, he ventured. I'm listening, she replied. Harry found himself momentarily choked for words. Nevertheless, he pressed on. I merely wish to deliver your Christmas gift to your side. Huh, then why didn't you present it to me this morning? Why did you need to sneak into the girls' dormitory? Cough, what do you mean by sneak? Let us be mindful of our language, Harry awkwardly retorted. Zhang Xiao continued in a flat tone. Fine, we can call it clandestine entry. Is that acceptable? Never mind, sneak sounds more appealing, he sighed, feeling weary. I simply didn't want you to discover my absence when you rummaged through your Christmas gifts this morning. Harry inhaled deeply, sincerely stating, his gaze unwavering upon Zhang Xiao. It was crucial that he exuded sincerity at this moment, for it was his secret weapon. He endeavored to make his eyes appear even more soulful and compelling. Had he not been staring so intently, he might have thought he was imagining things. She scoffed. Do you think I would believe that? You think I'm a child? You really expect me to accept that you ventured into the girls' dormitory in the dead of night, just to place something by my bedside? You have ulterior motives. If you are determined to perceive me in such a manner, what more is there to say? I'm taken aback that you harbor such doubts regarding my character. Harry lamented, his expression one of desolation, conveying a sense of betrayal. This was not what Zhang Qiu had anticipated. He should have been apologizing and explaining rather than appearing so crestfallen. Why had Harry transformed into someone so concerned with others' trust? Despite his good intentions, he was, after all, the one wronged. The thought of having startled her in her pajamas while he pointed at her made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. In light of this, Zhang Qiu resolved to let it go, deciding to be magnanimous this time, albeit begrudgingly. She shook her head, attempting to forget the mortifying incident from that morning, and said curtly, "All right, I'll accept your nonsense, if only to move on." But to her astonishment, Harry retorted, "No, your tone suggests you are merely patronizing me. This is an insult to my character, a violation of my dignity, a disdain for my soul. I would rather you believe I have ulterior motives." Zhang Qiu's brow furrowed in irritation. It seemed that Harry's audacity had provoked her fierce temperament. Harry reflected on whether his words had been too shameless. She was already willing to overlook the incident, and here he was insisting on upholding his principles. Yet, he resolved to press on, determined to see it through. "Indeed, I must confess that in the early hours of this morning, I found myself in your chamber, yearning to unveil your garments, to bestow gentle kisses upon your neck, to caress your thighs, and to nibble delicately on your earlobes, compelling you to submit to me. Alas, what a startling revelation! Have I perhaps indulged too extravagantly in my pretensions?" Harry observed Zhang Qiu, whose lips parted in shock and whose gaze appeared utterly devoid of life. It was evident that his mind was grappling with the weight of Harry's words. Regret washed over Harry as he chastised himself for his indiscretion. He had spoken without thought, and now he found himself in a predicament of his own making. The words had slipped out as effortlessly as one might spit out grape skins after consuming the fruit. Zhang Qiu averted his gaze, seemingly fixated solely on the food before him, intent on annihilating it. Harry noticed the flush of red blooming on Zhang Qiu's earlobes. He opened his mouth to speak, yet only a single syllable escaped, as Zhang Qiu immediately began fervently slicing a piece of meat, the knife scraping against the plate with a resounding clatter, an evident attempt to mask his awareness of Harry's call. Thus, Harry chose to remain silent. In mere minutes, their meal came to a swift conclusion. With a resounding clink, both individuals simultaneously set down their forks. Each desired to finish before the other, eager to depart. Yet fate had orchestrated an unexpected moment. They exchanged glances, lifted their forks, and in unison declared, "I wish to eat more. Please, you go ahead." "Harry, oh." Zhang Qiu. "Oh." Zhang Qiu could not suppress a laugh, though he quickly stifled it. Harry felt a quiet sigh of relief, though lacking any solid foundation. He sensed that the day's events might pass without further consequence. He feigned nonchalance and proposed, "Shall we later engage in potion-making together?" After a brief silence, a barely audible affirmation was exchanged. As they traversed the corridor, words eluded them. After a long pause, Zhang Qiu murmured, "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas, Potter," came the reply. Chapter 80. Challenges. Crafting potions is no simple endeavor. The potions available on the market are merely the most rudimentary, yet they remain exceedingly precious. The wizarding world boasts a plethora of shops, offering a myriad of wares. However, despite the popularity of magical potions, there exists a scarcity of dedicated potion merchants. It is common knowledge that the potion-making industry is highly lucrative, yet it is paradoxically a field that cannot be mass-produced. The foundation of potion-making lies fundamentally in financial resources. Without materials, how can one concoct potions? Basic potions are relatively accessible, often found in ordinary herb shops. However, for those of a more advanced nature, substantial effort must be exerted to procure the necessary ingredients. Some rarer materials are known, yet remain elusive in terms of availability, such as the powdered eyes of a millennia-old dragon, the blood of the phoenix kin, or the oils extracted from certain deep-sea fish. In addition to the rarity of materials, the element of time significantly constrains potion-making. For instance, a simple potion to alleviate cold and fever can be brewed within a few hours. Yet, for more intricate concoctions, such as those documented in the forbidden tomes of the library, the crafting process may extend over months. Moreover, the creation of what could be deemed legendary potions may require years of meticulous brewing. Indeed, the effects are nothing short of astonishing. Take, for instance, the fortunate elixir. Its properties can temporarily bestow upon an individual an extraordinary stroke of luck. Should one consume this elixir and subsequently attempt to rob Gringotts, the likelihood of success would escalate from a mere 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,000. Such a potion, with its almost otherworldly capabilities, scarcely deserves to exist in our realm. Naturally, the The crafting of this potion is fraught with immense challenges. Throughout the preparation process, one must maintain unwavering focus. For the passage of time increases the margin for error exponentially. A single oversight could render years of meticulous work utterly futile. Therefore, potion masters are typically long-lived beings, such as elves or dwarves, with humans being a rare exception. If both of these prerequisites are met, only one significant challenge remains: the alchemist. After all, expertise is paramount. Without a skilled potion maker to assist in the crafting, all efforts would be in vain. Those capable of concocting intricate potions hold esteemed positions as master alchemists. The influence of a master alchemist can elevate an entire family, as prestige, wealth, power, and renown are easily within their grasp. However, the journey to nurture or become a master alchemist is wrought with difficulty. The financial investment alone often deters many mid-sized families, as the endeavor requires substantial input with no immediate return. Furthermore, the candidate must possess a natural aptitude for potion making. Not just anyone can ascend to the status of a master alchemist. Severus Snape remarked, "You have come here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion brewing." Since there is no mindless waving of wands involved, many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to fully comprehend the exquisite essence of the slow, simmering cauldron, exuding fragrant vapors, or to grasp the wondrous potency of the liquid that courses through human veins, enchanting the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death, but there is one caveat. You must not be the kind of fools I frequently encounter. The curriculum for potions at magical schools is rather elementary, often bordering on the impossible to master. In class, students learn potion purification and brewing in segments, gradually familiarizing themselves with the characteristics and handling of each ingredient, thus laying a foundation for more advanced studies in the future. Today, Harry is tasked with brewing a rather simple potion, the gold-devouring liquid. This unique substance possesses the ability to dissolve gold. It is effective solely on gold and ineffectual against other metals, making it a vital tool for purifying gold and creating galleons. Practicing with this potion is relatively straightforward. As long as one adheres to the steps outlined in the text, failure is highly unlikely. The ingredients are limited to just 4: crocodile saliva, putrid egg liquid, dried horns, and serpent scales. Temperature, timing, stirring speed, and direction must all be attentively monitored. Negligence is not an option. Following the prescribed phenomena in the text, Harry and Cho Chang advance to the next step whenever the liquid in the cauldron meets specific conditions. Gradually, the initially impure liquid transformed into a clearer substance, radiating a gentle shade of purple. Yet, the process was not yet complete. At a certain moment, the once boiling liquid abruptly ceased its tumultuous motion and emitted a wisp of smoke, which quickly extinguished. The flames beneath the pot flickered out, leaving only a small remnant of water. Harry poured the liquid into a square, thick glass vial. It was done. With great care, Harry retrieved a gleaming gold galleon and cautiously drizzled a few drops onto it for experimentation. Indeed, the galleon corroded, resembling a coral reef from the ocean's depths, as a small puddle of golden liquid dripped onto the ground. Pure gold. The remaining residue was effortlessly dealt with using a cleaning charm. Stretching languidly, though his body felt no fatigue, his mind was rather exhausted. Upon completing this task, Harry suddenly remembered the heap of gifts awaiting unwrapping. "Zhang Qiu, this is for you." Harry handed a gift to Zhang Qiu. Poor Harry had toiled for quite some time, ultimately presenting it to her with his own hands. However, Zhang Qiu hesitated to accept it, especially after the events of that morning. Harry scolded himself for his foolishness, placing the gift box on the table before departing. Zhang Qiu opened the box, revealing a radiant bracelet that caught her eye. As she held it in her hands, a refreshing chill filled her heart. She donned on her wrist, a smile blossoming in her eyes. Chapter 81. A cornucopia of Christmas gifts. After Harry had unwrapped an entire pile of gifts, the remnants of wrapping paper and boxes accumulated into a small mound. Overall, the gifts could be roughly categorized into 5 types: edible, wearable, usable, playful, and those whose purpose remained a mystery. Among them was a rather crudely crafted flute, handmade by Hagrid. It was astonishing that he could manage such intricate work. Dean gifted Harry a brand new wizard's chess set, which, upon opening, revealed a chaotic scene of pieces in disarray. Harry closed the lid and set it aside. Seamus presented him with a book, while Hannah gave him a deck of cards. Ron's mother knitted him a thick sweater, with Ron S. accompanying note expressing his hope that Harry would not find it unappealing. Harry could almost envision Ron's face flushed with embarrassment through the paper. Someone gifted him a large box of toffees, and Harry popped one into his mouth. It was sweet and delightful. Neville, the chubby little fellow, presented him with fireworks. There were various other gifts from different friends. Suddenly, Harry let out a cold chuckle as he spotted the gift from Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Contrary to the 50 pence depicted in the original story, they had sent him a lovely set of casual attire, likely not inexpensive. If it weren't for the £50,000 I tossed into their home prior to the school year, would they be so accommodating? A letter nestled within the clothing conveyed Aunt Petunia's detailed admonitions for Harry to take care of himself, filled with a plethora of concerned remarks. In conclusion, she subtly emphasized that he had no other family but them, urging him not to trust outsiders. If Harry's parents had left behind anything, it could be entrusted to them for safekeeping. Such heartfelt words were utterly nauseating to Harry, who wore a disdainful expression. When Harry beheld the next gift, a visage of a certain individual surfaced in his mind. Though they had been apart for merely a few days, he found himself yearning for her. He pondered whether the fact that he had stolen her first kiss had brought her joy that rendered her sleepless for nights. Harry shamelessly entertained such thoughts. He unfurled a sheet of paper and, with a quill, inscribed, "Hermione, Merry Christmas. How have you been? I have been enjoying myself at school. I miss you." After an extensive exchange, he hesitated and tentatively added a few remarks concerning Cho Chang. To any observer, it would seem to be nothing more than trivialities from his life. A slight ripple in the mundane. Harry feared that writing too much might arouse Hermione's suspicions regarding his intentions. He merely wished to ensure that Hermione would have some recollection of Cho's name, so that when he introduced them, it would not appear overly abrupt. However, Harry underestimated a woman's intuition, particularly that of a girl whose first kiss had just been claimed by someone she fancied. In truth, Harry's cautious approach to navigating the interactions between the two was born from his own helplessness. Why could he not be like the protagonists in novels, effortlessly drawing a throng of admirers into his embrace without any struggle? As he daydreamed, he summoned his owl. With care, he placed the letter into the leather pouch strapped to the owl's leg and patted the bird's head. Off you go. Watching as the owl swiftly transformed into a mere speck against the sky, he marveled. How astonishing it is! How does the owl know each destination without its master uttering a single word? Harry had often contemplated how the fusion of magic and technology could revolutionize human civilization. Much like Muggle smartphones, which connect individuals across the globe, wizards were still reliant on the antiquated method of letter writing, a process far too slow and still using quills, which seemed positively archaic. Yet, wizards possessed the ability to apparate, instantly transporting themselves anywhere, a feat that humanity would require centuries of development to achieve. He mused about the various incurable ailments threatening human health, such as AIDS and cancer, and considered how they might be treated with mysterious magical potions in the wizarding world. After all, if magic could accomplish the seemingly impossible task of resurrection, minor illnesses should be trivial in comparison. Nevertheless, the integration of magic and technology posed an immense challenge, as it was unlikely that either side would accept such a union unless someone could simultaneously govern both the Muggle and wizarding worlds. The wizarding world remained a possibility, provided one possessed sufficient power, like Voldemort, who nearly achieved it over a decade ago. However, as for the Muggle world, one could only dream. Attempting to dominate the Muggle realm could provoke several major nations, leading to a catastrophic fallout where all would perish. Thus, Harry merely indulged in whimsical thoughts about such a wondrous world, without any intention of facilitating this endeavor. The challenges were formidable, and, at the very least, Harry lacked the leisure to pursue such grand aspirations. With the time he had, he would rather engage in meaningful conversations with the girl he fancied. Chapter 82. Hermione's Mushroom Parents. A street in London. A certain building. A little girl, her face as rosy as a sprite, knelt on the soft sofa, cradling her cheeks with her delicate hands. A silver bracelet slipped from her snow-white wrist into the folds of her sleeve as she gazed dreamily at the vehicles passing by outside the glass window, leaving behind a trail of tire marks. "Hermione, it's time for lunch. Hurry up and get ready," a gentle voice called out. After washing her hands, she playfully shook off the water, sending droplets flying in all directions without even using a towel. A woman with brown hair, sidestepping to avoid the splashes, chided her, "Honestly, how do you take care of yourself at school?" During the meal, Hermione's mother exchanged a knowing wink with her father, who feigned ignorance, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. After a moment of gathering her thoughts, she ventured, "So, Hermione, have you made many good friends at school?" Hermione, cutely nibbling on her spoon, replied, "Yes, didn't I tell you?" Many classmates like me. Her mother, still curious, probed, is there a boy you like? Hermione's cheeks flushed. Mom, no, not at all. Then who did you make that chocolate for? She pressed. What chocolate? Hermione stammered, flustered. The one I asked you to teach me how to make. Her mother was relentless, determined to uncover whether her daughter had a crush. Oh, I thought it turned out poorly, so I threw it away. Seeing her daughter feign ignorance, her mother could no longer hold back. Did you meet any boys at school? Just then, a loud noise interrupted as a large black bird landed on the window. Hermione's eyes lit up, and she dashed over, retrieving a letter from the bird's leg. She then raced upstairs, exclaiming over her shoulder, I've finished eating. I'm going upstairs, leaving her parents in a state of stunned silence at the dining table. Hermione's mother stepped on her father's foot, twisting and turning. Didn't he want to ask her if she has a boyfriend? Why are you silent now? This seemed a clever tactic to her husband, who silently reveled in his cunning, yet he would never show it. He knew that asking such questions would surely earn him his child's disdain. He wasn't too foolish. You're her mother. It's better that you ask these things, he said with a resigned expression. Ah, our child is growing up. Both parents sighed simultaneously. Hermione's father felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. Every detail, big or small, was scrutinized with care. Only after hearing that Hermione was thriving at school did he feel a sense of relief. Later, Hermione asked her mother for advice on what to give her good friend for Christmas. Her mother smiled and said, if it's for a good friend, you should give a gift that represents your heartfelt sentiments. Homemade gifts are even better. Upon hearing this, Hermione's eyes sparkled with an idea. The next day, she sweetly pleaded with her mother to teach her how to cook. When her father learned of this, he felt a surge of pride and joy, thinking, my child is growing up, wanting to cook for her parents. No matter how poorly Hermione might cook, he resolved to finish every bite. Then, Hermione wished to learn how to make chocolate. Her parents found it somewhat peculiar, yet they did not dwell on it. In no time, Hermione had mastered the art to a remarkable degree. The following morning, before dawn had broken, they were roused by some noises emanating from downstairs. Upon descending, they discovered Hermione in the kitchen, illuminated by the warm glow of a yellow light, clad in a large apron, diligently preparing chocolate. When she utilized the microwave, she had to stand on her tiptoes to reach it. Though her movements were clumsy, her small face radiated earnestness. Once the chocolate was complete, she patiently allowed it to cool before carefully placing it into a rectangular box, wrapping it in colorful paper and securing it with ribbons. Upon completing her task, a pure and innocent smile graced her face. Then she hurriedly tidied the kitchen. Both parents wore mischievous grins, astonished that their child had risen so early to craft chocolate for them. Surely, she intended to surprise them delightfully. Indeed, her Christmas gift was splendid. The next morning, when it came time to unwrap the presents, they would feign ignorance and then exclaim with glee. Their darling was simply adorable. However, that morning, when they beheld the gift their precious child had prepared, they were taken aback. This cannot be right. Where had the chocolate gone? How peculiar. Although the current gift was thoughtful, it could not compare to the chocolate lovingly made by their sweet daughter. Yet, looking at Hermione's expectant expression, they felt compelled to accept it. Alas, this incident lingered over the dining table that day. Chapter 83. Astoria's Dimples. After rushing upstairs, Hermione locked her bedroom door. Only then could she comfortably open the letter Harry had sent her. The sentimental words within stirred her emotions profoundly. As she read each line, penned by Harry, vivid images danced before her eyes. However, as she continued, Hermione's expression shifted, her brows furrowing adorably in contemplation as she muttered, who is Zhang Qiu? It is often said that a woman's intuition is formidable. Despite Harry mentioning Zhang Qiu only a few times, her name surfacing just once, Hermione sensed something unusual. Without any tangible evidence, pouting in discontent, she displayed a hint of skepticism. Had Harry known the thoughts swirling in Hermione's mind, he would surely have broken into a nervous sweat. England, Wiltshire, Malfoy Manor. This is the residence of the Malfoy family. The Malfoys are an ancient lineage of pure-blood wizards, holding disdain for those of mixed or muggle heritage. Their pride has reached a pathological level. Naturally, they possess corresponding power. They are related to many pure-blood families, which grants them influence. Furthermore, centuries of accumulation have bestowed upon them considerable wealth in the form of galleons. More importantly, the members of the Malfoy family are fervently devoted to politics and possess remarkable political acumen. This illustrious lineage has produced numerous ministers of magic and legislators, a testament to their honor and status. Thus, it is only natural for them to harbor a sense of pride. although a significant investment failure decades ago has led to considerable criticism of their family within the wizarding community, their enduring resilience is a clear indication of their strength. It is noteworthy that, following the disappearance of Voldemort, his former Death Eaters either met their demise, were imprisoned in Azkaban, or chose to hide away like timid rats, shunning the light of day. In stark contrast, the Malfoys continue to thrive openly. Lucius Malfoy, the current head of the family, is even one of the esteemed members of the Ministry of Magic. Regardless of one's perspective, this is undoubtedly a formidable family, exhibiting intelligence, albeit some may perceive it as opportunism. The estate is expansive, surrounded by a perimeter of bronze railings. Upon entering through the grand entrance, one must traverse a 10-minute path to reach the understatedly luxurious villa. This journey is lined with lush green lawns and exquisitely manicured plants, all arranged in symmetrical harmony. It is not uncommon to witness purebred stallions galloping across the verdant expanse, a rarity in the market. As Merlin once said, one cannot cultivate a steed of 1,000 miles within the confines of the courtyard. Clearly, he has never set foot in the Malfoy estate. At this juncture, a servant opened the grand door to welcome guests, a family of 3. The parents exuded elegance and poise, unmistakably products of a refined, noble education. However, the most captivating presence among them was a little girl who, with her delicate features and sparkling, unblemished eyes, curiously surveyed the estate. Her golden curls shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, and her long eyelashes fluttered enchantingly, captivating all who beheld her. When she smiled, 2 charming dimples appeared, rendering her akin to a little angel. Even the Dementors would hesitate to approach her. The little girl suddenly spotted a plant sculpted in the likeness of a horse and excitedly dashed toward it. Her parents exchanged a fond glance, indulging her curiosity without restraint. What could Lucius have in mind by inviting us? It has been ages since our families last communicated, the lady remarked, her tone revealing an evident disdain for Malfoy. Given his haughty nature, he would not breach the ice between our families without a significant reason, the gentleman observed. After a moment's contemplation, the lady exclaimed in astonishment, "He is after the position of Minister of Magic." Indeed, it is surprising that he has set his sights on the forthcoming ministerial role. Quite a shrewd calculation. 20 years ago, they chose to follow that dark figure, while we opted for neutrality, resulting in our fathers severing ties with Lucius's father. Why should we assist them? The lady expressed indignantly. The gentleman smiled gently. While that may be true, we share a portion of the same bloodline. It is not so easily severed. Moreover, an alliance between our families would undoubtedly be mutually beneficial, granting us greater influence within the Ministry of Magic. However, their reputation is rather unfavorable. Thus, he chose our family, the Greengrasses. The woman pondered for a moment, then suddenly gasped. Narcissa mentioned in her letter that we should bring our daughter along. Surely they're not suggesting, I fear this is indeed their intention. I cannot agree to this. The woman vehemently shook her head. Our daughter is far too kind-hearted. Just look at the Malfoy family. They regard muggles as mere insects. This is utterly inappropriate. The man nodded in agreement. Let us not consider this for now. The Malfoys merely wish to bind our 2 families together. As they spoke, the trio arrived at the front of the villa. The little girl nodded adorably. Ding ding, the doorbell rang. Someone is here, a childish voice exclaimed. The door swung open. The little girl gazed at the boy who answered, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She stepped back with her right foot, bent her knee, lifted the sides of her dress slightly, and curtsied gracefully, cheerfully stating, Hello, brother. I am Astoria Greengrass. You may call me Nia. Her smile was as radiant as a blooming flower. Chapter 84. Malfoy is a masochist. Who opened the door? Certainly not Draco. He was currently hiding in the house, reluctant to face someone. Draco could never have imagined that, just moments after he opened the door, he would be greeted by Harry Potter, whose beaming smile uttered, Merry Christmas. He felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. We do not welcome you here, Draco said. His pale face flushed with indignation as he attempted to close the door. However, an emotionless voice behind him sent a chill down his spine. Malfoy, is this how you treat your guests? A man approached, clad in a black tailcoat that accentuated his tall stature. He possessed a strikingly handsome, chiseled face, yet it was imbued with an icy demeanor. His dazzling hair was meticulously styled, without a single strand out of place. Anyone who beheld him would instinctively associate him with nobility and aloofness. He was the epitome of a perfect aristocrat, in contrast to Harry's charming looks and affable smile, which endeared him to young ladies. This man's haughty attitude was admired by society's elite. Lucius could not comprehend why the renowned Harry Potter would be in his home. To him, a boy of Harry's age should be like all foolish lions, filled with fervor, blind, impulsive, and radical, proclaiming themselves as noble champions of justice, while keeping their distance from those of their supposed ilk. Yet to Lucius Malfoy, all notions of allegiance were mere nonsense. Lucius scrutinized Harry Potter. How amusing it would be if that old fool, Dumbledore, were to discover that the golden boy he had painstakingly crafted had arrived at his doorstep. He could hardly wait to witness the expression on his face. A cold smile involuntarily crept onto Lucius's lips. Under his father's watchful gaze, Draco enunciated each word with clenched teeth. "Welcome here is your Christmas gift." After receiving it, Draco felt an overwhelming desire to hurl it at Harry's face. Yet under the imposing authority of his father, he could only reluctantly utter the words, "Thank you." And then he fled. Today, he felt utterly humiliated. Although he had harbored a certain trepidation towards Harry during their time at school, he had always put on a facade of indifference. However, today, due to his father's presence, he dared not utter a word. Harry must be mocking him internally. The thought of Harry's disdain made the typically aloof Draco's eyes brim with tears. Ultimately, Draco yearned for Harry's acknowledgement. In both his home and school, he had always maintained a position of superiority, surrounded by sycophants and admirers, which had led him to believe that such was the natural order of things. Then he encountered Harry Potter. In his view, anyone would be privileged to befriend him, yet Harry adamantly rejected him, treating him with contempt. This was unbearable for Malfoy, especially as Harry consistently excelled in school, often taking the opportunity to belittle and tease him. The teasing, however, had crossed a line, instilling a genuine fear of Harry within Malfoy. The more Harry bullied him, the more he desired to alter Harry's perception of him. Of course, this true sentiment was buried deep within Malfoy, obscured by his hatred and fear of Harry. If Harry were to discover Malfoy's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be astounded. "You are such a masochist." At the entrance, Lucius commanded a servant to guide Harry through the vast castle. Subsequently, Harry found himself alone on an opulent sofa, his feet resting upon a genuine Persian carpet, indulging in fruits imported from around the globe, silently chanting, "A wealthy household. A wealthy household." Now, to return to the matter at hand. When Harry heard a knock at the door, he noticed that no servant had come to attend to it. Thus, he rose to answer it himself. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a porcelain-like noble girl who curtsied before him. A true aristocratic young lady. Where should one even begin? "Please come in," Harry invited the three of them inside. It was then that he recalled the words the little girl had just spoken. Gringotts. Wasn't that one of the 28 pureblood families? Chapter 85. What is it, little lady? Not every pureblood wizard can be considered a member of a pureblood family. Although in recent centuries there has been an increase in marriages between wizards and muggles, there remains a significant number of wizards with untainted bloodlines. They still constitute nearly 1/5 of the total wizarding population. However, among this multitude, only those families with a lineage spanning several centuries can truly be regarded as pureblood families. Harry's family, Ron's family, Neville's family, they are all of pure blood, yet they do not belong to the ranks of pureblood families. Among the pureblood families, the most powerful ones are classified as the 28 pureblood families, representing the true elite. In the Muggle world, they correspond to what might be termed aristocrats, tycoons, and the upper echelon. At the height of their influence, any of these families possess the power to command the attention of the wizarding world. Their family history shall be inscribed in the annals of magical lore, a testament to their formidable legacy. For it is not every individual or event that merits inclusion in the esteemed tomes of education. Have you ever witnessed a governor from a certain state in America or a provincial leader from the lands of Huaxia being immortalized in history? I think not. Although these families have experienced decline and faced the awkward transition of generations, their profound heritage allows them to remain prominent within the upper echelons of the magical community. Astoria's mother, gazing at the young Harry, hesitantly inquired, "Are you Draco?" Though she had never laid eyes upon Draco, she at least recognized that those bearing the Malfoy bloodline possess hair of a platinum hue. The purer the color, the nobler the lineage. Yet Harry's hair was a deep shade of black. What left her in doubt was Harry's demeanor. He was neither servile nor arrogant, and his comportment was impeccably courteous, an exemplar of nobility, in her view. She pondered if perhaps Draco's hair had been enchanted, or if this boy was a descendant of another noble house. "Madam, I am not Malfoy. I am Harry Potter," Harry replied with a gentle smile. Two exclamations echoed in the air, one from the lady and another from the young girl. The girl's father, upon seeing Harry, instantly recognized him. He held a prestigious position within the Ministry of Magic. However, he could never have anticipated finding Harry within Lucius's abode. Could it be that Lucius has drawn Harry Potter into his fold? He thought in astonishment. If that were the case, it would indeed be a powerful card to hold. Although Harry was still but a child, the immense prestige he commanded was not to be underestimated. The title of the Savior, Harry Potter, carried weight beyond mere words, especially for someone like him who had personally endured the suffocating shadow of darkness. He fully understood the terror of the being whose name could not be spoken, and one who could vanquish Voldemort, regardless of Harry's youth, was not to be taken lightly. In fact, within the gaze directed at Harry lay a hint of apprehension, even fear. This was a world shrouded in mystery, and wizards harbored trepidation for the unknown. Harry was an enigma. Wizards were aware of a prophecy that foretold Harry's role in the downfall of the Dark Lord. Subsequently, the Dark Lord sought to eliminate the infant who had just been born. Then, without warning, he vanished. The powerful and seemingly omnipotent Dark Lord disappeared, along with his legion of Death Eaters scattering like birds. The malevolent force that had nearly dominated the wizarding world dissipated as if it were but a fleeting dream. Yet this infant remained alive. How had he triumphed over the Dark Lord, even to the extent of slaying him? No one knew. All was steeped in mystery and enchantment. The Child of Destiny, the Bane of the Dark Lord, the Golden Boy, these titles encapsulate the intrigue, reverence, and fear that people held for Harry. Harry would never have imagined that merely appearing in Malfoy's home could lead someone to contemplate so much. Had he known, he would have feigned nonchalance and remarked, "Though I am no longer in the world of martial arts, legends of me still linger therein." Astoria's eyes widened with curiosity and excitement as she bounced eagerly before Harry, fixated on him, seemingly searching for any extraordinary traits he might possess. Harry felt a sense of elation under the adoring gaze of the little girl. Image. Girls detest self-important boys. He reminded himself internally. What would a typical person do when a little girl gazes up at them? Harry, however, could hardly restrain himself as he reached out to affectionately tousle her golden hair, a smile breaking across his face. "What's the matter, little Astoria? Is there something on my face?" Chapter 86. The Shy Little Girl. Astoria shook her head disapprovingly, escaping Harry's hand, and meticulously smoothed her already tidy golden locks. "I spent an entire hour perfecting this morning." "You are simply adorable," Harry thought, astonished that at such a tender age, she already understood the essence of feminine beauty. Upon hearing Harry compliment her, Astoria beamed with joy. Then, with enthusiastic fervor, she exclaimed, "You are the one who defeated the Dark Lord, Harry Potter, right?" "Well, if no one else claims the title, it must be me," Harry humbly replied. Come praise me. Indeed, upon hearing Harry's words, Astoria's eyes sparkled with wonder as she marveled. How impressive! Despite her lack of understanding regarding what was truly remarkable, her limited vocabulary could only convey her feelings in such a way. To Harry's surprise, she innocently remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so handsome." He nearly choked on his own surprise. He had anticipated something more profound from Astoria's admiration, yet this was her straightforward expression. However, for the blissfully naive girl, she only grasped the concepts of beauty and unattractiveness, of fondness and aversion. "Your name is Astoria, isn't it?" Harry gently inquired. "Yes. I also have an older sister named Daphne, but she doesn't seem to like me. We are the only 2 children in our family. My mother actually wished for a son. I heard that when I was born, my mother cried upon discovering I was a girl." The little girl chattered away, her familiarity evident. Harry felt a bit embarrassed. "Your words make it seem as though I am conducting a census." Hadn't he noticed her parents' expressions darkening? Upon first hearing the little girl's name, Harry had felt a sense of familiarity, and now knowing her sister was named Daphne, he began to piece it all together. "Your name is derived from the Greek goddess of the moon, Asteria, isn't it?" Harry seized the opportunity to interrupt her rambling. If he let her continue, who knew what secret she might divulge, perhaps even her family's bank card password. Oh no, rather the vault password at Gringotts. "How did you know?" Astoria looked up at him, her face alight with joy, as if a wish of hers had finally come true. This rendered her gaze towards Harry all the more affectionate. "Initially, I was uncertain," but Harry shook his head, saying, "Upon hearing your sister's name, I understood, for both of your names are derived from Greek mythology." The little girl, feeling dejected, remarked, "Then why is it that none of the people I know are aware of this?" She would never forget the joy she felt upon discovering that her name was inspired by a goddess, and she longed for everyone she knew to share in that knowledge. Yet none of her peers recognized the significance of her name. Harry glanced at her parents, aware that Greek mythology belonged to the Muggle world. How could children from pure-blood families possess such knowledge? However, Harry refrained from voicing this thought, contemplating, how could those fools ever comprehend the nobility of her name, Astoria? The little girl giggled, revealing two adorable dimples. Indeed, they are all fools. She had never conversed with anyone in this manner before. Despite her parents' affection, they held high expectations of her. During family gatherings, she was expected to accompany them as the young hostess, greeting elders and adhering to decorum. Superfluous words were to be avoided. When attending parties, each movement had to reflect the image of a proper lady. Although she did not resent these expectations, opportunities for candid conversation were scarce. She had a sister, yet her sister did not harbor fondness for her. There had been children from pure-blood families who wished to befriend her, but she found them unappealing, as they always carried an air of superiority and often boasted in conversation. Thus, her encounter with Harry today brought her great joy. Harry discreetly swallowed, his throat parched, yet the little girl continued to converse gleefully with him. Goodness! At such a tender age, she was already quite the chatterbox. How many words had she been holding back? Harry felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, struggling to maintain a smile as his face began to ache. Alas, age was catching up with him, and engaging in conversation was a task that opened one's heart, especially for someone like the little girl, who lacked friends. Suddenly, she paused, shyly glancing at Harry. Harry pondered, what is she looking at me for? The little girl lifted her head, lowered it, and then finally spoke softly. Can you call me Naya? This was not a mere formality exchanged upon first meeting. Harry's heart skipped a beat. The name Astoria was reserved for those close to her, while outsiders referred to her as Miss Greengrass. Naya seemed to be her nickname, likely known only to her parents and sister, or perhaps her future husband. Her father leaned against the sofa, eyes tightly shut, and his brow twitched suddenly. Yet he said nothing. Harry, parched, could only wonder if his thirst was literal or held some deeper significance. Nia, the little girl shyly affirmed. May I call you brother? At this, her father could no longer contain himself, clearing his throat. Chapter 87. Encountering a wild sister, a voice suddenly echoed from the spiral staircase. The petite girl peeked out, only to be startled by the chilling gaze of the speaker, quickly retracting her head. Her father rose to his feet, addressing Lucius with a hint of reproach. Lucius, after all these years apart, I never imagined you would forsake the etiquette of pure-blood families, making our guest wait for so long. Lucius remained silent, his demeanor as unyielding as ever. Aurelian was well acquainted with his disdainful attitude. It was much the same during their years at Hogwarts. Unfazed, he ascended the staircase alongside Lucius, both making their way toward a study on the second floor to deliberate on matters of great importance. Harry observed the scene, his mind momentarily adrift. The two striking men, one exuding authority, the other radiating coldness, seemed to embody a peculiar tension. He envisioned a moment where, upon entering the study, the door would slam shut, their facades melting into fervor as they embraced passionately, their garments torn away to reveal their muscular forms. Aurelian, caressing Lucius's chest, would jest. Your physique has improved beyond measure. Lucius, leaning against the desk, would respond with a sultry whisper, my darling. A symphony of enticing sounds would emerge, as if quenching a long-standing thirst, their fervor palpable and sweat glistening. A shiver ran through Harry as he abruptly interrupted his own imagination, questioning when he had become so wicked. Rubbing his eyes, he found the mere thought of the scene to be rather disconcerting. Fortunately, they remained oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, he was certain their pure-blood decorum would vanish, replaced by fury as they brandished their wands for a lethal curse. Astoria, noticing Harry's pensive silence, mistakenly assumed he was rejecting her. Surely, her words had caused him discomfort. After all, they had only just met. How could he possibly welcome the idea of a sister so suddenly? Yet, deep within, she longed for an elder brother, and her heart ached with disappointment. Her eyes reddened, and in the next moment, tears began to flow. What's wrong? What's wrong? Harry exclaimed, startled by her sudden tears. Just moments ago, they had been laughing together. Where had her mother gone? Perhaps she had stepped away to the restroom. How could he, an adult, be perceived as bullying a little girl? His reputation would be tarnished in an instant. Harry quickly donned a reassuring smile, attempting to soothe her. Astoria, what troubles you? Wow. He doesn't even want to call me Nia anymore. The little girl sobbed, her tears cascading like rain. To his relief, she wept silently, sparing them both from the concern that Aurelian might burst forth from the second floor at the sound. Harry, perspiration beading on his forehead, pleaded, please don't cry. Such a dreadful line seemed utterly ineffective. Indeed, the tears continued to flow, a tide that could not be stemmed. Through her sobs, Astoria whimpered, do you not like me? How could I possibly dislike you? You are utterly adorable, Harry exclaimed earnestly, his words devoid of any deceit. Am I not pretty? She inquired. No. You are the most charming, Harry replied, his voice laden with sincerity. Then why don't you call me Nia anymore? All right, Nia, is that sufficient? My dear Nia, he responded. Little Nia's face lit up with joy, and she shyly added, Then, can you be my brother? She gazed at Harry with hopeful eyes. Should he accept or decline? Was it even a question? It felt akin to choosing between a beast or something worse. This was hardly a dilemma. Harry, a paragon of virtue, looked deeply into Nia's large, innocent eyes and gently declared, From this day forth, you shall be my sister. Nia's heart raced as she felt the warmth of having a brother. You should hurry and wipe away your tears, Harry said with a hint of exasperation. Nia's cheeks flushed crimson. She must have looked quite unappealing in that moment. In a flurry, she used her sleeve to dab at her face. What about your handkerchief? Harry asked, shaking his head. Nia gasped, her cheeks reddening further, and she produced a pure white handkerchief, exuding a delightful fragrance from her clothing. She delicately wiped away the traces of her tears, but despite her gentle touch, faint red marks still marred her porcelain skin. Her pitiable appearance stirred an irresistible urge in someone to plant a playful bite on her cheek. How perplexing it was that I could write so fluently. Such tender scenes are incredibly challenging to compose. My head nearly ached after 7 hours of effort to bring this forth. Chapter 88, A Story Without an Ending. Nia, how old are you this year? Harry inquired with curiosity. Nia, tucking away her handkerchief, replied softly, I am 10 years old. Harry was utterly astonished to learn that Nia was indeed 10, as her appearance suggested she was merely 7 or 8. However, this was not the most misleading aspect. What truly contributed to the misunderstanding was Nia's lack of the psychological maturity typically associated with a child her age. Consider Hermione and Cho Chang. They were merely 11 or 12, yet they exhibited a far greater sense of maturity. Nia, in her interactions with Harry, appeared blissfully innocent, devoid of any defensive instincts. It seemed that her parents had shielded her excessively, resulting in her minimal exposure to the outside world, rendering her akin to a blank slate. Nevertheless, Harry believed that Hermione and Cho's relative maturity stemmed from their upbringing in the Muggle world, where education surpassed that of the wizarding realm. Before wizards entered magical schools, they received private tutoring. While they excelled in certain areas, they lagged significantly behind Muggle students in others, particularly in social skills. Just observe the characters in the Harry Potter universe. Malfoy, conceited and arrogant. His 2 lackeys, incompetent. Ron, cowardly. Neville, timid. Harry's father, haughty and disrespectful. Luna, eccentric and friendless. This illustrates the adage, without comparison, there can be no pain. This year, are you not set to embark on your journey to the magical school? Upon learning that Nia was already 10 years old, Harry immediately realized this fact. Indeed, however, this summer, I shall be a first-year student, while you will already be in your second year. The thought of this left Nia somewhat disheartened. Yet, upon hearing Harry's comforting words, her spirits lifted once more. She certainly did not wish to have just welcomed a brother, only to be unable to see him. After exchanging numerous words with Harry, Nia's gaze towards him grew increasingly affectionate. Harry, too, never anticipated that a mere visit to the Malfoy residence would grant him a delightful sister. Thus, he expressed with a hint of regret, Nia, I must take my leave. Nia, puzzled, inquired, Where are you going? Do you not reside here? Her preconceived notions led her to believe that Harry lived in this very place. She had not considered this possibility and had hoped her mother would bring her back to the castle to see Harry again. Haha, once you enter Hogwarts, we shall see each other every day, she remarked. Nia fell silent, appearing as if she had lost her most cherished toy, her demeanor turning glum. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, portraits adorning the walls whispered and pointed at him, exchanging hushed comments. Harry silently raised 2 fingers in their direction. Upon pushing open the door, a flurry of snowflakes greeted Harry's eyes. A fierce snowstorm had descended once more. Descending the steps, he said to Nia, who lingered behind, You should go inside. Reluctantly, she replied, Brother, we shall meet again in 6 months. All right, he responded. Suddenly, Nia dashed over and gently kissed him on the cheek. Then, as if her courage had been spent, she turned and ran away, slamming the door with a thud. Harry found the situation amusing yet perplexing. He understood that this was likely Nia's way of ensuring he would not forget her, akin to a Muggle's pinky promise. What an innocent child she was. Walking through the snowstorm, Harry was troubled by a question. Why did he feel such fondness for Nia? She was, after all, the 3rd girl he had taken a liking to. Nia had never anticipated being so eager to attend a magical school. When her mother informed her that upon turning 11, she would depart from them to study at Hogwarts alone, she had felt a sense of resistance. Yet now, she found herself rather impatient. Who are you? A haughty voice called from behind. Nia instinctively disliked the tone, finding it less melodious than her brother's. However, her good upbringing compelled her to greet a young boy with platinum hair. "I am Draco Malfoy," he declared. Nia's mother had previously advised her to refer to a boy named Draco as her cousin. Had she not met Harry, she might have done so, but now she thought, I shall not call him brother, for I already have a better one. Have you met Harry Potter? A faint blush appeared on Malfoy's pale face. I have indeed. It seems your brother's classmate is him, though he cannot compare to my brother. Where is he? Malfoy mustered considerable courage to approach him. He certainly did not wish to be belittled. He has left, came the response. Nia sensed that Malfoy harbored a certain disdain for his brother, which rendered her demeanor quite frosty. As he departed, Malfoy had never anticipated such an outcome. He had envisioned numerous scenarios of banter with Harry within the confines of his room, yet they proved utterly futile. Are you all right? Nia inquired, unable to suppress her concern upon observing Malfoy's unusual expression. Should Harry learn that, due to him, Nia's initial encounter with Malfoy had been far from pleasant. One wonders what his feelings would be. Perhaps he would find joy in it. After all, Astoria, unencumbered by Malfoy's presence, might very well be the happiest. Chapter 89, A First Experience. Harry stood amidst the snow, gazing at the vast expanse around him, sorrow welling within as he lamented, "Softly, I depart. Just as I have arrived, I wave my sleeve." With a sigh, Harry slowly uttered, "Summon a night bus." He stepped aboard the wizarding night bus, paying 11 silver sickles, and declared, "To Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "Very well," exclaimed the conductor with the exuberance of an optimistic innkeeper. Harry settled into a window seat, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. The conductor regarded him with curiosity, for it was rare to see children aboard the night bus, as most passengers were adults. Moreover, the boy appeared to be a student of Hogwarts. Why then, one might wonder, was he not aboard the Hogwarts Express? Yet, this fleeting thought was soon discarded, for the conductor had encountered far stranger passengers on the bus. This was Harry's inaugural journey on the night bus, which raced with astonishing speed. In scarcely an hour, he arrived. "Sir, we have reached Hogwarts," the conductor shouted near Harry's ear. Opening his eyes, he beheld towering trees flanking the bus, their visibility hampered by the swirling snow, with snow-laden crowns resembling soldiers donned in white helmets. This was indeed the terminus of the Hogwarts train, the small platform nearby now shrouded in snow. As Harry disembarked, he resolved from now on, "I shall never ride the night bus again." While its speed was impressive, it was precisely the swiftness that caused the constant influx and egress of passengers. Thus, the cacophony of doors opening and closing was almost incessant. If it were merely this, it might have been a minor inconvenience. However, was it not evident that someone had cast a spell of 100 resounding echoes upon the doors? The noise was not merely that of doors opening and closing. It resembled the explosive sound of grenades. Welcome to the series where your ears might conceive and then miscarry, Harry mused. He began to understand why the conductor's voice was always so loud. Anyone working in such a perilous environment would surely be affected. "We look forward to your next journey," the conductor said cheerfully through the glass window. "I bought a watch last year," Harry replied with a smile, seemingly satisfied with the service he had received. Just before the bus vanished in an instant, he caught a glimpse of a hint of perplexity on the conductor's face. A sense of amusement washed over Harry, for a certain dark deed had brought him a measure of comfort. Harry ambled toward the magical castle, now shrouded in a blanket of snow. Humming a melancholic tune, the snowfall of 1992 arrived later than ever, as the Hogwarts bus carried away my warm wishes. La 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 la. As he sang, his melody faltered, leaving only a lingering la la la. Yet he mused to himself, "Tisadiske, what a splendid imitation. I never realized I possessed such talent. Perhaps, should I falter in the magical realm, I could pursue a career as a singing sensation in the Muggle world." The room was ablaze with light, a roaring fire crackling in the hearth, surrounded by a circle of students. Evidently, all the Gryffindor boarders were gathered there today. Harry boldly intruded into their midst, forcibly creating a space for himself, seizing a chair and sinking into it without uttering a word, extending his hands toward the fire as if eager to plunge them into its warmth. "Who are you?" grumbled the person shoved aside by Harry. Covered in snow, with hair and eyebrows turned white, it was no wonder he went unrecognized. "Are you Potter?" someone hesitantly inquired. Harry reluctantly nodded, resuming his silent vigil by the fire. Upon learning that the boy before them was Harry Potter, the disgruntled student fell silent, a glimmer of delight flickering within. How fortunate to be so close to Harry Potter. Casting a sidelong glance at the fellow, Harry internally labeled him a nuisance. Realizing that remaining still would not hasten his warmth, Harry said nothing, waved his wand. and summoned a thick blanket that cascaded down upon him. Wrapping himself snugly, he soon found it insufficient, and thus unleashed the full power of his most formidable spell, the radiant heartwarming magic, gathering luminous elements with utmost fervor. Instantly, the room brightened as if illuminated by countless incandescent bulbs, dazzling as daylight. Indeed, it proved effective. Harry felt warmth enveloping him, the icy remnants in his hair and eyebrows melting away, a comforting sensation. While the others marveled at Harry's enchanting magic, the sixth-year student trembled, eyes wide with astonishment. Only he noticed that Harry had cast the summoning charm without uttering a single incantation. This was a silent spell. He nearly gasped in disbelief. This was magic reserved for sixth-year students, yet Harry wielded it with such effortless proficiency. He gazed at the boy, eyes closed, quietly basking in the fire's glow, filled with nothing but reverence. Chapter 90. To the ghosts of youth that must eventually fade away. A curious, continuous groan echoed, faint yet persistent. Anyone familiar with the nuances of romantic relations would conjure vivid, indescribable images upon hearing such a sound. The crowd turned toward the source, witnessing Harry warming himself, his handsome visage illuminated by the flames, as if dusted with golden powder, wearing an utterly blissful smile, humming contentedly. The sounds that led to misunderstanding emanated from his nose and mouth. A girl's face flushed with a hue that could have been the reflection of flames, or perhaps something else entirely. In a hushed tone, she implored Harry, "Could you please keep it down?" It seemed she felt a sense of shame for the reprimand she had just uttered, lowering her gaze upon its conclusion. Harry, however, appeared oblivious to her words. In truth, he had heard her, but chose to disregard it. All he desired was to bask in the warmth bestowed by the fire. When one indulges in the comforting embrace of heat, the sensation is rated an 80. Yet, when one allows a heartfelt sigh to escape in tandem with the warmth, the experience transcends to a perfect score of 100. The union of body and spirit is the true path to bliss. Naturally, this requires a slight relinquishment of modesty. Harry was presently focused on his own comfort, indifferent to the opinions of others. Ordinarily, Harry would not engage in such indulgent behavior. However, anyone who accidentally plunges into frigid waters amidst a bitter winter would hardly maintain a pleasant demeanor. Thus, Harry chose to ignore all else, desiring only the quiet solace of the fire. Noticing Harry's disregard for the girl's plea, his classmates exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of resignation and envy. As they listened, an inexplicable longing began to stir within them, for they too harbored the desire to express their own contentment. Observing Harry's apparent enjoyment, they thought to themselves, perhaps I should try as well. Each of them seemed to entertain this notion, opening their mouths in an attempt to liberate their spirits. Harry, witnessing their hesitation, scoffed inwardly at their foolishness. Even the simplest act of discarding modesty eluded them. Helplessly, they could only continue to listen to the sounds that Harry unintentionally produced, which could easily be misconstrued. The boys were less affected, but a few girls felt ripples of emotion welling within them as they surreptitiously gazed at Harry, who reclined in his chair. Their cheeks flushed, legs pressed together, and feet fidgeted against one another, as if the more discomfort they inflicted upon themselves, the more they could suppress certain feelings. Gradually, Harry's vocalization ceased. Frowning, he realized that the warmth he had once relished had begun to lose its initial charm. Had he grown accustomed to it? As Harry fell silent, several girls inadvertently exhaled, reflecting on the fantasies that had just danced through their minds. Rising, Harry gathered his blanket and ascended the stairs, heading to the bathroom for a refreshing shower and a change of clothes, emerging revitalized. Enjoying a piece of heartfelt chocolate made by Hermione, he made his way to the Great Hall. Along the way, he encountered students radiating joy. Even the ghosts seemed to meander through the corridors with abandon. Peeves hovered above, enviously watching the jubilant students partake in the Christmas feast. The contrast between the happiness on the students' faces and the resentment etched upon his grotesque visage was stark. How he longed to disrupt such bliss. Yet, his capabilities were limited. All he could do was frighten them a little. Otherwise, he would not be confined to such juvenile antics. Why am I so powerless? Within the hallowed walls of Hogwarts, it was the most insignificant of spirits. Even the infamous nearly headless Nick, a mere jester among ghosts, surpassed it in strength. The visage of Peeves contorted in frustration. No, there was also the timid moaning Myrtle, who could occasionally be its target of torment. With its malevolent black eyes, it scrutinized the students below. Whenever it spotted a hapless first year, it would swoop down, appearing suddenly, either slipping through their bodies or showering them with refuse. The fear reflected in the younger student's eyes elicited a cackling laughter from it. Yet, a melancholic thought crossed its mind. In a few years, these students would come to realize that although they could not vanquish it, it was hardly fearsome. This sense of impotence ignited its anger. Suddenly, it spied a familiar student passing by, one who was quite popular among her peers. However, today, her demeanor was evidently askew. It noticed a metal trash can beside a stone column, and a sinister grin spread across its face as it levitated the can, floating behind the unsuspecting student, preparing to tip it over. Chapter 91. The Christmas Feast. Harry was in high spirits, particularly at the thought of the sumptuous banquet awaiting them that evening. His gaze fell upon the impish Peeves, whose grotesque face elicited a frown from Harry. The audacity of dumping an entire bin of trash upon someone was revolting to him. He approached, intent on halting the mischief. However, he abruptly paused, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the advancing figure. It was Cho Chang. A chill swept through Harry as he regarded Peeves. His expression hardened as he contemplated the ghost's punishment. He extended his hand, and a luminous energy began to coalesce. Peeves was just about to unleash the trash, envisioning the young girl's disheveled and tear-streaked face. Suddenly, a wave of fear surged from behind, causing it to turn. The world around it was engulfed in a blinding radiance, and for the first time, it felt the chilling proximity of death. Its grotesque visage twisted in terror as it screamed, no. Desperate to flee, it found itself with no escape. There was no struggle. It vanished as effortlessly as snow before the blazing sun. Just like that, it was gone. Harry, Cho exclaimed in astonishment as she turned to him. Harry nodded, surprised at the ease with which he had dispatched Peeves. Yet, death was but death, and he paid little heed to such a mood-dampening entity. Where were you this afternoon? She asked, a look of curiosity gracing her features. Also, I thought I heard Peeves' cries just moments ago. Where has he gone? I went to Draco's house this afternoon and inexplicably ended up with an additional sister, he replied. As for Peeves, perhaps he saw me and fled in fright. Cho adorably scrunched her nose in disbelief. I hardly believe that. Aside from Barrow, that pesky poltergeist fears no one. Harry smiled nonchalantly, offering no explanation. Suddenly, he recalled that Cho had once expressed a desire for a charming little sister. At the time, he had merely laughed, thinking she yearned for a pet. The situation unfolded as Harry, noticing Zhang Qiu's keen interest in the matter, smiled and began recounting the tale to her. They conversed animatedly as they walked. Zhang Qiu frequently exhibited a myriad of expressions: surprise, speechlessness, envy, jealousy, and indignation. One could easily envision a collection of emoticons inspired by her stunningly beautiful visage, which would surely captivate the online world. Nia, yearning for companionship, might very well wish for a sister like you upon her arrival at Hogwarts, Harry remarked. Zhang Qiu could only hope that Harry's words would ring true. With a determined push, she swung open the grand doors to the hall. A riot of colors dazzled her eyes. The hall buzzed with a festive splendor, adorned with 12 enormous Christmas trees that had been meticulously decorated days prior. Golden ribbons fluttered gracefully, delicate bells chimed melodiously, and cherubs serenaded the gathering with enchanting tunes as they soared in every direction. Multicolored balloons floated whimsically, embellishing the vast space. Fireworks sparkled brilliantly, casting a vibrant glow. Unlike the mundane fireworks of the Muggle world, these were wrought from magic. The brilliance was not merely sparks, but the scattering of magical energy, producing a kaleidoscope of astonishing hues, dreamlike and surreal. Beyond the delightful visual spectacle lay an even more enticing olfactory experience that captivated Harry. He could not help but inhale deeply, his keen senses discerning the mingled aromas of several of his favorite dishes wafting through the air. This marked Harry's inaugural attendance at such an extravagant Christmas feast. During his time on Privet Drive, his so-called relatives never brought him to gatherings hosted by others, opting instead to showcase their lavishly prepared meals to the outside world. However, those memories felt like a distant past to Harry. Striding confidently to the banquet table, he surveyed the mouth-watering array of culinary delights laid before him. 100 plump roasted turkeys, towering heaps of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, generous platters of delectable sausages, bowls of peas generously buttered, and dishes brimming with rich gravies and cranberry sauce awaited. Every few steps along the table revealed piles of wizarding crackers, each brimming with surprises. In a playful mood, Harry seized one of the crackers, which erupted with a sound akin to a cannon blast, enveloping both Zhang Qiu and himself in a cloud of blue smoke. From within, a white naval officer's hat shot forth, landing atop Zhang Qiu's head. Upon removing the hat, she noticed it was merely a novelty and intended to place it on the table. Do not take it off, You look lovely in it, Harry interjected. Very well. Zhang Xiao conceded nonchalantly, donning the naval cap, and began to investigate the various fireworks and crackers. Harry selected a piece of enticingly fragrant roast beef, placing it on his plate, ready to indulge when a thought struck him. He looked up, grinning at Zhang Xiao, and said, "Happy Year the monkey." Zhang Xiao stared at him, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. "But there are still 5 days until the new year," she replied with a playful grin. "Thank you." As Harry savored the sumptuous feast, he observed the professors at the head table, their laughter echoing joyously, a stark contrast to their usual stern visages, and found it all quite amusing. At the banquet, a minor incident unfolded. Harry rubbed his nose and head, appearing somewhat unwell. Concerned, Zhang Xiao inquired, "Harry, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" "Don't worry, I'm fine," Harry replied dismissively. However, Zhang Xiao was not so easily reassured. "If you have a cold, you should promptly see Madame Pomfrey." Noticing the insistence in Zhang Xiao's gaze, Harry earnestly responded, "I truly am fine. Who doesn't cough a little in winter?" Rest assured. Seeing that Harry exhibited no alarming symptoms, Zhang Xiao finally felt relieved. Thus, the evening progressed until the banquet concluded, and the two exchanged farewells. Good night. Good night. That night, despite being tucked under several layers of blankets, Harry felt an unsettling chill coursing through his body. He curled himself up as tightly as possible. Could it be that Hagrid had forgotten to shut the door? He wished to rise and close it, but his head felt heavy, as if burdened by a mountain. And so, he remained, struggling to breathe, drifting in and out of consciousness until dawn broke. "Harry!" A frantic voice resonated in his ears, echoing from afar. Harry wished to silence it, yet he found his eyes unable to open. His head throbbed painfully. It felt as if his body had taken flight, weightless. Then, that singular voice faded away. "Harry, you have a fever." Chapter 92, The Released Hand. Upon regaining consciousness, Harry had yet to open his eyes, but he could already perceive a strong scent of herbs enveloping him. His mind felt like a tangled mass, causing his thoughts to churn slowly. First and foremost, he needed to ascertain what had transpired. Harry attempted to open his eyes, yet his body felt alien to him, shrouded in darkness. It was as though a cacophony of cicadas had invaded his ears, producing a series of jarring sounds deep within his mind that made his head throb with agony. Clenching his teeth, Harry concentrated, mustering the strength to escape this abyss of darkness. At last, a glimmer of light emerged, revealing a vague shadow swaying beside him. Who could it be? The shadow suddenly halted, exclaiming with delight, Madam, come here quickly." Harry blinked. He has awakened. The shadow seized Harry's arm, shaking him vigorously. "Harry? Harry? Wake up." The loud voice reached Harry's ears, yet it faded significantly, oscillating between proximity and distance. Enough of that, he thought, as his mind felt muddled. Harry parted his lips, struggling to produce sound. "Hermione." The voice emerged like the rasp of bark against wood, abruptly silencing himself. He was alarmed by how aged his voice sounded, as if it belonged to an 80-year-old. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing the name he uttered, the shadow, gripping his arm, froze momentarily, then gradually relaxed its hold. Harry endeavored to open his eyes, only to be greeted by an overwhelming brightness that felt like swords slicing across his corneas. Pain surged, searing and intense. His eyes felt as if they were being scorched, dry and agonizing. Tears welled up in response to the stinging sensation. This experience was maddening. Ignoring the hoarseness of his throat, he hastily uttered, "Hermione, the water from my eyes is not cold." The shadow, upon hearing Harry's words, immediately grasped his meaning. She searched high and low, yet found nothing satisfactory. With a clatter, she opened the window, and a gust of cold wind brushed against Harry's face, bringing an exquisite sensation of comfort. Then, the window was shut once more. Just as Harry was about to speak, two icy entities suddenly enveloped his eyes. Hiss! It felt as if ice cubes were tossed into a fiery blaze. What bliss! This was snow. A chill radiated from the snow into his eye sockets, extinguishing the flames, transforming his eyes into a mass of frost. The snow melted into water, trickling down Harry's neck, causing him to shiver and clearing his mind. He had not anticipated the snow's efficacy. At that moment, a voice erupted, roaring, "What are you doing? Do you want to go blind?" A stout figure abruptly pushed aside the frail shadow. Harry, filled with anger, asked, "Who are you to bully Hermione?" The plump figure approached, roughly examining Harry's eyes. Yet all Harry could perceive was a blur of azure light, seemingly less clear than before. The booming voice of the stout figure did not relent, incessantly chattering at the shadow, a chaotic din. Gradually, Harry succumbed to slumber once more. Amidst it all, he sensed someone prying his mouth open and pouring a bitter liquid into him. In the haze, he felt several people stand beside him before departing. Harry wished to utter something, yet no words escaped his lips. Slowly, despite the lingering discomfort, he felt himself becoming increasingly alert. The night was as cool as water. Inside the infirmary, the lights had been extinguished, casting darkness all around. A single yellow magical lamp outside illuminated the room through the bars and glass. The faint light, divided by the railing, fell upon the bed where a slumbering youth lay and the serene girl resting beside him. Chapter 93. A Strange Sensation. Harry's fingers twitched slightly before he gradually opened his eyes. Though still uncomfortable, his eyes felt far better than that morning when it seemed as if they were scorched by fire. He attempted to flex his hands, which felt limp and powerless. Akin to cotton, blinking a few times to adjust to the darkness, he began to survey his surroundings. The decor of the room resembled that of the school infirmary. Supporting himself on his elbows, Harry endeavored to sit up. His movement startled the girl who had been resting on his bed. Zhang Xiao. Harry was taken aback to see her so close. She helped him sit up, their proximity so intimate that he could even detect a faint scent of milk emanating from her. Madame Pomfrey informed me that you had a high fever. She had never witnessed such severity, which had endangered your life. Harry opened his mouth, well aware of the reasons behind his fever. Falling into the frigid lake, remaining in wet clothes while warming by the fire, and then taking a hot bath. No wonder he had fallen ill. However, patients seldom believe they will succumb to illness until it is upon them. Harry was certainly aware that his actions yesterday could easily lead to a cold or fever. However, he did not believe he would be unfortunate enough to catch a chill. This blind confidence led him to face the consequences today. I didn't see you this morning, and when I searched for you, I ended up at Hagrid's hut, where I happened to find you being carried by Hagrid, rushing straight to the hospital wing, explained Zhang Xiao with a hint of detachment. After the initial surprise faded, it seemed that Zhang Xiao had grown somewhat distant. Your illness is partly my responsibility. If I had insisted on you coming to see me yesterday, your condition would not have escalated to this extent, she expressed with a tinge of guilt. This has nothing to do with you. I can only blame myself, Harry replied, yet Zhang Xiao stubbornly gazed at him, unwilling to yield on this matter. She believed that since she had noticed Harry's ailment yesterday, but failed to assert her opinion, his illness today must bear some of her responsibility. It was akin to shared accountability, as Harry discerned her inner thoughts. An unexpected silence enveloped the room, leaving both unsure of what to say next. After some contemplation, Harry realized he had no other choice but to respond. All right. What else could he say? Should he make her sit there and converse with him throughout the night? He would surely find himself with a fellow patient by morning. As Zhang Xiao took steps towards the door, on the verge of disappearing from his sight, Harry impulsively asked, "Will you come tomorrow?" The moment the words left his mouth, he felt it was a futile question. How could she not come? Zhang Xiao paused, her back turned to him, seemingly standing there for an eternity. Then she turned around, her dark eyes deeper than the night, resembling two black pearls. The emotions in her gaze were inscrutable to Harry, and she slowly replied, "I will." With that, her figure vanished through the doorway. Harry sensed something peculiar about Zhang Xiao, though he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Perhaps it was merely his overactive imagination. Soon, he was startled by the surge of his mental energy. It had remarkably doubled. Upon awakening, Harry noticed his vision had significantly improved, allowing him to see the ceiling's decorations even in the dark. Now he understood that this was the result of his enhanced mental capacity. What significance does a stronger mental capacity hold? It pertains to the extent of magical power a wizard can wield. The more magic one employs, the greater the mental toll, leaving wizards increasingly weakened. Even if an infant possessed knowledge of all magic, they would be incapable of performing the simplest Lumos charm due to insufficient mental strength. Yet to this day, the magical community has scarcely researched the mental faculties of wizards. Thus, the enhancement of a wizard's mental power relies heavily on the accumulation of time. Harry never anticipated such a significant breakthrough would come from a severe illness. Content. He peacefully drifted to sleep. Chapter 94. She is like water. In the early morning, after rising from his slumber, Harry summoned a house elf to request a meal. Having gone an entire day without food, he found himself quite famished. The elf presented him with 3 silver trays. Harry opened his eyes to find a breakfast laid out before him, toast accompanied by jam and beef spread, a freshly pan-fried piece of lean meat adorned with golden honey, and a thoughtfully prepared bowl of light pumpkin porridge, just right for him. As he savored his breakfast, he mused that the hospital room felt rather comfortable, providing him with the perfect excuse to indulge in laziness. Even if he were merely biding his time, it would not feel like a squandered youth, for he was, after all, unwell. However, he would soon realize how misguided this notion was. Madame Pomfrey entered and, upon seeing Harry awake, exhibited no surprise. She was quite confident in her medical skills. "It's time for your medicine," she declared. "All right," Harry replied. Taking medicine is a part of being sick. He was no longer a child, afraid of medication. Madame Pomfrey approached with a bowl of potion. "Drink up quickly," she urged. Harry took the potion, its dark liquid reflecting his furrowed brow. Just the bitter aroma alone was enough to forewarn him of its unpleasant taste, rivaling that of traditional herbal remedies. "It's just medicine. Who is afraid?" he thought, envisioning it as a sickly, sweet bowl of honey. He closed his eyes and gulped it down in one go, only to feel the urge to retch. "How bitter! What on earth is this potion?" he exclaimed, placing the bowl on the table, his face contorted in distaste. Madame Pomfrey chuckled at Harry's grimace. "Yes, you would not wish to know the ingredients of that potion." Upon hearing her words, Harry immediately ceased his inquiries. She appeared somewhat disappointed. "You truly do not wish to know? I find it quite amusing to witness the expressions of those who have just consumed the potion upon learning its contents." "I don't want to know," Harry asserted resolutely. "Very well then. When will I be discharged, madam?" he inquired. Madame Pomfrey, slightly irked, replied, "Do you not realize how serious your condition was yesterday, and now you're already thinking of leaving? I didn't say I wanted to leave today. I was merely inquiring. Of course, the sooner I can be discharged, the better, as the hospital's atmosphere is rather unpleasant. We'll discuss it after you've stayed for 3 days. I must ascertain whether your condition has truly improved before allowing you to leave," she huffed. "Oh, so I can leave tomorrow evening then?" Madame Pomfrey's eyes widened in indignation. "Today is only the first day." "All right," Harry conceded, retreating slightly. "You're the doctor, after all." As Madame Pomfrey turned to leave, she suddenly spun around and said, "I must inform you that you need to drink 3 bowls of that potion daily." Harry stared in disbelief. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Qiu arrived. Dressed in black, her skin appeared translucent, reminiscent of fine jade. She seated herself in a chair. A hefty tome titled A History of Medieval Wizards spread across her lap as she read quietly, the pages rustling softly. "Zhang Qiu, shall we play wizard chess?" Harry suggested. After a prolonged period of keeping her head down, Zhang Qiu finally lifted her gaze from the book and gently remarked, "I wish to peruse this volume today. I am quite intrigued by the 2 pivotal wars involving sorcerers during the medieval era." "Very well," came the response. The morning was spent in tranquil silence as Zhang Qiu immersed herself in her reading, while Harry, feeling somewhat bored, occupied himself by observing the ceiling and watching Zhang Qiu engrossed in her book. When she closed the book, she announced, "I am off to have lunch." "All right." In the afternoon, around 2 o'clock, Zhang Qiu returned, as was her custom, with another book in hand, quickly settling into her reading. Harry, who had intended to engage her in conversation, found himself silenced. She was no longer the girl who shared moments with him. She had transformed back into the person he had first encountered. Yet, this was simply her nature. She was like water, calm and unfaltering, embracing all. Her demeanor remained neutral towards everyone, gentle yet distant, both approachable and aloof. She could smile at anyone, yet no one could breach the invisible barrier she maintained, regardless of gender. Perhaps there had once been someone who could, but now she had reverted to her former self. Zhang Qiu interacted with him as she did with other classmates who greeted her. She resembled a caring older sister, offering concern to any student who sought her help. But like a swallow skimming over water, she left only a fleeting trace before vanishing. Harry could not comprehend why, yet he understood that their relationship would be difficult to restore to its previous state. A sense of melancholy enveloped him, as if something had lodged in his heart. Was this what it felt like to experience heartbreak? For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he grappled with the pangs of unrequited love. Chapter 95, The Snowman, December 28th. It was the 3rd day of Harry's hospitalization. Today, as he ingested Madame Pomfrey's potion, he did so without so much as a frown, as though sipping plain water. This placid demeanor astonished Madame Pomfrey, who had witnessed him in a near-death state just the day before. Surely, he was merely pretending. Let him continue the charade. Unbeknownst to her, Harry's internal turmoil eclipsed the efficacy of her unnamed potion, prompting her to perceive him in this light. Before long, Zhang Qiu arrived. "Are you feeling any better?" she inquired. "Yes," he replied, in a simple and somewhat pallid exchange, and beyond that, there was naught. Throughout the morning, Harry chose to gaze at Zhang Qiu, acutely aware that this was perhaps his last opportunity to be alone with her. Unless circumstances dictated otherwise, future encounters would be scarce, given their different grades and houses. In the afternoon, Zhang Qiu arrived punctually at the hospital wing. Harry glanced at the book in her hands, which had been largely flipped through, and asked, "Are you nearly finished?" "Oh," she replied, as twilight began to descend. Harry remained silent, his eyes fixed on the lofty ceiling. Until, just as Zhang Xiu was about to exit, he softly stated, "Perhaps you shouldn't come tomorrow." Zhang Xiu's grip on her book tightened momentarily, and after a pause, she responded, her emotions evident, "All right." Once she had departed, Harry turned towards the door, staring for an extended period, as if he could see a figure descending the staircase and leaving the fortress. Harry felt a profound sense of confusion. "I don't know, but it's over." When he uttered those words to Zhang Xiu, it signified a resolute conclusion to their relationship. Madame Pomfrey, being a seasoned healer, could only offer her care. She was merely a dedicated and strict physician toward her patients. With a gentle sigh, she urged, "Take your medicine." Harry gulped it down, hoping the bitter taste would mask the sorrow within his heart. "Good night, dear child." The following morning, clad in a hospital gown, Harry stood at the entrance on the first floor, letting the wind tousle his hair. He had not ventured outside in days and was astonished by the depth of the snow. The hospital, being sparsely populated, had left the snow untouched, encasing the building in a white embrace. His cheeks were flushed from the cold, and his fingers felt somewhat numb. Yet, he found a peculiar delight in this sensation. "Harry, good heavens, you're so underdressed," a booming voice exclaimed. Harry replied with a hint of exasperation, "I've been cooped up in there for 3 days. It's stifling." Madame Pomfrey paid him no heed, twisting his ear gently to usher him back inside. "You'll twist my ear off," he protested. Only then did she relent. Today, Harry pondered many things, not solely concerning Zhang Xiu. It was not until Hagrid arrived to collect him that he realized the afternoon had slipped away. "Madame Pomfrey hasn't tea changed a bit. She wouldn't even let me visit you," Hagrid grumbled. Such was Madame Pomfrey's nature. She believed that all visits could hinder a patient's recovery. Had Zhang Xiu not been such a demure girl, she would have barred her entry as well. As they exited the hospital, Madame Pomfrey cradled Harry's face in her rough, yet warm hands. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes glimmered with kindness. "Child, you must understand that emotions foster growth. May Merlin bless you." "Thank you, madam," Harry replied. Hagrid, puzzled, asked, "What were you two talking about?" Madame Pomfrey shot him a sharp glare before enveloping Harry in a warm embrace, then turned and re-entered the building. Harry stepped into the unblemished snow, gathering a mound of it with his hands, without the aid of his wand, initiating the transformation spell. With a resounding pop, the white snow morphed into the figure of a young girl, her smile radiant. Harry, mouth agape, softly recited the incantations employed by wizards in Latin America. A water conjuration that required no wand. A stream of water appeared, cascading from the snow figure's head to its feet, transforming it into an icy apparition. The girl became ever more lifelike. Harry gazed quietly at the snowman he had crafted. He then lightly touched her forehead, pausing in silence. Ultimately, he refrained from taking further action. "Oh wait," Hagrid called out, hastening to catch up with Harry. He had been immensely curious while Harry was creating the snowman, but felt it inappropriate to intrude, so he had stood by, watching. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, a frail figure stealthily approached the hospital's entrance. She glanced at a particular room on the second floor, where no light shone. "He-s already gone," a feminine voice uttered, and Madame Pomfrey's silhouette emerged, startled by the discovery. She nodded at Madame Pomfrey and was about to leave when she noticed a snowman outside, a product of magic. After all, how could mere mortals craft a figure with a nose, eyes, and mouth entirely from snow? She gazed intently at the snowman, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her own visage. With a flick of her wand, the snowman crumbled into disarray. This book she had begun reading 2 days prior. Although she had turned every page, only she knew that she had absorbed nothing. Chapter 96. All is lost. In the midst of darkness, Harry sat quietly on his bed, wide awake. For reasons unknown, after he and Cho became ordinary classmates, a sense of melancholy lingered, yet there was also a feeling of release, as if he were no longer troubled by any pressing issues. Was it because of Hermione? After all, he could hardly fathom how to interact with her. But did he truly harbor feelings for Hermione? Harry imagined how he would feel if Hermione confessed she had developed feelings for another. He would undoubtedly be distressed. Yet the pain seemed less acute than he had anticipated. Was this due to the fact that it was merely a figment of his imagination, something his subconscious would not take seriously, or did it indicate that his feelings for Hermione were not as profound as he had thought? This dilemma plagued Harry. It seemed he had been a child for far too long, even regressing in his emotional maturity. He mused. Why had he come here? From magic, the enchanting mystery of magic. Resolving this thought, Harry rose from his bed and sat at his desk, retrieving a sheet of letter paper from the drawer. He dipped his quill into the ink, poised to write, but his hand hesitated, finding it difficult to proceed. Plop! A drop of black ink splattered on the paper. He crumpled the page and discarded it, pulling out another. This time, without hesitation, words flowed elegantly onto the page. Hermione, you are a delightful girl. Yet I believe you are still a child, unable to make definitive judgments regarding emotions. At merely 11 years of age, you have encountered too few people in your world, which may cloud your judgment. We have gone from strangers to acquaintances in less than 6 months. As you mature, you will come to understand the vastness of the world and meet many more individuals. I do not wish for my presence to affect your true choices. If, in a few years, you still do not harbor ill feelings towards me, then let us begin anew. With that, he concluded his letter. Harry was uncertain how Hermione would feel upon receiving this note, for he was reluctant to contemplate it. Calling for Crookshanks, he tied the letter to the cat's leg. Crookshanks took flight into the air. Upon returning to his bed, his hand brushed against something soft. Gently, he caressed the little creature, listening to its purring, and slowly drifted into slumber. The next day, upon waking, Harry suddenly recalled something he had neglected. He had forgotten to tend to Professor Sprout's herbology plants. During his 4 days of illness, he had not once visited the greenhouse to ensure they were kept warm. As he hurried towards the herbology shed, he could only hope the plants had not perished from a cold. Upon pushing open the door, a wave of warmth enveloped him. A girl was extinguishing one fire after another, leaving only a few to maintain the room's temperature. The girl observed as Harry entered and explained, "When you were unwell, I came by at night to stoke the fire in the herb room for you." Harry exhaled in relief, softly responding, "Thank you, Zhang Qiu." "No need for thanks," she replied, lowering her gaze as she passed by him. Harry stood at the doorway, lost in thought for a while, before finally closing the door and departing. In the morning, Harry spent the entire time in class brewing potions, though his mind wandered, causing him to make numerous mistakes. He furrowed his brow at a cauldron of whispering potion. This potion, once consumed, allowed the drinker's words to be heard only by the one they wished to hear them. Otherwise, even shouting in someone's ear would yield no sound. The potion was on the verge of success, yet Harry's mood was troubled. He pointed his wand at the cauldron, muttering for it to be cleaned. In an instant, the pale blue potion vanished. "I truly lack patience. It seems I'm ill-suited for this task," he mused. Although Harry excelled in potion-making, it was merely due to his extensive reading, as he did not possess the fervor for the subject as Snape did. He had decided to spend this winter break experimenting with potions largely out of curiosity for Snape's textbook, but now he had lost all desire to continue. He was unwilling to invest substantial time mastering potions, especially when Snape was available to guide him. He wondered what expression Snape would wear upon receiving the remaining potions. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. To his dismay, the fat lady had once again forgotten the password. Resigned, Harry stood and went to open the door. As a petite figure slipped through the round entrance and gazed up at him with wide eyes, tears began to pool in her gaze. Chapter 97. Hermione and Zhang Qiu. Harry never expected Hermione to arrive in such a manner. She rushed towards him and sank her teeth into his arm, only to realize the fabric was too thick. She rolled up his sleeve and bit down harder, sobbing, "I could just bite you to death," like a little madwoman. Hermione was not merely pretending. She exerted all her strength in her bite. Harry knew without looking that the spot where she had bitten him was bleeding. The pain was unmistakable. He remained indifferent, not even pushing her away, which only served to quiet her down. Gazing at the small bite marks and a pool of saliva on his arm, he remarked, "I never imagined you could bite harder than Fawn." Hermione paused, then shouted, "You're the little dog?" Fawn was a small white dog owned by Hagrid. "Why did you write me that letter?" Hermione inquired. Harry turned to sit in an armchair, replying, "How did you get here? You should clean your mouth first." "What mouth?" Hermione wiped her lips and noticed the blood on her hands. Seeing Harry's letter had stirred a mix of anger, indignation, and panic in her. But witnessing the outcome of her actions now filled her with regret. "Do you have feeling for a girl named Zhang Qiu?" Hermione asked, her eyes wide with anger as she wiped her mouth carelessly. "Yes," Harry admitted without reservation. Although he had no current relationship with Zhang Qiu, he indeed harbored affection for her. His heart ached as he reflected on how Hermione had departed her home the moment she received his letter, coming to school to seek him out. He had not anticipated that Hermione would regard him with such significance. In his mind, he believed she would simply tear up the letter, curse him vehemently, and thereafter refuse to utter a word to him at school. Wasn't that the typical reaction of a young girl in a fit of anger? Hermione had expected Harry to deny it, but his affirmation took her by surprise. She pointed at him, exclaiming, "I despise you," before running off in tears. In the library, Hermione discreetly concealed herself in a corner, observing a youthful girl. To her astonishment, the girl was exceptionally beautiful, and Hermione thought to herself. After inquiring with several classmates, she eventually learned of Zhang Qiu's whereabouts. Naturally, she wished to see the girl whom Harry admired. To her surprise, she discovered that Zhang Qiu was an Eastern girl. Despite aesthetic differences, beauty is beauty. Hermione found herself admiring Zhang Qiu's flowing black hair and strikingly clear eyes. She absently ran her fingers through her own unruly chestnut locks. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder, causing her to scream in fright. "What are you doing here?" Hermione inquired. "Are you here to see her?" she asked, her voice tinged with sadness. Harry regretted writing that letter, realizing it had led to this unfortunate situation. "I'm here to find you," he replied. Hermione's eyes brightened. "What do you want with me? Have you suddenly realized that I'm better than her?" she teased shyly. Harry rubbed his temples, pondering whether Hermione was overly concerned about his feelings or simply naive. When Zhang Qiu spotted Harry, she initially intended to leave, but was drawn back by the charming girl beside him, approaching him to say hello. Even she was uncertain of her own thoughts. Harry maintained a neutral expression, greeting her with a simple, "Hi, Zhang Qiu." Hermione watched the peculiar exchange, not oblivious to the fact that this was hardly the behavior of a couple. A realization dawned upon her. Harry must have a secret crush on Zhang Qiu. In turn, did not reciprocate his feelings. A smirk crept onto Hermione's lips as she comprehended the situation. She gently wrapped her arm around Harry's, smiling as she introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Hermione, Harry's girlfriend." Zhang Qiu's expression dimmed slightly as she replied, "Is that so?" Harry felt Hermione's grip on his arm tighten, mirroring her anxious heart. Unable to utter a denial, he opened his mouth to say, "Yes." Zhang Qiu departed silently. Harry's words were intended to spare Hermione discomfort while simultaneously seeking revenge against Zhang Qiu. However, witnessing her reaction filled him with regret. "Let's go," Harry said, withdrawing his hand with a casual air. "Where to?" Hermione felt a void within her. Harry said nothing, but his gaze conveyed his sentiments. "All right," she replied, her eyes darting as she took a few steps to catch up with Harry, subtly placing her hand in his. Harry neither tightened his grip nor paid any heed to it. Suddenly, he felt a chill creep down his spine. Could it be that the despicable Quirrell was spying on him? With a sense of vigilance, Harry grasped Hermione's hand as they exited the school. On the train, Hermione did not release her hold, clinging tightly to Harry. After disembarking, they sat together by the window on the bus, ensconced in silence. Hermione gazed out, while Harry studied her profile. Though she appeared composed, she seemed to have forgotten that her hand remained in Harry's, revealing her inner turmoil. In the end, Harry found himself at a loss for words. Upon returning to the school, it was already deep into the night, nearly 10 o'clock. Chapter 98, The Scorned Student. Upon awakening, the air felt even colder than the previous day, as the snow had begun to melt. In the library, Harry spread open a large, ancient tome, its pages as dry as leaves. The text spoke of ancient alchemy and the crafting of the Philosopher's Stone, a substance of remarkable properties. The Philosopher's Stone could transmute any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consumed it. For centuries, numerous accounts of the Philosopher's Stone had circulated, yet the only existing stone belonged to the famed alchemist and opera enthusiast, Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now lives in seclusion in Devon with his wife, Perenelle, who is 658 years old. The subject of ancient alchemy and its magnum opus, the Philosopher's Stone, touches upon humanity's eternal quest for immortality. It is no wonder that Voldemort is fixated on acquiring the stone. With endless life, who would not dominate the wizarding world? Harry encountered Professor Snape, who inquired, "What is it?" He noted that regardless of his demeanor towards Harry, the boy exhibited no fear and continually sought him out. Harry boldly posed his question, "I would like to know how a Philosopher's Stone could grant immortality." Indeed, Harry had come for this very matter, convinced that the stone was not merely bathed in water to bestow eternal life. Snape, ever the master of subterfuge, showed no change in expression upon hearing Hogwarts' greatest secret uttered by Harry. He asked, "Where did you learn about the Philosopher's Stone?" "I read about it in a book," Harry replied, expressing curiosity about the stone's applications, as the creation of the elixir of life was intrinsically linked to the stone without depleting it. Snape retorted, "How could there truly be anything that grants immortality?" Yet, he swiftly added, "However, the Philosopher's Stone can indeed prolong one's aging indefinitely, thus achieving a semblance of immortality." What? Harry was astounded to discover the stone's capabilities. It was truly formidable. If a young person were to possess it, would they not remain forever youthful? Then why is Nicholas Flamel so old? Harry inquired hastily. Snape scoffed, He was already an old man when he acquired the stone. Naturally, he has remained in that state. Do you know how to utilize the Philosopher's Stone? Harry rarely addressed him with such respect. It is imperative, after all, even if one were to call you brother. It must be done, he added. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Harry and remarked, naturally, it is an ancient potion, and the Philosopher's Stone is the most crucial component. Does the professor know how to concoct this potion? Harry inquired. And what if I do? Snape replied, visibly impatient. May I learn? Harry asked hopefully. Yes, Snape responded, leaving Harry momentarily stunned by the abruptness of the reply, despite Snape's seemingly unfriendly demeanor. Shall we commence our studies tomorrow? Harry questioned eagerly, fearing Snape might reconsider. Yes, but I worry that someone as impatient as you will abandon the intricate steps, Snape mocked. Only an idiot would give up, Harry thought to himself. After Harry departed, Snape silently pondered that Harry was likely scheming regarding the Philosopher's Stone. He certainly would not hinder him, nor would he inform Professor Dumbledore, as he held no fondness for that old fox. Thus, Harry frequented Snape's dark dungeon daily, and the two were engaged in their clandestine activities. Gradually, Harry felt as though his vitality was being drained. He had not anticipated that the steps to create this potion would be so convoluted after more than 10 days. He had only just completed the breakdown of each step. Harry's complexion had grown paler than usual. It was no wonder, having spent countless days in the sunless confines of a small, dark chamber. One evening, Harry sought out Hagrid. He wished to ascertain whether it was indeed true that Hagrid's three-headed dog would fall asleep upon hearing music. Were it not for his foreknowledge, Harry would hardly believe such an outrageous claim. He, of course, would not ask directly, though Hagrid's existence exemplified Merlin's adage about brawn and brains. He could be quite astute about certain matters and would not easily yield. Thus, a tome on the art and importance of language was required. Upon arriving at Hagrid's hut, Harry encountered Hagrid closing the wooden door, lantern in hand, his large hand grasping his pink umbrella, seemingly preparing to venture out. Hagrid, Harry called out. Harry! Hagrid exclaimed in delight, quickly adding, I'm afraid you've come in vain today, as I am just about to head out. What are you going to do? Harry asked, somewhat surprised. Hagrid's expression turned grave as he spoke of the matter. A unicorn was slain in the Forbidden Forest last week, and another was gravely injured. Hagrid clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking revealing his fury, as he longed to exact vengeance on the culprit. Hagrid possessed an immense affection for magical creatures, especially for rare and beautiful beings like unicorns. Harry was taken aback. It was Quirrell who had acted. However, had that not occurred just before the summer holidays? No. It was during his punishment that he had ventured into the Forbidden Forest and encountered Quirrell in the act of slaying a unicorn. Yet, this was not an isolated incident. Several unicorns had already fallen victim. Quirrell must have begun his malevolent actions the previous week, indicating just how weakened Voldemort had become. He could not afford to wait even a moment longer. Then Harry said, Hagrid, let me accompany you. Do you have any idea how perilous the Forbidden Forest is? It is teeming with dark creatures, including werewolves. What business do you, a mere schoolboy, have there? Anger surged within Harry. How dare someone refer to him as a schoolboy? Once he was a king, revered as the most formidable wizard. Yet, those were glories of the past, and Harry had no intention of flaunting them to Hagrid. He replied nonchalantly, I am now capable of mastering sixth-year magic, and I have studied some dark arts defense, though I lack practical experience. Hagrid, incredulous, responded, Really? That would make you the most brilliant prodigy in the history of Hogwarts. With a sigh, Harry lamented, I am powerless in this matter. However, you still cannot go. Otherwise, Dumbledore would surely hold me accountable. Feeling disheartened, Harry remarked, If you won't allow me to face even the slightest danger, doesn't that render me a flower in a greenhouse? The thought of being referred to as the so-called savior, merely a sheltered blossom, is quite distressing. Hagrid hesitated before conceding, Very well, but you must stay close to me. If anything were to happen to you, how could I face your parents? Harry chuckled, Don't worry, you might even need my assistance. Let us hasten our departure. Together, they ventured towards the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest sprawled before them, a vast expanse of shadowy trees, home to numerous creatures, including those thought extinct in the outside world. This wilderness had never been thoroughly explored by wizards. It was both immense and perilous. Yet, its untouched nature suggested it was a treasure trove, akin to the boundless depths of the ocean. Each year, clandestine wizards ventured within, seeking rare herbs or hunting elusive beasts to sell for profit. Despite the high mortality rate, successful tales continued to entice unscrupulous wizards to take risks. The towering trees loomed above, reaching heights of several dozen meters, casting the sky into darkness. especially in winter when most leaves had fallen and a thin layer of snow blanketed the ground. In summer, the dense foliage would completely obscure the sky, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Only the creatures dwelling within the forest could adapt to such an environment. They either possessed the ability to see in darkness, extraordinary hearing, or keen observational skills. Upon entering the dimly lit forest, Harry furrowed his brow. The eerie atmosphere was far more oppressive than Snape's dungeon. From the moment he stepped into the forbidden forest, he sensed an unseen presence watching him. Unlike the protagonists in novels, who often dismiss their instincts until it is too late, Harry was acutely aware of his surroundings. He trusted himself. This was not a mere figment of imagination, but a reflection of his formidable mental fortitude. He silently gripped his wand, and the two of them ventured deeper into the forbidden forest. Eerie growls echoed in the darkness, accompanied by the glimmering gaze of numerous eyes watching them. In one particular area, an unsettling stench assailed their senses, suggesting a gathering of some unknown creature. Hagrid cautiously surveyed the surroundings, suddenly halting to examine a set of tracks imprinted in the snow. These are the footprints of a wolf, significantly larger than that of an ordinary one, most likely a dire wolf. We must leave this place swiftly. Encountering a pack of wolves would be perilous, Hagrid urged, quickening his pace with Harry closely trailing behind. They meandered left and right, and Harry began to question whether Hagrid had lost his way. Then, Hagrid exclaimed in delight, "I found it." Harry's heart raced. "Where?" "Come see." Hagrid crouched down. On the snowy ground lay a pool of liquid resembling mercury. Harry dipped his finger into it, feeling its slight stickiness. Deep hoof prints marred the snow surrounding the liquid. He could envision a creature struggling in this very spot. "This is the blood of a unicorn," Hagrid remarked gravely. "It must be severely injured. We need to follow the trail of blood." Hagrid rose and pursued the silver droplets on the ground. At last, beneath a great tree, they discovered the unicorn. Its roots lay exposed, and the creature lay motionless. A shadowy figure was bent over, siphoning the unicorn's blood. It was only when Harry and Hagrid approached that the figure noticed their presence, startled and turning to face them. In that instant, a sharp pain pierced Harry's mind, and the scar on his forehead burned like fire. Yet the agony was fleeting. Gasping for breath, he felt as if he might suffocate. Without granting Hagrid a moment to shout, Harry raised his wand the moment he caught sight of the shadow and declared, "Avada Kedavra!" A beam of light shot forth from his wand, striking the figure. The shadow, upon witnessing Harry's raised wand, realized it had hesitated. In a rush, it cast a protective spell around itself. However, upon hearing Harry's incantation, it nearly froze in terror. How could Harry wield the killing curse? It braced for death, knowing that no shield could deflect such a spell. Instead, it was met with an overwhelming force that slammed into its chest. It was as if a mere infant had been charged by a rhinoceros, sending it flying several meters before crashing to the ground. With a violent cough, the shadow expelled a mouthful of blood, a mix of red and silver. It felt as though its bones had shattered. This was not the killing curse. It was the shattering curse. Harry had deceived it, and it seethed with rage. Yet, it dared not linger, for it was exceedingly weak. Its soul was being incessantly eroded by its master, rendering even basic spells nearly impossible to conjure. Chapter 100, The Rescue of the Unicorn. It was not that Harry wished to use the killing curse. Rather, he simply did not possess the knowledge. He was still learning magic from textbooks, and such unforgivable curses were not included in their teachings. The restricted section of a library harbors numerous dark arts, yet he had never ventured within. Had he been able to wield the killing curse, he would have undoubtedly struck down Quirrell without hesitation. Thus, the words that escaped his lips were merely a ruse to mislead Quirrell. Harry anticipated that Quirrell would turn and attack him. Instead, he fled in haste, resembling a wretched dog bereft of its master. "Your dignity!" Harry longed to exclaim. Hagrid finally caught sight of the assailant, his heart aflame with rage as he sprinted after Quirrell, leaving deep impressions upon the ground. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished from sight, leaving Harry standing alone beneath the trees. "Why did you leave?" A chilling gust of wind swept into Harry's neck. He approached the unicorn, a magnificent creature he had never imagined could embody the essence of beauty. It resembled a white stallion, its silvery mane casting a faint glow in the darkness. Crowned by a golden horn upon its forehead, with eyes as transparent as crystal. It gazed weakly at the sky, its gaze dimming, though it lay quietly on the ground. A ghastly wound upon its neck oozing blood, and it coughed crimson. Its beauty and sanctity remained untainted. Harry was astonished to find the unicorn still alive. Since it had not yet succumbed, he could not bear to witness the extinguishing of its life. He directed his wand at the wound. Life restoration. A halo of white light enveloped the injury, yet to Harry's astonishment, this healing spell proved ineffective. The wound persisted. Unyielding, Harry cast other healing spells, but their effects were minimal. The unicorn's trembling limbs gradually stilled, its beautiful eyes growing ever dimmer, akin to a flame on the verge of extinguishment. Would he truly have to watch the unicorn perish? Just as despair threatened to overtake him, a colossal shadow suddenly leaped forth, landing with a rhythmic thud of hooves. It was a centaur, its upper half human, its lower half equine. Its hair shimmered like platinum, and its eyes were an astonishing blue, reminiscent of sapphires. Upon his arrival, he regarded the cooling body of the unicorn and sighed in regret. I have arrived too late. He spoke to Harry. There is no need to exert yourself further. Its wound carries a curse and an aura of malevolence that magic cannot dispel. Harry's eyes brightened at his words. The elements of light within his mind surged to life, and the elements in the air began to respond, gradually converging. A pure white radiance enveloped the wound, and once more, Harry invoked the life restoration spell. The lengthy gash began to heal slowly. The centaur watched in disbelief. How is this possible? I distinctly sensed the curse. How could it vanish? Indeed, magic was magic. Despite the unicorn having lost so much blood, it defied the odds and survived. The unicorn's eyes flickered, and it gazed at Harry. Being a creature of wisdom, it understood that Harry had saved its life. It yearned to rise, yet remained feeble. Its legs buckled, and it collapsed once more. The centaur raised its forelegs, then set them down, taking a few steps, seemingly burdened by an unspoken sorrow. Resolute, it spoke with a weighty tone. Harry, do you know what the blood of a unicorn can accomplish? How do you know I am Harry Potter? Because we centaurs are adept at divining prophecies from stars. Harry regarded him with skepticism. The centaur awkwardly confessed, well, I saw you when you and Hagrid first entered the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid has shared stories about you. Thus I recognized you as Harry Potter. Harry chuckled softly, realizing that this was the one who had been spying on him. The blood of a unicorn can prolong life, but anyone who consumes it will be cursed for eternity. Indeed, do you know anyone who would willingly endure such a curse to survive? I do. Voldemort, Harry replied nonchalantly. The centaur fell silent, at a loss for words. I also know this is merely one of his minor objectives. His grand ambition is to acquire something from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The centaur suddenly felt foolish, as a genius among centaurs. He had painstakingly gleaned these insights from the stars, only to have them casually articulated by a child. Reluctantly, he inquired, how do you know this? Did Dumbledore tell you? Harry looked at him as if he were simple-minded. Are you not aware that we have a divination class? I, of course, divine it myself. The centaur departed with the wounded unicorn, leaving behind a desolate silhouette. I wonder if I have offended him, he muttered angrily. I should have confronted that individual. I would have certainly given him a piece of my mind. Hagrid's fists crackled with tension. Harry, where is the unicorn? Hagrid noticed the unicorn was no longer on the ground. Those blue eyes, it must be Firenze, he sighed in relief. I thought the unicorn had perished. Thank goodness. Subsequently, the two exited the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 101. The Unicorn's Gratitude. Harry spent each day in the library, hoping to uncover the location of the Room of Requirement from texts such as the History of Hogwarts, the Four Giants of Hogwarts, and the Hidden Secrets of Hogwarts. Although none of these books explicitly mentioned the room's whereabouts, Harry managed to discern some clues. Within the confines of Hogwarts, there existed a mysterious grand door, said to grant access to boundless treasures. During the founding of the school, the four giants constructed numerous secret chambers and passages to prevent adversaries from sealing Hogwarts off, ensuring a means of escape. Thus, they intentionally built a door that could lead anywhere. A concealed door, the Room of Requirement. With these fragments of information, Harry formulated several speculations regarding the room's location. One morning, as he made his way to the library, he encountered a throng of students encircled in animated discussion, their faces alight with excitement. Harry paid little mind, yet he heard snippets of conversation. Wow, how truly beautiful. What is this? How did it come to our school? I think I've seen it in a book. This is undoubtedly the most exquisite creature. A thought stirred within Harry. Could it be? He turned towards the crowd. Indeed, the object of the boys' and girls' chatter was none other than the unicorn. The weather had warmed, the snow on the ground having melted days prior, and the gentle sun now shone brightly. At that moment, the unicorn stood upon the dry earth, sunlight cascading over its form, as if radiance flowed from its very being. Its white body was dazzling, and the golden horn upon its forehead shimmered brilliantly. It appeared far more beautiful than it had just a few nights ago. Perhaps the attention from the onlookers unsettled it, for it paced restlessly, exhibiting signs of unease. When Harry appeared amidst the throng, the unicorn immediately spotted him. It slowly approached him. "Wow, it's coming over. Does it like me?" exclaimed a girl in front of Harry, her excitement palpable. Another girl interjected, "No way. It's clearly coming towards me. Ah, it's coming. How thrilling." The unicorn gracefully threaded its way through them, heading for Harry. The two girls cast him glances filled with envy, as if he had committed some grave injustice. Harry smiled awkwardly, while the other students regarded him with admiration. How could this be? It seemed the unicorn recognized Harry. "Oh my, I just want to toss my toad aside and buy a unicorn," someone mused. "Ha, dream on." The unicorn, having lowered its head, suddenly lifted it again, turning away from Harry and moving aside. A lovely girl, clutching a book and standing at the periphery, watched as the stunning unicorn approached her, feeling somewhat bewildered. Yet, none could resist the unicorn's beauty, and this girl was no exception. She instinctively reached out, gently caressing the unicorn's head, fearful it might be startled and leave her. The unicorn appeared to take a liking to her, closing its eyes and leaning into her embrace. A smile blossomed upon the girl's lips, instantly shifting the envious gazes towards her. Most of these glances were cast by other girls, while the boys were already entranced by this smiling maiden. Standing together with the beautiful unicorn beneath the sun, she resembled an angel. The book spoke of unicorns favoring pure maidens. Could it truly be so? "I think this must be a rather flirtatious unicorn," a boy jealously observed, lamenting why it was not him in her arms. When Harry spotted Zhang Xiao, his smile vanished. He turned away, wishing to leave at once. Since she had chosen to act so aloof, why should he bother with her? The unicorn lifted its head, gazing at the retreating Harry, then at the girl, caught in a dilemma. What a difficult choice this was. One was a savior, the other a beloved maiden. At last, it departed from a maiden, following Harry. Zhang Xiao stood rooted in place, gazing at Harry's resolute silhouette, her heart brimming with bittersweet emotions. Harry turned to the unicorn and remarked, "Why are you so enamored? You seem utterly transfixed by beautiful maidens." The unicorn looked perplexed, replying, "Though I am quite intelligent, I truly cannot comprehend your words." Harry, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, "You wouldn't happen to be male, would you? Come, let me have a look." The unicorn struggled, but it was no match for Harry. "So, you are female," he mused to himself after a moment of contemplation. The unicorn felt a surge of embarrassment and indignation. "What is your name?" Harry asked, but the unicorn remained motionless. "Ah, so you lack a name. How unfortunate for you. Allow me to bestow one upon you," he said, filled with enthusiasm. "You are so pure in color. I shall call you Little White." After a brief reflection, he deemed it a lovely name. Little White? No, that sounds rather like an insult. He reconsidered. "Since you are female, then your name shall be Little Snow." Harry beamed with pride, reveling in his naming prowess. Who could surpass him in the art of naming? He gently stroked the unicorn's soft fur and declared, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Little Snow. When I say Little Snow, you shall respond. When I say check, you shall say trouble. Do you understand?" As he beheld the exquisite unicorn, a flicker of concern crossed Harry's mind. In his future adventures, should he take her along? Would not all the maidens flock to him? How would he manage such a predicament?